We haven't had a chance to talk on the radio with Jim Jordan for a little while. I thought this might be a nice opportunity to say hello and to congratulate you, Jim, on the star that is in the Hollywood Walk of Fame. Fibber McGee and Molly finally made it to the sidewalk, right?
Yes, it's just about 30 years late is all.
Yeah, I would say so.
Back in the days, I don't know whether this is interesting or not, but back in the days when the radio had a committee, which they picked people for that star, along the picture people and the radio people, and something else I can't think of. Anyway, they wouldn't take a fictitious name.
Oh.
And Fibber McGee and Molly was a fictitious name, and what did Marion and Jim Jordan mean? That didn't mean anything to anybody. So we were always trying to plug one name and not two.
Mm-hmm.
In the beginning, we used to say Marion and Jim Jordan, Fibber McGee and Molly, otherwise Marion and Jim Jordan are played by Marion and Jim Jordan. And we finally cut that out to simplify it, so we just used the one name. And that's when they wouldn't use it.
Did in the days of radio, was the general listening audience, were they aware that Fibber McGee and Molly were your fictitious names?
I don't know.
I mean, did you think that when you got fan mail, it all came to Fibber and Molly, didn't it?
Oh,
Not
yes,
to Jim
sure.
and Mary and Jordan. Huh?
Oh, yes.
Well, it was a nice honor.
Oh, the majority of people knew, of course, yes. But in writing publicity or anything that you did, sound or something that somebody's going to read, one name was simpler than four names.
That's right, yeah. Well, it was a nice honor, a little late maybe, but still a nice honor to have your name in the...
yes, I'm sorry.
And basically, it's, if I'm not mistaken, it's on Vine Street, just from the corner of Sunset.
Yes.
So that's virtually where the old NBC studios were for many years, right?
It's right in front of the NBC building.
Where you used to
Which is now the
Savings Alone.
Savings Alone, yes.
You had, I think, another honor recently from Illinois, the Illinois Broadcasters
Yes, that
Association.
was very nice.
Paid tribute to you. We were sorry to hear that you couldn't come to Chicago or to Galena.
Galena, they had that. I often wondered why. They say there's some kind of a park or something at an area.
I think there's...
it's quite beautiful.
Galena's very nice. And
I don't think I ever saw that. I
think Ulysses Grant's home is there, and there's a lot of antique things and all of that sort of thing. Well, anyway, from all of your fans in the Chicago area who listen in regularly, congratulations on both of those two things.
Well, thank you.
I wanted to ask you, and I've really never asked you this in the past 10 years that we've had the chance to see each other. Are you officially retired?
No, I'm officially out of work. That's been going on now for about 30 years.
Well, you worked pretty hard for almost a quarter of a century.
Oh, sure.
With the Fibber and Molly thing.
Well, after Marion passed away, after a year or so, I started to find some way to get busy. Mm-hmm. And I never could make it happen. It always turned out, they always wanted me to do 40 weeks. And I didn't want anything.
40 weeks? What kind of offers did you get?
Well, nothing definite, but the things were presented to go on TV and play whatever they were, but you had to agree to do for a full season. Which I didn't want to do.
Well, you had worked an awful long time for. You worked a long time.
Oh, sure.
Hard for many years.
And I didn't want to do that. And another thing was that we had sold our name to NBC, and it made it you couldn't do anything that would be CBS or any other network except NBC.
So you couldn't do anything that was Fibber McGee outside of NBC.
We had sold the name, and they said whatever NBC said you don't do that. We couldn't do because When we sold it, we intended naturally to go on with NBC, and then that was in the beginning of the radio being replaced with
decline of
television.
It,
the decline of radio.
You and Marion never really did any significant television.
No, we never did. We made one thing to show the Johnson Company one time, but we never. I don't know if we appeared on television ever. I did after Marion's death, but some, very little.
Well, what have you been doing in your joblessness period?
Well, I'm active in one thing, which is the Pioneer Broadcasters.
Well, you're the chairman of the board of that organization, aren't
you?
Mm-hmm.
And that's an honor too, because usually when a corporation has some guy that's been around for 100 years or so and they don't know what to do with him, they make him chairman of the board. So that's what the Pioneer Broadcasters did.
What is the Pioneer Broadcasters?
Well, it's just a group of people that get together and have lunch. That's our only purpose. We have no charitable thing that we do.
No causes?
Nothing. We've kept it that way.
But what you do, I believe, is you tie together all of the people from radio and television. I guess you have to be in the business out here for 25 years, is that?
Well, 15, yes. I forget, 20 years in radio and 15 years on television.
And we've been privileged to be at one of those meetings. Unfortunately, you were away at the time, and it was real nice to meet a lot of people there.
Yes.
And all the Southern California broadcasters. And
was it full?
Oh yeah, it was a full house.
Yes,
full house.
They have from 600 to 800 people at those luncheons.
Yeah, it's really nice. Now, if you looking back over the years since the Fibber McGee and Molly show went off the air, you personally did a few things. You did a voice characterization for the Disney Studios once, didn't you? And
yes.
Was that The Rescuers? Was that the?
That's right.
The movie?
I did. Yes. That's what I say. I did a few things like that after she died, but not very much.
And I think
because of the trouble. Nobody wants to buy you if they can't. It made it difficult. It's so that.
You mean by being
that we had to be on
solo,
NBC? It had to be.
You mean to say you could not have been on CBS as
Not
Jim Jordan?
Oh, sure. But no, who's going to buy that?
Well, you were on. Was Chico and the Man, that one shot you did, was that NBC?
Yes.
You didn't do that as Fibber McGee. You did that as Jim Jordan.
Oh, I don't know. I didn't?
No, you didn't.
I don't remember.
You weren't Fibber. You remember the show, don't you?
Yes, I remember the show.
Little show.
But I was on NBC anyway, wasn't I?
Oh, well, it may have been. I can't recall. Well, you say you're out of work now. Would you, if the phone rang and someone said we'd like you, Jim Jordan, to do a Love Boat, would you work whatever it takes, a week
no.
to 10 days to do it?
No.
You just like the Social Security checks coming in too much, is that it?
Well, not the just not the Social Security, but I have enough to keep us. And I'm not a rich man or anything, but we have enough, and it requires a lot of time to take care of it.
How do you spend your time now?
Well, I spend it, like I say, take care of our things that we have in investments about half the time. The other half of the time I spend looking for my glasses.
Well, that would take up a lot of time.
Oh, you bet. A lot out of you.
I bet it does. I suppose you probably don't spend a lot of time thinking about the radio days, but I'm sure that you must have some
No, I don't.
Thoughts of it.
I think of myself as being in the business like I always was,
Mm-hmm.
but I'm actually not, because I'm not doing anything in it. And except I keep alive and with the Pioneer Broadcasters, it keeps me active, and it's all the group of guys that I grew up with, and there's just a couple of hundred of them like that, you know.
Do you have a special moment from your career that you recall as one that maybe was lifted above all the other wonderful moments of your broadcast career?
I think the high spot in our career came in Toronto.
Mm-hmm.
When we went there to do a Red Feather.
Like a Crusade of Mercy.
The last Bond thing
mm-hmm.
that they had after World War One. That's what it was.
World War II.
Yes, World War II. And that was a high spot to me.
Mm-hmm. Was there a time when you thought during your career, you and Marion, you thought that you just weren't doing it right and it wasn't being accepted, and that you would end up giving up this thing that's known as show business?
Oh, I don't think there's any particular time like that, because we went on the radio in we don't know whether it was 24 or 25.
Mm-hmm.
And from that time until the time we did for McGee and Molly, we did dozens and dozens of different things. And no, we never.
So it was always forward-looking.
Well, that's right. It
was, and you stayed with it.
If you might be doing this today, and tomorrow you're doing something else.
Mm-hmm. Well, we're glad you did it.
Yes.
We're glad you did it.
We had a vast experience in those 10 years, believe me.
I would say.
And we were busy every minute.
Mm-hmm.
We weren't getting rich. We weren't making any money much, but we were paid. And we were just we were busy all the time.
You mean the 10 years before you started as Fibber and Molly?
Before McGee and
yes,
Molly.
Well, those were good days as Fibber and Molly as well. And
see, we were on the network for 4 years
mm-hmm.
before Fibber, McGee and Molly.
Was that with the Smack Out?
That was with Smack Out, and we did shows that we came in at night, 15-minute special shows. See, we were a singing act.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Marion and Jim.
Yes, that's right.
Mm-hmm.
And we didn't start to talk on the radio till few years before we did for McGee and Molly.
Well, when you started talking, you talked up a storm.
We really did.
It was good stuff.
But we all those years we were doing something. We were always aiming at. We never had a commercial. We did some commercials during that time. We did a show. One thing we did was a show which we played two characters in a show like One Man's Family, remember?
Mm-hmm.
This was the thing called the Smith Family.
Yes.
And those were the kind of things that we did. And that was a great experience that we were getting in those years, doing those things.
Now, you've been married to Gretchen Stewart for how long?
22 years, I think.
22 years.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. And I'm sure Gretchen has kept you active and hopping in these last these days.
Well, she's slowed down a little bit too.
Well, I don't think so. She's as charming as ever.
I don't mean that. I mean that she just isn't. She just got through taking care of a sister of hers that was ill. She was here for a while, and that takes a
some
lot.
trouble. Yeah.
And
You've got a You've got a birthday coming up next month, haven't you?
That's right.
What is this going to be?
88.
88.
Mm-hmm.
That's a big one.
No, I think 90 will be the big one.
90 will be the big one.
Mm-hmm. I had one at 85.
85 was a big one?
Yeah, well, that was one. 90 will be another one if I make it.
You'll make it. You'll make it. I want to be, maybe I am the first to wish you a happy birthday.
Well, thank you. Thank you.
Because I don't think I'll be out here on November the 16th.
16th. No, you'll edit this and put in take out what's...
Sure.
I didn't have anything particular I was going to say that I didn't want to be on here, but...
Well, I just wanted to wish you a happy birthday, and I think I bring along with me the wishes of a lot of the people, your fans, still in the Chicago area, who
it's amazing. I'm glad you brought that up. It's amazing that the number of fans I have that are 15 years old.
Mm-hmm.
You know why? Fibber McGee and Molly is being played all over the United States every week.
That's right, yeah. And I think it's a testament to the writing and to the talented people on that show that makes it just as good today as it was almost, actually you're talking almost 48, 49 years ago when the whole thing started.
Well, thanks. I appreciate that. And we do hear that a lot.
Mm-hmm. Well, I suspect
and
you're going to hear
especially 15, 16-year-old high school kids that have found out about this, and other radio shows also. And they find out that this is something you sit down and listen to it, and you don't have to look, and that's a new experience for them.
It's a challenge to the imagination, isn't it?
That's right. That's right.
Because the pictures have to be... Well, you're drawing the pictures.
That's right.
You're the person drawing the pictures. Well, you've drawn a nice picture for us today. It's delightful to sit in your living room and chat for just a couple of minutes.
I can't
for
see
our
this
listening
watch.
Audience. It's 10 after 7 and we're going to dinner, right?
Yes.
Thanks very much, Jim. It's nice to talk with you again.
Well, we have another minute or two.
Sure.
If you have anything.
Well, I just wondered if you had anything more you'd like to add.
I can't think of anything.
You know what we'll do? We'll turn off the tape, and then we'll have all kinds of things to talk about.
Yes, that's right.
Well, let's talk about it and turn off the tape. Thanks, Jim Jordan.
Well, thank you, Chuck. It's good to be back doing something.
Well, we're glad to have you here. Does that mean I have to pay you for this now?
No. No. But there have been some things that I've been asked to do that I've refused to do.
Like what?
I don't want to name them.
No, they don't want you to disrobe or anything for.
No, but they want you to do it for nothing.
Oh yeah.
And I've refused. On the basis that if I'm filling their time, I'm depriving somebody that may need work out of that little bit of radio time that they could be doing.
Oh.
If I make myself clear.
I know what you're saying, but are they asking you to fill an acting role or to be interviewed?
They want the interviews mostly. Well, what do they want the interviews for?
Well, I think they want the interviews probably because there's an audience listening who is interested in what you would have to say.
That's right. I'm interested in doing that if I can get some dough. See?
I feel the pinch coming down here.
No. And the point is the way I feel about it. When I do these interviews, I have nothing to gain from the interview. I don't want exploitation. If somebody's getting some. They're filling time with what I do. And they're getting it done for nothing. That's the way I feel about it. And when I do that, may be depriving some poor actor, like I was half my life, that could be getting paid for doing something like that, or for filling that time.
If not in dollars and cents, in a promotion for something he is trying to promote.
If I was working and I wanted to exploit myself, why, I'd do anything. We used to tell a story about Hope, and it's just about true, that he was in New York one time, and at the time he had about a half a dozen writers, that went every place with him. 6 or 8 guys, or 10. And some guy answered the phone, and he was talking on the phone, and the fellow hung up the phone, and Hope was sitting there. He said, "What'd you hang up for? It might have been a benefit." And that's the way he was. He figured that a benefit was as valuable as anything else, and it was.
Well, it was more exposure for him, yeah.
But now, benefit to me doesn't mean anything. If I could be doing a benefit that I could feel was helping somebody, that'd be one thing.
Thanks, Jim. We've come to Beverly Hills, California to visit with a charming lady, a delightful lady, whose name is Shirley Mitchell, and who contributed an awful lot to the golden age of radio in the role of Alice Darling on the Fibber McGee and Molly show, and Leela Ransom on The Great Gildersleeve, and so much more. I'm so happy to be here with you today.
Thank you. It's really lovely having you here.
What was your very first radio experience?
You mean professionally?
Yes.
My first was when I was 13. I got on a bus and went to Detroit and auditioned for the Lone Ranger.
For the Lone Ranger?
Lone Ranger program. 13 years of age. It was really hysterical. I don't remember what the bus ride cost or anything, but
where
there I
were
was.
you coming from?
From Toledo, which was my home. So I got to Detroit, and I think I had written them before then, and asked them could I come and audition. And they would have general auditions one day a week, right? What were they going to do with a 13-year-old kid from Toledo? But I auditioned, and by golly, they called me several weeks later and told me I had a job. So I got back on the bus and went to Detroit, and my check for that job was $3.50. I don't know that it paid for the bus fare, but that was my first experience. I held on to that check for years.
What did you do?
Thrilled. I don't even remember, Chuck. It was so long ago. Some little part. I don't think it was a child. They did a lot of Western families. It may have been, as a matter of fact. But that was my very first, and then actually, I worked a little bit at WSPD in Toledo. That was for free as I was growing up. There was always an Uncle Jules. He had a Saturday morning show, and I did imitations on that. And then you would win, whoever would win the talent contest, and I did win. Then he was doing a weekly show in Toledo for free, and I used to do that occasionally. So that was where I got my early training. I mean, actually practical experience. But the first biggie was when I went to Chicago. And it's kind of an involved story. Would you like to hear it? Because
that's why we're here, yeah.
Yes. There was a director by the name of Joe Ainley who did all the soaps, Woman in White. I can't even remember the names of some of them. Betty Lou Gerson was his wife. When I got to Chicago, I had promised my parents I would stay 2 weeks, and that if I didn't get work, I would come back and finish school and go into teaching of drama. So I sat around NBC and CBS, and nothing happened. And finally, one day, I had been sitting there for quite a while. I mean, daily I would go make the rounds, as a lot of us did. And Betty Lou Gerson, who was the lead in Woman in White, kind of would nod each time. And I thought, what have I got to lose? Maybe she'll talk to me. So the next time I saw her, I asked her if she would mind hearing me, that I would like to just audition for her, because I knew her husband was doing First Nighter. And she was so dear. She said she didn't have time that day, but the next day she would see me and we'd go into a little control room. She will corroborate the story. It was really what one actress did for another. She heard me. I did, several readings. And I guess I had a real feel for comedy, which I was not aware of. But she recognized it. She went home and told Joe. She said, you must hear this kid. She's fabulous. We were just talking about this recently. So Joe said, okay, he would hear me. And indeed he did. She called me. I was living at the YWCA because I didn't have any money. And I knew that, if it didn't work, I was going to have to leave. He heard me, and the following week he got me a job on the first nighter. And curiously enough, the part was a Southern woman. That Southern I had picked up when I would go to the movies. I would invariably sit there all day, and I'd gotten Una Merkel in my head. She kind of had a soft talking and lisp with the S's, and I did that, and so he hired me to do a Southern part, and it was opposite Les Tremaine. And I think it was Wayne King and his orchestra. Do you remember? And they did the first nighter in full dress in an actual theater in Chicago. I mean, you dressed, Les wore tails. Well, can you imagine? That was the biggest thrill of my life. I'll remember what I wore. I remember how excited I was, how I thought I was going to faint before we ever got on the air. And that's when I started working in comedy. Then the next thing that happened was Ransom Sherman. I would go in and listen to Club Matinee every day because he was just terrific. I thought he was so funny, and I had a very loud laugh. And he began to take notice of me. And Fibber McGee and Molly, Kraft was coming to Chicago to replace a summer session of Fibber McGee and Molly, and they hired Ransom Sherman. And Ransom somehow arranged for Cecil Underwood, who was then the director, to meet with me. He heard me, and he hired me to do a part on the Ransom Sherman show. That was out of Chicago that summer. I can't remember. It's quite a long time ago. But I did a little comedy thing, and at one point I had to say something about my slip was showing, and the audience began to scream, and in fact my slip was showing. So it got a tremendous laugh, and then they were coming back to Los Angeles. They did 13 weeks, and then Ransom was coming back. I don't remember exactly how it worked, but I thought, what have I got to lose? They're going back to L.A. This is my chance. So I bought myself a round-trip ticket on the Scout for $75, sat up for 4 nights, right? A lady on the train took pity on me, took me back to her house where I spent the first night, called Cecil and said, I'm here, are you going to use me? And he said, yes, we're going to use you this week, Tuesday night. And that was how I came to Hollywood.
Boy, you're a pretty spunky kid then, weren't you?
Wasn't I? Crazy? Yeah. I mean, I was 17. Yeah. Only a crazy kid without thinking of consequences. When I think back on it, I don't know how I did it. I lied to my parents. I told them I had a steady job. I was coming to L.A. I had a contract. There was no such thing. I didn't know where I was going to live. Those people drove me around. We arrived here on a Sunday. They drove me around Hollywood, where I booked a room at the Hollywood Towers, and that's where I stayed. But I never did cash that ticket in for about the first year. I was so sure that I was not going to make it. Right.
Well, even with by telling your parents that you had a steady job,
right?
I'm kind of surprised that they would just let a 17-year-old girl just. Go ahead, you know.
I was very determined. They had no alternative. I mean, there wasn't much they could have done. I think that, when I think of the salaries, too, I think that show paid then $32 a week. But I think my apartment in the Hollywood Towers was $32 a month. And I knew that I could make it. If I was able to do that show once a week, I was okay. And that, in fact, happened. You know, you can never explain things like that. They knew that I was determined to become an actress, and there was nothing they could do to stop me. Because one summer before then, I'd won a scholarship for a rep company in Plymouth, Massachusetts, called the Lakeshore Theater Colony. They didn't want me to go, so I locked myself up in the cellar for 2 days, and I said, that's it, I'm not coming out till I can go. And I waited on table that summer. So, you know, I was determined, plus I had the courage. I mean, I think I was just stupid. I can't imagine.
Well, the determination at that age is very important.
Right.
And it keeps you going with it.
And that's exactly what it did. I was so convinced that I could make it.
Well, you did.
And I did, yeah.
So you were with then Ransom Sherman.
So I was with Ransom Sherman, right? And then Cecil, of course, went back to producing and directing Fibber and The Great Gildersleeve. And again, one role would occur because of another. I guess on the Ransom Sherman, I did a character called Veronica Valseat. It was a crazy character. But I also must have done Southern, because when they wrote the Southern part on Great Gildersleeve, he called and asked me to do it. And they had no idea of making that a central character. That just started out as a one-shot. So I did that first, and then, of course, she became Leela. And as a result of that, they hired me on to do Alice Darling on Fibber McGee and Molly. And at that point, I mean, I was just, I was doing 4 and 5 comedy shows a day.
So when you say that character became Leela Ransom on the Gildersleeve program, in other words, it wasn't Leela initially.
It was not.
Just a southern,
it was just
southern
a southern gal that was going to that was visiting in town, and of course, Gildy was a bachelor. I'd almost forgotten, but there's a society here called Spurdvac, and there are 2 blonde twins who are blind. They have every show taped, I think, that's ever been done. Just incredible kids. I've forgotten their names. They sent me Virginia Gregg and Irene Tedrow and Elvia Allman and Alice Backus and I appeared there about 2 or 3 weeks ago. And as a thank you, they mailed me the first radio show I ever did out of Chicago, which was the Ransom Sherman show. Forgotten about it totally. And they sent me the first Gildersleeve show. And I had forgotten also that she was not Leela. She was just a lady who'd come to town, and Margie says, there's a lady getting out of a cab and she's carrying a parasol. I mean, it was just the perfect description. They had great writers, John Whedon and Sam Moore, who were sensational. And the next week they said, how would you like to do that character again? And I said, I'd love it. And I loved her. She was just such a wonderful phony. Yeah. And they wrote her so magnificent.
Well, she was perfect for Gildersleeve, too, because he was an absolute, absolute foil for her, right?
And on that one tape that I played recently, I do it for my kids, and I get such a funny feeling. The voice is lighter, and it's almost like deja vu. You think, oh my gosh, was I really like that? But I just loved her. He sings "Speak to Me of Love" to her. He would sing those chords. And she'd sigh through it and do things like, oh, Throckmorton. It was really delicious. She was a great, great character.
Those shows were all done before a live audience.
Oh, sure, every one. And 2 shows, one for the East Coast and one for the West Coast, every Sunday.
With about 2 hours in between, I assume. Huh?
We would arrive at NBC at 9 a.m. in the morning, Sunday morning. We would rehearse, then I'd be home at noon to change and have something to eat, and back at NBC at 2. We did our first show, I think it was 2 or 2:30, I can't remember. No, it must have been later than that if I was back at 2, probably at 3. We would get cuts, then we'd go on the air, do that show for the East Coast. Then we had 2 hours off, and we'd usually go to the Derby and have dinner, the whole group, and do the second show at 6 or 6:30 or 7. I don't remember the exact.
Yeah, because initially Gildersleeve was on a Sunday afternoon.
Sunday afternoons, right.
I can remember Chicago. It would be on around 5 or 5:30.
Was it? Yeah, that's about right then. Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
Now, did you stay with Gildersleeve throughout that period of time when you were working with Fibber McGee?
Yes.
Where you were doing 2 shows.
I was doing the 2. I was doing those 2. I would occasionally have 4 shows a day. I mean, a day. Some would be at CBS. There were times when the artist entrance was too far for me to run through. They'd have a special page holding a door because the timing was so awful. I mean, it was, maybe 5 minutes apart to get from CBS to NBC. And then they would hold a special door.
Running down Sunset Boulevard. Then,
down Sunset Boulevard. Well, they would let me park usually at a spot because, and sometimes I would run and cut through the back way. The page would have the door open. I'd get in. Somebody would hand me a script with cuts in it. You always had cuts because the timing was done at the last minute. And I'd go on the air because I also then began to do on Sunday afternoons the Colgate Comedy Hour. Les Tremaine and I did that for a couple of seasons with Bob Crosby. I would do that and Gildersleeve. Fibber was on a Tuesday.
Right.
And I would occasionally do Fibber on a Tuesday and then the Jack Carson show on a Tuesday. Then there was Joan Davis and Rudy Valley in between all of that.
And all this stuff was going on at the same time.
At NBC and CBS. It was such an exciting time. The fans would be lined up in front. I don't know. Have you been down? Of course you have, on Vine Street in Hollywood.
Sure.
The fans would be lined up for a block, maybe, all the way around, waiting to get in. They'd let them in a half hour before the show. And at the artist entrance, you had the same fans every day. who, they grew up. I mean, I met one lady in Hughes recently shopping, and she said, "Do you remember me?" And she recognized me because I've done quite a bit of television. But it was the most glorious time. I'm sure you've gotten that from every radio actor, haven't you?
Yes, virtually everyone we've spoken to has said the same thing. It was really the best of times. Even people who have certainly gone into even greater success in television,
right.
They've always said it was so great because, first of all, you didn't have to deal with the makeup and the costumes and all of that, even though you did dress
we
for
dressed,
a nighttime show.
Sure. But no, and we were a family.
Mm-hmm.
We still are very, very close. Janet Waldo and I are very close friends, Ginny, Greg, Elvia Allman.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It's just, it was a nucleus of people that you never grew away from. And they were dear, wonderful people. In television, you do a show, you never see anybody again.
Yes. Yeah.
So it's a totally different
There is
feeling.
a real, you're right, a family feeling to it.
Oh, yes.
And I know that all the radio performers do continue to keep in touch with
we
one
do,
another.
all of us.
Very much
Well,
so.
Pacific Pioneer
Yeah,
Broadcast.
right.
Have you ever seen anything like that?
Incredible.
Isn't it?
700 people come to one of those
8, 9.
meetings. Yeah, yeah.
I mean, it's the most incredible thing. And we just lost Ken Carpenter, died last week.
Sorry to hear
who
that,
also announced a lot of the shows that I did. Wonderful, wonderful man.
Now you said Jack Carson.
Yeah, I did Jack Carson
And
for about 3 years.
Mm-hmm. Now, what character did you play on that?
A girlfriend. I was always somebody's
girlfriend.
Yeah. Now I'm always somebody's neighbor. That's how it's progressed.
You were, I think, on The Life of Riley too, weren't you?
Yes, with Bill Bendix.
And that was Gillis's. I think you were you Honeybee?
Honeybee. Southern, on that show. I'd almost forgotten about that. Sure, worked with Bill a lot. He was actually married to, his wife in that series was Gloria Blondell on radio, and then in TV it was Margie Lawrence,
mm-hmm.
the actress, whom I see occasionally out on interviews.
Now, you went to TV with Gildersleeve, didn't you?
No.
You didn't go with Gildersleeve on TV?
I didn't go with Gildersleeve. I went on TV with Joan Davis when she...
On I Married Joan.
On I Married Joan. That was the first fairly regular series I did. And then from there... No, isn't that curious? I never did do The Widow. I think they pictured her... I could do her now. I think they pictured her as older.
Oh, I see.
And somehow it just didn't work.
Well, it was funny when McGee went to TV. Now, Jim and Marion Jordan did not go to TV with Fibber McGee and Molly.
No.
And it didn't last very long because it became a crazy sitcom and not the real wonderful writing and everything else from
Chuck,
the radio
I don't even
show.
remember that.
Well, it was Kathy Lewis and Bob Sweeney as
Who
Fibber and
was
Molly.
one of my closest friends. It was Kathy. See, I don't even remember.
Yeah.
That must have been before my friend Irma that Kathy did with the blonde.
Well, Marie Wilson. Kathy was doing Jane Stacy on radio with Marie Wilson as Irma.
That's right.
And I think Diana Lynn went to television with Marie Wilson for My Friend Irma. If I'm not mistaken,
I don't
think
even
that
remember
may be
that.
the way. But when Gildersleeve, or rather Fibber, went to TV, Hal Perry came in there, but Hal Perry was playing a next-door neighbor, or he was playing Fred Nitney or something. He didn't play Gildersleeve. But by that time, Willard Waterman had taken over the role of Gildersleeve on radio. Were you ever on the Gildersleeve series with Waterman?
Sure. I did the series with him.
You really stayed with that for the most long time, didn't you? Most of the time.
After I had a baby, I was back on it because Willard was doing it.
You mentioned Una Merkel before, and she played for a sequence of shows on Gildersleeve.
When I got married, she came on as my cousin, as Lita's cousin. That was really ironic because I picked up that southern accent from her, and she later came on the show to play it. Isn't that interesting? The world turns.
What about one of the most asked questions that I get about the radio people is about Walter Tetley, who played Leroy
right
on the show, and there's not Unfortunately, I never had the opportunity. I know he died in a, wasn't it in a motorcycle accident or something?
No, I don't. Well, maybe. I know that he was ill for quite a long time. Was it? You know what?
It may have been a result of something
I
like
think
that.
that's when it happened. Yes, I didn't see him once he was in the hospital.
No, he stayed on that show for
as long as
almost.
it existed.
Yeah, you're
sure,
right. The length of the show, and then he was with Phil and Alice too.
That's right. He was on that with Elliot Lewis, as a matter of fact. He was fabulous. He was really an interesting actor, but that voice and that timing was impeccable.
It was perfect. He just now he was what I guess you would call a little people today. Was he a?
See, he was such a dichotomy. No, he was not tiny. He was quite tall, but there must have been an endocrine deficiency. In other words, he never shaved, and his voice obviously never changed. But he was about 5'10", 5'9". That's not short.
No, not at all.
So, as I say, I think there was an endocrine deficiency, and by the time they realized it, it was just too late to do anything about it. But
how old a person was he when he was doing Gildersleeve?
Chuck, I have no idea. He would never tell any of us. I would say that he was, I don't know, 20s.
I have tapes of him with Fred Allen in the old Town Hall Tonight program,
you know what?
which is late 30s.
Sure,
see?
he was older than 20. That's what I say. Yeah. You could never tell his age because it was a youthful appearance, but you knew somehow it was just off kilter. Do you know what I'm saying?
But he had that high-pitched
that's right.
kid voice, clear as a bell.
Absolutely.
And you're right, his timing
impeccable.
Perfection.
I've never known anyone that had timing like that.
Yeah.
He was just an incredible actor. You're right. If he was on with Fred Allen in the 30s, then he could very well have been in the 30s.
Yeah.
When I knew him.
That wasn't old anyway. But
no, but I mean, for that voice,
for
a kid who should have been, 10 or 11?
Yeah, well, he did that voice with, that was his voice, but he worked with Phil and Alice into 54 or something like that, and of course Gildersleeve.
Absolutely. No, I have no idea. Isn't that weird? In a strange sense, it's a way of, I guess, keeping young forever. You couldn't.
Well,
he could still be doing that voice, right?
He probably could. Yeah, he was still doing the same.
He was
thing.
just fabulous.
You played the mouse on radio once, didn't you?
McGarry and the Mouse, right? With Wendell Corey out here, I think it was, and then I went to New York and I did the Tales of Willie Piper with Billy Redfield, right? He died as well. He was another wonderful actor. Yes, I did. How do you remember McGarry and the Mouse?
Well, we have ways.
Oh, that is so funny. I'd forgotten all about that.
And you worked, I think, with Bill Goodwin for a while, didn't you?
Yes. Yeah, Bill and Felipe became very close friends of mine. Bill died, unfortunately, too young.
You made a nice transition to television.
Yes, I was fortunate.
All of this sort of thing?
Yeah, I really did. Especially in the early days of television, because they didn't have too many actors around who could learn lines rapidly and do comedy. You know, that took a while. But I fell right in with Joan, and from I Married Joan, I Love Lucy became one of the club women. That they still, they replay that all the time.
They're running it constantly, yeah.
Then I'm trying to remember what other... Oh, the Jack Benny Show, all of his specials I did, because I replaced Sarah Berner as one of the telephone operators. So Bea Benaderet and I did...
On the TV things.
On the TV. Yeah. Did all the TV specials. Then Danny Thomas, Joey Bishop, and Dick Van Dyke. So that transition was very simple because, as I say, there weren't too many supporting players who knew comedy who could work 3-camera shows in front of an audience and not fall apart. It's like a tiny little play that you do, and there's no
and you just
room
do
for
it
error.
boom in one, and away it goes.
That's it. They would do retakes sometimes if there was a big, a terrible thing might happen, and somebody really couldn't remember his lines.
Were you on a regular on Please Don't Eat the Daisies?
Yes, yeah. Just spoke to Pat before you came over.
Okay.
We're very, very close. Yeah, that's an unusual relationship. We have remained very, very close friends.
And there was a spin-off from a TV series called December Bride that became Pete and Gladys.
That's right.
And you did some work
and
on
I
that.
did. I was her next-door neighbor on that. You know, my transition is interesting, isn't it? First I was the girlfriend. Then I became the next-door neighbor. Now I'm the mother-in-law. I'm not the grandmother yet, but close. Because
Well,
they're
I think you could still be the next-door neighbor, and you could probably be the girlfriend without too much.
Oh, thank you. Come on. Flattery will get you everywhere. But December Bride, the Spring Byington show, and Jerry Thorpe, who's become a very well-known director-producer, was the son of Richard Thorpe, who was a director at MGM. He was the one who tested me for Please Don't Eat the Daisies and hired me on to do The Neighbor on that show. And then he found a pilot. They were going to make a pilot. Do you remember Marion Hargrove, who wrote a book called See Here, Private Hargrove? They did, MGM did a pilot in which I would have done the lead, the mother of a 16-year-old boy, but it didn't work. Unfortunately, that would have been terrific. It was the wrong timing. Later on it might have, but not at that time.
What have you done on the motion picture screen?
Not a lot, actually. I did a little thing in Desk Set, the Spencer Tracy Katharine Hepburn film. I did a little thing on the Diana Barrymore story. I played Murray Hamilton's wife, played the agent. I haven't done much in pictures, actually, Chuck, because, you know, I've been really busy. It's hard to divert your time if you concentrate on television. And now I'm into commercials, so that's very time-consuming. And films, the parts get fewer and fewer, and they're very tiny.
Theatrically, how about, have you done much work on the stage?
No, I've just joined Theater West, which is in the Valley, and I may do something out there.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Good.
They do some nice work, so I'm kind of looking forward to that.
Now, you mentioned commercials. Now, where might we see you, or is it voiceover?
I think there's a
both?
bird's eye. No, that's on camera. There's a bird's eye that's still running. I don't know what in Chicago, because some are regional and some are national. El Paso Frozen Foods, I did. But I've been fairly fortunate in commercials, because you do very nicely with those. And a lot of voiceovers
Well,
in
that's
radio.
good.
Yeah.
That's good. That's good. I want to talk finally about Fibber McGee and Molly, because that is one of our favorite shows.
Are you going to let me say happy birthday to Jim on your special show?
Of course you can.
Happy birthday, Jim. I love you. He is, what a darling. Go ahead, ask me.
You worked with, I think at a time when you came in on the Fibber McGee and Molly show, Gail Gordon had left the cast to go into he went into the Coast Guard or something like that. They were looking for additional players on the series to take up some of the slack of some of these other roles.
But no, he was doing Mayor Latrivia. And then this must have been after the Coast Guard.
You came in during the war because you were a boarder, weren't you?
Right, Alice Darling, who worked in a defense plant. Right. But I thought Gail was on it, Chuck.
Well,
Maybe
may have.
for a while.
There may have been a slight transition.
Yes,
period in
right.
But you said it was fun to do that show.
Oh, it was just wonderful. And you know who else? You help me recall. Who was the man who did the high voice that they brought? Beulah?
Oh, Marlon Hurt.
Marlon Hurt from Chicago, wasn't he?
Right, yes, sure.
He came on the show while I was on it, and he did Beulah, and then that spun off into his own show, which became very successful. And then Bill, who did the Old Timer?
Bill Thompson.
Yeah, Bill Thompson was doing the Old Timer. Was Arthur Q. Bryan doing a character?
He was Doc Gamble.
Right.
See, Doc Gamble was a major addition to the cast, I believe,
when
Gail left. Because you have that,
you're right.
that conflict between
yes,
Fibber
you're
and somebody.
Right.
Yeah.
Because Ethel, what was Ethel's last name? The woman who did the kind of high, do you know?
Oh, Mrs.
Wolfington
or something
like that.
Okay.
Yeah. She was
Uppington,
not on Mrs. Uppington.
Yeah,
she was not on it when I did it. She had all, I don't know where she was, or she had quit or something. Because that was why they brought Alice in. I didn't do that. I think I did it 2 seasons. Is that right?
It may have been a couple of seasons. It was always a bright spot on that show, though.
Really?
It sure was.
Thank
sure.
you.
And it was It's interesting that the McGee's would have a boarder, you know.
Yes.
I mean, they had a maid for a while and no visible means of employment. But then Ozzie Nelson did that for years, too.
That was another show I did all the time. Oh, sure, Ozzie and Harriet, and I also did the television thing of that a lot. But I did their radio show a lot. No, that's right. No visible means of support. And poor Harriet, who hated to sing, would have to get up and sing on the radio show, and it would just kill her. She really had a thing about singing. She would get so nervous. Oh, and I forgot about Skelton. I did that all the time.
Did a lot of Red Skelton shows.
And a lot of the television. That was, I want to tell you, I paid my dues. Red was the most vital performer and strictly off the top of his head. I mean, if you couldn't work with him, forget about lines. You know, you did the lines, you rehearsed it, you did preview at CBS, and when you're finished, the next time you went to do the show, it was totally different. And he would go off on a tangent where he would leave the script, go off on his own, and you just had to be ready. I mean, you just had to pray that the cue, you were going to hear something that was even close to the cue. So I did that show a lot because he trusted me. He was fabulous.
I'd like to talk a little bit more about some of the war stories from the radio days. I mean, the fun times and the anecdotes and some of the things that may have happened to you in the course of performing. I'm going to take just a little break. We're talking with Shirley Mitchell on our Those Were the Days program.
This is Tommy Bartlett saying, wherever you are, welcome to Welcome Travelers. Transcribed from the College Inn Porterhouse of the Hotel Sherman in Chicago, the New Blue Cheer and New Spick and Span present Welcome Travelers, the program that brings you actual stories, amusing, inspiring, unforgettable, of people just like you.
That's Ken Nordine introducing a Welcome Travelers radio broadcast some 30-some years ago. And we're here this afternoon talking with the man who welcomed all those travelers, Tommy Bartlett. Welcome to Those Were the Days.
Well, it's so wonderful to be here, Chuck, believe you me. And speaking of Ken Nordine, Jim Amici for years announced Welcome Travelers. And, of course, Bob Cunningham was on Welcome Travelers with me. Boy, that really brings back memories.
Well, you created a lot of memories for people. In fact, you created an awful lot of good radio entertainment over the years. When did it all? Now, I know today about the extent of your radio is visiting with someone like me, perhaps talking about the radio days. But for so many years, you were very high in the ratings with your radio programs and everything else. But for the last, how long has it been? You've been devoting your attention to some great outdoor activities up in the Wisconsin Dells.
Yeah, the Ski, Sky, and Stage Show up in Wisconsin Dells. We've been there 36 years. I still do a lot of radio for the NPR station in Madison, which is owned by the university, WREN. And I do a lot of work for PBS station WHA-TV. In fact, I was chairperson of the Telebid last year, and so I do all kinds of things for their funding drive. So I keep quite active as a performer.
Oh, that's great. That's really nice to be able to do all of that and bring so many smiles to so many faces up at the Dells. I've seen the water ski show. Or you call it the Sky. What did you say? The Sky.
The Tommy Bartlett water ski. You got me stumbling over it. Water Ski, Sky, and Stage Show.
It's a wonderful show, and you can tell how many people have enjoyed it by the number of bumper stickers you see every place.
Mike Ryko in his column years ago, well, not so long ago, he said, according to the bumper stickers that I see in Chicago, Tommy Bartlett's going to be the next mayor of Chicago.
Well, you can't miss it. You can't. And I remember when we went to see the show a few years back now, we came out of the show, and the bumper sticker was not on the bumper, but it was on the rear window.
Yes, we call them rear window stickers.
Yeah.
And speaking of psychology, which, of course, your business and my business is, we used to have a sign, if you do not want a rear window sticker, put the passenger's sun visor down. And I said, that's very bad. So we redid the sign, and it now says, to guarantee receiving a rear window sticker.
That's right.
And twice as many people want them now than... It got to be a point where people some people resent putting something on their car. These are printed on plastic with a pressure-sensitive base on it. They come off very easily. But a lot of the old-fashioned paper bumper stickers were a federal case to get off.
Yeah, and it would ruin your bumper. Well, that was it. Where did your radio career begin? I think at a very early age for you.
At the age of 13 at WTMJ in Milwaukee. And I was a kid actor, and I think the first thing I ever did on the air was barking like a dog. And I've been performing like one ever since.
Was that why would they hire a 13-year-old youngster to bark on them?
Well,
Was
I was hired mainly to do local drama as a kid. And it just so happened I could do animals. I can't do them anymore. But we have to get a hold of Wes Harrison to do those things.
Yeah.
Has he been a guest on your show?
No.
Oh,
no.
he's
like
just
to talk to Wes
Mr.
someday.
Sound Effects.
Yeah.
He's terrific.
Well, what kind of shows did you perform in as a child actor? Now, you say WTMJ?
Yes, they were like WLW in Cincinnati and WGN in Chicago. Even though they just had 5,000 watts, they were at 620 on the dial and still are. And they did everything in the grand manner, and they had a 30-piece staff orchestra. And we used to do dramas like soap operas and serious dramas in competition to the things that were fed them by the NBC radio network.
Those were the days when even the smallest of the local radio stations, as opposed to being a network owned and operated station or even a network affiliate, those stations would provide, they'd have an orchestra, they would have a dramatic group, they would provide all kinds of original programming. They didn't just fall back on the
Well, the Musicians Union in those days, if they had any musicians at all, they had to have a minimum number of performers, like at WBBM and CBS when I was there at the age of 17 and 19. Oh, they must have had a staff of 35, 40 musicians there, and very, very good ones like Ralph Marturi and Peter, Jimmy Petrilla's brother, Caesar Petrilla led the orchestra there.
In Milwaukee on TMJ?
No, Bill Benning led the orchestra in Milwaukee. Caesar Petrilla was at WBBM when I joined them.
Yeah, he was a big Chicago personality.
Now ask me, how did you get to Chicago?
Well, that was my next question. I want to know, at what time, when did you retire? When a voice changed or something? A 13-year-old boy? Did they say, hey, you're sounding croaky on the air?
By the time I was 16 and 17, I was a radio announcer. And Bob Kaufman, who was program director of WBBM, came into Milwaukee on the train, and I was doing a man at the station, man on the street type interview. He then, 2 hours later, walked down Wisconsin Avenue, and I was doing a man on the street in front of the Riverside Theater. And then he went to the Riverside Theater that night, and there I was emceeing an amateur show. He hired me 2 days later. And the interesting thing is that I lasted about 2 months, and my immaturity came through, so they fired me. And I was working out 2 weeks' notice, and they were supposed to be doing an audition for a show at the Home Arts Guild, which later turned out to be Meet the Misses, which was my first big hit. And John Harrington was supposed to do it. He missed the audition. Marion Shepard, who was in charge of the announcers in those days, called me in the announcers' lounge and said, get in a cab, go down to 307 North Michigan, whatever it was, run upstairs and do this audition, which I did. And H.M. Alexander was with the Arthur Meyerhoff Advertising Agency. He's the guy who thought of Ask the Man Who Owns One. When it rains, it pours. The Wilson label protects your table. Grand old guy. He's about 80 years old, and he heard John do the show for a couple of days. They sold the show. He said, we like Mr. Harrington very much, but where's that fat little redheaded kid from Milwaukee? We'd like him to do our show. So then H. Leslie Atlas, who was the major domo at WBBM, he stopped my being fired and going back to Milwaukee. And then just a few weeks later, a young lady who later married Ernest Hemingway, Mary Walsh, she was on the staff of Time and Life, she heard this Meet the Misses show, and without any pressure from any PR or the station publicity department, all I knew about the story, she called me and said, is it a Y or an IE at the end of Tommy? And she wrote this half-page story in Time magazine. and from there on, it was gangbusters. That started my career.
Gee, that's marvelous. Now, you worked with a lot of legendary names at WBBM
Franklin
and years
McCormick.
As well, of course.
Pat Flanagan did the baseball. I used to do the seventh inning stretch out at Wrigley Field.
Did you?
Yeah, I did that for years.
Did you sing "Take Me Out to the Ball Game"?
No, they had that on a record, and all I did was interview people during the seventh inning stretch, and I worked with Alan Hale. Mm-hmm. He was Pat Flanagan's assistant. I worked with Truman Bradley, Franklin McCormick, Hugh Studebaker, Olan Soule. People who are deep in radio nostalgia will recognize those mentioned as soap opera people.
Approximately what period of time was this? Now, when you first came to Chicago, and then you subsequently worked with these people, the Meet the Misses and all of that.
Well, let's see. I was born in 1914, and if I was 19, 20 years old, this was about 34.
Mm-hmm.
And then I loved my work so much, Chuck, that I once worked at WBBM for 7 years without a day off or a vacation. I was nuts.
You mean 7 days a week?
7 days a week, never had a vacation or a day off. But they just keep giving me new shows, and the money was so good, and I was a real radio freak. I mean, I just loved to do it. If they were out of announcers at night, they'd get me to go to the Gold Coast room of the Drake to put on Eddie Duchin's orchestra. Do you have any old Eddie Duchin records?
Yes, we have some Eddie Duchin.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm an Eddie Duchin nostalgia fan, and I'd sure like to hear those.
We'll put some on a tape for you.
Oh,
we'll
great.
Be glad to do that.
I'd love those.
You,
in fact, I booked him at a society party in Milwaukee, and that same night his wife passed away, but he still played the engagement. He felt he'd be better off if he, of course we offered to let him and the band go, but he said no, he would rather play the engagement. Real artist, Eddie Duchin.
I have a rare opportunity here with you in our studio this afternoon to hear once again the most famous station identification in Chicago radio, perhaps in the country,
the nation,
maybe the country. Some of the tapes that we've heard, and we hear announcers say this. And I, having grown up in Chicago all my life, remember the WBBM announcers saying this sort of thing.
Can I say it?
I want you to say it. I have to set it up. Good. He loves it so much. He's just champing at the bit here. It said so much about what radio was at that period of time. Tommy Bartlett and the station break for WBBM.
The time now is 10 seconds before 10 o'clock Central Standard Time, and you're listening to it brings back so many memories. The WBBM Air Theater, Wrigley Building, Chicago. I'll do it better later.
Oh, I have mixed emotions now. I'm sorry I asked you, but I hope that,
No,
radio,
I'm glad you did,
Radio
Chuck.
does bring so many memories to people, and that really was a fantastic. When you said it was the WBBM Air Theater, Wrigley Building, Chicago.
I'll do it right
now.
now.
The Air Theater.
The WBBM Air Theater, Wrigley Building, Chicago. It did say a lot.
It said everything. I mean, because it was what radio was, an air theater. And we would have, of course, programs from the Little Theater off Times Square, and Lux Presents
Brett
Hollywood.
Morrison.
Brett Morrison.
Yeah.
Did have a chance to meet him and talk with him about the radio days. Big Chicago people. Chicago really was the hub of radio for so many years.
Especially drama and the soap operas. The wonderful thing about radio in those days was that so many people helped so many people.
That is the.
We never would have made it without the H. Leslie Atlases.
Tommy, what I have gotten from so many people over the years, the same story. People saying radio, the camaraderie they had. If there was an audition and you were going to an audition for a dramatic program or a soap opera or something like that, and you completed your audition, and you'd meet a friend, a fellow actor down the hall, and you say, "Hey, did you know about the audition for this show?" Even though that person might have gotten
get this part.
this part over you, they told them it was that kind of a closeness. And people have said to me, the Chicago radio gang. I'm talking about Olan, Soule, and Barbara Luddy, and Les Tremaine, and Brett Morrison, and
Hugh Studebaker,
and Hugh, and all of those people.
Who
they
was
have
the
all
great
said that,
movie actor who spent his later years? Francis X. Bushman.
Mm-hmm.
My goodness, Mr. Bushman must have been 80 years old. He looked about 55. And you'd see all these wonderful people around the studio, and there were so many people who could be on 5 or 6 shows a day who had so many voices.
Mm-hmm.
And we all helped each other.
It was a great time, wasn't it? Did you ever get caught with the bridge up?
The Michigan Avenue Bridge. I used to... it was amazing. I sometimes ate 3 meals a day at the Wrigley Building restaurant. Breakfast was 35 cents. Luncheon was 65 cents. Dinner was $1.25. And they had a special deviled egg with a touch of black caviar on top. That was part of that $1.75 supper.
We're getting menu nostalgia now. This is great. Well, you were the Wrigley Building.
Of course, I made $52.50 a week when I started. I gave up a $57.50 a week job in Milwaukee to go with the network. A fellow I used to enjoy working with so much was the fellow who did the Swedish comic on WBBM, Yogi Jorgensen.
Harry Stewart.
Stewart. And I would do his show. He would never show me the script before we'd get on the air, and I would get hysterical laughing at him. Do you have some of the old Yogi Jorgensen
No,
things?
just some of his records,
Yes,
Jingle Bells,
yeah,
and
sure.
Yes, Go Nuts at Christmas. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
I want to talk about what it meant for a young announcer from Milwaukee to become a CBS staff announcer in Chicago in just a moment. We're talking with Tommy Bartlett. This is Chuck Schaden on Those Were the Days. Visiting us in our studio this afternoon is Tommy Bartlett, who is the major domo of the Tommy Bartlett Ski, Sky, and Water Show.
Water, Ski, Sky, and Stage Show. Chuck.
Water, Ski, Sky, and Stage Show.
Before
at the
you took
Wisconsin
that
Dells.
break, you were asking me how it was for a young person of 16, 17 years old to go from WISN in Milwaukee to WBBM in Chicago. And I remember one of the reasons they fired me was that one of the first tricks that I had was the trick from like 11 o'clock till 2 or 3 in the morning when they signed off, and we had a lot of remotes. And I knew that it was Eleanor Moniak and her theremin from the Medina Temple Hotel across the street from the Wrigley Building, just north of the Tribune Tower there. And she did all of her own announcing, and I remember when she finished announcing at the end of the show, I said, "Tommy Bartlett speaking, this is CBS and the Columbia Broadcasting System." I put my name on a show that I shouldn't have, just because I knew it was going to be played at WISN in Milwaukee. How did it feel? It was such an absolute thrill, and then to just stay there a couple of months and be fired, and then have this miraculous save through John Harrington's missing an audition is just a fairy tale, a storybook type thing.
Well, you were really at the right place at the right time as far as that is concerned.
Well, Les Atlas used to say that the station was 90% of it and our talent was 10% of it, and if we'd follow his direction, which I did faithfully, we'd end up as a local and a network performer.
Now, you said you took a slice in pay to come to the network.
Yeah, $2.50 a week, and in those days, I remember I bought my first Cadillac when I was 18, and I think that I paid $1,700 for it.
Now,
brand new.
If you had that, if you still had that, you know how much that would be worth?
I don't know. I had the first Lincoln Continental ever sold in Chicago. There was a white one and a black one, and Phil Wrigley and I flipped a coin as to who'd get the white one and who'd get the black one. And that, I understand, if I still had that today, would be worth over $100,000.
Yeah. Yeah, I can imagine it would be. Well, now, all right, you got Meet the Misses.
That was the audition that John
did.
The audition. Or that I did for John.
Now, was this the show that... This was not a supermarket show, was it?
That was the Mrs. Goes to Market, which followed that.
I see.
And that was a spin-off. And I remember the first Mrs. Goes to Market show we did in Marengo, Illinois, in a grocery store that was in a closed bank. And I remember seeing a mass of middle-aged women coming through the plate glass window after me. And then I knew we had a success.
Oh, you mean they were coming to see you? They weren't coming going after.
They were locked out of this ex-bank building, which was what would now be called a supermarket. And they walked right through the plate glass window. And Tom Coughlin, he had the Nelson Brothers account. He had Warehouse 39 account.
Don Artiste.
Don Artiste at the piano. I used to race down to the warehouse to do those shows.
Please, I have to ask you, and I want to continue the story. Did they actually broadcast from a warehouse?
From the warehouse, and he would change. If they were on the $39 piano, he'd play the $39 piano.
He really did that. Huh?
And then if it was the $300 piano, he'd actually play the $300. Absolutely.
Warehouse 39.
Warehouse 39. It was right near the Wrigley Gum Factory.
Please continue.
And we used to get a whiff of that spearmint, double mint gum, as we'd run down there. Johnny Weigel. A funny thing, the other day up in Wisconsin Dells, this guy rolled down the window of his car, and he said, Tommy Bartlett, I'm sent over here by H. Leslie Atlas and Tom Coughlin, and I wonder if you could have a couple of free tickets for the Tommy Bartlett Ski Sky and Stage Show. I got my grandchildren, and of course I recognize it. It was John Weigel. He has a dairy farm at Muscadet, Wisconsin, and he runs that himself. And of course, he was the fellow who had the financial TV station downtown. He used to announce the Lawrence Welk program for Miller High Life, and then he did the Standard Oil show with Jack Hilton years ago. They brought Jack Hilton over to lead the staff band, but they pretended that it was his orchestra from London.
When you did some of those remote broadcasts, did you ever leave the studio, or did you do most of those from the studio?
I did the ones at the Drake Hotel from the Drake. Occasionally I did a thing from the Aragon or the Trianon, and from the Black Hawk. And the last time I saw Eddie Duchin alive, he was playing a club date at the Palmer House, and he was rehearsing in the old red lacquer room. Do you remember Ralph Ginsberg and the Palmer House?
Yeah, the string quartet.
The string quartet that played in the Victorian room. Gee, all these names are coming back to me.
This is an overwhelming tidal wave of nostalgia here. You can put your skiers on the, on the wave.
We had marvelous organists at WBBM and CBS. We had Milton Charles. We had Eddy. Was his name Eddy House? I think so. And just wonderful organists. And we would feed what was called the Northwest leg of CBS, which was Milwaukee, Green Bay, Minneapolis, on, Des Moines. And whenever we do a show, soap operas were done twice or sometimes 3 and 4 times for time differentiations. They didn't have the big 16-inch instantaneous lacquer discs to record on in those days. And I know Fibber McGee and Molly and who was their wonderful announcer? Harlow Wilcox. They did that from Studio A over the Merchandise Mart, and they would just kill them on the first show, and then the late show, the repeat for the West Coast, would just lay there because of a different audience, a different mood, and of course when the big 16-inch discs, they could put down a whole hour show on, and then later tape came along. That made a big difference.
Well, most of your things were live, and until later years. For a long time, the networks, at least until Bing Crosby came in with his Philco show, they wouldn't even permit a recorded show to be broadcast on the network.
Bing was the first to use the Ampex taping device.
Yeah.
I guess he later bought the company.
Yeah, and
he liked it so much I bought the company. Now his children are shaving with it.
He made a few dollars, a few dollars with it. Most of your broadcast career was in Chicago, wasn't it?
That's right. I was invited to go to New York. I was invited to go to Los Angeles. In fact, after Mary Walsh's story about Meet the Missus came out in Time magazine, I got a wonderful letter from a talent guy at Paramount Pictures, the same guy who discovered Crosby and Hope, inviting me to come out and do a film test, and I just didn't want to do it.
Why not?
I don't know. I just didn't picture myself. I'm terrible remembering lines. And I used to ad-lib like a fool, as some of those tapes that I brought in, like the old Tommy Bartlett show back on ABC Radio, I could ad-lib like a fool, but I couldn't remember set lines. I remember Evans Furr once hired me. It was Mr. Meltzer, I think, who had Evans Furr years ago. And they had all kinds of script for me. Well, after 2 of those, they canceled it out. I was doing it locally. It was interesting. When we did Welcome Travelers from the College Inn, I was also doing High Ladies on WGN radio and later WGN television. And the local show where I could ad-lib and have fun and be myself got half again more rating than the network show did.
Well, that stands to reason, I think, because you become your personality dominates then.
I would take a guest over from Welcome Travelers and put them on locally on WGN television on High Ladies and get 5 times the laughs with them because I was just ad-libbing and not having a writer's script with those people. In fact, Procter & Gamble got so upset that they gave me extra money to work for them exclusively. They didn't want me doing the local show. They felt I would concentrate all the viewers and listeners to Welcome Travelers per se.
At this time, were you no longer on the staff of CBS or BBN?
At age 27, see, I was number 1 in my draft board in Chicago, and that was so funny.
Is that because B?
I don't know why, but my number was, I think it was 185, was the first to be pulled out of the hat in Washington. Another guy who was number 1 was Jimmy Stewart, and he was doing a show for CBS, so somebody in New York thought it would be a great idea that night, since we were both number 1, that we do a 2-way radio show from Los Angeles and Chicago. And I remember Jimmy calling me up ahead of time, and he said, I don't know what we're going to talk about, but we got to make it sound happy and good. He ended up as a brigadier general in the pilot. I ended up in the Air Force Reserve as a pilot for Northwest Airlines, and I flew for them for many years.
Yes, you have had a pilot's license for a long time.
For a long time.
Are you still flying?
I still fly. I have about 22,000 hours now.
You
in the air, on the air.
I want to talk again about just exactly how not again, but we want to talk about Welcome Travelers and how it got started. And I want to know about Les Lear and his role in all of that.
Les is on one of those tapes, by the way.
Oh, we're going to hear that. Okay,
yeah.
Good. We're talking with Tommy Bartlett this afternoon on Those Were the Days. Tommy Bartlett has been entertaining America for, I suppose, 50 years or better, both on...
Or worse.
No, not worse, not worse. For better, on radio, on television, and up at the Wisconsin Dells at the, I've got this right, at the Water, Ski, Sky, and Stage Show.
Water, Ski, Sky. You have just won the solid gold Rolls Royce. You said it right.
Tommy, what about Welcome Travelers? Where did it begin?
Well, it sort of began on one of those tapes that you have here, Chuck, the Tommy Bartlett Show, which was on ABC. I had an agent in New York by the name of John Gibbs, and he was program director of WISN when I was there. And his secretary was a lady by the name of Anna Marie Michelson. They later married, and she became the soap opera writer queen of New York. Marie Michelson, I think was her changed name. Anyway, John used to hear me on this show, the Tommy Bartlett Show on ABC Radio, which you will or have played for your listeners. And he sort of liked my ad-lib style and so forth. There was I'm trying to think of his name. Anyway, he was in charge of the radio department at one of Procter & Gamble's agencies in New York, Benton & Bowles, I think it was. And he was a general in the Army during World War II, and Brewster Morgan was his name. And John took this tape of the show that you have here, or one of them, and said, we've got a bright young personality out in Chicago, and Brewster came out to see me, and so he thought up a show which could be, I didn't want to go to New York or Los Angeles, and he thought up a show which could be only done in Chicago, and that would be travelers going through Chicago. And Brewster thought up the name Welcome Travelers. And, of course, Les Lear, who was my partner in those days, who was just, there was only one Les Lear. Did you know Les?
I've met him, yes.
There was only one Les Lear, and I remember a wonderful story. We used to give away presents or gifts, largesse, at the end of the Welcome Travelers show. And Les was an ardent Catholic. And he was a real touch for any priest or group of nuns who'd come down and hit him up for these gifts to give away at bingo parties and so forth and so on. And I'll never forget, 3 nuns, lovely ladies, came in, and he sent Jack Kern, who's now with the Chicago Association of Commerce and Industry in charge of memberships there. He sent him to get a whole pile of this stuff for these nuns, and then he said to these nuns who were in their habits, he said, be sure to wear the same clothes so I'll recognize you when you come back. That was typical Les Lear humor. And speaking of largesse and gifts, I took our water ski show over to Japan as part of the President's Cultural Exchange Program in the USO, and we had just arrived in Japan. They rushed me down to the NYK studios, and I was on the Japanese version of What's My Line? And we had about 3 minutes before I went on the air, and the Japanese MC said to me in perfect Oxford English before I went on the air, he said, now the word for thank you very much is arigato gozaimasu. So he said, the show will be all done in Japanese, and I will translate your English into Japanese, and all you've got to do is whenever we give you a gift at the end of a segment, say the word for thank you in Japanese. So they gave me a beautiful tape player, and I said this word, and the audience just screamed. And then we went on with another question, which I answered correctly, and they gave me another gift. And this time, the audience was slapping their thighs and knees with my retort. And then I said this, what I thought was this arigato gozaimasu once again. And there were actually people in the aisle hitting the floor laughing. And I finally said to the MC, I must be saying the wrong thing. He said, you sure are. Instead of saying thank you, you're saying, give me more.
And they loved it.
And they loved it.
Sounds like the contestants on so many of the TV shows around here these days.
I guess you're right. Of course, it was such fun doing. I remember when we did the live radio and the live television, and they didn't have the zoom lenses on television in those days, and they'd open up the curtain, and that dollying camera would slide in on you, and you knew there were 9, 10, 15 million people watching, and whatever you said went. There was no cutting it over and retrieving it. I remember one day we had a lady with we had a birthday cake for her. She was 100 years old, and Jack Curran, who was our male model on the show and trotted things in and out of the set. This was on television, and he had lit these candles, and there was a slight delay. So when he arrived with this lady's 100-candle birthday cake all blazing, it got just too hot, and the sugar in the whole thing had a flame going up 12 feet in the air. And we had all kinds of fascinating, interesting things like that.
Whatever happened, any really terrible things happen on live radio or live TV like that that really brought down the house?
I have some stories that I can't tell you.
Oh, okay.
Because they were of ethnic background, and I just wouldn't want to repeat them on this wonderful station that you're on. But we had some absolutely horrendous things happen.
But it must have been very exciting to be doing it live
Yes,
all
it
the
was.
time. And I think there's a spontaneity with live radio, live television even, that is totally lost in all the pre-recorded and the canned things and stuff like that. Now, Carson, for example, on the Tonight Show, he does it in effect live, but it's taped and played almost the same. It's as close to being live as you can, but they will bleep something from
Speaking of
time
Carson,
to time.
I was having dinner at a Chinese restaurant in Fort Lauderdale, and the head waiter came up to me and he said, Johnny Carson would like to buy you a drink. And I said, well, tell him that Graham McNamee has had too much to drink. I thought it was somebody pulling my leg. And he came back. He said, no, Mr. Carson is with Mr. Sarnoff and with Mr. Paley of NBC and CBS, and he'd like you to come in and have a drink. Well, there was somebody with me who'd driven my car down. I'd flown the airplane down from the Middle West, and I said, well, I have this guest with me who happened to be a German exchange student, about 20 years old. And he said, well, bring him in too. So we went in, and Johnny said, Mr. Bartlett, I'm a real fan of yours. He said, when I was on local television in Omaha, I used to give the local breaks when you were doing Welcome Travelers. And he said, I think you're one of the best interviewers in the business. Well, I was flabbergasted to hear this from Johnny Carson. Well, we spent about half an hour there, and it was nice seeing Mr. Paley again and Mr. Sarnoff again. Sarnoff, of course, headed RCA, and Paley was the chairman of the board of CBS and practically the sole owner of it in those days. So we wore our welcome out, and we shook hands, and we talked about Johnny's skydive. Bob Sinclair, a good friend of mine, had just put him out of an airplane for the first time. And we shook hands all around, and this German kid who was talking to other guests at this particular meeting shook hands with Carson. He said, by the way, Mr. Carson, what do you do?
Boom, right?
Yeah. So Johnny mentioned that the next day on the show.
Welcome Travelers started when?
Let's see. Well, I don't know what the date on that tape is. The tape's right over there, Chuck. It says Welcome Travelers. One of those says Welcome Travelers on it. Let's see. And I'll tell you exactly. The Berlin, this is June 20, the one that you're going to play for your many listeners is June 29th, 1953. By the way, Les Lear is on that, and Bob Cunningham is on that. And we took it to the Berlin Airlift, which I think was in 1948. I did a USO show over there with Nat King Cole, June Allison, and Dick Powell. And I remember when we'd finished the show, Nat King Cole would go to the Officers Club and play for them 15 minutes, then to the Non-Commissioned Officers Club and play for them 15 minutes. And then he'd go to the Enlisted Men's Club and play 5 or 6 hours, and he was wonderful. Of course, he died of lung cancer, I believe, and he smoked, I remember he smoked 3 packs of cigarettes a day then, but he was just a very outgoing, marvelous entertainer.
So you were saying welcome to the Travelers at the Berlin Airlift, even.
Which reminds me of we had a GI audience, and we used to reunite a lot of people. We brought this guy's wife over. Well, he had a girlfriend in Germany sitting in the front row of the broadcast studio. So I put my arm, he didn't know we were bringing the wife over as a surprise. I put my arm around him and I said, Sergeant, who's that walking down the aisle? And he said, my gosh, my wife, only he didn't say my gosh. We had a lot of fantastic things like that happened that were lots of fun.
How did you select the participants for the program?
Well, in the early days of the radio show, we actually put people like Harry Sedergren and Milt Parlow and Bill Barnhart, who's now a pilot with United Airlines. We'd put them on trains at 3 or 4 in the morning. They'd ride in from Cairo, Illinois, from Milwaukee. They'd get on the Super Chief out of the Mississippi River and actually talk to people and bring them to the studio. It was very interesting. The radio show, I never knew the script. I never knew who the guests were going to be or what the stories were going to be until we actually got on the air. And that made an absolute marvelous show.
Well, the contestants didn't. They weren't reading from. I shouldn't say the contestants, but the guests were not reading from the script.
All I had was a 5 by 3 inch card with questions, and Bob Cunningham's purpose was that if I got way off the track, then he'd steer them back on the track. Frequently, Bob said, "Well, we got a surprise guest for you, Tommy. Bob Hope," and then would walk by, and I would know that Bob was going to be on the show. We had Bob on about 30 times. We had Ronald Reagan 9 times on the show. All kinds of people. My favorite guest, I think, was Gloria Swanson, and I'm trying to think of the Glenn Ford. When Glenn Ford had come in, always 2 hours before showtime, he'd put his feet up on Leslier's desk, answer phones. He was a very short gentleman. He'd come up to about my chin. And Gloria Swanson was just a delightful person.
You met them all, didn't you?
We had it's so funny. It's changing now, but I'd watched the Academy Awards out of Los Angeles for year after year after year, and every presenter had been a guest on the show. And frequently
they all
winners.
got good experience working
They
on
all
Welcome
got
Travelers.
They all got wonderful. Bob Hope used to use Welcome Travelers jokes on his Pepsodent show. And that was one of my favorite shows. I was such a fan of Bob's. I'd go from town to town. He'd be in Detroit one week. He'd be in Cleveland one week. He'd be in Pittsburgh. I'd drive all night to see his show and then drive back to do my own shows. And he had a marvelous, marvelous announcer, Bill Goodwin. The Pepsodent Show starring Bob Hope. And I learned a lot from him. He'd say, what would he say? He'd say, don't touch that dial. It's time for Blondie, brought to you by mellower, milder camels. And Bill Goodwin, I learned so much from him, and we were such good, close, wonderful friends. He's gone now.
Did you went to television with Welcome Travelers? Were you simulcasting for a while?
We did for 3 years. We were on CBS television and on NBC radio. And, of course, Procter & Gamble, they own those productions, lock, stock, and barrel. A lot of people would like to do a Welcome Travelers type thing today, and P&G will never give them permission to do it. They think someday they might bring it back with a younger,
Could they do
more
it?
vibrant.
Could Welcome Travelers be done today?
I think so.
Not as good without Tommy Bartlett. But
well, you're awfully nice to say that. No, there are lots of people who probably do it twice as good as I ever did it.
I would spend a little while arguing with you on that, Tommy. We're going to take a short break, and then I want to talk about how Tommy Bartlett moved from radio and TV into water skiing and skying and stage showing. We'll be right back.
You'll get that later.
We're talking with Tommy Bartlett, one of the most familiar names in Chicago radio, national radio and television, and a very familiar voice, I think, this afternoon being brought back to a lot of listeners who fondly remember Meet the Missus and Mrs. Goes to Market and the Welcome Travelers program. Tommy, Welcome Travelers was great success on radio, moved into television with even greater success, I suspect. And then you decided that you were going to say, I don't want to do this anymore. And it almost took a real change in your lifestyle and what you were doing.
Well, I just saw an ad this morning in one of the newspapers. Mike Douglas was endorsing something which, in my humble opinion, was way beneath his dignity. Then I saw another ad with Art Linkletter talking about hearing aids. And to me, I think it's so tragic when those people who... I thought Mike Douglas was just such a charming person. And Art Linkletter, well, they're both still charming people on the air. And it upsets me when Ed from the Carson Show does certain commercials that he does. And I just think that I wanted to stop at the very top and never do those things. It was just a little personal thing. And I feel that a performer, rather than slide down with second and third grade commercials, should, and I suppose some of them have to do it in order to exist, in order to feed themselves. But I never wanted to do that for Tommy Bartlett. And I had this Welcome Travelers was just a marvelous show, and I had the Water Ski Show. And originally I started that as a pad against unemployment, as a radio and TV personality. And it was doing so well that it was such a natural, wonderful thing for me to do, to just give up the one and then go to the other. However, I think I said earlier on your program, I still do a lot of work for the NPR station in Madison and the TV station, WHA-TV in Madison, which is the PBS station.
What do you do exactly for those stations?
I was the chairperson of their big funding telebid last year. And this year I got Owen Grommy, the famous outdoor painter who does wildlife, to contribute a painting, and we auctioned it off for $13,900. And then we sold a whole bunch of his prints, so the whole Grommy promotion netted the station $25,000.
So you are on the air, and
I'm on the air,
camera and all that sort of thing,
which
with all of these things.
takes care of the ham and me. And then I still MC the Calgary Stampede and exhibition up at Calgary, Alberta, Canada, which is the world's largest rodeo. I've done that for 13 years.
Well, where did
you know, this show is so long. I don't know if did I say these things earlier?
No, we get it all. This is a long show, right? We want to take advantage of your being here.
And you're
always around.
It's such fun being interviewed by a knowledgeable person like you.
Do you have? Thank you. Do you have a memory of exactly when your involvement in the water shows began?
Yes, I was doing a show for WGN down at the Chicago Railroad Fair, which was a show like Meet the Misses or Hi Ladies, and occasionally it could be raining so hard our regular audience wouldn't make their way out to the Railroad Fair. Somebody's on the phone. They're trying to get buy some of your nostalgia on the phone. And so when we didn't have people, we had an ice show, we had a Cypress Gardens water ski show, we had a circus right next to us. And so when we couldn't get people for our audience, we get the kids, the performers, to be our audience. And I met some girls and boys from the Cypress Gardens ski show, and that gave me the idea. Do you remember an announcer by the name of Vince Gottschalk?
Oh, sure.
Vince was the greatest water ski show announcer that ever happened. And he had a brother who, I forgot, Norm Gottschalk. And they were both fine radio actors. And Vince was announcing the show. And the only time I ever had the top headline in the Chicago Tribune was when the guy who drove the boat for that particular show and I were flying in my seaplane, and we discovered a couple of people hanging on to an overturned rowboat in Calumet Lake. We landed the seaplane. We saved their lives. The lady was 8 months in pregnancy, and when the baby was born, it was named Tommy Bartlett so-and-so.
Oh.
And the Tribune headline was, Tommy Bartlett saves 3 or whatever it was. And that's the only time I ever had a banner headline in the Tribune.
Well, that's a nice, that's a plus kind of a headline rather than a negative.
Yes, it's not that he was indicted for tax evasion.
Well, I hope not. I hope not. When a visitor to the Wisconsin Dells comes in to see the water ski, sky, and stage show, what do they?
Got that right.
I'm practicing now. What do they see? What do we get?
Well, there's a show at 1, 4:30, and 8:30, and it's rain or shine because we have covered grandstands. They see, first of all, a 45-minute water ski show. I was thinking this morning we started out with bathing suit shows years ago. Now it's themed. This year it's the Love Boat theme. And it's heavily costumed, and there are all kinds of comedy bits in it, which we never had when we started 36 years ago. Then there's a 12, 15-minute intermission. And then we have a variety show, which is concluded with Dancing Waters, which we've had for 30 years. And we have a gentleman who throws cups and saucers up on top of his head, stacks them 8 high, Dieter Tasso. We have a young man, Eugene Knock, who goes around on what he calls the Wheel of Death. It's a giant pendulum, and it revolves on an axle, and he ends up on the outside of this wheel. It's very exciting. And then from Buenos Aires, we have a group of Argentinian drum dancers who use the bolos, which are weights at the end of ropes, and where the North American cowboy, he gets the cattle with the lasso. Mm-hmm. These people wind this around their head, let it go, and it winds around the cattle's legs, and they fall that way. So they do a routine. This turned into an art form then with these bolos. They hit these weights on the floor and do sort of a flamenco-type dance at the same time. Very colorful group.
So it's really a fantastic
it's a variety show.
Evening or afternoon of entertainment out there.
It's we believe so. And then we have another attraction there called Robot World, which is both entertaining and educational. And that business has doubled this year. And this idea was conceived by Dr. Oppenheimer, who had the Exploratorium in San Francisco. I saw it on PBS television. I was in San Francisco the next day. He gave us blueprints, everything to open another one at the Dells. And kids just love it. They spend 2 or 3 hours in it.
Well, what happens at Robot World?
Robot World, you take an elevator to the 6th story, and then you filter down on ramps through a Home of Tomorrow. Then you go into the Exploratory, which is a fun museum of science and industry with a lot of fun connected to it. And the kids can go through 90 different scientific experiments. We thought the average child would stay there 15 or 20 minutes. The average is there an hour, and some 3 and 4 hours. And parents just love it. We have school groups, tour groups, and it's a new trend. You see, I started with audience participation on radio, and I'm ending up with audience participation in in a walk-through attraction.
You're really very busy then, aren't you?
I'm very busy. I work 13 months a year, 9 days a week, 36 hours a day. And I mentioned earlier that I once worked 7 years without a day off or a vacation. I think I still work 7 days a week.
Are you pretty much available during the season out there to visitors who come up?
Yes,
and
anybody
say,
who asks.
I want to shake your hand. And,
it's so funny. I used to be on Bozo's show a lot on WGN with Fraser and with Bozo, and that show really must have viewers, because always in the next week 10 or 15 kids would come up to me. Oh, we saw you on Bozo. We saw you on Bozo. And that gave me... By the way, I think that I had the honor of being the last person that Fraser ever interviewed. I was doing the... I was a so-called celebrity telephone operator at the Easter Seal telethon, and he had his overcoat on, and he spied me and came over and talked to me for 2 or 3 minutes and interviewed me, then went out the door. And, of course, the next day he fell sick at WGN and eventually left us.
Well, you are in great shape. You look terrific. Your red hair has turned a little to silver, which makes it the richest head in town, I suppose.
And I didn't shave this morning.
You have a wonderful Santa Claus beard, I'd say. A nice white.
I try to
Santa
trim it
Claus
every day.
Beard. It looks great. I'm so happy that you decided to come by today and spend some time with us, and I wish you so much success. You don't need any more. You've done so well over all these years out there. The Robot World is going strong, and the Water Ski Sky and Stage Show. See how we're doing on that. And I want to take this opportunity to thank you so much for the great contribution you've given to radio listeners, which is our bailiwick mostly, and then to television viewers too, over the years, because your contribution to those good old days really helped make it the good old days. And, you can't go back, but you sure can visit. And the things that you did and the tapes that we have of some of those performances, and I thank you for bringing some over from your transcription discs. those things keep it all alive. And what you've done to entertain us over the years is considerable. And I thank you so much, Tommy Bartlett.
Well, Chuck, it's an honor to be here. And once again, I'd like to thank the people in the good old days who made it all possible.
Thank you, Tommy.
Go, Ernie. You were, of course, working on the Lone Ranger, so you had to know very well Brace Beamer, who played the Lone Ranger.
Brace was one of my closest friends. I was one of the pallbearers at his funeral, and he was a very, very dear man. He was a very honest, real, basic mankind. If he liked you, if he didn't like you, it's a different story. But there weren't very many people that he liked. He liked people to tell the truth. If he didn't tell the truth, he was literally, Chuck, he was the epitome of the Lone Ranger character. He portrayed it. He was it before. He originally announced the Lone Ranger when it first went on the air. And then when he was the manager of WXYZ for a while, and then he dropped out of broadcast entirely and had an advertising agency that had R.G. Dunn Cigars, that had the account for R.G. Dunn Cigars. And then when he came back in after Earl Grosser died in 1941 in the terrible, horrible accident, that was the second Lone Ranger, prior to Brace. Brace, there are so many, I can't say any bad things about Brace because he was my buddy, he was my friend, and I spent at least once a month out in Lake Orion, actually at his farm out there with he and Lita. And
he believed, as did Clayton Moore, who played the Lone Ranger on television, that they had a responsibility to the listeners, and they really embrace the role of the Lone Ranger and live that role, I think.
True. Very true.
Even without the mask.
Yeah, that's right. Brace, did a lot of things that the general public didn't know that he was doing. He would, if he learned that somebody was ill, he would go to the hospital, whether he knew them or not. If somebody would ask him, Brace, I've got a child who's desperately ill at Henry Ford Hospital or Providence or wherever it happened to be, Brace was there. And I mean, those things never got to the general public. His personal appearances, sure, a different story. But I remember once when I was in Hollywood, I'd done a screen test for Paramount. And it was 1949 or 50. And I got terribly sunburned out in La Jolla. And I was in the Hollywood Roosevelt Hotel. And I was so badly burned that I had to stay in the hotel. The doctors came up, gave me calamine lotion, and the bellboy would come up every day, and he'd lift me up and put me in the ice water tub. He would bring the buckets of ice up there. And Brace was on a personal appearance in L.A., and I didn't know it, of course, and I was so sick, so horribly sick. I felt like I was going to die. And I heard the door open, and I thought, well, that's the bellboy again. And here was Brace in all his refinery. And it's beautiful, beautiful. The Lone Ranger was right there without the mask. And he had come over after his performance at the Los Angeles Coliseum, or the Hollywood Coliseum, and walked through the lobby of the Roosevelt Hotel at 5:30 at night in the full regalia with the 45 strapped to his side and the whole bit, and says, "Get out of bed." No, man, I'd been in there 3 days. He said, "Knock it over and get out of bed. I want you back in Detroit on the show next Monday." And I did. He was that kind of a man,
He was the only actor on the radio show, The Lone Ranger, who received credit on the air for the role.
Right.
Nobody else in the cast received on-the-air credit. And it's a puzzlement to fans of The Lone Ranger. Who was who? Who was this guy? Who was that guy? And we also we say, now, wait a minute, who was Ernie Winstanley now? He says he's been on the Lone Ranger, but, they didn't give any credit, so was he on the Lone Ranger? Well, now, to prove that, we have a little clip from, in fact, the last live Lone Ranger broadcast from September the 3rd of 1954.
Right.
And this is maybe a 2.5-minute clip with you appearing This is near the end of the story.
Right at the end.
And you are who on this show?
I'm Terry Keller.
Now,
He led the wagon train, and he led it into an ambush, actually, through these two crooks who, he believed when he shouldn't have believed. And the Lone Ranger and Tonto talked him out of it, and finally, the rest will explain it.
Okay, well, now here, Ernie Winstanley, our guest this evening, is Terry Keller on this little clip from the 1954 broadcast of the Lone Ranger.
They're coming.
Every man to his post!
The Comanches began circling the wagons, using what guns they had and firing blazing arrows. The masked man was everywhere at once, advising, helping.
Keep down, make every shot count. Watch out for those blazing arrows.
Mister, we haven't much chance.
Don't give up, Terry. They haven't many guns. We must hold them off.
For some time, the battle raged. The Comanches rode in an ever-closing circle. Many of the pioneers had been wounded, and Terry Keller felt certain the end was near for them all.
No use, mister. We can't hold out. This is my fault. If I'd listened to Will Hall... This is no time to blame yourself, Terry. I saw Beauvais and Carver at the edge of the grove with the Indian chief. They got us into this. Yes, I should have realized Beauvais was in with Carver on the plans. That's too much for us, I tell you. A bugle. That means troopers. Yes, I see them.
Numbering almost 200 moved in from two sides. Their sudden appearance took the Comanches by surprise, and though the savages fought desperately, they were soon subdued. Those who could still ride tried to escape but failed. The fight had come to an end. In the battle, Carver, Beauvais, and the chief were captured. Later, within the circle of wagons, Will Halden, who had come with the soldiers, spoke to the pioneers.
Come in. I understand you want me to take over as wagon master again. Well, thank you. Carver and Beauvais were captured and are gone back to the fort as prisoners, along with the Comanche chief. Serves them right. Thanks to the masked man and his Indian friend Tonto, who came to the fort with the news, a massacre has been averted.
Mr. Halden, I want to apologize for the way I acted.
The masked man told me you fought mighty well, Terry. I reckon you won't be taken in so easily the next time by traitors like Carver and Beauvais.
That's right. I think we should give the masked man a vote of thanks right now. The Indian, too.
Wait a minute. It's too late for that. They've already left with the troopers, Terry.
Dad sure will be surprised and happy to hear that I actually met the Lone Ranger.
He's a true American, and an hombre who believes always in the right. We're mighty lucky to have a friend like the Lone Ranger.
And the Lone Ranger rides again, and that was our guest, Ernie Winstanley, as Terry Keller on that very last live broadcast of the Lone Ranger.
Right.
And you actually got to say, and I met the Lone Ranger.
Well, ordinarily, Chuck, practically all the time. That was a very unusual tag.
Mm-hmm.
Usually it was, and I had it an awful lot of times. I couldn't count. But usually it was someone would say to the sheriff, or the crook would say to the sheriff, or to somebody, "Who was that masked man? You say that, boy? That was the Lone Ranger." That was it. Yeah. That was 90% of the time.
Yeah.
90% of the time. Yeah.
Those were the days, weren't they?
Those were the golden days.
Now, that must have been a very sad show, actually, learning that was going to be the last broadcast there. It went on for a year, I think, after that in reruns.
Reruns, right.
Radio reruns.
Right.
But that was the last live broadcast.
Yeah. And, the strange thing is that out of the, 18 to 20 stock actors, and there was an occasional outsider got in, and no one tried to keep them out, but because Chuck Livingston and Fred Florida gave them every opportunity to audition, but it was tough getting into radio, and it was tough acting, and you didn't have the number of actors that you have today. Competition wasn't strong, it wasn't rough, but you just didn't have good actors. And those guys had been together, and, they performed so well together. But it was, just so great, unimaginable to people who didn't know anything about radio, just exactly what it was like.
Well, now, those of us who listen regularly to the Lone Ranger now know that voice See, the gravelly voiced character, that's played by Paul Hughes.
Paul Hughes.
That's another one we have, see. So Paul Hughes and Ernie Winstanley now, we know, and we hear an early Dan Reed, right? You were Dan Reed before the war.
Right.
After the war, your voice changed, right?
Well, I changed when I was 16.
Yeah.
And then I did sound effects for a couple of years. And then I started doing, young juvenile leads, the love lead and all that. And then my voice got deeper and deeper. You never knew.
Another good guy that you worked with was Fred Foy. Now, he was a man who did a lot of commercial work on radio.
Yes.
On the Lone Ranger.
Yeah.
But he literally carried that show because his narration from start to finish of this show, he really got the listener into this whole thing, didn't he?
Fred never sat down during that whole... In fact, the whole day you hardly ever saw Fred sit down because he was the whole show, as you say, and he carried it. He carried the show, not the Lone Ranger or Tonto or any of the other actors. They were the show, true. But Fred, he had to stand on his feet. Now, I'm talking about not only the show, Chuck, but the rehearsals as well. You had a reading rehearsal, a timing rehearsal, a dress rehearsal, and then show. So you had 4 complete shows. Now, your reading rehearsal, fine. There was nothing to that. But then your timing rehearsal, Chuck would stop you. Chuck Livingston or Fred Flaherty would stop you if he had corrections to make. And then your cuts were made after your timing rehearsal, and then your dress rehearsal. And so, therefore, Fred, I had to say, worked harder than any other actor on the show.
And we hear all these shows. We have recordings of these shows, but they were essentially live broadcasts.
All of them.
And I have never heard a flub or a mistake or anything from on anybody's part on any of those shows.
Oh, there were a lot of
least of all.
Well, I never heard Fred fluff.
Never.
A little one, but it was always picked up. You really never noticed it, Chuck.
We hear him all the time narrating the Lone Ranger, but because of a number of reasons, we don't play the old commercials on Radio Classics. Yeah. And I went into the archive of the Museum of Broadcast Communications and brought a Fred Foy commercial for Cheerios with us tonight. So this is from 1949. And of course, as much as he got into the narration of the story of the Lone Ranger, he kind of stepped aside, dusted off some of the trail dust that he had all over him from being with the Lone Ranger, and sold the product. And of course, the Lone Ranger was on for many years for Cheerios. Let's listen for a bit.
Some whistle, but it told the folks at the depot that old 49 was coming in on time. But hold your ears when number 49 comes by now. Wow, they really stepped up the voice of today's trains. You can hear the klaxon on these new speedsters for miles and miles. Yes, sir, lots of things improve with time. You see more and more new modern things in this day and age. Look what's happened to that good old-fashioned grain oats. Now it's brought to you in a ready-to-eat cereal that's extra delicious. It's Cheerios. Yes, sir, here's the cereal that busy folks want. Cheerios. Here's a swell, tasty, nutritious breakfast dish. For Cheerios are made from nourishing oats, nature's favorite grain, popped into mouth-watering, toasty brown little donuts, just waiting for plenty of milk or cream and your favorite fruit. Cheerios need no cooking. Just pour from the package, and as easy and quick as that, you help yourself to a better breakfast. A nourishing breakfast, a wonderful breakfast. Cheerios, you see, gives you whole grain amounts of most of the known important vitamins and minerals of oats. Everyone needs thiamine for steadier nerves, to help keep you going at winning speed throughout the day. Everyone needs iron for building good red blood, to help keep up the ruddy, healthy appearance that's so important. Everyone needs calcium for strong bones and teeth. And remember, Cheerios gives you all 3, thiamine, iron, calcium, plus other essential vitamins and minerals. So start every day with a nourishing breakfast, one that includes Cheerios. Taste the fresh and toasty flavor in every golden little O. Then you'll know why everyone goes for Cheerios.
And now we return to our story. No. That's Fred Foy. That's Fred Foy. And Ernie Winstanley recognized his other cohort on there.
Bob Henry, he was the staff announcer. They gave Chuck Livingston and Fred Flaherty, the directors, were very kind to the staff announcers, when they had another voice in the commercial along with they split it up, and they accordingly, they gave each one of the staffers a crack at it.
WXYZ in Detroit was a nice family, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, everybody kind of respected one another.
You
and they worked
got hired
together.
by WXYZ. You had a lifetime job if you kept your nose clean. And most of them did. Some of them didn't. But
well, this is WBBM News Radio 78 in Chicago. I'm Chuck Schaden, and we're chatting this evening with Ernie Winstanley, who is our very special guest. And Ernie did a lot of work outside of the Lone Ranger. If you worked at that station in Detroit, you worked on the Green Hornet as well, right?
Yeah.
And go ahead.
Well, for a time, see, when Pearl Harbor happened and World War II broke out, Raymond Hayashi Toyo played the part of Kato. And he was a mean little son of a gun. And nobody knew this, of course. We had ideas because he would talk about Japan going to war with the United States.
The actor was talking like that?
Yeah, Raymond Hayashi Toyo, the Jap who played, he was a real Jap, who played Kato. And no one believed it, but he constantly talked war for at least from 1939 until 1941. And then when the war broke out, of course, he was put in an internment camp, and it was learned that he was a spy, along with his brother George, who worked for the Ford Motor Company as a foreman. He was stealing secrets from the Ford Motor Company. And Raymond was put in, and I did Kato for about 6 months as a Filipino. They changed him to a Filipino from a Jap.
Ethnic background.
Yeah, right.
Well, we have a clip, once again, a famous clip from the closet here. We have a clip of a Green Hornet show from late 40s, I think. They refer to a 1941 sedan in this clip, but it was later.
You know, there wasn't any cars made during the war, so I would imagine that this show, that this clip is from, Chuck, is, I would say 49 or 50.
It was after the war, and you were back in on it. Now, you play, this is a clip from a Green Hornet show called Murder for Sale, and you appear here as Dr. Mark Townley.
Yeah, right.
And this is right from the very beginning of the show. We're only going to listen to about 3 minutes of this, but it's right from the beginning of the show. So now you can listen, and now, once again, they didn't give credit on the Green Hornet either. So now here's another voice to substantiate the fact that Ernie Winstanley was on these shows, and when you hear them played again, you'll know who he was. Okay, let's listen to this clip from the Green Hornet.
It was just about dusk when Mike Axford, reporter on the Daily Sentinel, left the press room at police headquarters and stopped to speak to Sergeant Burke at the desk.
Well, Sarge, it's I'll be getting back to the Sentinel. John, it's been a dull day around headquarters. Nothing at all in the way of news worth printing.
I'm sorry, Mike. Maybe we can arrange a couple of murders so you can take in a scoop next time you come in.
You better figure out how to solve them first, because you won't get a blasting on the editorial page like you did for the way you...
I've been robbed. All my savings are gone. You've got to do something. Now, take it easy, young fella. You're an ex-serviceman, huh?
Yes. My name's Mark Townley. Oh, I guess it's too late to do anything now.
I never can tell. But it's a cinch we can't do anything for you unless we know what's happened. Now, what's that you were saying about being robbed?
He took all the money I had, $500. I was a fool.
Wait a minute now. Who took all your money? How did the guy you're talking about get his hands on it?
Maybe he got gypped in the racket, Sarge. Sure. That's what it is, I guess, a racket.
Tell me about it.
Well, I've been wanting to buy a used car. This morning I saw an ad in the Daily Sentinel. In the Daily Sentinel, you say? Yes. I have it here.
Well, let me see it. For a quick sale. 1941 sedan. Excellent condition. Reasonable. No dealers. Phone local 2234 between 2 and 3 p.m.
Well, I called that number. A man answered. He had a peculiar husky voice. I told him I'd seen the ad and was calling about the car. I'd be interested in making an appointment to see the car if you aren't asking too much for it.
Frankly, the asking price will depend on whether I can make a cash deal, Mr.
My name's Townley. I recently got out of the service and I have some cash. But of course, if you're going to be...
What's the cash payment could you make, Mr. Townley?
Well, I have $500 in the bank. I didn't intend to use it all of it.
The car's in perfect condition. I was hoping to get around 800 cash for it. But if you put down 500, I guess we can make terms for the balance. Are you interested?
Well, I
can meet you in front of my apartment house where the car is parked, say, a little after 4. You can't look at it.
Well, it's all right. I'll get the money and bring it with me in case we make a deal. Where shall I come?
It's Richland Apartments, corner of 3rd and Wall. I'll be right out in front watching for you. I'll be wearing a gray top coat and a black slouch hat.
All right. I'll be there a little after 4. If the car's in as good condition as you say, I'm sure we can make a deal on it.
So you went to meet the guy in front of the Richland apartment?
Yes, sir. I took my $500 with me.
So what happened?
Well, he was waiting. A big guy with a husky voice. Friendly sort of chap, too. He said he was sorry to disappoint me, but that someone else had called after I did who had the full amount in cash. So he sold them the car.
Sort of a dirty trick, though. But what about losing your money?
Well, he insisted we go to a nearby bar for a drink, just to show there was no hard feelings. So I went with him. We sat in a booth, and he got 2 drinks after I drank mine. Well, I passed out. When I came to, he was gone, and so was my $500.
Knockout drop.
The dirty crook.
Then you came right here?
No. I went to the Richland apartment. I didn't know his name, but when I described him, the desk clerk said there was no one living there who answered that description.
But what about the phone number in the ad?
I called that number again and found out that it's a payphone in a large drugstore.
Ah, I knew it was a racket.
You've got to find that guy and get my dough back. It's all I have.
We'll do all we can, son, but I can't make any promises. We haven't very much to go on. I'll get some of the boys on the case right away, and we'll hope for the best.
Okay, there you have Ernie Winstanley appearing as Dr. Mark Townley on this Green Hornet adventure. And once again, you were co-starring with Paul Hughes, stepping out of the Lone Ranger episodes as a good guy and a bad guy and everybody else.
And Gilly Shea is Michael Axford, and Frank Russell is the inspector. And they're all your guys, you know. They're just such dear guys. And, I sadly miss them, you know, even today, even though most of them have been gone for... 20 years, some of them.
We're talking with Paul Heyn, Heyn, who was for many, many years associated with WBBM as a technician and an engineer and an all-around good guy. Paul, when did you first come to WBBM?
I started work there in November the 8th, 1942.
1942.
Yes, and I was on there continuously until April the 18th of 1987.
So you
44 years and 5 months and about 10 days.
Well, that's making it pretty precise. How did you come to get your job at WBBM?
Well, I had already had experience with WMBI. I started with WMBI 2.5 years prior to that in May, I believe it was, of 1940.
That was the Moody Bible
Moody
Institute
Bible
station,
Institute
right?
station. And there I achieved my experience because we were known as one of the stations in the United States that had more live programming than any other station.
MBI.
WMBI. And I learned an awful lot about studio operation and was generally equipped for that purpose. But I was about to marry one of the students there, and I realized I had to have a little better income than what I had been attaining there. So I set out to look for a job in the commercial field. And at first I went to NBC, I remember, but I wasn't particularly accepted there. I don't know for what reason, but that was just one shot. I kind of more or less forgot it for the time being, and then my aunt, who had been visiting us from California, says, "Why don't you go to CBS?" So I did. I made inquiry through a chap that I had met, another radio ham. I found him, a Wally Schroeder, and I contacted him, who worked in the shop at WBBM, and asked him who to see and so forth, and lo and behold, they were looking for somebody. And I applied for the job, and they were just kind of glad to get me. They were quite ready for me at the time I applied, I remember, but they says, "I think we'll have something opening pretty soon." Well, they approached me in November of '42, a few days before, and I vacillated a little bit. I wasn't quite sure. I didn't want to. I was rather loyal to my own job already, and yet economics faced me square in the face. So I accepted the job and was glad I did, and stayed with them ever since. I did subsequently obtain a letter from Mr. McLaughlin, who was the controller of the company and stating that the job was a temporary one and that I was merely replacing another man who had gone into the armed services at the time. I had a 4F classification. The draft board had turned me down for medical reasons, and so I was clear of the draft situation there, and that made it all the more interesting for BBM, because they knew I would be there for a while, at least for the duration of the war. So that's how I got to join the company, and I remember the salary at the time was around $49.60 a week.
Around $49.60.
About $49.60, yeah. Around $50 a week, you know.
And what had you been making over at the
somewhere it was
WMBI?
around $125 per month.
Oh, yeah. Well, this was a good...
It was a substantial change. But I do recall I took a trip when I had, in the fall of 1942, I took a trip down south with my parents. I remember telling them about the job, and I remember being elated. I says, in 10 years, it'll be $75 a week. They had an escalator in those days of around 10 years length, and which I think is interesting, whereas today it's only 3 years to go from the starting pay to the top pay in the technician class.
Oh, I see. Now, were you a member of the union at that time?
Well, no, not at the time. No, that was the WMBI job was a non-union affair, and I had to join the union, but there was no particular problem there with that. And somewhere in my files, I have my first union card receipt for the union dues I paid. It was around $5 for the quarter or something like that. Some ridiculous.
Well, appropriate though for the $49.60.
$49.60 at the time. I suppose so. Yes, yes.
Well, what were your first duties then?
They immediately assigned me to dance band remotes, and they were taken around to various remotes, and we had to carry along a portable amplifier, and in some cases the power supply, which were both around on the order of around 25, 30 pounds apiece. And you usually carried them one under each arm to balance the load. And I believe my first assignment was with a fellow named of Christy Flynn. We went over to the Treasury building to do a interview with someone in one of the buildings, the old post office area. And we had to go up several flights of stairs carrying this gear, and of course I was a young buck and I was able to handle all that sort of thing without too much trouble. But they had some sort of a war story or promotional program to put on, and we went over there to record that. And that, I remember, was one of the first assignments I had. Then we used to be sent down to the Home Arts Guild with Harold Isbell and shopping with the missus or something like that. Hello, ladies, or some. It was an area down there, some company which engaged in promotion of various home products, and they gave them a luncheon and sort of a Tupperware party, and I'd say.
Harold Isbell.
Harold Isbell was the fellow, and he interviewed the various women who came to attend this thing. The program was piped back by line to the Wrigley building, and it was recorded directly on a disc there. And we had to coordinate with the fellow who was doing the recording, and it eventually was played on the air.
And played later then?
Yes, played later, yes. It didn't go on the air directly.
This was a local program, not a network?
Just a local program, yes, yes. BBM had quite a few local programs. In the morning there, they used to have the Gold Coast Show, which was a 15-minute program just loaded with spots. I remember one time, I think there were around 15 spots in a 15-minute program. Now, they weren't all 1-minute spots, but it was a dialogue, sort of a comedy situation that wove into the dialogue the various commercial spots, and they just flipped right through there like hotcakes.
George Watson.
George Watson was the MC of that thing, and he had another chap there whose name I don't recall at the time. But I remember George Watson very well, and he left us in 1957. And I remember him quite well.
They had, as you say, many local programs there. What was the programming style of WBBM at this time in '42 when you came there? What they were a network. They were carrying the network shows.
Soap operas throughout the day, largely. We originated a few of them there. One called Bachelor's Children, and then there was one around 11:30. I'm not sure which one that was actually. And we had a lot of sustaining programs. Quite often we would air programs for the network on a sustaining basis. The network always had some program on for stations along the line as a program service, and whether it was sponsored or not didn't make any difference. I do remember airing a program with Fran Allison one time before she ever got involved with Coughlin, Fran and Ollie. She played the piano and sang, and that was rather interesting. And I remember doing a soap opera up there in Studio 9 with this one which his name I can't recall, whether it was Helen Trent or something of that sort. There was a lot of them, of course. They came out of New York City in those days. And I remember doing The Bachelor's Children one time with Olan Soule was involved in that. I see him now occasionally in the movies, and I thought, it kind of thrills me up to point out, I know him.
This guy you knew, right? Well, when you worked those soap operas, you were behind the glass then, right?
Yes, yeah, that's right, yeah. We were just in control. I usually filled in for one of the regulars who was on vacation, and always picked it up from there. And we had plenty of time to learn the show. We had rehearsal periods all the time, and so it was a matter of picking it up without too much trouble.
How many studios did they have over there for broadcast?
Quite a number. I have in my files a blueprint that I was going to ask that I could bring it down, but I can recall. There was one who had master control who was in the basement of the Wrigley building, and then there was Studio 3, which was another basement studio adjacent to master control, known as an organ studio. They had a pipe organ in that studio, and eventually it became a music library, but at the time I started, it was an organ studio, and it was a large studio for dramatic purposes, and with this organ in there. Next door to it was a small blind studio known as M7, where the announcers stationed themselves for network breaks when we carried the network programs. Up on the first floor we had Studio 10, which is a large audience studio, seating perhaps 100, 150 people perhaps, had a balcony and a stage, and a control room up on the balcony area there, and I used to do a number of shows out of there. One was The Brewster Boy, and one I like to recall was one for, it was called Jobs for G.I. Joe, with Paul Harvey.
Paul Harvey.
When Paul Harvey was just starting in the business, and it was a job-seeking program for GIs who had been discharged from the Army and were looking to reestablish their lives, and they would come on the program to tell of their qualifications, and employers seeking this particular type of individual would call in. So that was what the purpose of the program was, and apparently it was very effective. Then also on the main floor of the Wrigley building, there was Studio 2, which was a studio, perhaps 35 by 40 feet square. I'm just guessing at that approximate. And then there was across the hall another larger studio known as Studio 1. And there they had a lot of orchestra. The orchestras usually came out of there, that or Studio 10, the audience studio. And at the time I came there, Ben Burney was on the air for Wrigley building, for Wrigley chewing gum people. And he conducted his orchestra out of there, out of Studio 1. That was around in the afternoon, about 4:45 in the afternoon, went on the air.
It's interesting. Ben Burney in the orchestra in the afternoon at 4:45.
Yeah.
You just in today's concept of radio, you don't think about something like that.
No, you wouldn't have anything like that.
Yeah.
No.
Right.
The whole character of radio has changed in that
Sure.
time. Then up on the second floor, we had Studio 8 and Studio 9 on one end of the hall, and Studios 5 and 6 at the other end of the hall. And in the middle was a Studio 12, which was available to us, but was used primarily for Columbia Records.
Mm-hmm.
And they had groups in there they recorded from time to time, and it was a separate operation just for recording purposes. And that was in Studio 12, although I did do a show out of there for a while, every Sunday afternoon, a little 5-minute piece for Quaker Oats, which was eventually something like a fellow named John Nesbitt, not Johnny Neblett. We had a fellow in the evening who used to do a little dramatic skit around 10 o'clock in the evening called So the Story Goes, Johnny Neblett. And he was killed in an airplane accident in 1946. But prior to that, I remember doing that show. It was a lively little skit. And
well, John Nesbitt, did he do the Passing Parade?
yes,
Was
the
that
Passing
his?
Parade. Yeah. It was. I don't know. He wasn't on this particular one, but it was a show similar to that. And I remember it was a fast-moving thing. In 5 minutes, it was all over with. But everything just snap, snap, snap. And it was quite a thrill to really do that show because it moved like 60. And
that was on a Sunday afternoon.
Sunday afternoon, yes. During the war, I did a show called America in the Air, which was a dramatic show, a dramatic presentation of various battles that had been going on in the Pacific and elsewhere. And there was a lot of boom boom and the sound effects and the orchestra putting in the various accents to the dramatic scene. And I do recall working with Mike Wallace in 1944. And it rather thrills me today to see Mike Wallace because in my mind he hasn't changed one iota.
Really?
He looks the same today as he did then. And he's a little bit more tired, I'd say, but after all, he's getting up in years too. And but I'm thrilled to see him. I'm very happy that he's made a success of his career over these many years. And, we were not particularly close because he was just another bit actor on the program. And
but he later became a staff announcer at NBC in Chicago.
Well, I didn't follow that part.
Yeah,
But yes,
and then of
I
course he
think
went
so.
on to 60 Minutes and everything else.
Then there was another chap who used to show up there, Buddy Clark, who was the vocalist, and he would take bit parts. It seemed like a lot of acting parts were available. And I remember during the intermission we used to sit out in the lobby of the studio there, and he had little games that he could play. It was a little wick several wicks that were lit, and it was like a little horse race. And you'd like and place penny 10-cent bets on which lane would win and so forth. He snaked its way through a labyrinth of paper, and he was kind of a fun guy. But there, another fellow who died in a tragic airplane accident in San Francisco.
Now you say in the intermission.
Well, in the period, what I mean by intermission was that they had a break period in the rehearsals.
Oh, I see.
That's what I meant by that. We would rehearse the show all afternoon, and I would say a couple of hours at it, and then there would be, every so often, we'd have a break period. But that show went on the air along around 5 or 5:30 in the afternoon for a half hour, and it was directed by a chap by the name of Les Weinrott, who was rather well-known producer in Chicago at the time, and he was quite a character. We got on the air with that thing, and he was a good director, though, an ace, a real professional man. And I enjoyed working with him, and it was quite a fast-moving show, of course, and we used to tell a story that a fellow, a technician, would have a nightmare. He dreamt he was handling a 10-mic show. And when he woke up, sure enough, he was. And then after that show was over at 5:30, we went out for lunch. And I still recall with Caesar Petrollo and a number of the fellows in the band a number of them who were Italian, we would go over to some place on Taylor Street. He took us over there one time to an Italian restaurant, and it was just some scrumptious food over there. I don't know. I do recall enjoying that tremendously. And then we had to come back in the evening and repeat it for the West Coast, live. It was not a matter of recording it and then playing back a recording for the West Coast.
The networks wouldn't permit any recordings.
The networks at that time didn't permit anything like that, nor were we set up for that. Recordings on the network are taboo. And we didn't really start doing that until we had what we call the daylight saving time operation. Shortly after the war, they decided that they had this problem of daylight saving time with people who stayed on standard time would not get their programs at the regular time of the daylight time, and there was a shift. So what they did, they chose WBBM as a recording point, and the network programs were all fed into BBM and recorded at first on disc. We had a separate little room, and we recorded them in duplicate, and we had 4 lathes on which to record on disc the continuous programs throughout the day. And as we recorded, we would take them out to the outside hall where we had 8 turntables situated for a musicians union man to play them back to the network. And this clock I have here, a semblance of a clock, was a remnant from those days in which so the fellow could tell exactly what should be done. This was the record time, and this was the playback time, and he could tell when what machine was doing what.
Oh, I see.
At any particular time. That was attached to an electric clock motor, and they had an arm on there that moved around and pointed to it,
So you would know
what the status was.
What you're doing.
Yeah, what you were doing at the time. That was this was more or less used when we had a tape recorder operation, because it eventually went from disc to Ampex tape.
Yes.
And then we replaced all the machines out there with tape machines for recording and playback. I do recall one chap we were situated in a little room in the basement of the Wrigley building for this recording purpose. It was a rather small room, and I guess once in a while it would get a little stuffy in there, and one chap dozed off to sleep with the disc, the lathe going right on into the center and gouging it and screwed up the needle of the recording machine. But he had one spare anyhow, and somehow or other we got out of the thing anyhow.
So you recorded a duplicate set of everything.
That's right, yeah.
As it was being broadcast from the network, whether it be east or west,
That's
right?
Yes.
It all feed in?
Yeah, it was all fed back into the studio. In those days, we had, the network was arranged in a fashion of telephone lines. Basically, what we had was called a round robin, which was a line that came from New York and took a northerly route up through the northern New York and across the state of Michigan and Ohio, northern Ohio, and on into Chicago, and then it would come to the CBS Master Control. Then we would send it back out on what we call, that leg was known as the North Round Robin, and we had a leg going out of Chicago that found its way back to New York through a more southerly direction down through Cincinnati and some of the states or cities in Pennsylvania, down through Pittsburgh and so forth, back to New York, so that we could feed into the network, and they would close the round robin through it in New York and fed it that way. And then New York would normally feed it, and then we would loop it back to send it to New York so they could hear the thing coming back there themselves. And then there were branches off of that round robin that went elsewhere. We had one separate leg known as the Northwest leg, which fed stations in the Midwest area, all up and down through the middle section of the United States. And then we had a TC leg, which went from Chicago directly to the West Coast through Denver and Salt Lake City, and a few other small itinerant stations along the line. And that went to San Francisco, I believe, and then down the Pacific leg of the network. They branched off at that particular point. I think it may have gone to Los Angeles and then up to San Francisco that way. But that was the general routing of the way the network operated. And what to me is interesting is I saw that change. In those days we had what we call open wire line across the country, carrying programs across the prairies. And occasionally you'd have lightning hits, little crashes that would occur, and we would normally report this to the telephone company so that whether there was some compensation for those noises in the bill or what, I don't know, but we would at least make a report of these incidents to the phone company, and invariably get a line, storms west of Denver.
Oh, yeah.
And lines, or long lines west of Denver would be the usual reply as where the location was. It was out on the prairie. And I eventually saw that go from open wire line, and then they developed more, put in more cable, and that had its problems too with contractors and even prairie animals digging down into the ground and biting into the cable and interrupting the program, and then, of course, get a reroute on the thing. And then they got the microwave, and today we have the satellite.
Right.
And so it's been an interesting evolution in my mind to see this transition from one medium to the other. And about every 10 years a new technology would develop. After I was there for 45 years, I could see these various technologies come along.
Things kind of stood still during the war years, though, didn't they, as far as technology was concerned? Until
yes, quite a bit,
the war?
yeah. We did have an interesting operation that I should tell you about with KFAB in Lincoln, Nebraska. KFAB operated on the same frequency as WBBM, and they also carried the network programming. And they had a problem with that, in that since they're on the same frequency, people in the middle of the state of Iowa who could hear both stations equally well, particularly in the evening, when the propagation was about such that they could hear the station pretty well. During the daytime it wasn't a problem, but at sundown, why the propagation was such that people in the middle of Iowa could hear the station equally well. Well, consequently, what happened was that they had a problem with an echo effect, because it took around, I believe it was 34 milliseconds was the amount of time that the program took to get over the network lines to be modulated on the transmitter at Lincoln, Nebraska. And of course people would hear BBM first, and then a moment later you'd hear it coming from Lincoln, Nebraska. Well, they devised a system of synchronizing the carriers so that there would be both being on 780, and if one drifted off, why you'd get a beat note between the two of them, and that would be a form of a moving song, very low frequency, of course, because it wouldn't drift much. But then they also developed here at BBM, we developed a speech delay, in which it was a series of amplifiers which the program was piped through, and a system of networks, coils and condenser units in a complicated network situation that effectively delayed the program about 35 milliseconds, which was the calculated time it took. And that the programs going to the BBM transmitter went through this delay system, and that was the same amount of time that it took the program to go from over the network lines from Chicago to Lincoln, Nebraska. so that both transmitters were modulated at the same instant. And that seemed to cure the problem. They had went on for some time before, and they had a system one time of using a big long lead tube and a loudspeaker at one end and a microphone at the other end, and of course they equalized it, and that was supposed to produce some sort of a delay system. But when I came there, this electronic means was used, and it was developed by a fellow named Ellis Dolan, one of our engineers. And I believe there are around 19 amplifiers in this network that they used, and we would patch that into the system every evening at sundown, and it would stay in until later on. And then also we would pay, as I understood, KFAB to stay off the air so we could have a clear channel after 10 o'clock in the evening.
At night. So you could have a BBM have a greater reach then.
Greater reach then, yeah.
Well, would they diminish BBM's reach just because they were there?
Well, you would have this interference then.
Oh, I see.
You
wanted clear signal.
Clear signal, so they were paid to stay off the air.
What happened when the network show ended and you had like 30 seconds between show? Would the people in between there get both WBBMs?
Yes, but we would only take, we would, there would be a 30-second, we would take 30 seconds, or of the 30-second break period, 15 seconds would be allotted to us, and 15 seconds would be allotted to Lincoln, Nebraska. And during the time that, as soon as the network, every hour, we would put tones over the network, a system of tones, 4,000, 1,400 cycles, I believe was the system. These were tones that were derived from the carrier of our own transmitter. They were piped over the network lines after the program had faded out, and a lot of times we would carry the network sustaining period music 15 seconds after the system cue. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System, and usually there was be an orchestra that would fade.
Oh, I see. No, the network feed would continue for another 15 seconds.
And that way, the station at Lincoln, Nebraska could carry that, and we would put on our own local break. We'd pull out right away, and then we would wait for the 15 seconds of dead air, as I recall.
So somebody in between would hear BBM, and then they'd hear Lincoln, Nebraska. They'd get everything.
That's right, yeah.
BULOVA, Bull of a Watch Time.
Some of that sort of thing, yeah.
We're talking with Paul Heyn, who was with WBBM Radio for almost 45 years, and who has a lot to remember over those 45 years. What about the management of WBBM at the time you first came on board? Who was the boss?
Mr. Atlas. And don't you forget it.
H. Leslie Atlas.
H. Right? Leslie Atlas. Yes, he was. He was an eminently fair man, and I never had any problems with him whatsoever. And he patronized the Wrigley Bar throughout the day down there, but there was never any difficulty with that, and he didn't mind anybody else being there either, so long as you stayed sober.
But that's the key, right?
That was the key, and as long as you could hold your drinks, why, he had no objection to you coming in there and rubbing elbows with the rest of the gang.
Now, go ahead.
Yeah, but he was a very fair man, and I've always respected him and admired him, and thought he did a wonderful job.
He was the vice president of CBS then?
As I understand it, he was a vice president of CBS. When he sold out to CBS, or the controlling share of the station, you might say, he apparently had some sort of agreement, as the story goes, that he would retain the I wouldn't say ownership, but the management aspect of the thing, and that he would be the final authority there about anything went on. But I think he exercised that right quite frequently and made no bones about it whatsoever, that he was the boss there, and he had his way, and no one ever overruled him.
When did he sell to CBS? Was that before you got there?
It was before I got there, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, yes.
And yet he was the major domo even afterwards, and probably scrapped with the network a little bit
yes,
on
occasionally
certain
from
things.
time to time he would have his things, but whatever he would carry whatever he wanted to carry. And but I don't think he was a difficult man, but he was an insistent man. If he had ideas of how to do things, why, he stuck with them.
So he had an important role in the day-to-day operation of the station.
Yes, he oversaw the operations, and particularly the sales angle. He was quite sure that the station always turned a profit. There was one story that is bandied about at the time when sales were kind of falling off, and he made note of it, and when he got to work early in the morning, why, he made it his business to lock all the doors of the sales offices. And I believe he may even had the furniture taken out. And the salesman came in and he says, "Hey, what goes on?" He says, "Well, go out and get the business."
So they go on the street instead of sitting in the office, huh?
Instead of sitting in the office. So he was quite a character at the time. And I do remember one incident why he and Gene Autry were good friends, and Autry came to town one time and I had to do his show one Sunday afternoon, and I guess they spent the whole afternoon up in the boss's office, and came showtime, why, Gene was pretty well under the influence.
I mean, the boss's office had refrigerated refreshments there.
Oh,
right?
yes, yeah. And I do recall the producer running about and fretting about it. He said, "I got a sick man on my hand. I got a sick boy on my hand. I got a sick boy on my hand." And he was referring to Autry, who was pretty well under the influence. However, as I recall the show, there was no untoward movements. Gene got through the thing without any trouble. As I believe Mr. Autry held his liquor pretty well.
That's what they say. That's
yes.
that's what they say.
So there was really nothing to worry about.
Well, if Mr. Atlas was the VP and general manager, then was there such a person as a program director?
Oh, yes. Walter Preston, a mustachioed gentleman and a very distinguished-looking man, was the program director, and he kind of oversaw all things. But if Mr. Atlas had anything to say, why, you better listen. But we did have program directors, and after Walter Preston left, we had a variety of program directors. I remember a fellow named Killian and a fellow named George Case. And, there were others. I remember at one time Art Mercier was a program director. And I really didn't have too much to do with that area there, so I don't recall all the names that were up in that end of the building.
You were talking before about the audience, the big audience studio. That was Studio 10. And that was at the end of the main floor of the hall.
Where the Building restaurant is now.
Where it is now, yeah.
Yes.
It was past the elevators.
Yes, past the elevators.
And all of that.
Far in, yes.
It was in the, it was like the 410 building, is that right? 400 building was the National Boulevard Bank.
Yeah, and then it was the 410 North.
You were the other one.
We were in the North building.
Yeah.
In the North building, yes.
And you had pages.
Yes, we had pages.
CBS pages who would usher.
Were in blue uniforms. And during the war, we had page girls. And they flitted about the place. And several of our technicians were page boys. And they became technicians during the war. And they taught them how. And of the three I knew, there's only one is left, and he's retired. That was Bob Meyer, who perhaps may have even more years than I at CBS, because he started when he was around 16 years old.
Oh, and he preceded you by
several years.
A number of years.
Yes, I believe about 1937. But he left before I did too. So, but he may have actually, in terms of service with BBM, a few more years than I have.
Now,
perhaps.
how many seats were there in Studio 10? And were they permanent seats?
They were permanent seats, yeah, regular theater seats, yes, cushioned seats. Oh, I would say on the order of around 200. There was a balcony and a client's booth at the back end. There were 3 client's booths where they had loudspeakers in there, and that they were isolated from the general noise of the studio, except for whatever was picked up by the microphone. And then there was a rather large stage, and enough to accommodate the full band and a dramatic skit.
What kind of shows would come out of there? What were? Can you remember, Paul? What some of those shows were?
Well, one of the orchestra shows, and we had one called not King Tut, but the King's Harem or something like that. I forget what it was. That was one of them. Then I did one called The Brewster Boy, and then we did the Autry show out of there. And then I said we did the Jobs for G.I. Joe and the Chuck Akery, and then for a while, I believe we had the First Nighter out of there.
Yeah, First Nighter would have come from CBS in Chicago,
I remember the First Nighter also being at NBC in years.
Later years.
Later years or prior years, I don't know.
Yeah, somewhere along the line.
Don Amici.
Right.
And
well, how would you, as the technician, would you have anything to do with setting up the studio for broadcast?
Oh yes, yes. In those days, the microphones were always returned to the shop and stored in canvas bags. They simply just didn't let them stay around the studio. That became one of the jobs of the technician. And the studio was set up. The microphones were brought up from the shop and set up on stands. We hardly ever had any table microphones or anything like that, but we had microphone booms. We could put ribbon microphones up on those and then set up a cardioid microphone for the orchestra and perhaps 1 or 2 microphones for the orchestra, depending on what we had. One for the sound effects, one for an announcer on the side, one for the dramatic pieces, and one for, as I said, the sound effects. So usually 8 to 10 mics would take care of a good-sized dramatic show.
Would you mic the audience?
Yes, we would also have a microphone for the audience, yes.
Now, where was that? Overhead, hanging overhead? Or?
Yes, yeah, that would be patched into the booth there and be available.
Would that be open during the whole show, or would you open and close it?
Yes, more or less, yeah, and then we would sort of goose it from time to time to emphasize the applause whenever we needed it. Just been how it felt, that's all.
Well, for the people listening at home, that the studio audience was right in there with you, and you could really feel their presence by having that microphone over there. Without that mic, they wouldn't pick up real well. Sound like just a few people in there.
We assigned microphones for audience pickup.
Did they have little signs that say applause?
Not that I recall. No, perhaps
on the air. I suppose
on the air you might have somebody do that.
Hold up a sign?
With a sign. You want to direct the audience to applause for effect of some sort. Yeah, we once in a while I would see that,
Or they might have had somebody on the production staff waving.
The announcer who was assigned to the show.
Oh.
Like that.
Hold up the sign,
Yes. A little fakery there, you might say. But that goes on all the time.
How much time would it take you to set up or not you specifically, how much time would it take to set up that Studio 10, for a full audience broadcast?
Oh, about a half hour.
That's all?
Yeah, about a half hour. Oh, yeah. You'd report for work, and first thing you do, you'd see your name assigned to a show, and it gave you plenty of time. That's one thing I was astounded at. Several hours, but you set it up, and then you wait for the people to come in, the actors and the producer to show up and direct you, and he'd get them assembled, and then do a little orchestra rehearsal. You'd get a balance on the orchestra, see where the microphones would best be placed. Caesar Petrillo would always kind of look over that, and he'd have the orchestra play for him and see what the pickup sounded like, see if it was satisfactory.
He was the staff
staff band director, you might say. Yes.
Music.
We're reminiscing about the good old days, wonderful days, I guess they were, at WBBM in the Wrigley Building, and thereafter with Paul Heyn, who started working as an engineer, a technician for WBBM in 1942. Paul, you were talking about the remotes that you went on. You'd go to a hotel with all the equipment. What did you have to set up? Were you the only engineer, the only technician on the spot?
That's true.
And did an announcer go with you?
No, the announcer was at the studio.
They never went with you on the BBM remotes?
No.
So you had to have, well, what did you have to do when you got there?
Well, we had to unpack the cords that were put away, usually kept there, and set up the microphones on about 3 or 4 stands. And we carried about 3 or 4 microphones with us of this type that you see here. And the stands were usually kept there, but we usually, in later years, the amplifiers stayed there, and we didn't always have to carry them in there. But in the before that time, you carried the microphones in a small suitcase and the amplifier in another suitcase. Those were battery operated, and we had a storage battery system kept in a huge box, was usually parked permanently at the remote amplifier, or at the remote location. And you had the cords set up and place the microphones in the various places around the band, and then hook up the amplifier to the telephone line, and then call in. We had a small ringing amplifier that rang into the master control area, and then you would check in with the booth and go over the numbers of where there are vocals. They had a music clearance sheet that you presented to the orchestra leader and say, these are the numbers you're scheduled to play. Are you going to play them in this order? Do you have any vocalists on any of these, and so forth, and get all that information straightened out. And usually arrived, we were required to be there and set up ready to go a half hour before broadcast. And so you usually got there about an hour before broadcast to take care of all the...
So you'd have time to set up?
Have time to set up, yeah. And they were always generous with the amount of time allowed for things. That's one of the things I recall. You didn't have to worry about having enough time. If you didn't fool around, why, you got along pretty well.
Would there be a line from the remote site to WBBM and another one back?
Yes, yeah.
So
there were 2 lines.
2 lines.
The program line and a cue line. And we would hear, they had a system at the studios, a system of relays that permitted you to hear your own program coming back from the studio. After it went to the studio through the board, and then it came down the cue line to, you could hear the announcer, well, you heard just what went on the air, that's all. You could hear the announcer introduce the numbers, then you'd point to the orchestra director to pick up the cue and start his playing of the particular number.
Now the orchestra then on these BBM remotes, the orchestra leader seldom spoke on the air with this stuff.
Very
right?
seldom. Only on a special occasion if he wanted to comment about something, but generally not, no.
Would he hear the announcer back at the studio? He'd wait for your cue.
Just my cue.
You would be the one to give him the cue.
That's right, yeah.
And did they ever screw that up?
Very seldom, no, because they play a set, you know, and he would wait just for a few moments, and then he would look for me for the cue, because he knew what the announcer was doing, and he knew about how long to wait and look for me to cue him in to start his next selection. Yeah, we worked with it was Tommy Dorsey was some of those that I worked with, and Ray Pearl, Wayne King, some of the names.
Well, all the big bands played Chicago,
yeah.
And all those hotels and night spots that you mentioned before. Chicago was quite a booming place. And,
it was, particularly during the war.
Yeah.
And but the nightclubs flourished because apparently there was a lot of defense business going on, and people were living it up. They were making money.
Yeah.
And
you would have thought that all the men would be in the service, but there were plenty of them still at home.
plenty of them still at home.
Over the service age, I guess
right,
they were.
Yeah.
It wasn't until near the end of the wartime 40s that they were starting to look to people over 35 or close to 40.
That's right. Yeah.
So you had a lot of people, and as you say, there was a lot of money being made because of the war plants and all the other things going on. And it was really nice to be able to tune in your radio after 10 or 11 at night and hear live dance music.
Oh,
like
yes,
that.
it was. Yes, it was always good. And we had, competition from WGN. Also, they had their own. The Trianon was largely theirs, and of course, once in a while they would. There were several occasions where GN was carrying the same orchestra we would. That is not at the same time, but a different.
Half an hour later or
An
something.
hour later or so.
Were most of those remotes half-hour remotes?
Half hour generally, yeah.
So there might be 3 or 4 in an evening. Huh?
Oh yes, yes.
And this could be Tuesday evening as well as a Friday or Saturday,
yes.
right?
Oh yeah, yes. Every night, in fact. They would start about 11 o'clock, and perhaps the network show the network would have one on from 11 to 11:30. Then we'd take over from 11:30 to 12, and we would perhaps also feed the network. And then after 12 o'clock, there was no more. That is, as far as no more network feeding. Then we would still carry on for another hour yet to 1 o'clock, 1:30 in the morning, and I do recall that when I was first new there, I was the last man out, I guess, but my hours were from 6 to 2, and when you're new on a job, you don't take any chances. And I came back and put all my gear away, and there wasn't a soul in the place, but I felt honor bound to stay around here until 2 o'clock in the morning. So I stood around and twiddled my thumbs.
Oh, you mean you finished earlier and you said...
I thought,
well,
now, I could have a boss who might just call and say, "Are you there, Heyn?"
Yeah, Mr. Atlas might give you a buzz, right?
But I soon learned there was no such fears of that sort, and I've never been mistreated there whatsoever.
It was from what you've described, it was a very, it was like a radio family there working behind the scenes.
Oh yes,
for that.
Yeah.
How many technicians were there at that time in the 40s? We're talking about the 40s.
Well, the technicians were almost in the 40s. That many.
That many.
Yeah, I did have a list here on one time, but as I recall, there was close to about 40 on the staff at that time. Now that includes around 7 guys who were out at the transmitter. They had 2 fellows on duty all day long at the transmitter, and 7 days a week. And there's only perhaps in the late night hours that they'd only have 1 guy there. After their commercial responsibility was over, why then perhaps they would release.
And if you broke down, it wouldn't be so tragic. You wouldn't lose any money.
But as long as they had something to worry about, why, of course, then too, if anything did happen out there, no one was ever permitted to enter the transmitter cubicles at all, or touch any of the gear inside unless another man was there. They did have one electrocution out there.
Oh, yeah?
Just prior to my coming there. If I'm a dud little, I got across some high voltage and it polished them off.
Wow.
And
did you ever work the transmitter?
No, I never really did. Never was out there on a full assignment. I was chief engineer for about 6 years.
From at what period of time?
From about 1963 to 1969. And I had the responsibility of taking care of the technicians and listening to their gripes and and keeping the place running and ordering this facility and that facility and keeping the station on the air and all that it entails. It was a good experience, but I don't think I'd care to repeat it again because get involved.
Don't have as much fun when you're chief
engineer.
No, you
don't.
Right?
No, there's a lot of work to it, and not too much of a thank you for it because it's expected of you. But it isn't so much the company; it's more or less the people you work with that become the headache. You have all kinds of personalities, and
that's true.
There are problems of that sort. So I can't say as though the company is at fault on that particular thing. That's what they have you there for.
Well, true. But talk about the transmitter for a second. It is in Itasca. Is that correct?
That's right. Yes.
And has it always been in Itasca? Has the BBM transmitter been there?
No, it's only been in Itasca since 1941.
Just before you got there?
Just before I got there. But I do recall visiting the transmitter at Glenview, Illinois, only about 3 miles from west from where we sit here now. It was at the Glenview Naval Air what is now the Glenview Naval Air Station. There was a big open field area out there, and they had a 25,000 watt transmitter there. And that's where, prior to that, why the station was also located, I believe, down in the Broadmoor Hotel.
And was the transmitter there at the Broadmoor then?
They had a transmitter there too, and little by little they got increasingly greater power. And I don't know the exact sequence of things, but they eventually left Glenview at the request of the Navy, who wanted that area for an airfield.
And you can't have a big set of towers out there if you got planes coming in and out. Yeah.
So this property was found out in Itasca, and as I understand it, the Navy set the whole thing up for them as an even exchange proposition, and they used all their priorities during the war, or prior to the war, to get all the work done. All the wire that had to be purchased, and the concrete work, and so on. And it's
Don't you have to have a lot of lead-lined?
There's a lot of wire buried in the ground, radials. That was number 10 wire, and every so many degrees, perhaps every 10 degrees or so, maybe less, maybe 5 degrees. I forget how many radials they have in the ground, but they run out from the base of the transmitter tower across the field, and they're buried in the field about 10 inches down, and in the big spoke-like pattern, and that's to form the ground screen for the antenna that works in conjunction with that, the antenna. And they've had several types of antennas out there, but right now it's a vertical radiator fed at the base. And for a long for a long time it was fed by open wire line in the form of a coaxial arrangement, suspended on U-shaped hangers, or brackets, I should say. And there were 4 wires and a wire in between, 2 wires in the center of the thing, form a sort of a coaxial arrangement. And that was there for until about 1970 or so. And then they got the coaxial cable in the ground, big heavy stuff, and modernized the plant considerably then. But
when they moved out from Glenview to Itasca, is that about the same time the 50,000 watts came about too?
Yes, it is. Yes, yeah. I don't believe they had the 50,000 at the time they were out there at Glenview. Well, that's about all I know about that particular aspect of it.
If the Wrigley Building was a very busy place in the 40s, and speaking about radio programming, it took a big change when television came in on the scene. And then, from your perspective, how did radio change at that time, the late 40s and into the 50s, from a technician's point of view? What were your duties? How did they change at that time?
Well, there were the remotes were always there, that is the dance band remotes, but I believe more recorded programs were available. We started using tapes a lot more.
Mm-hmm.
The advent of the tape recorder changed things quite a bit. I do recall about 1948 when the first tape recorder showed up at BBM. Nothing but a little square box called a sound mirror, and we experimented with that. And and then before long we had the magnecorders.
Oh yes.
And those were taken out in remotes to record shopping with the missus type of things. And
they were pretty heavy jobbers, weren't they?
Yeah.
At that time?
Yeah,
all
they
the
were.
big tubes and
clunkers.
everything else, real heavy, cumbersome.
Everything was heavy all the time.
Yeah.
To see this equipment today is quite a change.
Yeah.
But the other thing is we use a lot of more records came into play, and the disappearance of the band eventually had to come about. That they had to let go of the band. They couldn't afford to keep them around, and apparently they didn't renew their contract with the musicians union, and I believe that was a fall off there. But of course in the morning we did have there was an orchestra group there before the band was let go. We used to have live orchestra programs in the morning with Bellairs.
Yes.
And I wasn't always there for that because I was perhaps working for the evening, more toward the evening hours. But then I think the development of news and the newsroom became more of an active part of the station. And of course the soap operas finally disappeared.
Yeah, and in 1960 I think we lost the soaps gradually up to that time.
And then so we had to fill in quite a bit during the day.
With local programming.
Local programming, yeah.
Which a lot of it was personality plus records, wasn't it?
That's right, yeah.
That kind of, there were some live.
And then for a while after when I became chief engineer, we went into the talk show extensively. And we had several talk show artists, you might say, who, of course, the champ was Jerry Williams.
He came out of Boston, didn't he?
He came out of Boston,
to Chicago from Boston, yeah.
But that was talk radio became the flair in around 1965, I'd say. And I was rather sympathetic toward the talk shows because I found them highly interesting. And I even had an experience with one myself. If I might digress, it's not really to do with BBM, but I have a book here called The Big Road, and it's a book my kid brought home from school to read for the assignment and so forth, and I thought, well, you like to see what your kid's reading, and so I picked it up and it grabbed me, and it's the story of a chap who was left home to become a railroad hobo back in about 1933 period, and he lived up in Seattle, and the story of his roaming around, and he associated with railroad hobos and so forth, and up on the Great Northern Railway, and as he unfolded the story, having been in Seattle only once, I knew exactly where this fellow was talking about, and it became very interesting. Well, anyhow, I wrote to this chap, and whoever wrote the book, I was so impressed with it, I found out where he lived, and I wrote him a letter and told him I enjoyed the book. I got a nice letter back from him saying, "Gee, you made my life, made my day." Because I wrote him, I often wonder whether people ever write to you after they read their book or ever respond. And he says, "No, hardly ever, but since I wrote, I already made his day." Well, I'm trying to get to a point. At that time, I was very interested in talk shows, and I used to listen to in the middle of the night on KSL, a fellow named Herb Jepko, and he called his group the Nightcappers, and it was a non-controversial show, and people would call in and just sort of kind of tell us from all over the United States, and they would kind of tell what their life is for them in their own particular locality, very low key, and it was interesting. The various people would call in, and particularly I was more technically interested than anything else, really, because I wanted to hear. The telephone quality was so good, and some of ours we were developing couplers and so forth to couple into the telephone lines, and they had an ideal system out there because some of the telephone calls from 1,000 miles away, it sounded just like studio quality. I was just amazed at the quality of the thing. Well, one night, a woman called in from the Olympic Peninsula. Her name was Cohan. I don't know just how I got the name, but Mary Cohan. And she lived up in the peninsula part of near Sequim, Washington. And she described where she was a widow, and she told about her life story, and her husband had passed away. And she had such an optimistic outlook on life that I was just thrilled to listen to her. And she described the area where she lived. And the more I listened to the way she described, it tied in with what I had read in this book. This sounds like it's where this guy lived. And sure enough, the more it turned out that she did live right in the area. And she lived only about a mile away from where this guy lived in this book.
Oh, yeah.
There was no connection whatsoever. This was just a random book out of my kid's library.
Yeah.
This is a woman I happened to hear on a talk show. And it was just the strangest thing. And I sent her a copy of the book. I wrote to this fellow, I says, buy me a copy for me, and I can send it to this woman. And anyhow, this fellow says, come up here and see me sometime. And I thought, oh, gee whiz, I don't even know this fellow. But nevertheless, he says, you ought to come up here and I'll show you all these places. And he invited us up there, and one summer in 1973, my son and I flew to Montreal, up to Toronto, and then we took the Canadian train all the way across Canada, took the ship down from Victoria, British Columbia, down to Seattle, and this fellow met us at Seattle, out of the goodness of his heart, invited us to his home. I had never seen the guy, and he walked right up to me, and he knew what to look for. He says, you're Paul Heyn, aren't you? Never met the man before. I'd never ever seen him. He took us in his car up to his house, and he took us all over wherever the scenes were, up into the mountains of Seattle there, or in the Olympic Mountains there. And then we went over to see this Mrs. Cohan, and she had a salmon dinner waiting for us in this little trailer. She lived in the woods. And it was the cutest thing, and it turned out that this man's husband, this author of this book, his mother, who used to be a railroad telegrapher, and this woman's husband, who happened to die just prior to my having heard her on the air, are buried in the same little country cemetery 50 feet apart.
Oh, for heaven's sakes.
It was the strangest.
And it's funny how all that just kind of comes together like that.
Because I wore a pair of headphones at night and listened to the radio in the middle of the night.
Yeah, that's right.
And I really lived the talk radio stuff, and it was quite a thrill to me, anyhow. But I've digressed.
Well, that's okay. The book is The Big Road by Tom E. Clark, right?
Tom E. Clark.
Clarke.
Yeah. And to this day, we correspond.
You do.
And I was just up there in Seattle here last for Expo up there in Vancouver, and we stopped down there to stop in his living room and talked with him and visit with him.
Didn't have a salmon dinner again, though.
No, we didn't have a salmon dinner. But I don't know whatever happened to Mrs. Cohan. I think she may have passed on by now, but because that's about 10 years ago, and she was in her 70s then. But I still I got her letters around here someplace. I want to put this whole incident in a book sometime. Because there's such a coincidence of the whole matter. It's unbelievable.
It's strange. It's strange.
Well, when the talk radio came in, then your role changed a lot. You were more behind the glass, so to speak, and you didn't move from studio to studio so much.
Being the chief engineer.
Oh,
then.
at this point, yeah.
During the talk shows, and when the talk shows, I dropped out about the time the news operation really started, and I went back on the staff. I got kind of tired of the hassle that ensued about the whole thing. There was a lot of acrimony in regard to the talk shows of the technicians and the way things were. As you said, the technology was changing, and we had quite a bit of problems along those lines to keep the people satisfied and not get into problems with it. So I was quite active more during the talk shows. That is in regard to the chief engineer's duties, and I stayed with that until we dropped off the talk show and went into
just
the
about all news, which was 20 years ago almost now.
Yeah, almost 20 years ago.
67, wasn't it, when that?
68.
68, I mean, yeah.
68, about 1968. And then I stayed with it for another year until February 69, and I said, no, I'm going to go back on staff.
When you were chief engineer, how many technicians were working for you then at that time?
Oh, around 20, I think, as I recall.
So from the 40s, now 20 years into this, the staff is cut into half.
Yeah.
But then it didn't need as many people for the type of radio as it was. Radio had changed a lot in those, that period of time.
More or less stayed in the same studio all the time, and we didn't have to switch studios, and that was another way of reducing the staff.
They did have, when WBBM moved over to the arena, the McClurg Court Studios, they did have a fairly decent sized studio in there for an orchestra, didn't they?
Yes.
And did they have audience in there too?
No, never provided for an audience in the arena area at all.
Where was that studio, the big studio?
It now is the FM operation, where all the FM studios are.
At the end of the hall
At
down.
the end of the hall.
I see.
All that was one giant studio. If you recall how the old Studio B used to be, which was a little cut-off version next to D.
Yeah.
Area there. Where our existing studio is. It was twice, Studio B was twice as big as the existing one today, the new studio today. Twice that size. And Studio A was the same size as that one. That is old
today.
Studio B.
Yeah,
So we had a large Studio A, Master Control, Studio B, then Studio D. And at one time, we had a show in which we operated either two bands or there was two things going on. And we used both A and B on the air at the same time. And had them interlocked.
A big band, probably.
Big band, yeah.
Took all the space.
Yeah, and different features of some sort. Kenny Cook used to operate that. He's down on television. He'd be a good party to talk to about it because he had all those morning shows.
Did when you moved to McClurg Court, did the television move at that time there too?
Yes, in fact, they sort of preceded us a little
bit. They did.
Yeah.
Television before that was not at the Wrigley Building. Was it over at the State Lake Theater?
No.
Where were they in the beginning?
Over in the State and Lake Building.
State and Lake Building, yeah. Where ABC is today, I guess.
Yeah. That was the old WBKB.
Well, BKB was originally on Channel 4, and then they went to 7.
I think there was a shift to... When we took it over, there was a shift to Channel 2, I believe.
Channel 2, but it wasn't... Was it called BKB then at that time? Or was it BBM TV?
No, I don't think it became BBM until it went to Channel 2.
Yeah, that's right, yeah. When it went to 2, it was BBM.
They bought the facilities, and then they got a new channel.
Yeah.
I don't recall all these television channels.
Well, that's the TV. We're talking radio.
Yeah.
A lot of changes. lot of changes then.
One of the things I remember that CBS was active in is the back about 1950, as I recall. We are advocating the color television system of what they call field sequential television. It was red, green, and blue, but not the 3 dots that you see on your TV screen today. Each field was alternately red, green, and blue, and they had a color wheel, mechanical system, and but it wasn't compatible with black and white. So we were advocating that, and I remember we had quite a demonstration out in front of the Wrigley Building there. We set up quite a elaborate booth arrangement demonstrating this system. I saw the system in operation, and if that's all you had to do was that, well, it was very good color. Nothing wrong with the color, but wasn't compatible with black and white.
Yeah, you couldn't transmit in 2 different methods.
Here you can have either black and white or color all at the same time.
Yeah.
Paul
Heyn, we've been taking a little, almost a chronological look at your 45 years with WBBM. But if we were to jump around, what are some of your favorite memories of being with this station, and things that happened to you or that you caused to happen to others or whatever?
Well, I enjoyed meeting famous people, and those who were of note, people who had quite a reputation in this country, and programs that were of considerable note. And I was privileged to operate one of the as far as radio is concerned, one of the more famous shows of all time in radio was Amos and Andy, which I thought was indeed a privilege because they assigned me to this thing, and Carell and Gosden did not like to have people watching them when they went into their script. They just lost themselves in their script to portray these characters, and they simply didn't want anybody else, any more people watching them than was absolutely necessary. Consequently, the announcer was not located in the studio, and they would permit no guests whatsoever, not even Mr. Atlas. So to be the only guy watching them was to me indeed a privilege. And having known them since my childhood, and to have the privilege of running the show myself was quite indeed, I think, a real privilege, and I always recall that.
Yeah, when was that? Was this early on?
About 1950, as I recall. They had a radio program in the evening around 6 o'clock.
The music hall? Was that at the Amos and Andy Music Hall at that time?
No, they actually did their skit, and they were doing the Amos and Andy Kingfish and all bit. The announcer was Del Sharbett.
Oh, yes.
And I believe it was for Campbell's Soups. And he was located down in the studio in the basement with the organ studio. And they played the organ music, the theme song, and I don't even recall a producer with me. Even he was downstairs, I believe. And it was up to me that they knew what their cue was, and they seemed to operate independently and knew exactly when they were to come in, and they continued on until they finished up their little bit, and the cue was natural for them for the announcer to take over.
Was it a regular program? Was it regular day, 5 days a week?
Yes, it was. Yeah, I believe so. And as I recall, it was a 5-day-a-week affair. But I do recall that, and then I enjoyed working with Lowell Thomas. Every time he came to Chicago, for the most part, I was elected to handle his show. And he was a gentleman of the first water, as they say. He was quite a man. I like to remember that he used to have his own technician. For when he did his shows out of New York, he stayed home at his home up in Pauling, New York, up the river about 125 miles, and he didn't want to come in. And he was assigned a technician up there whose only job was to do the Lowell Thomas show. And the fellow lived in town. A fellow named Gene Nix. And his wife, or else he married Thomas's secretary. Her name was Electra. And I always thought that was rather odd. His wife was Electra Nix. Electronics.
Electronics. Oh, gee.
And I remember talking with Gene one time. Gene Nix's name was. And he told me that for a wedding gift, Thomas had deeded him a piece of property up there. It was about worth $20,000 as a wedding gift, which I thought was really quite a generous gesture upon the man. But he was always a gentleman, and he seemed to know his stuff and never had a problem with him. It just seems that the bigger they are, the less difficulty you have with them.
Well, once they've established themselves, then they're a little more relaxed. Some guy on the way up there is uptight, right?
I guess so. I guess so, the way it is.
Did you ever work with Arthur Godfrey when he came to Chicago?
Yes. We did interviews with him, and I remember talking with him, but and of course I was privileged with that one too, I believe, because Godfrey to me was quite a legend.
And how?
Every morning when I lived 30 years ago or more ago, I lived down in Chicago. Come 10:30 every morning or whatever, 10 o'clock, if I was out gardening, drop everything, come in and listen to the Godfrey show. And you sat there and you were entertained royally for an hour. I always enjoyed him. And impressionable people. Arthur Goldberg of the Supreme Court came there one time, and I thought he was the most immaculate gentleman, and I had an admiration for him because I think he gave up a good job with the Supreme Court at President Johnson's behest, as I recall. And I always thought, that guy sure gave up an easy thing to please the president. And I just had a bit of admiration for him.
Well, you've seen quite a few people come and go through the Wrigley Building and the McClurg Court Studios.
Another one that I had the privilege of meeting was Andre Kostelanetz, the
band leader,
and his wife Lily Ponce.
Oh, did they perform there?
They performed, yes. And I remember also Susan Hayward came to visit us one time. I remember setting up the microphone for her. I was rather impressed with her petite little figure, and she had such a tragic death, I guess, from a brain tumor of some sort. And she was a very pleasant person, as I recall, and those are some of the ones that are more notable that come to my mind at the moment.
What was the worst thing that happened to you with regards to being on the air at WBBM over there? I mean, a real snafu or a foul-up? Was there anything that stands out in your mind, or did 45 years everything worked just like clockwork?
No, I would occasionally forget switches and have difficulty getting a transmitter back on the air. Those are panicky times. I do recall one particular crisis we had in which it was a snowstorm brewing over Chicago, and we lost the transmitter. And what had happened was that ice had fallen off the tower and dropped down at the base of the tower and broke the transmission line.
Oh.
And I had to recruit the transmitter chief and several of his men. We went out there to repair this in a snowstorm in order to get it back on the air.
And how long were you off the air then?
Well, we weren't off the air too long because we had an alternate tower to switch to. But we had to get this thing repaired because it was the main tower.
Yeah.
And it was quite essential. And then not only to have that all repaired, but come morning, once again, the ice fell down
Oh,
the
no.
second time.
Same thing again?
And it broke it again.
Oh, my gosh.
And I remember the boss saying to me, well, why didn't you keep him out there? And I says, oh, come now. I said, that hasn't happened in the last umpty 9 years.
Who would
anything
expect?
like that would ever happen.
Yeah.
And I says, no one would ever foresee that would happen a second time. And I says, I'm sure you wouldn't want me to keep these fellas out there all night on overtime, just waiting for that second ice to fall. Well, I didn't have no one knew nothing like that would ever happen.
Well, those kinds of things, you know, when they're a result of the weather, storms, whatever, you can't anticipate that. I mean, you might say, well, let's start sending a crew over there because we're going to go off, but you don't know that you're going to go off. You just have to do it. Now, BBM today has a backup transmitter, right?
Oh, yes. Yeah.
Is that out in Itasca as well?
Yeah, that's out in Itasca.
So what happens if the first one goes down and doesn't come up within a few minutes or seconds?
You fire up. You have to start up the second one. It will not switch to it automatically because it's the tubes are shut off and so forth. And we switch to the second one.
Does that have to be done manually?
It has to be done manually.
Out there?
Out there? No, here.
You can do it in downtown, right?
Remote control, yeah.
So, and how long does it take for that second one to get warm enough to start transmitting?
Oh, a matter of if you start turning on the filaments, the moment your first failure occurs, it's only a matter of 20 seconds.
Oh, so it's pretty fast.
Pretty fast, yeah.
So you would
in
not...
about 20 seconds time, as I recall, you'd get a ready signal and ready to go.
So you might hear over the air for a few seconds like that, and
That's
then
right, yeah.
Then up you'd go again.
And of course, sometimes determining just what the trouble is, whether it's a loss of audio or a loss of power or a loss of the transmitter itself for some reason or other, you hardly know until you diagnose it a little bit by trying different things and see what happens. That's all.
Well, isn't a lot of it now computerized on the transmitter stuff?
Yeah, you can control it by a computer. And, pushing certain buttons and tell.
So there's lots of readouts that you get to say that this is not working or this is functioning.
Yeah,
is that correct?
Yeah, they would tell you certain things aren't happening, but that won't help. You can't necessarily cure them.
Yeah, you just know what it is.
You know what it is. That's about it. You may have to go out there to cure it.
See, years ago, you just go drive into Glenview and kick the bottom of the thing, and away it would go again, right?
More or less, yeah. I guess so. They always seem to know what the trouble was, but they had a spare transmitter out there for quite a number of years, so it was only a 10 kilowatt. But I think now, at last I had heard, was that even the Westinghouse is no longer usable out there. It finally gave up the ghost for good, and last I recall.
And I guess there's now some talk about moving the transmitter site again, or tightening up out there, or something like that?
Well, I guess they had an opportunity to for someone to buy the property out there and make better use of it and put a few dollars in the coffers for CBS, which there's no quarrel with, because that is quite a deluxe site out there.
Yes, yeah.
And it's most transmitter sites today don't occupy that much space, and space is becoming so valuable that it's best to put it on a smaller area, and as long as you get the same coverage. And we don't have the necessity for reaching out anymore into the 48.
Yeah.
We don't look for our audience we don't particularly brag about having an audience out in Nebraska.
Well, there's so much radio coverage now.
That's right.
And TV coverage.
The technology has changed.
Yeah,
so there's no particular reason saying, well, we're heard 2,000 miles away and all that sort of thing.
Well, but see, in the 30s and the 40s, there would be, you wouldn't have any radio station between here and Lincoln, Nebraska.
That's right. And you're selling products that are particularly available in Chicago area and not necessarily available out 2,000 miles in the hitherlands.
But you know, as much as and I'll get personal for just a second, as much as you say how proud you've been to work with WBBM and CBS and have did a nice job and they treated you well and you did your work honestly and successfully there, and never thought that you'd be working for WBBM,
that's the way I feel too as a person on the air. I'm really thrilled to be able to be with a legendary radio station,
Yes,
to be
right.
part of it today, and to know that we do have a solid signal that we don't need more than the metro Chicago area or whatever it is. But boy, it's nice when you get a note from somebody in Pennsylvania, you know,
Yeah,
or
it feels good.
down the line or something like
That's
that.
right.
You know, it really is. WBBM is one of the great radio stations in this country.
That's right.
And I'm glad that it is still CBS owned, and
There are
it
certain
still goes on.
hallmark stations around the United States. Every city has them. And it's like WCCO in Minneapolis and KMOX in St. Louis. And the WSB down in Atlanta, I believe, or it would be one in WWL New Orleans. And
It's the ones when you're in San Francisco, when somebody mentions WBBM, they know right away that, oh, that's Chicago.
that's right.
That's,
yeah,
you know,
you're known all
that's
over.
the flagship station there.
That's right.
Right.
Yeah. And we were in the saddle and we knew it.
Yeah. Well, if you had to do it all over again, would you?
Yes, I believe so.
Yeah.
I
Good.
believe so.
Good.
Yeah. I don't know of anything that I was better fitted for. Hard to work, employment. Because in reality, I have worked continuously since the day I walked out of high school without having to look for a job whatsoever. I was graduated in the top tier of my class, about third or fourth from the top, anyhow. And when you get good grades like that, the school somehow or other passed off the jobs to the top students. And I got wind of one the last day of high school, and the American Steel Foundries. I had two offers, and I took the other one. I worked for American Steel Foundries down in the Wrigley Building, in the same place where BBM is. Same building, North Building. And it was a job working for American Steel, in which the job was work in a drafting room where they designed the brakes for railroad trains. Now I'm off the air. My avocation is railroad, study of railroads and railroad hobby. I'm a railroad model enthusiast, and also have conversing with the railroad industry in general. And to walk out of high school into a drafting room job, which was nice, pleasant surroundings. You worked with engineers, and I saw the brakes being designed for all the streamliners, the city of San Francisco, the city of Los Angeles, and the Rockets, and the Burlington Zephyrs, and so forth. All these trains had brakes designed in the very place where I was working, and I worked with the men who actually laid them out. I saw this stuff come through as a pencil sketch, and then to see the engineers put down the calculations for the load on the wheels and the speeds and so forth. They were anticipated and what they had to do, and I saw the blueprints come in for the truck frames for the cars and how the brake levers were adapted to this thing, and I saw the draftsmen literally lay out the brake design for these various high-speed trains. And then we saw the fellow make I've made one or two blueprints of the small parts, draw a picture of a pin or a nut or something like that, whatever was involved in the construction of the things. And eventually to see this product put out on the rails, and I remember one time after we worked on this thing for several months and saw the thing processed through the drafting boards and into the foundries where they put the equipment together and sent out to the car manufacturer, and eventually the train was out on the tracks and we got out to see it. It's quite a thrill.
I bet it is, yeah.
And to realize that thing was pounding back and forth the country day after day, thousands of miles every day. It's quite a privilege.
So you then moved from that job? Was that from there you went
to Moody's?
To the Moody
Institute.
I see.
That was an interesting thing as to how I got into this thing, to tell you the truth. Ham radio played a big part, and how it got started, I had a ham set. I listened to this boyfriend that I spoke of earlier. His father had a crystal set in his basement, and I wanted to borrow it, and he loaned it to me, and I took it home and I listened. I put up a antenna in my backyard. I sat on the back porch and fiddled with this thing with a crystal, and tried to find the right spot on the crystal, to get the rectifier to working properly, and I finally was able to get the thing working good. And occasionally I hear some guy calling in this ham talk, and I never heard of ham radio before.
No.
W9FOD, and they come in and this jibber jabber stuff, ham conversation, and I found out where he was, and eventually I found out what ham radio was all about. And then I had another boyfriend in the neighborhood who was also interested in learning ham radio, and between the two of us we worked it out, and through various help of other hams I learned what ham radio was all about, and how to pass the license test and so forth, and learned the code, and I finally got a ham station together. Well, eventually I came in contact with a young lady I had a mild crush on, you might say, and she came from Nebraska. And she came to school came to Chicago to go to school here, and I thought that was just unusual at that age of my life, that you'd have a young woman leave a small town. I could see our girls going off to college in some small town, but to have a little girl come from a small town to go to Chicago here in this big city and get lost. Having had a good home life all my life and the security, I thought, gee, it would be nice if she could talk to her home, and I thought, say, would you like to talk to your home sometime from my house over ham radio? Oh yeah, that'd be a good idea. She just gave me a little bit of encouragement. And of course, in order to make a sort of an impression or something or other, if you like a person, you do something for them, By George, I set to work and find out I didn't have a phone station. But I said about it, and I says, do you have any ham friends? I asked her if she had knew of any radio hams in her hometown. And she says, she gave me the name of 2 people. I wrote to the FCC, and lo and behold, yes, they were hams. She didn't know they were hams, except that I got the information from the FCC. So I wrote to this one chap who was a postal clerk out there, and he knew this girl too. And I said, I'd like to set up a schedule with you sometime, but I'm still building the transmitter. And I went through all the trouble to learn how to build a radio telephone transmitter in order to get this accomplished. And eventually the day came, and I gave him a call in this little hick town, and I had nothing but a domestic receiver, one of these old Zenith console models. And I brought her home for dinner to meet the folks and so forth, and I set this thing up in my bedroom there, and a fiddly tuned it. If you can imagine fine tuning a Zenith in the ham bands. And lo and behold, I was able to get this guy out there and give him a call, and we had the conversation back and forth. So it was mission accomplished. With that bit of a victory behind me, I pursued it all the more. And then one day I went to a church where they're having some representatives from MBI there putting on what they used to call rallies in those days. And the technician who was sent out to set up the PA system, I went up to talk to him and told him I was a ham and so forth, and he was a ham. Well, that all put things together. He says, would you like to work in the broadcast business sometime? He says, we're looking for a technician. Oh yeah. I says, well, you'll have to get yourself a first-class ticket. That was sometime in the spring of '39. And immediately I went to work and I got out the books. And in those days, well, they said the more you could write, the more you could convince the commissioner, the licensed inspectors you knew what you were talking about. Right. So I did. I studied and I studied and I studied and I studied and took the book to work and went after this thing hammer and tooth. And I made a trip out to California and drove out to California, and I stopped at the border and talked to a state policeman out there. And he was a radio man too, and I told him I was after studying for the first class ticket. He said, well, did you know they changed the exam? Oh, I said, what's it like? And he says, well, it's a multiple choice thing. So I wrote to the FCC and I said, do you have any material on what kind of material you're going to ask, or what depth of question are you going to ask? So they sent me a whole list of questions of what kind of material they expected you to know. And the only thing I could do was go through textbook after textbooks, and I had no one to help me. And I spent the whole winter studying for this exam. And finally, come the spring, I went down for the ticket, and it turned out to be a multiple choice thing.
Oh.
Well, I got through it all right, and I passed it. And about a month later, I got a job at the MBI, and I said goodbye to the American Steel Foundries. And then, of course, I met my wife there, and I had to graduate to something else, and I went over to BBM, and I've been going ever since. So.
Do you do any? You do ham radio now?
Not anymore. No, not lately. I've got a receiver downstairs, and I may get to it, but I've kind of graduated away from it. More so from the fact of the problem of interference.
Yeah.
You move up in a neighborhood like this, and you don't want to become a pest.
Yeah, it feeds into all the other stuff, doesn't it?
You'd have noises on TV set and bundle up the picture and that sort of thing.
Yeah. Well, I really appreciate the chance to sit down with you and talk about. You had a wonderful time at
I can
BBM.
reflect on 50 years of good living, as far as I'm concerned.
Well, that's wonderful.
And,
everybody can't say that. That's really nice to be able to say that.
Nothing to really complain about.
Yeah.
And the financial rewards at CBS were quite adequate. I dare say the average technician, if they could repeat what I did in my life, you could walk out of there a millionaire. If you know what you do with your money.
Yeah, well, sure.
That's the main thing. That's what I'm talking about. If I'm not a millionaire, it's because I didn't do enough of my money at the time. But you're paid quite adequately. And
well, whether or not you're a millionaire, I think you've had a rich life and
a
happy one.
I'm happy to look at a television. I see Mike Wallace on there.
Yeah.
And I've got a relationship with him there.
That's right. Yeah.
He doesn't know me from Adam, perhaps. He doesn't really recall it. I see Olan Soule in a movie. I know him. And all the various, I remember seeing Pat O'Brien one time. I went down to Sox Park, and he put on a show there, did a little singing and so forth, whatever his talents were, and scads of people, over the years. And I think of Lowell Thomas and the marvelous guy that he was, and Godfrey, and these guys all made CBS.
But those were the ones who were in front of the microphone or in front of the camera. But the guys like you who were behind the scenes made CBS too.
Yeah. The fellow who got me in here into CBS, I remember Wally Schroeder. He was an engineer, and he's still living today. He lives over in Park Ridge, and they have amplifiers today, what we call compression amplifiers at the transmitter. And I remember his really inventing these devices. They have things now, compressors that anticipate the heavy load. And he devised a system of what you call a speech delay inside the amplifier from this whole speech delay technology, in which he could foresee the heavy load, heavy volume coming through on the audio line, and make adjustments before it went out to reduce the gain on the thing.
So you got an even...
So you wouldn't have overshoot.
Right.
Level compensating amplifiers. There was an awful lot of development work going on at BBM. And having associated with these guys, to me, has just been wonderful to actually see stuff invented. And I remember him playing around back there in the shop and tinkering with this thing and making adjustments and so forth, and knowing what the principle on which he was working and seeing him work out the difficulties with it was rather thrilling. those are the people I call engineers. And there's all kinds of talent in those areas.
Well, they were good days. And thanks very much, Paul, for sharing those memories with us today.
I left the place with, it was time to go, as far as I'm concerned. I have no regrets about leaving, as far as knowing that my working days are over with, that's all. And I have to laugh. I was going through my files, and back in 1982, some guy from New York, one of the engineers, and a good friend of mine there, a guy named Dave Knorr, and he's a railroad guy too, and he happened to take a picture of me. I didn't realize it. And somewhere I had this picture in my files, and I don't recall looking at it before. But I looked at it the other day, I says, holy Nelly, that was 1982 when I looked like that? I says, time to go.
I first met BBM in 41.
We're talking about Chicago's showmanship station, the WBBM Air Theater, the Talk of Chicago, with Mel Bellairs, who contributed so very much to WBBM. Mel, when did you first come to WBBM?
Well, I did some auditions as a very young, amateurish character trying to be professional in 41. That's when the soap operas were all the big things. And I was trying to get a job either as an announcer, selling soap flakes, or whatever. So I did a lot of walking up to that second floor reception and doing a lot of auditions with sweaty palms and a choking throat, because those were my really nervous days. And so that was my first experience with the Wrigley Building and what WBBM meant. I left for the war and came back in 46 and got a job at CFL. And I stayed at CFL until 50. And then I went to freelance television. I felt that the challenge of TV was so great I had to get involved. And then in 1955, I was called by their program director, whose name I've lost, Al, but you could find that out. And he asked me if I would do an acting part. They were doing a sales presentation for all of the CBS sales force. And they were doing a showcase of talent, and would I take the part of the salesman who was selling the station. So I came in and learned my lines, and we did a show. This was an audience show in the theater.
This was for TV?
No, this was for radio. For radio. And after that was over, they came to me and said, how would you like to join our stable? And I said, well, I think it sounds good, because at that point, the coax cable had come into television, and I was seeing whole careers last 13 weeks. And by this time, I was developing a fairly large family with a lot of kids to clothe and educate, and I thought that the road to security was probably in radio, and I really liked radio better because of its intimacy, because of the grabbing of one mind to another. And so I said, all right, I'll do it. On the first day of May, good old May 1, 1955, I became a staff announcer. No guarantees, nothing. Making station breaks and sitting down in a dismal little studio listening to Ma Perkins and doing network cutaways and things like that. But fairly rapidly after that, I began to get my chance. The first chance was an interview show in grocery stores called Lucky Ladies for Thomas J. Webb Coffee. And that was a difficult show to do because, you know, shows in grocery stores are always tough. Either you have 5,000 women all climbing down your neck, or you have nobody and you still have to do a show. But that gave me good exposure through the town that I still feel to this day. I would give away coffee and silver dollars, and I still have people walk up to me and say, hey, I have that same silver dollar that you gave me, blah, 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 blah. Then I was the first one who got a chance to play records on BBM. Les Atlas was violently opposed to recorded music. But they said in some high-level meeting, well, why don't we try it on the weekends? So they gave me 2 big blocks of time, Saturday afternoon and Sunday afternoon. 12 till 5 both days. And I then sat down with Lenny Kaye, the world's greatest technician in music, in the record library, and I started to listen to and build programs. I had done a lot of them when I worked at CFL. I was one of the early days of, I hate the term disc jockey, but I suppose that's what I was. And I started to put together these 2 weekend shows, and they became very successful. And that kind of opened the door then to the future use of records.
Why was Mr. Atlas opposed to recorded music?
He wanted his stations to be live, showmanship, and he looked down on records as being a kind of like a third-class citizen to broadcasting.
It would have been the easy way out as far as the budget is concerned.
Oh, no question. Yeah, and CBS had a full orchestra. They had musicians coming out your ears, and the King's Jesters, whole groups of performers, and they were doing all kinds of live things, and they just never bowed down to the current type of radio that is just nothing but recorded music. And I respected that, and I was appreciative of the fact that I got a chance to kind of open the door. So I tried to do more than just play records. I tried to be timely. I tried to relate to people and tried to talk about things that were going on. Because when you're doing 8 or 9 hours of programming over the weekend, you play a lot of music. And from the very beginning, my feeling was that I needed to be free to pick the music, that was the only art form, the only expression, the only medium that I had to create from. So I insisted on being in charge of my own music, and they always gave me that. So I played a very wide spectrum of music, and I think I was important in starting some careers, actually, because Chicago is a wonderful market and BBM is a huge voice. I noticed the likes of Harry Belafonte very early, and performers like Harry would come to visit me, and we'd sit and we'd talk, and we got to know each other. I began to feel the folk music as it was being developed. I began to feel ethnic music, like the Irish music, the Clancy Brothers and Tommy Makem. So I followed trends in music. I didn't like straight rock music, and I almost never, I would include it from time to time, certain things. You can't exclude the Beatles, but I never really liked it very much, and I was fairly specific about the things that I thought were good. I've never been a Barbra Streisand fan. I'm probably the only one in the world, but I look on her as being hard, brittle, and so forth and so on. And I expressed opinions, and people would call, and we would talk, and it became a very nice program. I started my Christmas show on WBBM in 1955, and I've done it every year since. This will be my 33rd year.
Christmas Around the World.
Christmas Around the World, yeah, the music of Christmas in many different countries. And it just happened. I didn't set out to do it. What happened was that I was naturally going to be on the air because I was doing this long Saturday and long Sunday, and I thought, well, I'd like to do something a little different because we're right here at Christmas. And so the idea just came to me. I think I'll look around through the library, look around through the music from different countries. I went over to the library and got a couple of books, and that's how it all began. It was not a definite attempt of, now I will create a Christmas show. It just happened, like Topsy. And I got very good results the first year, and then I just continued it. And BBM was very kind. They would just let me have my head, and they let me run. And this was the thing that I think I appreciated about WBBM. If they felt you had a creative urge, an idea, there was nobody with a computer, there was no one saying, well, but to get the greatest number of audience points, we have to do this, we have to cater to this audience or that audience. It was freedom. And I think that's why BBM did so very well. It was then shortly after about 59 that we got an idea for a live music show. By this time I was doing a lot of live stuff with Len Cleary, who played the organ, and we put together music shows. You've heard about Len. And small groups doing shows around dinner time. But we got an idea for a live morning show. And we called it the Music Wagon. And we started out early in the morning, and we would just go. The orchestra never had the opportunity to do enough rehearsal, so a lot of it was very, very spontaneous. But we had some of the finest musicians I've ever heard. And it was all pretty much ad-lib. I'm an ad-lib person, as you know from listening, I suppose. And so we had such excitement in putting it together. People would come to visit, like Al Hurt and Rosemary Clooney. People, whenever they'd come through town, they'd come to us and perform. When Arthur Godfrey would come to town, he'd come and visit. And he would sing with the band, and it became a very live. It was live radio. We were probably the only live radio station left in the country at that point.
I think that's true.
Yeah,
I think that's true.
And it broke our collective hearts when in I think it was 65, we got caught by the bottom line of, by putting a man who plays records in a studio, you can do very well, and the costs are And by that time, they were having a difficult time with the musicians' union. Negotiations were very tough. And so I have to assume, although I do not know, that the word came down from the big black building in New York, cancel the musicians. And so all the live musicians went out. This was very hard. And shortly after that time, then we went to talk radio. And I had never done talk radio, but yeah, they said now BBM is going to become talk radio, and I think all the network O&Os became talk radio at that time. And so we started now into the talk phase. We had left the music phase, the entertainment phase, now we went into talk. That has developed into quite a thing across the country, and now you see so much talk radio. We began it in Chicago. It began at WBBM. And they brought in people who were good at talk, and some of them were extremely inflammatory in style. I never was. I tried to do talk looking for information, trying to find out how an individual thought. I never saw much fun in putting in a same studio, say, a Jesse Jackson and the Ku Klux Klan, because that kind of an interview is predictable. Although there are a lot of people who will listen to that kind of radio, I think, for the sheer joy of listening to people fight. It's like watching people jump off a roof, or watching a fire, or being fascinated at a train accident. They brought in a young man named Jerry Williams from Boston. I'd never heard of this kind of radio before, and he was the type. They asked me to interview him the first day he came to town, and he came into one of my shows, and we were introduced, and I started to talk to him, and the first thing he did was take off on the Kennedy family. I mean, really, he took off on them. I was sitting there thinking, Jerry, you're in Chicago with an awful lot of people who look at the Kennedys as being next to God. But that was his style, and he became very successful at it. He didn't stay in the market long. I think he went back to Boston. I think he's there now. But the inflammatory type of MC was just beginning in those days. Lord knows they've gone far beyond those days. It was shortly after that time that I was asked to do a show with Dr. Frida Kem, who was the first psychologist on the air. Now we were in the process of taking live telephone calls, not just talk radio, but giving an audience a chance to talk back. And that became an important part of the station, and her ratings just went out of sight because the women all loved it, and a lot of the guys would drive listening, looking for something live where people are really talking and communicating. And they would drive around just being in spasms at some of the answers that Dr. Kem would give. There were times when I nearly fell off my chair, too. But that was for a product named Miracle White. And we took Miracle White from a little tiny operation. A man mixed it up in his bathtub on the north side of Chicago. He sold it for $7 million. Dr. Frida Kem was largely responsible for that because her power and she was like everybody's little grandma. She was almost like a New Yorker cartoon. God rest her soul. She may be dead now. Last time I saw her, she was in a nursing home. But she had power. The power of believability.
She was giving advice A la Ann Landers,
yes. Well, mostly on how to raise your children. It was mostly geared around the terrible twos and the such and such threes, and how to treat them when they become 4 and 5, and how to help them in school. And she got into all kinds of very sensitive areas in the rearing of children. That was her basic thing. That was middle 60s, and then I got an urge to... I had done about everything on WBBM that I could do, so I started looking around for a radio station that I could buy, where I could have the fun of saying, well, now what we want to do is this and this and this. And it was also about that same time that WBBM and all of the network stations switched from talk to all news. And there were many people who thought that I left WBBM because I didn't like the all news format. That wasn't true. I was already in negotiations to buy a station so that I could try the one area of radio that I had never experienced long before that. But I think it was a good move because I don't think that just doing news would have satisfied that urge that brought me to WBBM in the first place. By this time, of course, H. Leslie Atlas was gone. Ernie Shomo, the general manager, had died. Ernie was my good friend. He was sort of my patron. I never signed a contract with WBBM, never. Ernie and I shook hands. And from time to time, I would go back into Ernie and say, Ernie, I'm bringing in a lot of dollars over the transom. How about a few more for the Bellairs tribe? And he'd say, okay, what do you need? And I would tell him. And he'd say, okay. And that's how we lived.
Wonderful way to negotiate.
Yeah, it was an exciting time. And I look on my days at WBBM, because I've been in this market now solidly from the 40s, mid-40s. The days at BBM were the greatest because they were challenging, exciting. You never needed any kind of high material because you'd get so high on the air with this feeling of we're saying something, we're getting somewhere, we are really showmanship. And that was encouraged. And we were left pretty much free. I've worked with some wonderful people. And naturally, the people who come through Chicago, whether they're scientists or entertainers, I think I've probably had a chance to meet most of them. And most of them are wonderful to meet.
You've been in the catbird seat for so many years with WBBM.
Yeah.
Everybody would certainly want to come to BBM and would want to come and visit Mel Bellairs.
Yeah. And can you believe I voluntarily left? There were people, many of them, who said, Bellairs, you're absolutely stark raving mad. No one ever leaves WBBM. And that is almost the truth. You almost die or are thrown out the window. And BBM has been fairly ruthless over the years about its policy of, let me just unplug that thing.
I was just wondering what it was.
Yeah, it's just, let me just unplug it for just a minute here and turn it off the bit. Okay. What I was saying when the coffee pot took off was that BBM was always fairly ruthless. By that I mean that H. Leslie Atlas knew what he wanted. He would never come around to you and give you instructions. I want you to do this or that or that. But he knew what he wanted. And he got it. And if he didn't get it, out you went. And he didn't say, I'll give you 2 weeks' notice. He would say, clean out your desk, goodbye. And I think that's the proper policy in broadcasting, because you don't want someone sitting around on your microphone who is an irate...
Who's unhappy.
Oh, yeah, you can't have that because they can kill you. And so I've always looked on H. Leslie Atlas as being probably the smartest man in radio that I have ever met. He was absolutely brilliant, kept a very low profile, was really tough, but he was fair, and he knew broadcasting. And that's how he built WBBM to what it was. I was very sorry, in a way, to leave that organization, but I had this desire. At that time I was 50, and I thought, well, Bellairs, if you're ever going to see what it's like to sit on the other side of the desk, maybe you ought to try it now. But I've maintained very good relationships with BBM all through the years, do lots of spots on the station. I left in very good terms. They gave me a nice big farewell party that I will never forget, and that hasn't always been that way. Sometimes the leavings have not been so good for lots of people.
Well, radio's a funny business. And
you have to be, in business, you have to be fairly tough. And I know that.
When the station went to all news, which was in, I think, May of 68.
Was it 68?
It's 20 years now. It's almost 20 years. You then were performing some,
oh, yes, and I became all news.
All
yes.
news. Now, exactly what were you doing?
All right, I was what you call the, what do you call was it the main desk?
Anchor?
I was an anchor man, sure. I was the anchor man from 11 until 2. And that included the Dr. Chem show. Then we would go on into news, and then I would be doing news. And it was also at that time that my first wife, Jo, and I developed a program called Mal and Joe on the Go, which to this day you can see reflected in the programming on WBBM. Sherman Kaplan does restaurant reviews and show reviews. We did that, I think, as some of the first in Chicago, reaching out into the market and saying, radio is a good way to tell people what's going on. Newspapers have always done it, but for some reason, radio hadn't done it. Radio was doing more of the, come to us and we'll entertain you. We'll give you the pap that you can listen to like your own record player. But we would go to theaters, we would go to nightclub openings. Great fun, very exciting. It takes a lot of time and energy. And we would go to restaurants, and we would build our 5 and 10 minute segments, maybe 10 or 15, and they'd be played on the station throughout the week. So I did do the news work until I left the station in mid-October of 1969 and opened up my own stations on November 1st. We moved in on Halloween. Trick or treat. Try your own hand.
WIVS in Crystal Lake.
Yes.
Well, that was the
first one.
The first station, right.
And then we bought the station in Woodstock, the FM station, which at that time we called WXRD. So we had the AM and the FM lockout in this area, which was exciting. I loved it. It was challenging. My wife and I had always wanted to work together. She was a very fine performer and had given it all up to raise our 7 kids. And I felt that this was a good opportunity for both of us to work on a family project and to build it up and to then eventually sell it. And that would be the annuity that would buy the bread and beans when I got old enough that I shouldn't be on main stage anymore. It was sort of our retirement policy.
And through those years, though, while you had the stations, you continued to do a lot of freelance work.
Oh, yes.
In Chicago.
And I still do.
Absolutely. Wouldn't even know about White Fence Farm.
Yeah, there are those who think I own a piece of the restaurant, but I've had a wonderful relationship with Bob and Doris Hastert. I was in my office one afternoon after getting off the air. The phone rang, and the voice on the other end said, Mr. Bellairs? I said, yes. She said, this is Doris Hastert. Doris Hastert. And she said, we have a little restaurant. Do you know about us? And I really didn't, because it's southwest of the city, and I've been north and west all my life. She said, well, we'd really like you to talk about us the way you talk about Honey Bear Farm. At that time, Carson's had a very nice restaurant up here in North. And I said, well, fine. I'd like to come out and see your restaurant. And she said, well, when can you come? And I said, well, how about tomorrow? She said, why don't you come for breakfast? So I said, all right, I'll bring one of our salespeople. And I took Mel Pinzel, who was one of the all-time great salesmen, and we went down and had breakfast in their kitchen, having fried chicken, and thoroughly fell in love with the place, and I've been doing their commercials ever since. One word about the sales staff at BBM. Absolutely the greatest. Don Mann, who is now dead, was the greatest salesman I've ever known. And he was the complete salesman, because he not only was out to sell you time, but if he was going to zero in on your company, he would learn your company. He would know your advertising. He would know the date of your birthday. He would know the date of your wife's birthday and your anniversary. And when you went out to eat, usually to have lunch, Don smoked his big black cigars, he could tell you more about your company than you knew. So when he made a presentation, the client immediately got the feeling, my Lord, this man really is on my side. He was not a time salesman. He was your complete consultant. And I learned from him. And I would often go with Don. And then with Mel Pinzell, who followed pretty much the same line. I think WBBM over the years developed the greatest time salesman I've ever known anywhere.
Do you think this was as a result of the attitude of Mr. Atlas, that these people took their job seriously like that?
Yes, I do.
He said, hey, you're going to sell. This is the way to sell.
That's right. And he wanted results. He wanted results, and he got results, and they worked hard at their jobs. But I think it all started right at the top.
Well, it has to.
Sure.
It has to. From what you've said and what others have said too, Mr. Atlas was so much interested in the programming. It wasn't just liver sausage on the rack. It was programming.
That's right.
And sales. He wanted to be able to deliver, and they really need to go together.
Absolutely.
And that's really fantastic. Fantastic station over the years.
Well, I'm sure that as you have talked to other people, you will form your own opinions as to what people thought of all the components. But as I sit here with you, Chuck, I have never, ever had anything but the greatest pride in being able to say, I was part of WBBM. I still feel that I'm a part of WBBM. Right now I'm writing commercials over there for North Shore Magazine that will be on WBBM next week. And many times when clients come to me and say, how do we advertise? I look on the news operation as being great. In the very beginning, I didn't. I did not quite see the potential for an all-news station. But they made a believer out of me. There was a niche for it, and a niche for it all across the country. And as I travel around and hear other stations of the CBS variety doing the all-news, I realized that there were some pretty smart old boys who switched it that way. Because one thing that news does, it doesn't let talent wag the tail. Often, if you have really strong personalities, the personalities begin to dictate the policy of the station. This shouldn't go on the air, but I cite Howard Miller as a good example on IND. Howard Miller became so powerful that Howard Miller was dictating what happened on WIND. And that's when Ralph Atlas and Howard, and you know all these things. These are not for air, but
I understand.
Talent can be a problem. If talent becomes too strong, then they can make it very difficult.
Well, yeah, that's evident in so many of the rock and roll stations today.
Absolutely.
Where the disc jockeys, the personalities get so strong that the station management is at a loss to control them. I want to take a break while we turn over the tape, because I've got some more things to ask. Mel, I want to back up a little bit and talk about the scene at WBBM when you first came there in '55. This was still at the Wrigley Building?
Yes.
And where did you work?
My favorite building in the whole world. I loved BBM. The bank was on the first floor. There were studios and control room and recording rooms down in the lower level, actually be a basement. And that's where all of the network programming came in. That's where Lenny Kaye had all the records. That's where they did the duplication of shows. And by golly, when I first went there, they were doing them on the big discs. That was before we had the tape recorders. So they were recording on big transcriptions. I worked mostly on the second floor, where we had a number of studios. And I just thought of an interesting thing. I did the last show in the Wrigley Building on a Sunday afternoon just before we moved over to the old arena where the studios are now. And I took my microphone and walked out into the halls where there were just nothing but echoes and cardboard boxes piled with files. And I walked up and down the hall talking about the ghosts of what had happened in the Wrigley building. Phew, that was really incredible. But when I first went there, to back up, in 1955, most of the soap operas had moved. Where they had been originating here in Chicago, at NBC, in the Merchandise Mart, and in the Wrigley building, they were now either in New York or in Los Angeles. So that programming was just carried on the network. But the live programs were still being done out of the various live studios. Jim Conway was a very strong, powerful MC, strong personality. Josh Brady was at the station. Good man. Josh and I have worked together for years. And we had the King's Jesters. We had George Watson. We had the Gold Coast Hour, which was nothing but a dramatic dialogue that linked together dozens of commercials in a 50-minute... Are you familiar with the Gold Coast Show?
Yeah, absolutely.
I used to be amazed at how the man who wrote that was named Mort, lost his last name.
I know.
But he would take 8 or 10 or 12 commercials, and he would create some sort of dramatic scene. Corny, crazy, comic, and then George Watson and the King's Jesters would put all this together with different voices, and it was unbelievable.
And they got a lot more commercials in that quarter hour than they would have otherwise.
It was the top grossing show on the station. It was solid commercial.
3 times a day, I think they did that.
Yes, you know the show, yeah. So that was one of the big shows. There was almost always something going from one studio to another studio to another studio. At present time, most radio stations have carved their necessary space down tremendously, but in those days we had great luxury, and I maintain there's nothing as exciting as working in the Wrigley building and walking out on that street at Christmas time or middle of summer and being a part of Chicago on Michigan Avenue. I dearly love the Wrigley building. And I was sorry when we left because the feeling was different. It was economics, of course, that put radio and television together in what had been the old ice skating arena, right across the street from where I had worked as a young announcer at CFL. So it put me right back in the same area.
BBM really, when they consolidated and moved to the arena, then they had the main floor, the main was for television, and the radio was wrapped around. But they did build some pretty decent studios for radio.
Oh yes, they certainly did.
At the arena, McClurg Court.
Sure.
And the Music Wagon, was that developed at McClurg Court?
Yes.
Yes. You weren't doing that at the Wrigley building.
No. That was 1960. We went on the air with the Music Wagon, and I don't remember the exact date of when we moved over there. I'm sure you've got that date, but it was at least I think 2 years later. And there were times when we had whole choruses of people in to guest on Music Wagon when we would use 2 studios. And I would gallop during a commercial from one studio to the other studio, and then back to the orchestra. And we had audiences too, so we would. It was a very live and active thing.
How big an audience would you have?
Oh, sometimes we didn't advertise for an audience, but we would have groups who just wanted to come and see a radio show. We'd have maybe 20, 30 people. It was not an attempt to create an audience situation.
Yeah.
But there were always people who wanted to come and see the show.
Go ahead.
George Walsh was the producer of the show. And good old Irish George Walsh, we used to have a great time with him because he, as a director-producer, was very loose also. And there were no holds barred. And sometimes Hollywood actresses would come in who were difficult, and the band would loosen them up and laugh at them. And it all became a family affair.
Now, what would a Hollywood actress do on the show?
Well, Jane Mansfield came in one time carrying her little dog, and just to be interviewed about some movie that she was coming out with, and the band, you can't get around a group of musicians. They're a wild bunch. And I said to Jane, I said, Jane, there is one question I want to ask you. And she looked at me and said, I'll bet there is. And the band just went up in smoke. I just went up in smoke. Yeah, there were some other things that happened that were, I guess, were rather blue, that weren't intentional, but just came out blue. And there were some instances where Hal Carton would be seen sitting under the piano, just about to die. And we had a great trumpet man named Porky Panico, and he had Art Van Dam and his quintet on the station for a good run, and they were something.
Now, you say this was on in the morning.
Yes.
10 o'clock?
7 to 9.
7 to 9?
Yeah.
2 full hours?
Just
live entertainment?
Yeah.
This was before anybody ever used the term morning drive.
That's right. Yeah, we did. We never heard the term morning drive.
You weren't thinking in terms of entertaining the audience in their cars.
No. No. It hadn't really, we hadn't really been that concerned about numbers or who the audience was. We were thinking more about good shows. I almost never paid any attention to what ratings were. I know there were ratings being taken, but they didn't affect us in any way. Nobody ever said to me, Bellairs, your rating is going down. What are you going to do to hype this thing? And, well, we're going to have a contest and give away 10 acres on the moon. We never did anything like that. We never really much considered it. Very unsophisticated radio, maybe.
Yeah, but maybe better. Maybe better.
We weren't concerned that much with the economics. We knew that Music Wagon was sponsored. It would be sponsored by major companies in like 15-minute blocks. And they paid a lot of money for the 15-minute block. Johnson & Johnson was on, just countless national clients.
The basic rating would be whether Johnson & Johnson was selling more of their product because of the exposure on your program. You talk about White Fence Farm, or the other, was it the Bleach or the...
Miracle White.
Miracle White, yeah. I mean, if business is good, he's not going to fuss with that, no matter what the ratings are.
You're right. You're right. And I think that that was probably the main philosophy. Do we get results? Do we deliver more customers? We can prove it. Give us the opportunity. And then we did it.
Which is where Mr. Atlas, for example, said, you do this on the air, these people sell it, and as long as we've got sponsors lined up to buy this, station is profitable, we're doing it right.
Yeah. As the years went by, and I suppose you'll do research on this, I think Les became a vice president of the network, and I think gradually his total authority on WBBM was diminished. Is that right?
Well, he became more involved with the corporate CBS in its Chicago operation than with the so-called hands-on operation of WBBM AM. And of course, what happened too over those from the arena years on, television was really taking a greater hold of the network's interest.
That's right.
And that was, of course, to the detriment of radio. As the network radio shows went off the air in the early 50s, all of that stuff was replaced on so many stations, as we were talking before, by the disc jockeys and the music. Yet WBBM stayed there with live programs and creative things on the air.
To their eternal credit. The world became enamored with the new boy in town, the new toy. TV was the new toy. And it's a very good toy, I might add. But still, I think that, as in most cases, the pendulum swung too far. They all talked about the death of radio. Radio never died. And then, of course, when the transistor came in, and the automobile radio came in, and then stereo came in, I think radio is very strong and very healthy.
It's as strong as it ever was, and maybe stronger.
Yeah.
Maybe stronger.
Because it goes everywhere, and it goes with immediacy that TV, for all of its conversation and minicams, can't really match. I don't think.
You know, when I talk about the old days of radio and replay the classic shows
Sure.
and that sort of thing, we always tend to get into the theater of the mind and the fact that you participate with that radio because of your imagination. You're providing the pictures where the broadcaster is providing the sounds and that sort of thing. And even though in the 50s and beyond, when there wasn't much situation, comedy, drama, mystery, whatever on radio, the personalities like yourself came in there. You provided the picture, you provided the basis for the listener to draw a picture from what you were saying. And millions of listeners out there would say, well, what does he look like? Doesn't matter what you look like. It's they have in their mind an image of the person talking to them. And radio is much more intimate than television ever can be, I think. Because I know, I've been a fan of yours and listened to you for all those years. I've early on with Camelot on Sunday afternoons and all of the Clancy brothers and Harry Belafonte with the hole in the bucket and
yep. Oh, you do know. You know me very well,
listen
don't
to
you,
this.
Chuck? Yeah.
And you always talked to one person.
Yeah.
Just like Godfrey did, just like everybody should do but don't. You talk one-on-one, and that's what brings an intimacy between you and the listener. And that's what sustains the whole thing.
I think so. I think I've always looked on radio as being the one-on-one. Mm-hmm. I think probably I was terribly impressed with Arthur Godfrey, mm-hmm. that he never, ever reverted to just reading commercials. Mm-hmm. When I first came into the business, I decided that the strength of my being able to sell would be being able to be ad lib, mm-hmm. to not read. I think that your concentration is so much stronger when someone is talking to you than when someone is reading to you. So I started off from the very beginning of my earliest days at CFL. First I would write out a whole commercial, and then I would make an outline of it and throw the whole commercial away and work from the outline. And then finally I got to the point where I could throw the outline away, and I was no longer afraid of starting, making my points, and coming to a close logically. Mm-hmm. I think that for most of us in the business, when we first start out, there is fear. There's that chaos that boils around in your mind of, oh boy, what do I do if I freeze and can't get out of this thing? And that's why people go back to reading. It's the easy way out. But it is so wonderful when at long last, with the practice that it takes of how many years, you feel comfortable enough to be able to just say, hey, and then go through it and make it believable and talk to a person. It's the most exciting medium. It's like being a brain surgeon. The feeling of accomplishment is great. It's satisfying.
Now, today, to bring us up to date on Mel Bellairs today, you are still doing freelance commercial work?
Yes.
And what else?
Well, let's see. My freelance work consists of my wife and I do restaurant reviews and travel reports for North Shore magazine, which gave me a chance to write. I never had the opportunity to write. You know, we were just talking. It's all been ad-lib, talk, talk, talk. And so I'm now writing, and I'm doing a lot of work with an agency in Milwaukee that I have worked with for a long time. And that's TV and radio. And I'm doing a lot of commercials around the Chicago market yet. And it keeps me just busy enough. I did get a little tired of the 3 and 4 hour grinds. And I also felt that when I got to be 60, it would be advisable to figure out a way to gracefully start to disengage. I think that most performers get too involved with the heady joy of being on stage. I think we tend to stay too long. And I think you have to learn when to make an exit. You have to learn when the show should logically close. And so while I have not just dropped the hammer on Bellairs and said, okay, that's it, now I'm just going to sit by the sidelines, I am doing just certain things that I consider to be great fun. We bought a house in Ireland way back in 1971, which we enjoyed tremendously. We go there for about 3 months every summer. And I have a studio in Limerick, Ireland, where I can go and record commercials. And I get communiques from clients back here, and I go down to Limerick and record the spots, put them on a UPS flight back here. And so that's fun. And we now have very good friends in Ireland, so I feel as if I keep one foot in the United States and one foot in Ireland. I have no desire to become a full-time Irish citizen, but we do love the people and love the area, and we spend quite a bit of time there. So there's a lot of travel involved for us. This spring I was in Korea. I went on a writing assignment for North Shore magazine, and last year I did an article in depth on France. The year before that I went to the People's Republic of China for North Shore magazine, did a big article on that. I like to take my own pictures, and that's a new area too of photography, and I do enjoy travel writing. So I'm very busy, just enough, but not trying to any longer stay on center stage.
But you are ever present, because we listen to radio and hear your voice. So it's not like whatever happened to Mel Bellairs, you're right there.
Well, that's,
hear you. Not
Chuck,
on a
that
regular
is the nicest
basis.
thing. That is the nicest thing, that when I go places, naturally people come up and they feel that I've never left. And this market has been so good to me. I've had opportunities to go to other markets, but I think I'm one of the few who's never moved out of my original area.
Were you born in the Chicago area?
No, I was born in Cheyenne, Wyoming, and raised on a cattle ranch in Colorado. I came back here in '41 to direct a summer theater in Milwaukee. I had gone to the Pasadena Playhouse, a theater school out in Pasadena, and left the Milwaukee area, came down here in the fall of '41, just in time for Pearl Harbor and time to meet the girl who was to become my wife, who was a writer in Chicago, and a darn good one. Then off to the war for 4 years till 1946. And then back here, I'll never forget the first day I got a job, my first job. Do you have time for this?
Sure, sure, of course.
I had been making the rounds, having come out of the Army, and that's a desperately lonely feeling when you've been involved in the Army. You get into that security feeling that the Army provides, and here I was with a wife and a baby and another one on the way, and here I am walking the streets of Chicago looking for a job. And so one of the stations I had visited frequently was WCFL. Program director was a very nice man named Bob Platt. And I'd asked Bob if he had any work, and no, he didn't. But I kept going back. One day he called me and said, "Mal, I have an announcer named Jimmy Dudley who's going on vacation for a week. Would you be interested in doing a week?" You bet I would. So I went in and became a staff announcer at CFL, May 1, 1946. Everything happened to me on May the 1st. And about Wednesday of that week, Jimmy Dudley called in. He had gotten a job as a play-by-play announcer, I think in Cleveland or something like that. And so he wouldn't be coming back. So Bob said, "Mal, would you like a permanent job?" I never forget that night, Chuck. The studios were in the old Furniture Mart over 666 Lakeshore Drive. And I walked across town and down Michigan Avenue, and all of a sudden I felt I belong to the city now. I am working in the kind of work I want to do. And I was 10 feet tall. It is the greatest night of my life because I had made it. $62.50 a week, split shifts, freelance shows, I mean on remote talent shows got you $5, maybe $10. My dream was to make as much as $100 a week. So you see, you start out, economics were different then, but still I had achieved something very important. I was working in the kind of work I wanted to be in. And I've always said to my kids, the Bellairs philosophy says simply that you shouldn't waste your time in life doing something you don't like to do. that you, whatever it is, first of all, like your job. And then success will come along, or whether it does or not, if you're happy in it, who cares? But I was doing what I wanted, with infinite opportunities in this wonderful market of Chicago. It's a great radio and television town. I was breaking in, admiring people like Bert Tillstrom and Coughlin and Ollie, and I bought my first television set because of watching Burr and Fran Allison perform. And I thought, wow, I've got to have a television set. Then I started doing some odds and ends, crazy things on TV, and it was so exciting, because you'd go from one studio to another. You'd be on in one segment of time here, and you'd jump in a cab and tear across the bridge and whip up to the merchandise mart and do a commercial up there on the Clifton Utley show. And it was show business for me at its finest.
Well, you sure contributed an awful lot to Chicago broadcasting. You've done a tremendous amount, and I'll thank you for everybody out there in Radioland for what you've done. I think you did a marvelous job, and you've entertained us for all those years. Now, before we wrap this up, one last question. Two questions. You no longer have an interest in their radio stations.
No, I sold the stations to Katy Industries. Wallace Carroll, who is the head of Katy Industries, lives in Lake Forest, and he used to drive to his office in Elgin listening to the radio stations. And Wallace is quite an entrepreneur and owns dozens of different companies, from shrimp boats in South America to shoe factories in Europe to a tool and die. He's just a huge conglomerate. And he never owned any radio stations. So they called me one day and said, if and when you ever get tired of owning the radio stations, would you talk to us? And I had just turned 60 at that time, and so I thought, well, let's talk. So we came to a very nice arrangement, and I agreed to stay on for 1 year after they took over as a transitional thing, and I stayed nearly 5, I guess 4 or so, before I finally decided, well, I want to be free to do some other things. So then I gradually bowed out. We're still very good friends, and I'll do the Christmas show again this year on those 2 stations. And I have very good friends up there, nice people. I enjoyed helping young people break into the business. And we have lots of young WIVS, WXRD people, talent and sales who are now in the Chicago market and all over the place, who evidently got a pretty good course of what to do and how to do it. And now they're carrying on, and that's very satisfying, very gratifying.
You answered the question. I was going to ask, where are you going to do the Christmas show, and you're going to do it on these two stations?
Yeah, I've always done it there since I left BBM, and I have a feeling of loyalty, and we put it on both stations, and I'll do it from noon until I think about 4:15. It's a good show. It makes Christmas for me, and I'm sure for a lot of other people. I don't change the show very much. You don't change Christmas.
That's tradition. You don't.
So it's become old-time radio now, hasn't it?
That's right. We'll have to dig up some of the early ones, and then we'll play it on old-time radio.
Yeah. It has changed some, but not tremendously. And some of the things, of course, that I did the very first year, I'm still doing. If I canceled them or changed them, the audience would rise up and strike me dead.
Now, how does your long, loyal following find you on the Saturday and Sunday before Christmas?
They start calling the station usually and saying, "Is he going to do the show again? And is he still alive?" Things like that. And so we get a lot of people who tune in. That's not as many as I had on BBM, because the signal doesn't reach out as far as a 50,000 watt station. I wish it did. But I've never tried to put the show on, I've never tried to merchandise it. I've never really gone out and looked for sponsors. I feel that the Christmas show is my opportunity to give something back and not to make money on it.
Thanks, Mel Bellairs. I appreciate all this time and the great memories.
I have enjoyed every minute of it, Chuck. It's fun to meet people who know the business, who respect the business.
We've come to Beverly Hills, California to visit with a prolific writer of radio and television programs, a gentleman who, among other things, created with his partner Dick Chevrolet, in our opinion, one of the best radio shows of all time, the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show. Ray Singer, we're delighted to be with you today.
Well, thank you very much, Chuck. I'm delighted to have you here. You and your lovely wife.
Thank you. You have really quite a, you must have a trunk full of terrific scripts and memories of all the things that you did.
I have, yes I have. Scripts, memories, tapes, films, things.
The works.
It's been a wonderful life, I must say.
Well, let's talk about that great life of yours. When did you first write professionally?
In 1938.
Mm-hmm.
And I started, I was writing songs, trying to write songs, commercial songs, and there was a gal who had a 15-minute radio show on WOR in New York,
mm-hmm.
and she used one of my songs as a theme song. Pardon me. She's also doing another show, a half-hour show, an afternoon show at CBS,
mm-hmm.
comedy variety. And one day I went down to that show to see her about something, and I sat in the control room and I listened to the comedy. And I said to myself, I can do better than this. So I proceeded to do so, and that's how I started.
Now, who was she?
I can't even remember her name. It's so long. It's
50
years ago.
Oh, boy,
I can't remember that. I remember her name on the show was Torchy. That's all I can remember.
Uh-huh.
And then I worked on the Phil Baker radio show for Dole Pineapple Juice. And the Andrews sisters were on that. That was their first radio show at the time. And Ralph Edwards was the substitute announcer.
Oh, for
He was
heaven's
the substitute for Harry Van Zyl. I just saw Patty. I see Patty quite often.
Mm-hmm.
I told her about when we played the record. I had a tape of it for her.
Ah.
And I told Ralph about it, too. And then from that, I worked for Henny Youngman on the Kate Smith show. Then I went from there to Milton Berle. And Milton brought me out here in 1941
mm-hmm.
to write his show. He and Charles Lawton were doing a radio show.
Milton Berle and Charles Lawton?
Strange combination.
That certainly is. Yeah.
It was, yeah.
And you had to write comedy for Berle and Lawton?
Well, most of the comedy was for Berle.
Uh-huh.
Lawton didn't do too much comedy. And that lasted for one season, 39 weeks, and that went off. And from that, I went on to the Bing Crosby Kraft Music Hall show, and also the Charlie Bergen, Edgar Bergen. I alternated.
Mm-hmm.
And from there, I went on to the Seal Test Village Store show.
With Rudy Valley.
Rudy Valley, John Barrymore, and Joan Davis.
Did you write, excuse me a second, did you write for Rudy at all on the Fleischman program?
No.
Just when he was on the Village Store?
That was before my
Yeah.
time.
That would be way before your time, that's right.
And that's where I met Dick Chevrolet.
Uh-huh.
They teamed us up, and we were partners for 25 years thereafter.
Now, who teamed you up?
I think it was Dick Mack, who was the producer of the show at the time.
Of the Village Store?
The Village Store, yes.
Mm-hmm. In other words, Dick Chevrolet was writing independently. He was just a single writer writing his
right. Yeah,
comedy.
that's right. Uh-huh.
Well, how did you go about teaming up two comedy writers?
Did
you see you two guys write
chance,
this part of it? Is that it?
We wrote half the show, and the other writers wrote the other half.
I see. Uh-huh.
And then we were on that. Dick and I ran that show for 6 years. And other writers left it. After 2 years, we took it over,
Mm-hmm.
just the two of us.
Mm-hmm.
And we wrote. Then Rudy, John died. John Barrymore died,
Mm-hmm.
and it was Rudy and Joan. And then Rudy was in the Coast Guard,
Mm-hmm.
so he left the show. And Joan was on, and Jack Haley came on to work with her. And Joan and Jack were on for a few years, and then Joan left to go into another show,
Mm-hmm.
and Eve Arden came on.
With Jack Haley.
Jack,
Uh-huh.
yeah. And we finished up on that.
Well, that was a long run then.
It was 6 years. It was a 6-year run, yeah.
For that.
And after that, we went to Phil Harris and Alice Faye.
Sounds so simple, doesn't it? Just boom, boom, boom like
That's
that.
right.
But you really, I did this, and
Well,
and
that's
all of a
give you
sudden,
chronological order. Yeah.
When you were writing for Bing Crosby on the Kraft Music Hall, I know Carol wrote for Bing for some
Carol
time.
was
Was
head
he
writer.
there at the? Oh, he was the head
He was
writer.
the head writer. Yes. I was just working for the show.
Nobody ever got on the air credit for writing, did they, on those Crosby shows?
No, they didn't. No,
that was all supposed to be real spontaneous.
As a matter of fact, Dick and I were the first ones that I can think of, outside of Don Quinn, who did the Phil McGee and Molly show, to get a air credit up front. We got it right up front, right at the beginning of the show, which was very unusual, very rare. And Don Quinn got it, and then Phil Leslie came on later with Don Quinn. He got it too.
Well, I think the writers in radio really deserve a tremendous amount of credit, because basically that was the whole thing. Everything was in the written word.
Dialogue, that's right.
That was it. The whole thing was right there in the writing. Now, you had to have a lot of talented people to take those words and interpret it.
We were fortunate. Dick and I were fortunate. We had very good performers to do the words we wrote. But of course, I had to have the words.
That's right.
To do it naturally. But Phil and Alice and Elliot Lewis and Gail Gordon and Joan Davis and Jack, they were all great performers.
You had an opportunity to write from really first-class people, didn't you?
We did. Yes, we were very fortunate.
Well, from a writer's point of view, how do you develop a comedy show? Now, the one show that you and Dick wrote together totally was the Phil Harris Alice Faye show. You didn't have any other writers on that show with you, did you?
No.
So it was just the two of them. Just the two of you working on that show together. Now, did you split up the first half and the second half, or did you write the whole thing together?
Well, when we wrote it together, just the two of us, we wrote the whole thing together. When we had other writers on the beginning of the series, then we split it up. Dick and I would write one half, and the others would write the other half. But after that, Dick and I wrote the whole thing. How do
you develop those ideas? It may be difficult to speak of it, I guess, because sometimes it comes from within, I know. But how do you sit down with a blank piece of paper and you say, we got to do a half an hour for next Sunday night with Phil and Alice. Where does it come from?
From out of the air, I guess. That's our business, and we do it week after week, and I can't explain how it happens. As a matter of fact, sometimes I look back over my career, what I've done, and I say to myself, how did I do it? And, week after week, because it was, for 30 some odd years. And it's not easy, but it came easy to us. We happen to have, it's a God-given talent. It's not my fault. I'm very grateful for it. It just came easy. We did it.
Well, I suppose one of you would say, well, let's have Phil and Frankie.
Well, one of us would come up with an
Alice
idea, then we'd kick it around. Sometimes we'd come up with 10, 15 different ideas and throw them out. But we'd always come up with something because we had to do it every week.
Yeah. Before you actually sat down to put the words to paper, did you really have an idea of where you were going with the show? With that
sometimes,
script?
Sometimes we didn't. Sometimes we would start work on Monday. No, not Monday. We start Tuesday because we do the show on Sunday. We took one day off. We'd start work on Tuesday and kick around some ideas, premises here and there, and we'd decide on a premise, and then we'd sit down and start working from the top of the page down to the bottom, the next page, so forth and so on. And we wrote it. We wrote it in about 3 or 4 days.
And they performed it. Phil Harris said that basically they'd look over the script one day, and then
that's right.
The Sunday when they were going to do the show, that was it all in one.
Working for Phil and Alice was a writer's dream. We wrote the show. We ran the show. Phil and Alice didn't even see the script. Didn't know it was coming to them at the end of the week, until they came in from Palm Springs and did the rehearsal on Friday. We did a rewrite on Saturday, and we did the show on Sunday, and they went back home. So it was wonderful. Nobody bothered us. Nobody told us what to do.
They didn't tell you they didn't like this or they didn't like that?
No. I only remember one show that Phil objected to, and over a period of 9 weeks after that, we used everything on that show and all the other shows. we didn't waste anything.
Didn't want to waste it, huh?
Didn't waste it.
What did he object to? Or can't you remember?
At the time. It was so long ago.
And there was a spot in each of those shows where Phil sang and then Alice sang.
Yes. At times we would cut one of the songs out for time because we didn't want to cut the script too much and hurt the script.
Now, did either of them have an objection to cutting a song?
No, they were wonderful about it. No. We cut Alice more often than we'd cut Phil because Phil was a comedy singing most of the time. But Alice is wonderful. She was great about it.
The timing that those two guys had. Now, I said this to Phil Harris, and I've said this to Elliot Lewis, that I think that those two guys were to radio what Laurel and Hardy were to the movies and what Carney and Gleason were to television.
They were.
They worked so well together, and their timing was perfection.
Absolutely fantastic timing. And we had another man whose timing was great, was Gail Gordon.
Mm-hmm.
He could do more with one word, yes or no, than most people could do with a whole
And the kid who played Julius,
Walter Tetley.
Walter Tetley was marvelous actor for time.
He was great.
Now, did these people ever come to you as the writer of the show and say, I don't like this line, or I'm not good with that line? Well, you were writing really for them too, specifically.
Never had that problem. As a matter of fact, it was just the other way around. I would go to them and say, well, this is the way I think you ought to do it. Give it this kind of a reading, and they would do that. And every week I would sit in Alice's dressing room for about an hour going over the script with her to see that she did it properly the way we intended it. So we didn't have any problem with them. So we were very lucky.
You were actually almost directing them then, weren't you?
Actually, I was, yes. We had a director, Paul Phillips, who directed, producer, but he would sit in the control room and do that, but I would get them on the side after the reading and tell them what I thought.
You had a lot of fun with Rexall in those shows, didn't you?
Oh, yes.
Where you were able to... They didn't have a middle commercial as such.
No.
And you just wove stuff right through it.
Right through it, yes. Yeah. Well, they were wonderful about this, actually, because we kidded... we had a character, Gail Gordon played the sponsor, and we kidded him, and he kidded Remley. It was a feud between them. But we never knocked the product.
Oh, no, yeah.
We'd kid the sponsor, but we'd kid the product. That's important. And they took it, and they were great. And as a matter of fact, I think the public appreciated that. They felt they were good sports about it.
Oh, I think they probably did, and it was so much fun.
Yeah.
It was just fun to hear the whole thing.
We had Dick and I had a wonderful time. I will say that was 6 of the happiest years of my life with those people. And I've done a lot of other shows, which I'll talk to you about later.
Yeah. Well, there was one thing on the Phil and Alice show that I want to ask. Now, did you two fellows write that from start to finish? Were you with them when they started with the Fitch bandwagon?
No, we weren't on the first year. No, we missed the first year. We came on the second year, and we made changes. And what we did in that show, the big change we made, the first year, they had Phil as the falling down drunk that he was on the Jack Benny show, where he played the stooge. Now, when a man is the head of his own show and he's a family man, you can't have him do that. So what we did was we put the onus on Remley. And Phil wants to go along with him, but he won't do it because of Alice and the kids.
Yeah.
So we took the onus off Phil and put it on Remley, and then they worked it together. See?
And yet Remley was never really a falling down drunk on the show.
No, but he talked about it.
Yeah, and he would certainly would never pass it up.
A lovable bum.
Yeah, right.
And he was great. Elliot was just great.
Remley, it was an amazing thing. Now, Remley was the real Frankie Remley, a left-handed guitar player, was with Phil from way early on in his
they were buddies
band
for many years.
days.
Oh, yes.
And he was a great on-the-air audience for Benny.
And also for us.
And for your show, yeah.
Laugh it up.
Because he was in the band. Now, the band on the Phil Harris and Alice Faye show was not led by Phil, was it?
No, it was led by Walter Scharf. And I'll tell you some more about Walter Scharf later. I just finished writing a musical with Walter.
Did you?
Yeah.
Tell us now. What kind of a musical?
It's for Broadway.
No
stage
kidding.
musical. In fact, right now Walter's in London trying to get some talk to some backers now.
I guess you have to go to London these days to get the
That's
backers
right, you
for
do.
the musicals.
You can't do it. It costs a fortune. It must have cost $5, $6, $7, $80.
I wish you luck with that.
Thank you.
We'll look for it.
We're hoping
Can you
for
tell
it,
us a name?
Yeah, Maharaja it's called.
Maharaja?
Yeah.
Okay, well, we'll look for it.
Yeah. I hope you look. I hope you see it.
I hope to see it. Oh, that would be fun. That would be fun. So, and did you stay with the Phil and Alice show till its final conclusion?
No, we left it before the last year.
For the last year.
We went into television then. And the industry was moving over to television, so Dick and I created our own show. It's a Great Life. I don't know if you remember that with Michael O'Shea and Jimmy Dunn and Bill Bishop. And that was how we created that. We created it, wrote it, and produced it, and owned it. Own it to this day. And that was on for a couple of years in NBC.
That was a very nice show. It was a good
show, yeah.
Florence Bavier, was she on that show?
Yeah, Frances Bavier, yeah.
Frances Bavier. Yeah, that's right.
She played the mother.
Yeah. Well, that was a good comedy show.
Yeah, we enjoyed that too.
Not that you need me to tell you that. Certainly, it was.
I like to hear it though.
I want to get into that. You have to ask one question. Maybe you don't know the answer to this because you didn't stay with the Harris Faye show to the very end. At one point I think it was maybe the last season or the second to the last season, they changed the name that Elliot Lewis played. They changed the character of Frankie Remley. They just called him Elliot.
I'll explain that to you. At that point, for some reason or other, I don't remember why, Phil and the real Frank Remley had a falling out.
Oh.
And Remley didn't want to let him use his name. As a result of which we just changed it to Elliot. Confusing to the public, I'm sure.
With no explanation whatsoever.
No, he didn't explain it. But that's what happened.
Yeah. Well, I know because I've heard some of those later shows and couldn't figure out why, because it's absolutely the same character and everything else. Oh, that's too bad. I'm sorry to hear that they had a little problem because of the long friendship that they had.
We all felt badly about it, but it's one of those things, and it happens.
Did you work with Tommy Riggs and Betty Lou on radio? No, I know they started with Rudy Valley. I didn't know whether that was part of it. And you said before that you were working for Crosby on the Kraft Music Hall. That was through the war years then, probably. Huh?
Yes.
Early, it was not the hour-long shows.
Well, it was 1942.
Mm-hmm. Those were rather patriotic shows.
Yes. I still have some scripts downstairs with them, and I'll tell you a funny thing. Mary Martin appeared as a guest on a number of the shows, and I had occasion to talk to Larry Hagman, her son, about a year or so ago. And I told him about the show. I said, I have some tapes. Would you like to have the tapes of your mother's show? He said, I'd love it. So I sent her some tapes of the show.
Oh, that's terrific.
1942, and he and Mary both enjoyed it.
Well, she appeared frequently with, or at least...
Yeah. Well, that was toward the beginning of her career at the time. Sure.
Yeah. Well, that was such a natural thing. And there was a fellow on those shows by the name of Yuki.
Yuki Sharon.
Yuki Sharon.
Yeah.
Now, he started out, I guess, not as a on-the-air comic. Wasn't he kind of a behind-the-scenes guy?
I don't think Yuki was ever on the air with Bing.
Oh, yeah.
Was he?
Yeah.
Yuki used to do the warm-ups with Bing.
In the studio.
In the studio. He'd warm up the audience. I didn't remember Yuki ever being on the show.
I've got some tapes where
really?
Yuki actually is on there doing a little bit with Bing. Little comedy stuff like that. What other things did you do, Ray, in radio?
Radio? Well, I told you all the shows I did in radio.
Once you got into the
television,
the Phil and Alice show, that took up all
we did 6 years of that. Yeah.
Brought that right up to the radio thing.
Up to television.
Up to TV. I mean.
Yes.
So you did a great life.
And then after that, we did a lot of shows, Danny Thomas shows. We did a year of Frank Sinatra's shows. We did a lot of freelance shows. I can't remember all of them, but there's just so many I can't think of all of them. And then after 25 years, Dick and I split up. We decided we had it long enough, and we weren't getting as much work as we were as individuals. So I went over to Warner Brothers to produce the No Time for Sergeant show. And I was on that for a year. And I did the Donna Reed. I produced Donna Reed. I produced the No Time for Sergeant. I produced Donna Reed. And then I'm trying to remember what I did after that. In the meantime, Dick went on to the Green Acres show.
Oh, yes.
He worked on that with
Eddie Albert and
Eddie Albert, yes, and Gabor, Eva Gabor. And then I went on to Lucy. And, Dick and I wrote a few Lucy shows before that. And after we split up, I went back on Lucy, and I worked with Milt Josephberg. And then Milt and I created Here's Lucy. And we wrote that for 5 years.
Boy, that was a nice little job to do there,
yes,
right?
It was. There's another great performer, but one of the probably the greatest comedian of all time.
Yeah.
And then Dick and I did a number of movies. During that time, we did Neptune's Daughter with Esther Williams and Red Skelton in 1949. Did Woman of Distinction with Rosalind Russell and Ray Milland. And we did Elvis Presley picture. And a couple others I can't think of offhand. And then later on I did a picture with Rowan and Martin called The Maltese Bippy.
Oh, yeah.
A wild
That's right.
thing. Did that with Everett Freeman.
Mm-hmm.
And then I did a couple of Jack Benny specials with Jack.
For TV.
Mm-hmm. For TV. And,
did you use any of the would you do that by yourself, or did you write with some of the people who had...
Benny I wrote with Sam Perrin, George Balzer, Arthur Marks, and Bob Fisher.
Well, you've really had a fantastic opportunity to write from some of the best people of all.
I wrote for the best.
How was it different writing for television than radio?
Well, writing for television is more difficult, naturally, because as you mentioned before, all you do in radio is dialogue, and all you do is explain it, and people see it in their own minds. I think it was Hal Cantor who said that radio is the theater of the mind, and it is. Whereas in television, it's like movies. You have to show it, you have to see it, and you have to explain everything.
You have a lot more limitations writing for television or for movies, I suppose.
Of course you do.
Radio.
You can do things on radio you can't possibly do on television, which we did. We would do a scene of a horse race, a swayback horse in the radio that you couldn't do in television.
Because you couldn't find a horse.
You couldn't find a horse
swayback.
Like that. That's right. That's right. We did it, but it wasn't the same. It wasn't quite the same. A lot of things you can't do that you could do in radio.
Well, your sound effects, you wrote it, and the sound guy did what had to be done. And
that's right. That's right.
Which did you prefer doing?
Radio.
Radio?
Yeah, I think so. We had fun in doing both, but I like radio better.
Do you have a particularly favorite script that you were either for radio or television? One that you thought was really tremendously funny or specifically
There were three I did in radio that offhand I could say I three of my favorites. One, they were all with Phil Harris and Alice Faye. One of them was a Mother's Day show where Phil and Frankie prepared the dinner for the family. It's a very funny show. I have a tape if you want to hear it. I'll play it for you later. Another was the Christmas show that we did with Jack Benny as a guest, which we repeated 6 times. It became a traditional thing.
Where Jack played Santa Claus.
Played Santa Claus, yes. You remember the show?
Sure, Phil hires him.
That's right. You remember. You remember. And then another one was the blood bank, where we had them go down to the blood bank to give their blood, which is a hilarious show. And which, as a matter of fact, the Red Cross used that show to pay on 2,000 stations all over the country to try to raise blood, the blood bank. Those 3 shows, offhand, I'd say are my favorite shows.
Well, it's interesting with such a fantastic career spanning a lot of years and all that. You could pinpoint a couple of radio shows.
Those are the ones like you remember offhand.
Yeah,
I've written by 1,000 or 1,200 shows. It's hard to remember all of them.
So, and besides the musical that you're working on now, anything else on
Yes,
the
I have 3 3 straight plays I'm trying to get off the ground. It's not easy to get a play done on Broadway now.
Have you had any success with that at all in the past?
No, I haven't.
Is this kind of a new thing that you're...
Well, I retired more or less a number of years ago and decided I wanted to write some plays, which I've done. And I've been teaching. Another thing, I've been teaching at UCLA for the last 13 years. I've been teaching comedy writing there.
Oh, that has to be an outstanding course.
It is a good course.
From you, a master of comedy writing would be wonderful.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, I want to thank you very much, Ray, for all the work that you did and for creating those great Phil and Alice shows and so many of the other things, the Lucy things on TV and everything. You did it. You made a substantial contribution to the entertainment of America with that, and it's, you know, we talked for a half an hour and said, well, this is what we did and all of that stuff, but that's a career that made an impact on the life of so many people who turned to the radio or the TV for entertainment, and thank you for that.
Well, I'm glad it did. We already did that for the people, but it made a greater impact on my life. I had a wonderful life doing this. I look back over it, it's just been great.
Well, what if Phil and Alice called you up and said, Ray, we want to do an hour special for radio for old time's sake. Would you like to write this?
I'd jump at it, sure. Oh, sure.
I bet you would.
Oh, sure, I'd love it.
And I bet you that you could sit down in an afternoon probably and knock out a half an hour or an hour and nothing flat.
I probably could, yeah.
Because Frankie is still around. Remley.
Yeah, Elliott's still around. He lives up in Oregon, I think. He became a writer. He was writing mystery novels.
Mystery novels?
Yes, yes.
I know he had done a lot of production and direction work. He did
very
a
talented
lot.
Man. Very talented man.
Really, so much.
Very talented man.
Like the man we're talking to. Thank you very much, Ray Singer.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate this interview. I'm flattered that after all these years you can remember this.
Oh, we remember it and appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're at the Pacific Palisades home of one of the most prolific producers and directors and versatile performers even on radio and television too, I think. He's Mr. Phil Cohan. And Phil, thank you for letting us visit today.
Glad to have you. Performing was not one of my things, except prior to radio when I was a saxophone player in bands.
So many people start out as musicians. That was on the East Coast, wasn't it?
Yes. I went to the University of Pennsylvania and played in bands down there, and that got me my job at Paramount Pictures in their Eastern Studio in Long Island, where there was a lot of important movies being made.
Well, what were you doing there at Paramount then?
Well, they were looking for trainees and from college students. First time they ever got involved with people from higher education, I guess. Anyway, because of my musical training, they were looking for somebody to build up a music department, put in this new thing called talkie pictures. And that was 1928, so I got the job at $30 a week, and I went there, and there was a musical director, and then I was sort of the manager and began to build up this department.
Well, in how were you doing that? Were you selecting music to be played with these things, or sheet music?
We had very, very good professional musicians. We scored a lot of pictures and stuff, but I was sort of the executive, would arrange the recording sessions and whatnot. And then we began to build our department. We took on people like Johnny Green, who wrote Body and Soul while we was there, and Vernon Duke, who later wrote April in Paris, and we had Yip Harburg as a lyric writer, who later wrote Over the Rainbow and 1,000 other pictures. So a wonderful group of musical talent came out, and a fellow named Benny Herman, who became Bernard Herrmann, who did Citizen Kane with Orson Welles, the music, and so it was pretty exciting. And then, of course, being near New York and Broadway, see, there were a lot of actors out here who couldn't talk when it came to talking pictures.
Out here in California.
So there you had access to Broadway, and you had Claudette Colbert, and Ginger Rogers made her first movies there, and the Marx Brothers made their first two movies there. That was great fun. And so you had access to the New York stage, where you had talking actors and people. So it was a very exciting period until the Depression came along, and they closed down the studio in 1932. And eventually, I actually through Johnny Green, whom I gave his first job as a rehearsal pianist, he got me an interview at CBS, and eventually I wound up at CBS and sort of program development, and that was a whole wonderful period there. That was the golden years, you know.
Now that at CBS at that time, now that was WABC in New York then, wasn't it? Or were you
WCBS, wasn't it?
Well, ABC first, then it became CBS.
No.
That was just a few caller changes.
I think ABC was the Blue Network. That was the now whatever it's called now. Yeah.
American Broadcasting.
American Broadcasting, right? So
at any rate, now what was the scene there? Who was there at that time?
Well, there again, it was really a wonderful period. Now, for instance, our announcing staff. We had Paul Douglas, who became a great actor, Andre Baruch, Ralph Edwards, Mel Allen, who became the sports announcer for the Yankees years later, Danny Seymour, who used to do all the soap operas and then became president of J. Walter Thompson. Anyway, there was a great array of talent, and the reason was because CBS was only about 6 years old when I joined, 1934. I was just talking had dinner with a friend 2 nights ago named Lynn Murray, who became a composer out here, and he joined CBS then. And they had all this open time, and so the way Bill Paley built the network is by furnishing shows out of New York to the hinterlands and all across the way. Meanwhile, they signed up to take whatever commercial shows came along. So you had hours of non-commercial time, and anybody with an idea that felt pretty good, you had a good chance of putting it on. So there was endless of what we call sustaining shows.
Non-commercial.
Non-commercial. I never knew. I just got a salary and did hundreds of shows, really. And things like experimental show with Rodgers and Hart. We did an original musical comedy. And great experience. They couldn't sell it. It was too expensive. It cost $5,000 a week.
Which was a lot of money for a radio.
Well, with Rodgers and Hart, who were already huge successes on Broadway, you know. So that was a interesting time. And then you had people like Burl Ives, who was working on the WPA. The government contributed during the Depression. People at work, and a lot of talent that I can't even think about that came out. CBS was the place to go. NBC wasn't quite that interesting because it was part of RCA and it was a corporate thing. And Bill Paley was his own. This was his baby, and he loved programming. And then what's his name? Who used to run WBBM? Levy?
Atlas.
Les Atlas. Oh, I know him. Yeah. I did shows out of BM.
Did you?
Many times. Yeah, with Jimmy Durante, Gary Moore, and then I had in 1936. I was started a jazz show called the Saturday Night Swing Club. It was on for about 3 years, at 7 o'clock Saturday night. Can you imagine Saturday night sustaining at 7 to 7:30? Never thought about selling it.
Yeah.
And
just you were to build programming. You weren't interested.
Well, I created that, but then I became a director as well. And, you know, I was a producer director primarily, and did a lot of shows, other people's creations, but I did those things.
It was a busy time for CBS, for you, and for radio. I mean,
those were literally the golden years. On top of that, you had the commercial programs. You had people like Jack Benny, and I was out here when Bob Hope started his first show, and Jerry Colonna was on it. Jerry used to play trombone in the CBS band back in CBS. And then out of that came a group called the Ray Scott Quintet. You know, you were them, Raymond Scott Quintet.
Sure.
Yeah, had lunch with them about 4 weeks ago. So a lot of interesting. We weren't aware that, like anything else, you're not aware of it yourself. You know, we were young and go, work all kinds of hours, and never kept records of a lot of these things. Do a script, give it to my secretary, and she'd file it away. I don't have scripts of a lot of those things.
Probably not too many copies of the broadcast either.
No.
Most everything was live at that time. Almost virtually everything was live, wasn't it?
It was all live. This was long before tape.
Yeah.
But they used to take those big 16-inchers, and it was in the CBS library. You know, they take it off the air. You did have it because you wanted to run it next week and find out what you did last week. So that was all available, but you didn't take that home.
Yeah, and you never recorded anything to broadcast. You only you didn't record this and then play the record on there. You just recorded it for reference.
This was live. The biggest event for a lot of what they call production men who were assigned to be with you to see that you got off the air at 29:30, because that was the time the network switched and you went to the local. You know.
Yeah.
So their big idea of a great show was say, hey, boy, on the nose we got off. Could have been a terrible show, but
as long as it got off on time.
A lot of these secondary guys, hey, that was their job to get you on and off. It was an amusing time, yeah.
A director would have the responsibility for seeing that the show was performed properly. Is that correct?
That's right, yeah.
A producer would be responsible for, as I guess, go ahead.
Well, let me point out something. In those days, you were a producer-director in radio. It wasn't like television. So if you produced it, you directed it. When I first went there, I didn't know, about timing and all this, and I was sort of a program developer, and there were a few things that I was involved in getting on the air, like a peace program, a World Peaceways thing, and I let somebody else put it on, but I was supervising it. But eventually, you produced and directed, and so like when I went on the road with the Paul Whiteman Chesterfield show all over the country, you had to direct and produce wherever you came from, live. That's another story with you when you went traveling.
Well, tell us about it.
Well, I was involved in a show for Chesterfield Cigarettes. Paul Whiteman, you know who he was?
Of course.
Great guy in Chicago.
He used to spend a lot of time on WBBM in Chicago.
That's right. And anyway, I was producer, but when on the road, I had to direct it too. So you'd go down. We did the colleges. They were in Duke University, and you broadcast from a gym. And the sound is terrible. It's bouncy all over. I had a bunch of students go out and get a lot of rugs and put down to absorb some of the sound. And then you're working from remote. You had to work with the telephone company to see if they got the lines in from wherever they got them in, and on time. And so it was a pretty hectic thing. So that was my job. And when you went on remotes, they call them, you had to arrange all this stuff.
Were you working with your own engineers, your own CBS engineers, or were you working with the local guys?
Both. They would very often send down a top guy, or one of the men from New York who'd been on the show. But that got to be kind of expensive. So then you had to set up in advance to do it, so that you had to rehearse these fellas locally to put on the show. Sometimes it could be a disaster. When I was doing a show with Jimmy Durante from Dallas, Texas, we didn't know, but the engineer was on something, and he fouled up the whole thing for about 5 minutes. So, it was good, but you had to be young and be able to.
And that was your job to make sure that they were doing it right.
Oh, sure, and I had to throw the cues, on and off, and my script girl had to tell me how we were doing on timing. This is all live, and it was pretty tricky. Then you have to figure, supposing this running over, what do you do? But you had to make all kinds of cuts, run out there and cut the next page and do that, and, so that you got off in time.
In a program where it's mostly script work, where they're reading from the script, and you're behind the glass, so to speak, and you're watching the timing, and all of a sudden you say, gee, we're going to have to cut 30 seconds or whatever, and you go page ahead and decide to cut this out. How do you get the word to the performers who are doing it live out there?
Well, sometimes you just walk out with it. You have a cut. And usually, if you were a good producer-director, which I think I was pretty good, you anticipated a lot of those things. You have it marked in your script, cut 1 or cut 2 or something, if necessary. And then there were times when you came up short, you had time to fill at the end. And, you could hear the orchestra playing Rhapsody in Blue endlessly or something like that. You'd have an announcement ready to say, next week we are going to have so-and-so and so-and-so and so on.
So that's why at the end of some programs, when they tell you what's coming on for the next 6 weeks in advance,
very often
you knew that they were short.
Very often.
And they were filling.
I was lucky. I never had any of those big lapses. I've heard shows where they went on for 5, 8 minutes. nothing was happening. He didn't know what he heard, the music playing over and over and over again. And I always used to anticipate problems and be ready for them. So I had some problems, but not many.
Well, that's a sign, I think, of a good producer-director, to anticipate an accident before it happens. So you were on the road, and how did you get out to California?
Well,
to work.
Well, I came out. This was before they did the Whiteman show. He took over a show from Alice Faye, Hal Campbell. I don't have to go into that. I was out here for 4 months, and then they bought Paul Whiteman, and then when he went back to New York, I became the producer-director. But what took me out permanently is back in New York, I was doing a show called the Camel Comedy Caravan for the William Esty Agency, and that was a big hour variety show. We picked up people from the coast and had all the stars on from New York. And we had Jimmy Durante and Gary Moore on one time, not as a team. They didn't even know each other. Gary was due to have his own show at NBC, a morning show like he had in Chicago. Gary was very big in Chicago in those years. I didn't even know him then. And anyway, through a set of circumstances, we had to get a show together. We put together Jimmy Durante and Gary Moore in about 10 days. And we went on the air in New York, and then Durante had a new movie contract with MGA, and MGM, and we came out here 1943 for a while, and we came back here permanently in 1944, and Gary decided to move his family, and I did, and everybody, we all moved out en masse with a private car and on the train.
Were you still with CBS at this time?
No, CBS. I left CBS in 1941 to freelance. I did a thing called the Coca-Cola Spotlight Bands. I did a lot of those from Chicago. God, I remember staying at the Drake and holding onto that rope outside in a cold, windy days. They still have that?
I don't think the rope is still there. You mean along the beach?
Well, along Michigan Avenue there. When the winds were up, they had a rope right there.
So that people from California wouldn't blow away.
Well, I don't know about people from California, but they had it there. That's one of my memories of Chicago. Anyway, we came to California, and I was with Durante for, 1943 to 1950, and then by that time Gary Moore had left in 1948 to start his own show, morning show, and then it went on to where he had that great evening show with Carol Burnett and all that. And I stayed with Durante, and then I went east for 2 years when he went to do his first television show. And of course, during a period, I say Jimmy Durante and Gary Moore, but we had a variety show. We had Bob Hope, Bing Crosby, Frank Sinatra.
On the Comedy Caravan?
No, this was on the Jimmy Durante, Gary Moore show.
All of these people as guests?
The Comedy Caravan. I happened to be doing it at a time when Durante and Moore at different times were on, and then I helped put them together to form a show of their own for Camel.
Yes. What did you see in these two really different type of comedians that you thought could make them work well together?
Well, it's like everything else is accidental. I was a great fan of Durante's, and he made his first movie at Paramount when I was there, thing called Roadhouse Nights, a real turkey. But that was Clayton Jackson Durante. That was his great comedy trio that they did nightclubs with. And I loved this craziness. And so I had booked him on this Comedy Caravan just for a spot. And Gary Moore, through the agency, I heard some of his records from Chicago, and I wanted him to come on, and he emceed the show one night. We had a singer named Lanny Ross, who I just read died about 4 weeks ago. Did you ever hear of him?
Yes.
He was a big thing and a hell of a nice guy. I was embarrassing, but he was not a guy to hold a comedy show together, comedy and music. And Gary came on one night, and gee, it was great. And Lanny was off that week, so eventually I persuaded the agency to take on. And then through us, Jimmy Durante, they were on same show one time, but different spots. They didn't even know each other. But it just sounded good. The young, fresh guy and Durante, the guy from the Lower East Side, and this wonderful, natural, native kind of humor that he had.
Was this about the time, I think Abbott and Costello were on for Camel cigarettes at this time, weren't they?
Well, that's how we got on. Costello came down with, I think, rheumatic fever. They needed a show. And we put this together in 10 days and went on the air, sort of a substitute. And
was it going to be just temporary? Or?
Yeah. And, I can't even remember all the things involved there. But eventually they kept the Jimmy Durante, Gary Moore show for Campbell, and then we came out here, and as I say, we had all the Hollywood people, Unger, Garson, and Boyer, and Lucille Ball, everybody.
A rich treasure trove of talent out here on the West Coast because of the movies.
And everybody loved Durante, you know.
I know they did, yes.
You can't go wrong. As I used to say, don't ever sue Durante. You get into court, what actually happened. A great writer named Jack Douglas.
Yes.
A very funny guy, and I hired him as my top writer. And Jack was a wonderful, funny guy, but he had whims. Anyway, am I digressing, or do you want to hear
You're
this?
right on target.
Jack was a wonderful writer and a great guy, and he got very hurt one time. We turned down this when we were in rehearsal with Ray Singer wasn't working for us there. We turned down a skit, and we wanted him to rewrite it. He refused to. And he stalked out of the room. Well, we were going on in 2 days. We needed a spot, so I had to pay our other writers $500 or $600 to write another sketch to fit in. Anyway, he was working for NPA, and then he wanted to come back on the show, and we said no, because you don't do that. Broke his contract, so Jack sued us, and I ran into him. I said, Jack, don't do that. I mean, you're too big a guy and all that. You were wrong. So anyway, he sued us. Well, Durante got on the stand, and I'm telling you, and he says to the judge, he says, we're paying this man $1,250 a week, and I can't find a funny thing that he's ever written for me. Well, this is devastating, which is not true. But anyway, here's the judge probably getting $250 a week himself. These things hurt. But anyway, then Durante was once sued by someone in connection with a swimming pool. He didn't pay. There was a lien on it or something like that. And I heard about that, and so I always said, don't ever sue Durante, because he gets them all laughing, and they all feel sorry for this little guy here. What are you doing to this little fella? And Jimmy works on that. So he was a beautiful guy, Durante.
Everybody liked him. And was it natural? All these malaprops and mangling of the English language?
Well, it started off natural, and a lot of it was. But naturally, writers, you arrange to put these things in because it's going to sound natural. So Jimmy was a smart showman. He knew them. But a lot of it, if he was sitting here, you'd eventually hear a malaprop or something like that,
Well, from the Camel Caravan, where Jimmy and Gary Moore were teamed together, then eventually Gary left that show, and Jimmy went on for Rexall, I guess, didn't he?
Well, yes. It wasn't exactly the Caravan. I shouldn't have even wanted that. That was a show that was on, and I was brought in to take it over. They were having problems. And on that show, Jimmy and Gary made their first appearance. Then we went on and formed a separate show, Jimmy Durante, Gary Moore show.
This was the Durante Moore show.
For Camel.
For Camel.
And we came to the coast, and then eventually Camel dropped it. It was during the war, ran out of cigarettes or something. And which a lot of people will be glad to hear now.
Yes.
But then Rexall, we were on for Rexall for 3 years, I guess. And after Gary Moore left the show, I had Don Amici come on, and Alan Young came on. Then we had Treacher, Arthur Treacher is one of our gals, and Florence Hallop was a mainstay.
She was Hot Breath
Houlihan, yeah. And Florence was great. So she was, and we had a great library, like a great, you might say, bench of wonderful talent out here. Actors and actresses could come in and do anything. Well, we had that back in New York too.
Well, were you the person responsible for getting all the talent on this show, getting all these people together?
Well, basically, yes. I mean, the writers might have an idea that somebody like that might be good to show up, but I would have to call their agent or whatever it was and make the,
Well, how did you hit on, for example, what made you decide on Arthur Treacher for that series?
Well, I can tell you, Jimmy had something to do with that, because back in the movies, Jimmy had a radio show on very early out here, I think in the 30s, and Treacher played a butler or something like that, So after Gary left, which was, for me, I was very concerned about who I was going to take Gary's place. Gary wanted to leave and go on his own, which was the right thing for him to do, and Jimmy understood that. So getting somebody to replace Gary, not to be like another Gary, but to fill the spot. So we got Arthur Treacher, but Jimmy brought it up. And Arthur was fine. He was great for a while. Don Amici, I think Alan Young came on really. I think he was the first one after Gary, but I'd used him once in New York, and so we got Alan Young on to replace Gary, and then eventually Don Amici. It was good because he's a good actor and he could sing, he could do anything.
It all worked. It all worked together. You had Peggy Lee.
Then I got Peggy Lee. Yeah. Funny thing, I've got to bring a picture of her over to somebody I played golf with yesterday. Yeah, Peggy Lee was on for a year. It was really her first. She'd been on some radio, but I think this is her first important appearance.
As a kid, listening to the radio, I think I was probably first exposed to Jimmy Durante with Gary Moore, and I always thought that they were and had been and always would be a team like Abbott and Costello or Olson and Johnson or whatever. And I had not realized that Jimmy, of course, had this fantastic career before that, and Gary Moore, he had his career too, which was really kind of taking off at the time he joined forces with Jimmy. And it surprised me when Gary left, and in effect it was Jimmy on his own, because it was the Durante-Moore show, the nose and the haircut. That's what they.
And he was calling him Junior all the time.
Junior, yeah. And then it became the Jimmy Durante show. Of course, as I was getting a little older, I started seeing Jimmy in the movies and all of that sort of thing. I want to talk more about Jimmy Durante and about your career in just a moment. We're going to take a short break. We're visiting in the Pacific Palisades in a lovely patio setting outdoors with the birds chirping and
that's right.
Somebody cutting a lawn down the ways and a truck passing on the side. But it's a delightful day, and we're visiting with Phil Cohan, and we'll be back in just a flash. We're talking with Phil Cohan, who was a producer and director in the best days of radio. And would you say that those were the best days of radio, Phil, when you were involved with them?
Yes, it's pretty easy to explain. As I say, this was an innovative time. There was loads of opportunities if you had an idea to get it on the air, non-commercial. And particularly CBS was really the hotbed of people with creative ideas. You know, Norman Corwin came. Norman's office was next to mine. You had a tremendous array. At that time, you didn't realize how important it was. You know, like so many things, you didn't realize it later on. But they were really the golden days. Now they had that in television right after that too, in the 1950s. And I wasn't involved that much. I went back to New York with Durante to do television, and then came back out here and did some television producing. I didn't direct, but those were the really the great years, 1930s and 40s for radio.
What?
Because it was live primarily.
I was just going to say, what made those golden days of radio so golden? Was it because it was live?
That had a lot to do. There was an excitement to it. And also, people were just beginning to want to go on radio. You know, there were a lot of actors in the theater that would have nothing to do with this. And movie stars, you know, unless you have costumes, you have. And I was aware of that, having come from 5.5 years of a movie studio.
Yes.
Radio said, you know, I said, well, this is a cinch. What is this? You know, you stand in front of a microphone and read a script. There's no cameras, there's no lighting, there's no costuming.
No makeup?
No makeup. And you have to know your lines. And so it was kind of a transition period, both for me and it just seemed like a cinch. So you had to kind of create your own. And of course, it was great for me, and I think I was valuable to CBS because I'd come from scoring movies, you know, with big orchestras and composers and sound. And I began to use a lot of that in radio and used it well because I understood scoring, how to score and to cut off and come on. And so I did a lot of great shows. I did shows with Paul Robeson, all-black cast orchestra. And a lot of things like that no one had ever done. Did a black show with Ethel Waters and Duke Ellington. And all-black cast. They used to call me the Great White Father. But there was this wonderful bunch of talent coming down from Harlem now that was just beginning to be acknowledged into New York City, you know, like Duke Ellington.
On the radio shows, that music that you're talking about, the scoring, that played a very important role in radio because that served to for a transition from one scene to the next, and to set the tone of it. It might be up, it might be down, it might be
very much a part of radio, and the very fact that I'd had this experience and background in movies, whereas a lot of directors, you know, did it adequately, but I think I was way ahead of a lot of people, and I had the feeling for it, and so that the musical directors, and we had a great collection of Andre Castellanos, Mark Warno. These names don't mean much to you. Freddie Rich, and very talented musical directors at CBS. I forgot to mention the music talent they had there, and they had all different kinds of orchestras. They had a chamber music group, and Mitch Miller played oboe there, and you know who Mitch Miller was?
Sure.
Well, he played oboe in the little ensemble, and Benny Herman finally got to do his own little group, and
it's a richness of talent that was shared by those listeners.
And you were being paid for it, you see. It was, as I say, you asked me, was this as a golden era? I would have to say yes. Orson Welles did his things there, and a wonderful bunch of actors would come, and it was very. Norman Corwin did his first things there. Remember when Norman had his office next to me, and he went on. I forget what his first show was, but they could try out things. It was Sunday afternoons, you could put on things like that.
And if there was no sponsor involved, there wasn't so critical then. They weren't worried about trying to please the sponsor.
Well, you had open time that you had to fill. Too, you know, Sunday afternoon they'd have the Philharmonic on from Carnegie Hall or something. CBS always carried that. That's sustaining, no sponsorship. Then after that, they might have something to do till 6 o'clock till something came on. And news wasn't that important either, you know.
Well, news didn't come into its own until really the war.
Right, and Ed Murrow and that group came on.
That's true. Ed Murrow, too, was with CBS, and what a, incredible person he was. What he did.
Well, I remember we had a going-away party for Ed. He was in the news department, which is a very small group there, to open up our office in London. See, this is before the war, and this is like 1937, and he did a great job for me. I had this Saturday Night Swing Club, which became the first network jazz show, and there was a group in Paris called the Hot Club of France. Stephen Grappelli, a great guitar player, and Grappelli he does concerts around here, and Django Reinhardt. These names probably all sound kind of strange. And I had all their records, I still had them, and I wanted to get them on the air. So I talked to Ed in London there was a short wave then. You didn't have any cables.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And he was going to go over to Paris and put them on. Ed knew next to nothing about really jazz. Anyway, he arranged, we had conversations, he went over to put them on, and I have a record with his voice on and picking them up from Paris. Unfortunately, reception wasn't too good because of the weather conditions.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
But Ed is on there, and I always felt kind of guilty because at the end of the show, I never gave him credit and said, that was Ed Murrow. Although when he came on, he says, "This is Ed Murrow in the heart of the Montmartre, 4 o'clock in the morning." Those are little interesting things that occur to me once in a while.
Did you do any work for Armed Forces Radio during the war?
Well, we would. Well, the individuals would do that. Durante would do it. Moore would do it, so forth. But we went around to camps and did broadcasts from there. Then I remember going to Chicago for the Navy and doing our show from there. And then we went down to Washington to do a show for the White House Correspondents' Dinner, which was the last appearance of Franklin Roosevelt. And it was 1945, April, and 2 weeks later we were back in Hollywood and heard that he died. And Jimmy and Gary and Danny Thomas and Danny Kaye, we all went down there to put a show on.
Now, this was not a broadcast.
No, this is an annual thing, the White House Correspondents' Dinner, which was a private thing at which the president, whoever the president was, would attend. But they were surrounded by Secret Service. This was still, the war was going on.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
And I was a great Roosevelt admirer. My memory of this is they were wheeling. I never knew he was in a wheelchair till I saw him. They brought him in, and then he left, went out the freight elevator, which was backstage, and I followed it down, and Danny Kaye went over and talked to him. I didn't have the courage to talk to him. But this was a great thrill for me, and then 3 weeks later, he went to Georgia, Warm Springs, and died. And so this was his last public appearance, so this was kind of an eventful...
It was nice for you that you got to see him then.
Yeah.
And in fact, to be part of the troupe that was performing.
Yeah, and stand 8 or 10 feet away from him. Well, 2 Secret Service men moved him out to the freight elevator. Nobody else was there. Danny Kaye and I was there.
Now, in this show for the correspondence, what were you doing? Were you producing that show?
No, I didn't. I guess I delivered Durante and Moore, and I probably went over some of the material.
Oh, I see.
But they wanted me there. CBS put it on, as a matter of fact, because they used to have the card which gave me access, and it was from a fellow I used to know at CBS in New York. CBS put it on, but it was not a broadcast.
I'd like to get back to the Durante show for a moment.
Sure.
From start to finish on the Rexall show, the Jimmy Durante show, for example, what did you have to do? Did you have to shepherd all of this from whatever night it was on to the next week to see that everything, that the writers were on time, and did you approve the script finally, or what?
Oh, yes. Well, the first thing you do is we had a battery of writers, maybe 5 or 6 at that time. You sit down and think what you want to do for next week, and the idea is you might have a little theme. Then we had a singer on, Georgia Gibbs or Peggy Lee, and Roy Barger was the orchestra director. And you'd work on, what song she was going to sing. So I'd get Roy and Peggy together, the arrangers. Then the writers and I would, or they might come up with an idea for a skit. And then we'd have a monologue for Durante maybe, or for Gary Moore had it. And Gary would write a lot of his own stuff. So, and get help from the writers. So it was a matter of getting pieces and bits together, and that was my job. And then you plan then I had a very good assistant who's now still with Bob Hope after 30 or something years, who would kind of arrange the physical stuff. We're going to rehearse from so-and-so and call the orchestra and let everybody know and work it out with the station, NBC or CBS, whoever you were working. And this became a pattern that every Wednesday you would have a rehearsal, and then Thursday, Friday you'd go and have a dress rehearsal, and then be on the air at 6 o'clock, which would be 9 o'clock in the East. And then you'd do a repeat show for the coast. So you did 2 live shows every time you went on from here.
Each with a different studio audience.
Yes.
Were those shows pretty similar? I know you maybe worked in the same script.
But naturally, sometimes that the guys have been out to dinner and had a few drinks. We'd go to the Derby in between or something, which was close by, and you could get a little looser on the second because you were just the West Coast, you see. And the sponsor was back there, so there would be a little looseness sometime in the second show, sometimes too much. And sometimes better, you'd have a chance to improve on somebody was maybe a little bit nervous on the first show, and their delivery, they'd be better on the second show.
Would you ever change something that didn't work on the first show?
Sure, I think we did, but not too seriously. But if you could improve something with a change in line or telling somebody what to do, yes, you shouldn't have done that. Or yes, you would make changes.
Was Jimmy Durante easy to work with on all these shows?
Very. For me, it was. We were very, very close. And when I left Jimmy after his first year in television, it was kind of a traumatic thing for both of us, you know. However, there were circumstances that made it necessary for me to do that. Yeah, Jimmy was good to work with. He had his quirks, you know. And a great part of my job was trying to not let Jimmy use material he used in nightclubs, 20 years earlier, which he thought was great. And I was the fresh young kid that was, saw things in I was going to say 1940s rather than a 1920s look.
Did you? There was one of those Rexall shows, I know, because I've heard it, where he was kind of reunited with Clayton and Jackson.
Yeah, we did that.
And that was a fun, wonderful show.
Yeah,
They all sound like they had a wonderful time on that.
Sure. Broadcast. Well, it was tough for the other fellas, Clayton, Jackson, and Durante, and Jimmy went on his own, really. Clayton became his manager, so he was with him. And then Eddy Jackson, he would work with Jimmy, but not on the air. Because he's, except once in a while, they might use him for a little singing bit. But they did all that. After all, Jimmy did a lot of nightclubs and stuff. He would work in Las Vegas and places like that we...
And Jackson went with him then.
Yes.
For those
things.
And came into TV with him.
That's right.
Later then, I think.
Right. And yes, and TV used Eddy every possible time. And he felt at ease there, with Eddy Jackson.
I'm sure that everybody who's ever spoken with you about Jimmy Durante has asked about Mrs. Calabash.
Well, you're talking to the man that first used it.
How did that come about, and what does it mean?
Well, it's been in a book, and it was like everything else, an accidental thing. We were on our way to New York, and by that, on the train, we were on the Super Chief, and Jimmy and I were talking, and there used to be a singer named John Charles Thomas back in the 30s. We was on the radio. Metropolitan opera singer and folk singer and so forth. And he used to say goodnight, Mother. He'd be on Sunday afternoon. And Jimmy thought that was great, It's a nice feeling. So we got into New York. We were up at CBS till about 12 o'clock at night. Hey, rewriting our script. We were on the air next night. And I said, hey, let's think of something for Jimmy to say. He wants to say goodnight to somebody. So we started going all the way down from Alabaster to Balaban, back. And I have a calabash pipe in there, I'll show you. You know what it is? One of those yellow pipes?
Yes, I've seen them.
And so, I don't know, it just sounded good. And we all paced up and down. Good night, Mrs. Abercrombie. Good night, Mrs. Balaban. Good night, Mrs. Calabash. This sounded pretty good. So we stuck it in just for one night. That's how it started.
And was there any reaction to that?
Yeah. And so the agency said, hey, that sounds pretty good. Then later on, he added on "wherever you are." It was that time we just "good night, Mrs. Calabash." Then the mail began to pour in, and who was Mrs. Calabash? We didn't know what to do with it. It was a gimmick, and we kept it. I kept a mystery because why spoil it for Jimmy? And by that time, Jimmy began to believe it, that there was somebody. And people were asking him, and Jimmy was not too fast on his feet, but he said, she was an old, was coming out of a theater in Louisville. And there was a lady standing there selling papers. And it was my old school teacher from the... and he created these kind of things. And that's who Mrs. Calabash was supposed to be. And, of course, it created so much interest. And I had a card printed saying that Jimmy's name, thank you, but there's some things the gentleman doesn't talk about, and we kind of kept it alive. But it became a beautiful a myth, and I never, we never broke. It wasn't really until Jimmy died that we began to talk about it at all.
It certainly became a significant trademark for him.
And it created a lot of sympathy, and Jimmy really believed this himself. He began to think of it's something,
Well, over the years we've heard so many stories. It was an old sweetheart.
That's right. It was Jimmy's first wife.
Yeah,
that was the thing. And then when Lou Clayton died of cancer, they said, Lou Clayton, how he could get to be Mrs. Calabash, I don't know, but there were people that he just thought that. But it was a thought of Jimmy's, and then when he went on television, with the lights on, and he had this trench coat over his shoulder, and it was a very touching thing, and I respected it. And it wasn't until a fellow named Glenn Taylor was at the agency when he got a book and he wrote about it. Although there was some hints. They used to interview me in New York, the guy from the Times, and so when they come out here and ask about that, I'd just say, well, it's one of those things that Jimmy knows about. I don't know. So
it's showbiz, right?
Yeah, but you didn't want to spoil it.
Don't.
So, I was the one because of Calabash, and the guy at the agency sent me a Calabash pipe. I still have it in there. And then I broke Jimmy's heart. This is years later. I'm no longer working with him, but I'm visiting down in Beverly Hills, Jimmy's house, and he was having someone interview from one of the national magazines, and. So it came up, and they said, well, Jimmy, tell us about Mrs. Calabash. So Jimmy looked, and I walked out of the room. Anyway, I came back, and we talked about it. And I said, well, Jimmy, a calabash, you know what a calabash? He said, what do you mean? He said, calabash is a melon. It's a gourd. And he just couldn't believe it, And I'm sorry that I mentioned it, but... that's what it is. It's a gourd, and they dry them up and make pipes and other things out of it. But he was a beautiful man, that Jimmy was, and I was hated to see him. He had this strokes, and hung on for about 8 or 9 years.
He died in the 70s. Sometime, I think. I'm not sure exactly.
Yeah, about 10 years ago, 9 years ago.
Yeah.
I used to go down and visit him every Friday afternoon and just sit there with him and hear this man who was talk like, loved to talk, but couldn't talk. And,
well, you were very fortunate in that you were able to work with somebody like that.
Oh, I should say so.
Of course, you've really had a very interesting career, and you didn't do too much in television after...
no, I freelanced. I had a lot of offers from agencies to supervise. I supervised the Mickey Rooney show. Then I produced a show with a singer named Guy Mitchell.
Yes.
For Max. That was on for only about 18 weeks, I think. I produced that. And then when I was back in New York for CBS, there was a 3-network program for the Red Cross, a big hour show. They had, we had... Charles Heston, people like it, a lot of stars. This was a big Red Cross thing by the 3 networks, and I produced it for the 3 networks, and ABC gave us somebody else, a director, and then NBC gave me Meredith Wilson's orchestra. all the three. But the first time was ever done, a three-network thing, I think. And I did some shows. I did a producer Gary Moore show before his big one back there. After I left Durante, I stayed with CBS for about a year.
Mm-hmm.
And did some TV. Then when I came back here, I worked freelance for a lot of the advertising agencies, NWA, where I stayed there as sort of a supervisor for the West Coast, television supervisor. Mm-hmm.
Well, you've spent a lot of time out here on the West Coast. You've been here permanently
since 1944.
So you've seen many changes over the years.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
But it's still a nice place to visit, a place to live, and you look wonderful. You've done. It agreed with you, I think.
Yeah. Well, I like the outdoor. I like the sea, and I like to play golf and outdoors. I'm from the East. I'm originally from Connecticut.
So you know what you're missing in the wintertime, right?
You're darn right.
And glad of it.
I was down about a year and a half ago in one of those terrific snowstorms. And no, I don't miss that at all. I have family back there. I'll be talking to my 94-year-old sister here right after you leave.
Oh boy.
Back in Meriden, Connecticut. Then I was in New York during the great years too, the end of the 20s and the 30s. And
well, you were one of the unknown heroes of radio as far as the listening audience is concerned, because for the most part, the listening audience really wasn't aware of a producer or a director.
We didn't even get credit.
Well, you did get credit on the Durante show because we often would hear directed by Phil Cohan.
Yeah,
and that was unusual, and I wonder how that happened.
I was one of the. We formed a Radio Directors Guild. I was one of the founding group, and we got the first contracts eventually. But we were just looking for recognition, and some people would get their name on it, but it wasn't common at all. I think when I did the Paul Whiteman show, I don't think I took a credit. And I produced and directed that, and I wrote a lot of it. It was just continuity, and we had singers and people on. It wasn't until a little later that they began to give credits, and the networks got used to it.
Yeah, well, on television, of course, you can spend 2 minutes at the end of the show watching.
Oh, yes.
You know, the guy who goes out for coffee.
That's all union, yeah. Well, when we formed our union, we joined the AFL. I was one of the guys that helped get the first contracts out here from ABC and CBS and NBC. At that time, it became just a commonplace thing for credits. And but writers didn't even get credit. Like on the Durante show, maybe at the end of the season, we felt they deserved some credit. We threw in some names, but on a weekly basis, no. I think it was just my credit.
Was that any special reason for that they didn't get the credit? You didn't want to take the time on the air?
Well, you take Jack Benny, who had maybe 12 writers. Mm-hmm. It has a lot of time.
It takes all the time.
And then then 2 weeks later, there'd be 2 new writers on there. You see, they weren't as permanently a group. Now, a show like Fibber McGee, they had like Don Quinn did it for years and years and years, and created it, and did it.
And it seems like he always got credit.
He should have. Yeah,
he always got credit on that.
Or Carlton Morse.
Yeah.
Mostly in the soap operas and the script shows, where one man created and wrote it. Yes, but in variety shows, musicals, no, there were too many contributors, really.
And I suppose that the audience, they didn't want to remind the audience that a show like this had to be written. They thought it was maybe spontaneous and just informal. Yeah, on Bing Crosby's show, for example, I don't think they ever gave Carol or Ray Singer or any of those people credit.
That's right.
Because Bing was supposed to be very natural,
and the comedians were all supposed to be. Jack Benny, he created all these things, but of course he didn't.
Right.
Durante couldn't.
Phil Cohan, I thank you very much for spending a little time with us and reminiscing about those good old days. Thanks a lot.
Well, thank you.
This is Chuck Schaden. It's our Nostalgia Night edition of Old Time Radio on this Sunday evening. We're paying our respects to Fran Allison. She passed away last Tuesday, the 13th of June. She was 81 years old. And on the telephone with us now is the man who put Fran Allison on the television quite a few years ago. Good evening, Captain Eddy.
Good evening, Chuck. How are you?
I'm fine, thanks. And how are you this evening?
Oh, I was hanging in there.
All right, that's pretty good. You're out in Michigan City, Indiana. Is that correct?
That is right.
And you are truly a Chicago television pioneer. You, I guess, put WBKB, which was Channel 4, when that station was known as W9XBK.
Well, that was the first station, yes. That was a police transmitter we brought out, and on the roof of the State Bank building, I put a windmill tower for my antenna. So that was the beginning of television in Chicago.
And what year was that?
That was in 39, 40, the early 40s.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Now, wasn't that station a radar training center or something like that during the war?
Yes, during the war we converted it, but we continued to broadcast using girls for my crew. I put girls on all the cameras and everything else.
Because the men
ran it during the war.
Right, the men were all in the service.
Pardon?
The men were all in the service.
All inducted into service, yes. We ran a radar school for training young radar recruits.
Mm-hmm. Now, your captaincy is from the United States Army?
No, in the Navy.
The Navy, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, you had the pleasure, I assume, of getting Fran Allison together with Bert Tillstrom on television. Huh?
It was a funny situation. Obviously, in the early days when I only had a few sets in Chicago, I had no sponsors whatsoever, and yet I was spending money like a crazy sailor. So every time I'd buy something from RCA, I'd suggest they come out and look at some of these beautiful shows I had on the shelf, of which I had none. So one morning they called up from the merchandise mart and said they would like to see one of my better shows. So in my office, Fran Allison was having coffee with me, and I got in touch with Bert Tillstrom, whom I'd met previously at the World's Fair, and called him over, and we got together. I paid Fran $35 a week, I think, to start with. I wanted to give her a good start in the business, and I did the same for Bert Tillstrom.
Mm-hmm.
So we put together a show, and at 5 o'clock that evening we went on for the first time with the Kuka Fran Renard show, which turned out to be quite a popular show in Chicago because it had an adult theme as well as for the kids itself.
Mm-hmm. You mean to say that you were in your office, Fran Allison was there having a cup of coffee, you got the call from RCA who said they'd like to see something, you said come on over, and you called Burr and you got them together?
I've been boasting about the plethora of major shows that I had waiting for a sponsor. Of course, all the big companies would say, well, give us more than 150 sets and we'll consider sponsorship. Well, I didn't have the number of sets or viewers at that time. So I suggested to RCA that they might very well take part of the profits they made from my purchases and put into a sponsorship. That's the way it happened.
And did they finally do that then?
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
And finally took the show over to Merchandise Mart and MAQ.
That's right. Well, now, WBKB was owned by Balbin and Katz, is that correct?
Yeah, 9XBK first. That was my experimental license when I came out here in 39 to build a station. And then as we got into the commercial phase, it became BKB, which is Balbin and Katz.
Well, tell us a little bit about Fran Allison. You must have known her before getting together.
I knew her on the Don McNeil show, and she was a personal friend. Well, one of the most wonderful people I've ever met. She just radiated everything that was good. She was one person that could project through the television tube to the public itself. She had a fantastic personality.
It certainly came across, and in her treatment of the puppets, the Tillstrom puppets.
We never spoke of them as puppets. We spoke of them as actors.
As actors.
We would always move Kukla over, or have Ollie move a little bit to the left of Kukla, but not to disturb him. We always consider them as human beings, and I think Fran projected that.
It seems to be legend Captain, that most of the time, in fact, maybe all of the time, they never used a script on the
No, we never. We would
show.
get together about 3 o'clock in the afternoon in my office.
Mm-hmm.
We'd sit down and figure out what we were going to do that day, who would take a poke at, what the theme would be for that day. In other words, it was really the beginning of the soap operas, although we had no script.
Mm-hmm.
We just decided, well, this is the way we'll play it for the next hour. And at 5 o'clock every afternoon, we'd go on the air. We went on the air from 5 until 6 every evening.
That's an awful long time.
Well, for $35, I had to get my money to it.
Wasn't that show originally called the Junior Jamboree?
Pardon?
Was it called the Junior Jamboree initially?
No. We originated the title Coughlin Alley right the first day.
Mm-hmm. I see.
No, I don't. I remember hearing something about Junior Jamboree. We were not connected with that show at all.
Oh, I see. I'm sorry. I read something that was the first title, and then eventually was Coughlin Alley.
So. Burr came from New York, and I met him first in New York at the World's Fair.
Mm-hmm.
No, it was a beautiful combination. Really a family of actors playing to the family of Chicago.
Virtually everybody in Chicago who had a television set in those early days was glued to it to watch Coughlin and Fran and Alley.
It had a theme that appealed to the adults, and that meant that the people having a beer at 5 o'clock in the barroom, that's where most of our sets were, would see it and then say, well, I ought to have a set like that at home so the kids can see it. It did a great deal to build the audience in Chicago.
I'll say, and they didn't disappoint that audience either.
Apparently it didn't, no. Many people grew up, several generations grew up with that show.
Well, I'm happy that you were there to put it all together. We were indebted to you.
It was a lot of fun. It was one of the high points of my career, I think, is working with people like that and putting together a show that was so successful.
Captain Eddy, how long did you stay with the WBKB?
I came out in 39, and I left in, about 46, I think it was, to build more television stations around the world.
And you've been retired now for a few years, I assume. You've been retired for a few years now?
Well, I've been retired, yes, quite a while, and back here in Michigan City.
Mm-hmm. Well, we appreciate you taking a few minutes from your Sunday evening to chat with us a little bit.
Thanks a lot, Chuck. And Fran rates everything we can say about her.
I'll agree with that. Thank you very much, Captain Eddy.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Captain William Eddy of Michigan City, Indiana, a real TV pioneer. He's 84 years old, and we're grateful that he spent a little bit of his evening to share a few memories about the early days of television and of a beautiful lady, Fran Allison. Chuck Schaden with you on our Nostalgia Night on Old Time Radio from WBBM News Radio 78. It's an evening we've been looking forward to for a long time because it gives us an opportunity to introduce to you a gentleman who had a very important part in the golden age of radio, though he must have started when he was just a young boy because he does not seem to be all that old, like me, with the long gray beard and the gray hair and walking with a cane and all of that sort of thing. But we have Paul Renard, who is the proprietor, the owner, and creator of Music Dynamics, and we'll talk about that a little bit later. But, Paul, you were an organist and a pianist in New York City during those great days, weren't you?
That's right, but you see, I am a lot older than you think. Let's say I'll take credit for maybe 55. Anything beyond that is anybody's guess. But I only had a shorter career than most people. I wasn't in it, 25, 30 years like Jesse Crawford or Rosa Rio or Lou White. I had probably a good 10 to 12 years. I've had 22 years between local radio and network radio, but only really about maybe 10 to 12 of the network stuff.
Well, how did you get your start in radio? What brought you to become a kilocycle kid?
Well, you mean local, which is your start with, or network?
Well, all right, let's locally
all right.
Start with.
We lived, my dad was a theater manager, and we lived in Millville, New Jersey. Mm-hmm. And there was a station nearby that was called WSNJ. It was a 1240 on the dial, 250-watt station, just about close enough that my family could hear it when I was on it. Mm-hmm. And I said to my dad one day, I want to try radio as a pianist. I was, at the time, only about 11 or 12 years old. And he said, "You're not going." And I said, "Yes, I am." And I took the bus very audaciously on my own and went over to WSNJ, asked for an audition, got my own show, which I had for 2.5 years.
At 12 years old?
Yes, it was called Sweetheart Time. And we went from there to a thing called Paul Renard's Musical Scrapbook, where I told a lot about the lives of the different composers, whether it was Sigmund Romberg, Jerome Kern, what have you, and then I would play their music. I went from WSNJ to WWBZ in Vineland, New Jersey, which was 1,000 watt. You know, you grow with this thing. And the next thing I knew, I had a show there, Paul Renard's Piano Reveries. And then along with that, I was accompanying on a thing called the Star Maker Show, which came from the Stanley Theater remote in Vineland. And I discovered that I was a pretty good accompanist by the time I was 14 and a half years old. So I think you start with this stuff very, very early, really.
Well, I would say that's a very early start indeed.
Yes.
Well, now, you worked for all 4 of the radio networks, NBC, CBS, ABC, and Mutual. And Mutual.
Yeah.
Now, was it ABC or was it the Red and Blue network?
It was it was actually Red and Blue were together. The best way to describe it is when you were at Rockefeller Center, if you didn't know you had to get assignment, you could walk in and play the wrong show because until ABC split and moved up to 66th Street, where they had their own place. I know the first times that I even went into the studios with Rosa Rio, who was my mentor. Rosa said to me, she says, "If I go in the wrong room, I'll be playing the wrong show." You never knew what show was going on. So ABC and NBC were very closely coordinated between Bob Aaron, NBC's music coordinator, and Frank Vagnoni, which was ABC's. And they were constantly working to make sure that you knew where you were going. But it was a maze for many years until they split.
Well, did you, in Chicago radio in the old days, and I've talked with an awful lot of actors in Chicago radio, and everybody was freelance, and they worked for CBS in the Wrigley Building, WBBM studios. They worked for NBC, which was in the Merchandise Mart, and WGM Mutual, which was in the Tribune Tower. Right. And they would go from one building to the next, and sometimes they had to worry about the Michigan Avenue Bridge.
The Bridge Club. Do you know that Bridge Club story?
The Bridge Club, of course.
Sure.
Of course, that became a convenient excuse for being late, too, at any good given time. Did you ever have much trouble getting from one venue to another while you were working?
The best way to describe it, you call this conflict time. That was the term in New York. You could have a conflict. I know of actors who would have terrible conflicts and would have nightmares that they wouldn't make them and make it within seconds. At NBC, they had a different way of doing that. If you had 2 shows close, they'd have an elevator waiting for you, and that elevator would be there, and you would walk in, they would whisk you down, you'd get to the next studio. And if you were smart, you didn't have your shows too close. There's a story about that. Bill Meter had 2 soap operas. One was called Pepper Young's Family, which followed by Right to Happiness, and he did both shows, which was nervy. And what happened was they were across from each other. One came from, I think it was 3D, and the other one came from 3F. Because all the soap shows were on 3 and on 8 at NBC. And Bill would finish one show, and they would open it. First of all, he had to turn the organ on in both studios to be ready to go and have the stops and the drawbars and everything set up. And he would do one show, and as they were saying, this is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company, the pages would hold the 2 doors open. He'd go right into the next room, and then he'd sit down and be ready to do that next theme. And I always was waiting for the day, because the floors were always slippery when he would get down. It was everybody knew the mad dash, and nobody at that moment tried to go past there while he was going through.
Ready to go. Well, now, how many shows were you working at a given time?
Well, I would say probably, and this I should explain, I did a tremendous amount of substituting. It became a career because, of course, I was doing a lot of teaching. I was on Riverside Records staff cutting records. I was doing things for Columbia. I was busy all over the place. So my biggest fun there was subbing, because everybody needed a sub. Now, there's a story behind this. Rosa Rio was another great sub. She'd do about 30 shows a week and another 30 shows for everybody else. And she said to me in that wonderful Southern dialect of hers one day, she says, "Honey, there's one thing you got to know. This is a small business. There's not a lot of people doing it, and everybody's afraid of losing their shows. And they know with Rosa, when I do their show, when they come back, that show is there. And they don't have to worry about competition." She said, "That's how you do this." She said, "You start subbing." She said, "and let people find out that their job's going to be there, and you're going to be busier than anybody else." And I wound up subbing for everybody in the business, which means I can tell you about more shows. I can tell you the names of any organist that did any show, and I'll be absolutely out on the money with it, because I subbed from at one point or another.
Well, can you name some of the programs on which you you played the organ?
Yeah, I did Inner Sanctum for Lou White one time, and of course Rosa had a funny thing happen. She lives up in the country in Shelton, Connecticut, and she lives in a house, a cave, literally by a waterfall. And they used to get flooded constantly. Whenever Rosa would get flooded, she would call me, do my shows. Well, that was, you're talking about My True Story, Ted Malone, When a Girl Marries, all the things that had moved over to ABC. And so I would get a shot at every one of those. I was Herb Schreiner's organist on some of the things that he did. In fact, I was horrified when he had that accident with Pixie, and they were killed. He and I were good friends. He was a man who loved the organ. In fact, he had a pipe organ in his home. Most people don't know that. So did Arthur Lake Dagwood, by the way. There's a number of people that had those. But Herb loved organ, and so I wound up doing the organ for his Two for the Money, and then I wound up being able to do his Herb Schreiner show for Geritol, which was very short-lived. And by the way, was directed by Alan Sherman, my son, the folk singer.
My son, the folk singer. Yeah. Hello, Mama. Hello.
Right, exactly.
Mother, hello, Father.
He was the director of that show, and also Gary Moore's I've Got a Secret. I think he even owned a piece of that. But he was our director on that.
Tell me, Paul, since you were there, what can you describe the NBC studios, which actually I would think NBC in New York was the epitome of the golden age of radio, with all due respect to CBS, which is also the epitome of the golden age of radio. But NBC at Rockefeller Center.
Right.
What kind of radio facilities did they have there?
Magnificent. First of all, they had the 3rd floor and the 8th floor, which were everything that was basically soap opera. And Mary Margaret McBride, of course, came from there, too. Talk shows would be there. Of course, 8H was the big monster studio, and I used to hide in there whenever I could back and watch Toscanini record or rehearse the NBC Symphony, and learned an awful lot about good timing in my music, just watching that man do that. But that was the biggest studio on 8. Everything else was small. When a Girl Marries came from there. Pepper Young's Family was 3rd floor. See, and so 3 and 8 were the soap opera floors. 2, they had some studios. Bob Smith used to do his morning show on 2, and the 6.
You're talking about Buffalo Bob.
Buffalo
Smith,
Bob
right?
started out for men and shave. The 6th floor was not soap, although the 6th floor was the big shows. Henry Aldrich was on that floor. I was when Bob Hastings talked. I heard him talking with you about being in 6. He was. Aldrich and Archie Andrews came from across studios. There was just A and there was B. D was a studio I was in and worked with Ed Herlihy on a show called Junior Reporter. One of the oddest shaped rooms I've ever been in my life. But that room was used for smaller shows. A and B were the monster studios, or the bigger studios, not like 8H. And of course, they were later the first to be converted to TV. Milton Berle came from A, and Henry Aldrich stayed in B for a long, long time. But in fact, when I first met Rosa Rio, I was doing this show. I was a kid on a show with Ed Herlihy called Junior Reporter for NBC, which was local. And I had one dream. I always wanted to meet my heroine, Rosa Rio, who's been my friend to this day. And one day when we were rehearsing during the week for the show, which was, I think, Thursday night, we were there in the morning. I got off of school for that. And Rosa was in the big room. They were doing My True Story from there. Normally they'd use a smaller room, but occasionally you'd find them using a big theater. And I just walked in there. I went from D to A, and I introduced myself to Rosa, and we've been friends now for a billion years since.
Those studios you were discussing, they were, the bigger studios were audience studios.
Yes.
The public would
come in. Archie Andrews came from A. Can You Top This came from A. See, I'm thinking, they used those studios the way CBS used the theaters, the 54 and such, and Mutual used Longacre and that sort of thing. Everybody had NBC never had outside stuff. They later had the Center Theater where Tallulah Bankhead came from when the ice shows left. But primarily, the outside theaters were strictly the domain of CBS and Mutual. ABC even then didn't have things like they had the Elysee years later. And where I think I Got a Secret used to come from. But those theaters were never an NBC thing. NBC had so much space, they never needed outside theaters.
Been great in Rockefeller.
Sure.
Our guest is Paul Renard. He's a man who was there, and we thought you'd like to hear about some of the things that happened in those days. And we're going to talk more with Paul. We've also got some comedy with Bud Abbott and Lou Costello coming up in just a little bit. I'm Chuck Schaden. You're listening to Old Time Radio from Chicago. This is Nostalgia Night on WBBM News Radio 78. Who's on first? I don't know. He's on third. No, that's a different routine. Bud Abbott and Lou Costello, a little mustard at the old ballpark. Chuck Schaden here with you on Nostalgia Night from WBBM News Radio 78. Our guest is Paul Renard. He was an organist in New York City during those great golden days of radio. And Paul, you were describing the NBC studios. I want to give equal time to the Columbia Broadcasting System. Now,
under the circumstances, could we do otherwise?
We would do it anyway. But where was CBS in relation to NBC?
Well, it was not where it is today. It was at 485 Madison Avenue. But everyone has a misconception. They think that everything was at 485, which was not true. Across the street, there was a much shorter building, was probably maybe 3 or 4 stories, maybe 5. That I forget. And you had studios 21 to 28. Arthur Godfrey, in the morning, was in Studio 22 down in the basement. That was there. That was also Herb Schreiner's Two for the Money studio. But upstairs from 21 through 27 was Helen Trent, Ma Perkins, Nora Drake. It was The Brighter Day. All the soap shows came from this short building. The tall building, which for 485, of course, had master control at one point, all the offices, and one floor, I think it was the 22nd floor, that had 2 studios. And Jenny was in one on the left, and Big Sister was in the other one. And the one that had Big Sister also was Perry Mason. It was Perry Mason, Big Sister.
People don't realize that Perry Mason was a soap opera, was a daytime drama long before.
Sure, John Larkin and Joan Alexander.
That's right. Raymond Burr became Perry Mason on television, but Joan Alexander too was at one time was Lois Lane on Superman.
She was with Bud Collyer. I don't know if you know anything about her. Joan Alexander was also a panelist on many shows too. I loved that girl. I just absolutely loved her. She had the sharpest tongue. You know, when she talked, she had a sharp sound. Even if she said hello, she sounded like she might be telling you off. But she was a sharp lady. She was an elegant lady, and she had a voice and a manner about her that was like nobody else. She could play the hotsy-totsy babe, and she played Moll, too, just like Elspeth Eric did. Probably better than anybody I ever saw. But she was very, very involved. She, of course, was with John Larkin. She played Della Street on that show. On Perry Mason, and oh gosh, she was a fixture for so many years. In fact, John Larkin, did you know, was married to Terry Keane, who was she did Life Can Be Beautiful when Les Tremayne and Alice Reinhart went out to California. You know, you see Les Tremayne in so many movies. They made a big move, and Terry came right in, and she was Chi-Chi on Life Can Be Beautiful for many, many years.
Papa David and
Ralph Locke,
the slightly used bookstore.
That's right.
That was the setting for Life Can Be Beautiful.
That show had a nickname. It was called LCBB.
The initials.
The initials, yeah.
LCBB. They thought it was LCBB. Hello, BB. Well, now back to CBS. The studios there, the audience studios, for example. What were they all at 485, or were they?
No.
You said before they were in theaters around.
Yeah, Studio 54, which became a disco, was a place that had Let's Pretend. It became the Ed Sullivan Theater. Arthur Godfrey had the Talent Scouts, the Arthur Godfrey and His Friends show there. Jackie Gleason practically owned that theater. And that was one of their theaters, and I think they had several others, but that was the most prominent. It Pays to Be Ignorant came from that theater. Almost every major show at one point, and of course when it went television, it was also television. Now, as I said, Herb was there and Jackie Gleason. It started out a radio theater, and then went from there to being a television theater, and was very well suited to both.
Do you know if that was the same theater where Orson Welles was doing his Mercury Players things?
I don't know. There you've got me on that, because that was way before
much
me.
Earlier, yeah.
Much earlier, into the 30s when I was still a kid.
You were only working at age 11. You didn't.
True, but I wasn't in New York at the time. I was from New York, but it wasn't there at that point.
Well, how do ABC or rather Mutual Studios compare to CBS?
They were at 1440 Broadway. They were small. I filled in one time for the organist on Superman, which was Mutual. It was a small studio. Mel Bailey, who directed I Love a Mystery, had it at Mutual. That was a small studio. All the studios there were small. There might have been somebody's might hear this and say, "Hey, you've forgotten we had a couple of large." But no, they used the Longacre Theater. and they had one other theater which I can't remember now. Longacre had The Shadow. It had Sherlock Holmes. It had Bulldog. No, I think Bulldog Drummond at one point was there, and it was an audience show. But I remember Sherlock Holmes and The Shadow always coming from the Longacre, and I'm sure you do because you play the shows and you hear them saying from the Longacre
Yes,
Theater.
and you always hear applause at the end.
Oh, yes.
It's amazing how they kept that audience so still through those programs, and yet there's big enthusiastic applause and cheers at the end of it. I can't imagine how they never got a cough out of that audience even,
Well, I have a feeling that what they did really was, I know most of the audiences were mic'd, but I have a feeling the mics were off. And in those days, they weren't as sensitive as this one I'm talking into. They didn't pick it up. I think they had to work a little harder in the 30s and 40s and early 50s really to probably pick that up, I think. Yeah. I mean, John Stone and Orson Welles and Brett Morrison, who played The Shadow, all worked in a little booth doing the Shadow voice into a carbon mic. Did you know that's how they got the Shadow sound? He would go into a booth and he would talk into this carbon mic, and it would have this eerie, weird sound. And of course, they had the regular square mics, like you're wearing the one you're wearing on your lapel. He has this cute pin here.
That's the RCA 44.
44, yeah. That's what they were using in those days. But I don't think that those mics were ever on in the audience. And it's true, you never heard a sound come out. I never thought of that till you just did it, but you never heard a sound come out of the audience.
Yeah, because with the comedy shows, you would hear the audience. I know they had to mic the audience in order to hear that.
Oh, sure.
But you would hear the audience constantly through the situation comedies or the big comedy
And I'll
shows.
tell you, I think they really asked the audiences, too, please be as quiet as you can. We're setting a very eerie mood here. And what could be worse than noise coming out when the Shadow is doing his who knows what evil lurks type
That's
thing.
right, that's right. Paul, you were playing the organ for so many of these broadcasts. Now, when radio kind of came to an end, which was really... CBS was doing the last of radio into the very early 60s, or 61 or so was when it just about folded
Ma
up.
Perkins was, I think, almost the last one to go off.
Ma Perkins, one of the last shows. She went off the air on the day after Thanksgiving in 1960, and then CBS actually carried on with Suspense, Johnny Dollar, and Gunsmoke, and one or two others, just for a little bit.
It was more the
a
evening
couple
shows,
more
I
years.
think,
Actually, they ended up feeding them on the network at a certain time, and then the stations could play them anytime they wanted. In fact, I believe WBBM in Chicago was playing into the 60s, Gunsmoke and Johnny Dollar on Sunday afternoons because they were doing something else the rest of the week,
Sure.
But now, then your career in broadcasting really kind of came to a close, didn't it?
Yes, it did. It came to a thud. Everybody felt it. There's an interesting thing about that. The late Dick Liebert, who was the organist from the Radio City Music Hall, probably had Our Gal Sunday, and he had When a Girl Marries, and he had Stella Dallas. And he was a man who liked to earn money. He was a very good businessman. The day the shows went off the air, he was coming down from Connecticut. He lived in Westport, and Rosa lived in Shelton. And she told me he tore his hair out in the train. He went into such a rage because he realized this was his last day of playing. It was a trauma. Many people, as Rosa said, she felt absolutely suicidal over it. When you're doing something, I was a latecomer. They'd been doing it since 1932. And when that came to an end, they could say, I did 20, 30 years of this. And I know Rosa, who was my dear friend, was simply horrified. Organists didn't know what to do. I think it was like the stockbrokers during 1929. The average organist was making $1,000 a week back in the 50s and 60s. That's like $5,000-6,000 today. Do you know what it's like to have $1,000 worth of work cut out right from under you? Hard. For me, it was a little easier simply because I had many, many things I could fall back on. And oddly enough, because I had a few shows of my own, but because I was the leading substitute, it was easier for me to make the transition. But still, rock had replaced good music. Television had replaced radio. I felt displaced in 1960, and that's when I came to Chicago.
Well, we're glad you came to this place.
I'm glad I did too.
And then, well, tell us about your career now. You've formed a company called Music Dynamics.
Right, and it came out of part of my radio work. What happened was, I was in an industry where you didn't have to read music in the afternoon shows. I mean, you played a theme that you knew like the back of your hand, and you could do bridges and segues and stings and all the stuff that you had to do.
Now,
well, yeah.
there may be some people in our audience who don't know what you're saying when you're saying bridges and segues and stings.
Okay,
it's regarding a radio
show.
Sure. Okay.
Well, a bridge is when you bridge from one scene to the next with da 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 da, and then you come in. A sting is when you da 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 dum, and all of a sudden you hear this big crashing chord, and out comes some great action. That's called a sting. You see, and a segue is, of course, as I say, from scene to scene. Now we have another thing, and there's a term that your audience will find interesting. Many directors would say on a scene, "Don't match it, bridge it." You know what that meant? Many of us you'd have action, and we'd match the action with sound, and they'd say, "Don't match it, bridge it," which means go to the next scene. So we always had that. We always had either matching or bridging, and that was the basis of what we did to go from scene to scene.
If you were matching, what would you do?
The killer would say, "You're dead," and you go da-dum, 2 chords, da-dum. That would be to match it, you see? Or you would have absolute slush between 2 actors, and you would drone behind them or drone afterwards. In this particular case, if they said, "Don't match it, bridge it," you just go da-da-da-da-da-da-da-dum, and you'd be into the next scene. They just wanted to pull right into the next scene.
Okay. All right, so now we're getting back to
my thing here. So I was not a good reader. I could do all the afternoon stuff. But would you put me with an orchestra for any reason at night, I was a bad reader, and it almost cost me a number of jobs that I had. In fact, it cost me a number of very good, lucrative substitutions that I did. So one day I was really in trouble, and it was my good friend Buddy Weed, who was at ABC at the time, who kept complaining, "You're not a good reader. You're working with orchestras. Get your reading straightened out and get out of radio." And of course, I was in recording, and many of the recording studios demanded, first take, quick take, because in recording, the artist has got his royalties resting on how much studio time he's gotten. You had to be thorough pro. And I had reading problems. So I went to a lady named Ida Elkin in New York, who was really the patron saint of good reading. And she turned me into a good reader in a matter of about 10 weeks. And I was able to go back and re-audition, and I got on good footing with everybody, and I kept working for another 5 or 6 years until it all ended. But my career in this stuff, because once I got my feet wet in soaps, I was able to do some evening shows, and my career in nighttime radio almost came to the most abrupt end you ever saw, and I'd have kept that going. And I realized that there's a real need for people to read, not only among the professionals, but among the non-professionals. So what I did was to start teaching at the Institute where she was. And then when I came to Chicago, the now no longer existent Lion and Healy asked me if I wanted to come with them. They wanted to put new life blood into their 17 stores. And I came in as staff organist and head of teaching there. And it became an area where I was able to test out many of the things Ida had taught me and realized this kind of program learning reading, because the way we do it, it's very much program learning without a lot of practice, because you can't program it and practice it at the same time. And I was able to try out ideas and learn that they worked and learned that they would do what I wanted them to do. And then when I left Lion and Healy, I opened up my own company, called it Music Dynamics. And we specialize in piano and organ sight reading today, teaching people to read music who swore they could never read music before. And Ida's technique was pretty rudimentary, and I just added and added to that until I finally had it exactly the way I wanted it, much more sophisticated, much more high-tech. And today we process a couple hundred students every week through our studios who want to learn how to read music.
Now, these are not students who have no musical ability.
Some have, some haven't. We have them at every stage, Chuck. We have them at, we have professionals, we have non-professionals, we have church musicians, we have people at all levels. We do it for a piano and we do it for organ. I have now incorporated voice, because a lot of the commercials, people who do commercials in the city can't read. And we've made it possible for them to read by extending this into their kind of a situation. And so we do it with them. There's another interesting story. Do you know that when all of this 8 and 16, 32, 64 tracks started coming in, the guys who produced the commercials in this town could write the music, but they couldn't read it back, and I'll never mention names on the air. They know who they are. I was flooded for a while with commercial people writing this stuff who could write it but couldn't do you had it for the mix down. You had to be able to read the mix down to get down to 2 tracks from 32 and 64. They couldn't read their own stuff. I had to show them how to do it. And that was another area. That brought me recognition among the professionals in this town. Because in New York, I had it, through radio. Here, it was just through word of mouth. And now I teach as many professionals as I do non-professionals.
Well, it sounds like a very interesting career as well.
It is. Nothing will replace radio. I love that as much as you do. And you no one has the love you do of it, I think, except me in this town. But it'll never replace it. But it was a very rewarding thing, and I can always say that radio gave me the reason to do what I'm doing today. And that's kind of very heartwarming and fulfilling to me.
Well, that's nice. That's nice to say that there's a nice, warm relationship between what you're doing today and
when I did that, yeah.
We're going to talk lots more. We have some more clips, and we're going to be tuning into a little bit with Fibber McGee and Molly and Gail Gordon as Maryland Trivia in just a couple of minutes. And later on, we've got a Dragnet show for you, too, and some other things. So you want to stick around for all of this. Paul Renard is our guest this evening. Paul, you have such a vast knowledge of the radio days in New York and a great recollection of those things. When you were an organist on one of the radio programs, what did you have to do? What was the scene? How did it work? They said you're either going in as a substitute or this is your show or whatever. From the first moment that you got the assignment till you completed that assignment, what was the scene? What happened?
Well, the first thing you do if it's a morning show is you ask your answering service to call you. You set 3 clocks and you ask your mother to wake you up because you don't dare miss a morning show. And I used to just have the answering service. I'd have artist service call me and wake me up. That's first of all. When you get there, the first thing that you do, you pick up a script. You look at the script.
Now, you've not seen it before.
I haven't seen it before. Okay. If you're smart, many organists didn't do it. I always read the script. I wanted to know everything going on. If you were smart, you saw the script. Many could do it just practically off the cuff, but I always like to make very sure. I started young there, about 18, and I wasn't about to not continue, so I thought I'd better be very well versed on what I'm doing. So I pick up the script and read it. Then once I read that, then I could see where the music bridges were coming in, and wherever that said sting, segue, match, bridge, under, fade, whatever it would be, I would do it. You would write that and you circle that. You always circled your cues so you knew what was coming up. Then you would get to the point where they'd have the cold reading. And you were there. A lot of organists came in just in time to play, like, again, Bill Meter on that second show. But I was there, and I wanted to hear the cold reading. I wanted to know what was going on, so I'm there. And I'm listening to this cold reading. Now, with the cold reading, the director makes what's called cuts, which means the show is too long. The writer has now given us 18 minutes, and we need 13 minutes because you need 2 minutes for commercials. Sometimes it was even 12 or 11. You really had to figure a 2-minute commercial on each end. Now you got to take 18 minutes and break it down to 11 minutes. How do you do it? You make cuts, and cuts means everything that you don't need to still keep the thing going. It's like editing. When you write an article, how many words can you take out and still know what you're talking about? So they'd cut scenes. Well, you have to be there, of course, for cuts because you're making the cuts at the same time, which may rearrange how you're going to do your bridges and things. If you don't have a certain thing to do, then you may have to do something else. So you have to be very careful, and you sit in on these cuts with the director, and you know just what's happening there. He can be in the room with you, or he can be in the control room. He usually was in the room for the cold reading. Some directors did one thing, some did another. Then you had your dress. I mean, that's where it was at. And occasionally there was some directors who wanted to have a second reading through and then the final dress. But usually there was no time. Too many actors were too busy. So you did a cold, you did a dress. At the dress, you went
dress rehearsal,
right? You did a dress rehearsal, and that means I'm glad you're stopping me, so I make sure your audience knows what I'm saying. These are all very common terms for me, but not for them. And so you'd have your dress rehearsal, and then everything would be in order, and then you'd get ready for your cue, and you'd be on the air. Now, there's a very interesting thing. When you would go on the air, we used to say we had 2 kinds of directors. The kind who could direct without looking at the clock. He could make a stretches. He would pull the hands apart to tell you to stretch it, or he would bring the hands together to tell you to go faster, or he'd put his finger on his nose. You're right on the nose. You're right on time. But there were 2 kinds of directors. The kind that would just simply know what to do, and the kind that had a stopwatch. And when you worked with a stopwatch director, you worked with what could be dull. Because he would say, cut that. The most important things that would be punctuating the music. Many directors didn't really know the value of the music as much as the words. And they would cut out some of the most important things, and you'd hear a playback, in those days. And you would think to yourself, God, that was dull. I mean, if we had just done, but they didn't want that. And the director with the clock in his hand could make it very hard for us to really do a show, and actors felt very stultified by them. Musicians were just ready to die because we were cut out before the words were, and many times we were cut out needlessly.
Would they sometimes substitute a musical bridge with just a little bit of silence?
They would,
but a second or two of silence to change the scene?
Oh, sure. Oh, sure. But many times that don't bridge it. Don't match it, bridge it, was because it wasn't time to do a match. Because invariably, if you do a match, you may do a bridge unless you do a fade. That means you're just fading down. In other words, instead of matching the action, you're bridging it and taking it down to a fade. Sometimes you'll match it and then bridge it and then fade it.
What kind of time frame are we talking here between scenes? A matching or a bridge?
Bridging, it could be anywhere from 10 to 12 seconds. It could be 5 to 6 seconds. Those were so minuscule that most people don't realize that musicians really had quite a job to make sure that we didn't, because we could start taking the show and making it go longer and longer, and then it would give the actors problems. So you got very good very fast at knowing that a match meant 3 seconds. It's easier to stretch a show than it is to speed it up when they're doing what they call heavy breathing love scenes. So you don't want to be responsible for that. And luckily, Rosa Rio had trained me well. Gene Perazzo, my other mentor in radio, had trained me well. And I knew what to do. When I went into it so young in my teens, with them helping me to get into this, I was very well trained, and I never did anything stupid, I can honestly say, on a radio show to my knowledge that I can remember.
Now, if they were running short, they would probably more than likely call on the musician, the organist, you, to stretch, right?
Oh yes, if they would say, oh yes, then you would have your director look at you, and he would look at you, and he'd stretch, and that'd say, keep the music going, keep the music going. If you ever listen to an old broadcast, do you have any of the When a Girl Marries? I know you have thousands of shows, but do you have any of the soap operas?
Oh yeah, sure.
Listen sometimes when Dick Liebert is doing When a Girl Marries, when it was back at NBC, not when Rosa had it at ABC, but NBC, and somehow Tom McDermott, who was the director, always, it seemed to run shorter, and you'd hear Dick, I never knew quite whether he did this purposely or accidentally, would add music at the end, and he'd always put something there that ran probably around 20 to 30 seconds.
Now, you had your own choice of music through one of these things?
Yeah, if
it says he wants a bridge, you can just make it up or use something, a stock thing that you have or something.
Whatever you want. If there's a new soap opera, the musician most often did not get the choice of what the theme was going to be. I'm sure
the theme, I'm sure, was
that was chosen. But when you got to the actual music itself, yes, I never had anybody write a bridge out for me. Of course, if you're doing a nighttime show or a crime thing like Crime Doctor or something like FBI or something like that, then your bridges are a part of the score of the show, and then you do that. As an organist, no one ever tells you what to play.
Sometimes I hear a comedy show and with an organ. It would be something like Archie Andrews or one of those.
George Wright did that in Ann Leaf for years.
And the scene would end with Archie broke and was trying to find some money so he and Jughead could go out with Betty and Veronica or some silly thing like that. And then the musical scene change would come in. You'd hear, "Oh, we ain't got a barrel of money," something like that. Now, that was the organist's choice.
Yes, and you have to understand how that happened. Ann Leaf did that show, and then when she went to California, George Wright, who was NBC staff, got that at that time. And if you ever hear the later George Wright, he became very well known as a theater organist with thousands of records.
Appeared at the Chicago Theater many times.
Right, right. George has a sense of humor that is so off the wall. I mean, he's got a sarcasm that even matches Joan Alexander. He is funny. And it would be just like him to do that. He could actually match a song to a condition. If he walked in on the show cold, he could match it immediately. He has so many songs in his mind and such a fertile imagination. Rosa could do that very well. I learned to do it. You learn get a song fast. But of course, when you're rehearsing, those things will come to you, and sometimes you have to say to the director, "How much time do I have? Can I throw in something that'll match the predicament?"
Yeah.
And he'll either say yes or no. Ken McGregor, I think, was very generous with George. He got to do a lot of interesting things on Archie Andrews.
One last question before, because we want to tune into. Well, you're not going to go yet, but we want to listen to a Dragnet show. You went from the moment you walked in and got the script for the first time till the show went off the air. That episode. Generally, how much time was that?
Okay. That usually ran, as a rule, about an hour before the show. They could usually do the whole rehearsal in about an hour. And when you had actors who had conflicts in lots of shows, if you had a director that took a long time to work, then the actor had to say many times, "I can't do it. I'll never make both shows." And actors did not want to do that. You see, it was a lot of actors in limited shows, just like organists. So that was usually the way that worked out.
I would assume sometimes you had established actors in the roles. They didn't really require an awful lot of rehearsal because they knew their character and they had been doing it for so long they could pick up the script.
Actors and musicians, if you stay with the show long enough, it becomes so automatic. Again, Bill Meader just walked in on Right to Happiness, I'm sure. Now, this is how they did that with those two shows. He rehearsed with Chick Vincent, who directed Pepper Young's Family. And I'm sure he rehearsed, I think it was Ernie Ricker who did the Right to Happiness, but I'm trying to remember, I used to know all the directors. But he had some rehearsal, but I'm sure he didn't get on the last rehearsal there, and he didn't need it. He played the show for 18 years. So when you did that, he could go from Pepper right on to Right to Happiness and have no problem and never miss anything. But everybody else usually had to have at least some kind of rehearsal right up to. I never tried two conflicting shows.
Okay, so you were playing it safe, huh?
I was not about to make a fool of myself. I always thought Bill was audacious, but he never missed.
Paul Renard, who has created Music Dynamics and who created some wonderful musical sounds during those golden days of radio, is our guest this evening on our old-time radio nostalgia night here on Radio Classics. I'm Chuck Schaden. This is Chuck Schaden. We're listening to some good old radio shows, and we're talking about the good old days of radio. About the only thing I like as well as old-time radio shows is talking about those shows and those days with a man who, with anybody who knows a little bit about them. And Paul Renard knows a lot about the radio days. Paul, you have rubbed shoulders with a great many radio people.
Oh, yes.
Working out of New York.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, you at one time worked with Goodman Ace and his wife.
Well, I wasn't on the early Easy Aces. I was too young for that. That was syndicated by Ziv years ago before they went into television when they were still doing radio shows. So that wasn't mine. But later on, they came to CBS directly, and they had a half-hour show called Mr. Ace and Jane. In fact, their announcer was Ken Roberts was their announcer then. I had that, but even that wasn't totally my show. It started out Fred Feibel's. And then when Fred Feibel went to Florida, then I took over and did some of that. But that was fun, and I got to know Jane Ace, who I got to love. She was the most intelligent, like Gracie Allen. You got to be pretty smart to play dumb.
That's
and
right.
she was a lovely
Mrs.
lady.
Mrs. Malaprop.
Malaprop. Yes. Some of her lines were unbelievable.
She would say, "You could have knocked me over with a fender."
Right, exactly. Right. Or that was the best meal I ever put in my whole mouth. Yes, those are her lines. But she was a marvelous lady. She died at 72, as a matter of fact. And then Goody just died a few years back. But
Goodman Ace was a tremendous writer.
Oh, yes. He did Milton Berle. I think he did an awful lot of shows. Berle was one of his big shows. Do you remember who the other one was? I used to know. Perry Como.
I think he wrote,
did Como show, yeah. But when you met this man, you realize, like Fred Allen, he had that special kind of wit, dry as a martini, sharp as can be, and Jane was a wonderful foil for him. The difference, of course, I think that he did even less in a sense than George Burns did, because he was dry and slow, and Jane was always that kind of cackly, kind of cutesy birdie style.
You know, I have to bring in an Easy Aces program to play here on Radio Classic some night, because we talk about it, and it just whets that appetite to hear that again. So I'll bring one in sometime.
They were wonderful. Yeah. I got some old records of some of the Easy Aces shows, and you know, oddly enough, the organ that was used in those days was almost the very first Hammond that ever came out, the A organ. Whenever you hear that kind of sharp, the early Shadows had it, whenever you hear that very, very sharp sound that was even pre-Leslie speaker days, that sound was almost as eerie as the program itself. Do you remember that?
I cannot discern between this type of an organ or that
now when you'll go back and hear it, and you'll notice that that in the later shows, it sounded like an organ, and oddly enough, some of them had almost that same sound like a theremin. It was just very eerie, odd. Listen to your early mysteries and listen to how strange the organ sounds. And that was even before my time. By the time I got there, it was a pretty different sound.
That's probably what helped send those shivers up and down your spine listening to those.
When you listen to the early shadows, and you have lots of them, go play one of your early shadow programs. Play a later program after the Leslie speaker came in, and you hear an eeriness in those early programs that the later programs didn't have because the organ sounded so strange.
That brings me to a question. Were the organs in the studio, were they wired into the console, into the sound system?
No.
They were picked up by the microphones?
Picked up by the mics. Interesting thing about the way they did that. Organs and pianos, I know at NBC, were on dollies. And they were transferred. This was called setup. If I moved an organ 2 inches, I could get shot because the unions wouldn't allow it. So if I wanted an organ moved just within better view of the director, I had to call setup, or someone had to go and say, Renard needs to be able to see. Send a setup man down. We've got to move the dolly 2 inches. I mean, I'm serious about this. And that's the way they did that. But the organs were moved from studio to studio. The pianos were moved from studio to studio. CBS tended to leave their things there because they didn't have as many studios. But when NBC with about 30 studios there, you were constantly moving something somewhere. So you always played an organ, always on a dolly. You were always sitting on something there. You were never sitting on solid ground. I can't ever remember.
Elevated.
Always elevated, which wasn't bad because you could see the director more easily, too.
Well, now, you mentioned before, I think we were talking earlier about NBC and their setup at the Radio City, at Radio City, that they had a number of different organs there. How many organs would they have?
I estimate that NBC must have had about 23 Hammonds.
Oh, my God.
Mutual had probably about 14. CBS probably had, I would guess, easily, maybe 15 or 16. Maybe not even quite that many, maybe 14 or 15.
When you were playing the organ in a studio setup for one of these, a soap opera, how far away from where you were with the organ were the actors and their microphones?
Give you an example. First would be the director in the booth. Then you would have over to the side the announcer, who might be just right over to the side, and then a little further forward you'd have the actors on 1 or 2 mics. Behind that, layered, you'd have the organist, and his speaker would be over maybe about 4 feet away, 5 feet away, and there'd be a mic right over the speaker. And that was how we were mic'd.
I see. And where was the sound effects man?
The sound effects man was usually over to the right or to the left. See, oddly enough, they were kind of given their own area, especially if they had to run around or do things like that. They had to have space. So they were always given space to work with. I had a couple of funny incidents. Many organists have, where the recorded sound effect didn't play, and they needed something. And one day they had a cricket that wasn't playing. So I grabbed a couple of drawbars that I thought would do it, and the guy's desperately looking, what am I going to do? And I start doing a little cricket there, and the cricket starts coming out of the organ, and they were able to segue into the park murder scene there. Oddly enough, some years later, and I want to tell you this, when I was recording for Riverside Records, they had a thing called Offbeat Records, and Offbeat wanted to do unusual things. So in 1960, when radio went off, I kissed it goodbye by doing 2 albums of sound effects. Someday I'm going to play them for you. I still have
on
them.
The organ.
On the organ, some theaters, some Hammond, but I just took everything that I knew and put it on 2 albums. Someday I want you to hear that.
Oh, love to hear that. Yeah, love to hear that.
That was my kiss goodbye to it all. And I'm glad I was, it was interesting that radio's chief substitute, as I say, I did some shows with him, but I was basically substituting, instead of one of the people who was doing 7 regular shows every day, I got to be the one who did the closeout and the kiss out for it. And I always thought that was ironic.
Oh, yeah. Well, I would see how that you would feel that way about that. What was the determining factor? And I think I may even know the answer before I ask the question, but what was the determining factor when a producer would say, I want an orchestra or I want an organist?
There was a case where that happened. Mr. District Attorney started out with Peter Van Steeden's orchestra. Later they went to Charles Paul, and Charles Paul became the organist for that show. It was very simple. Economics.
That was the basic.
The economics is the only thing that would ever take an orchestra off a show, because the orchestra lent prestige. You never heard an organ on Cavalcade of America, and you never heard an organ on Lux Radio Theater. The prestigious factor was there, and Mr. D.A. had Van Steeden for years You probably know because you have a good collection of that too. And all of a sudden, I even filled in for Charles on that
and
thing.
It shall be my duty as district attorney.
Right. And that came from the third floor at NBC. That was one of the... There were two large third-floor studios. One, by the way, was later converted to Howdy Doody. And then I did Rudy Kazootie, which was a local thing in New York. I was the organist for Rudy Kazootie. Again, I was second organist. Gene had that, and then after he left, I did that. And then when I left, Milton Kay did it. So many of us did these things. But Rudy came from 3B, and Howdy Doody came from 3A.
Did you do much work for television?
No. My television career was limited. I've done a lot of television things in conjunction with Music Dynamics. When Bill Meter was doing Search for Tomorrow, they made a deal with Procter & Gamble. You know, they were in Cincinnati, Procter & Gamble, and of course so was the Baldwin Company in Cincinnati. And so they made some arrangement where he had to use a Baldwin organ there, and at that time I was doing a lot of work for the Baldwin Company, concerts and things. So I came in and I did Search for Tomorrow so Bill could find out what was going on with this instrument here. That was so that he literally could observe where we were coming from. Then when a couple of times when he had a couple of these epileptic fits, I filled in. He was an epileptic. He's gone now. And when he'd have these, and I would go in and I would play it for him. In fact, I did some of his other shows when he would be ill. He was ill most of his life. He did Big Sister. He did Pepper Young and I Said Right to Happiness. He had a lot of shows. And so therefore, we were good friends, and I got to do some of his things, and then later The Search for Tomorrow. But TV was not my big thing. And I wasn't there long enough because, remember, I left New York in 61 to come out here, and from 61 until the 70s is when TV really shot up big and color came in and all of that came in. So I wasn't even there.
Well, I'm glad you were there when you were there.
I am glad I was too.
You've offered me at least a new perspective on those radio days, because I've talked to writers and to performers and to producers and directors, but seldom have we spoken with musicians. And your point of view from being a studio organist in those days adds a different light to all of these things.
We see it from a completely different basis.
Yeah.
See, there's an interesting thing about my position. Most of these organists started out in theaters and silent films. Lou White, Dick Liebert, all of them played the silent films. Jesse Crawford, Rosa, all of them were with the silent films. I came in very much a Johnny-come-lately in the 50s, then, in my teens and early 20s. And it was audacious. I don't think I could have even learned enough about it. But for Rosa and for Gene, who simply taught me radio. I'm probably the only person in the history of radio that was taught radio by two radio people because I had an experience playing that stuff in theaters. I think that's awfully interesting now that I think back.
You know, it is. And if you had been around in the very early days of radio, you would have had probably many half-hour programs of your own, because that was one of the staples of the early radio days. They'd put an organist in front of the microphone and they'd play for a half an hour.
Right.
And it was not much on the air in those days.
Right, but there's another factor. Are you aware of the standby thing? I'm sure you are. We had in New York, for years, you never knew if California might go out. When we had a California show, you had an organist in the studio. In case California went out, you were filling in. And so every staff organist at one point or another served his time sitting in the studio for a show like Art Linkletter's House Party and things like that, which was NBC. And I remember seeing Fred Feibel one day when he was at NBC. He was just sitting there doing. I said, "What are you reading the paper for?" He says, "I'm on a standby for Art Linkletter." But until in those days, you had standby organists sitting there making a living just reading the newspaper in case they went out.
If California went out, it means the line went down or something.
Right. What do you do to fill that in or something? So they always had an organist sitting there to play.
Was that a union requirement? Why wouldn't they just put a record on or something?
Because the union requirement was getting a record on was a trick. You remember what Petrillo did years ago with recording. When you live, the unions don't have quite the power they did with that, or they don't have the need for it today either. But where that stuff was concerned in New York, because there's no reason for them to. But the unions governed us. They told us what we could do, how many shows we could play, what shows we could play. Blessedly, you couldn't have two staff jobs. If you freelanced, you could work all you wanted to. There was never a problem. And there were weeks when I did as much freelance stuff and sub stuff as anybody could do in a week. I said to Rosa one day, I said, you're doing 30 shows a week. I think I did 30 shows this week. There may have been 30 different shows. You did the same 5 times across the board. I didn't. Across the board means 5 days a week. But I got to keep remembering that you have to translate this. And but I must have done as many shows as you did this week. Rose and I still talk occasionally now. We still talk about the golden days of radio. I asked Rose if she misses it. She says, no. She says, I'll always miss it, but now it's been 30 years, you know, or 29, 28 years now. But I don't think it's totally true. I think you are so blessed, the way you love radio and all this, that you have the exposure that the rest of us don't have the exposure in creating it. But you have the exposure in pushing it and keeping it in front of the public. And I want to say this to your listeners. I think it's wonderful, Chuck, that you do this. I think it's the most wonderful thing because the youngsters get to know what we had and what we did. I think, really, I can't tell you how much I enjoy your shows, how much I know everyone else does, and how much I think it means to all of us to know that you're keeping what we did alive. I, every once in a while, hear you do a show of yours, and I know I'm on it, and I can recognize just because my playing's a little different. And it really, I can't tell you, I get cold chills when I hear it.
I'm glad you did those shows and that we have them, that we can share them. I only take a second on this, but I got into all of this stuff because I started a collection of radio shows, and I wanted to share that collection. I could only go so far dragging people into the living room and saying, sit down and listen to this tape, you know. So we thought the logical thing is to go on the radio with it. We've been very, very lucky to be able to do that.
And your enthusiasm is infectious. You love as much presenting it to the world as I think we did creating it. And I think you've done the radio industry a great service. I think all of us that were in it are very grateful to you for doing that know about that you're doing it.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Paul Renard is our guest this evening on our Old-Time Radio Classics. It's been a joy to have you with us. Now, Paul, one last thing on music dynamics. Someone who wants to improve their reading of music ability will come to you, right?
Right. People who are interested in learning to read music for the piano or for the organ, who have given up on it, who have many, many problems, you know, with it. Incidentally, we've renamed the company, just like Evelyn Wood. I now call it Paul Renard's Music Dynamics. So that's, I think, the way we're even listed. It's listed, I think, maybe both ways, but that's the way what we call it today. I just finally decided to put my name and signature.
Top billing.
You know, it's my thing, and it took me years to get enough ego to do that, but I did. And in it, what we do is we take people who may have learned piano or didn't learn piano or wanted to learn piano or organ, and there's many organs sitting around gathering dust because they really weren't sold very fairly to the public, and they're very much out of it now. But many people have, I say, instruments gathering dust in their living rooms, and we say to them, call us and we'll teach you to learn to read music. And this, as I say, it all came out of my need to do it, and we try to give that to the public today.
Okay, hang on just a second. We don't want you to go away before we say goodbye, and we've got to do a little bit of business. Chuck Schaden here. We're about a minute and a half away from having to say goodbye. Paul Renard, I can't thank you enough for joining us tonight.
And this hasn't just been a pleasure, it's been a joy. I've been waiting to do it for a long time.
Well, we're real happy that you came along. Wish you success, continued success with Paul Renard's Music Dynamics, and thank you for all the good work you did in the good old days of radio. You helped make them good.
And thank you for keeping it going.
We're glad to do that, too. Well, we're very pleased to have with us this evening a very special guest, a man who is really a fixture here at WBBM in Chicago. Have you ever been called a fixture before, John Coughlin?
No, fixture kind of sounds like it's something in the John or something.
Well, maybe so.
Unusual name, of course.
Anyway, you have, I know that when we're here on Sunday nights doing our old-time radio broadcast, every once in a while I see you standing in the hall outside of the studio here listening to some of the sounds coming through.
Oh, and so many of them I remember, too.
These great sounds are common to everybody, but you had an important role in, or I should say radio played an important role in your career, didn't it?
Absolutely. That's what I started off in radio, of course, many years ago. And that's all I ever wanted to do. When I was a little child, I would go around the house reading station breaks to myself. They thought I was in bad shape, of course, and obviously I was. But that's all I ever wanted to do. In fact, I had a little oscillator that I got for Christmas. It's part of a little sound effects set. And I had a little microphone, and it would actually broadcast maybe, several hundred yards. So the neighbors could tune in. I could set the thing to any dial situation, and I would play broadcaster day and night. And it's funny that luckily I got a job to do that.
I think it's nice that you were able to do that. It shows that really you ended up doing what you really love to do.
Exactly. I'm the luckiest guy in the world. Yeah.
Where was your first real-life radio job?
My first real-life job before I got paid?
Well, either way. When you weren't just playing with the oscillator.
Oh, no. Then later when I was in school, we would do a few little shows on other stations around town as just a student, so. And some of the big stations in Chicago, even at BBM one time. But late one night, they would give us about a half-hour time up at Northwestern.
Oh, I see.
So that was fun. But that was strictly non-pro. The first job I had was out in Evanston, a little FM station called WEAW out on Main Street.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. And FM at that time was nothing. I mean, they had no listeners at all. In fact, I was working with a fellow one night named Wally Burr. We were both announcing. And while a record was playing, he said, I don't think anybody's listening to us. And I said, oh, come on, we've got to have a couple of hundred people. He said, no, I just don't think somebody's listening. He says, I'll prove it. And he went into the studio, opened the mic, and said a word that I cannot say on the air. No calls, no letters, nothing. He was right. No one was listening.
Not even the manager of the station.
No,
right?
I expected him to call at least.
It is... I guess most people who work in radio, if you're in a very small station or if you're working the overnight, the late night stuff, you wonder sometimes, is anybody there? Is anybody listening? And I guess probably there is somebody listening sometime, but FM back in, 1950?
This was back in maybe 49 or 50.
49,
yeah.
Yeah,
I was still in school at the time.
Not many FMers at that time.
No, not at all. In fact, my folks went out and bought an FM receiver so they could hear their wonderful son on the air. And they never said much about it. And I found out a year or two later that after the first 2 or 3 nights that I was on, they wouldn't turn it on anymore.
Oh, gee, that's terrible.
Well, I was terrible. That's why they didn't turn it on.
They didn't want to hear you.
No, and they were right. It was just awful.
I want to talk about you tonight, but I will say that there's a parallel in our areas, because when I was a kid trying to do some radio work and was not getting paid for anything, there was an FM station in Chicago called WFJL. It was a Catholic station.
Sure, I remember that.
And they had Bishop Shields station, I guess, or something like that. And they let us go on and do some things, and I got a 15-minute program once a week. And I would come downtown and do 15 minutes and go home. And my father bought an FM radio.
Just for that reason?
One of these little Zenith FM radios. And I still have that radio. And I was really pleased because I thought, gee, my dad spent $30 for an FM radio at the time.
Big
it was
bucks.
Something special, wasn't it? Well, that's nice. So after that spot, where'd you go?
Well, then I finished school. And then I stayed at WAAW for a few months. As an announcer, and also, since the announcing money was so small, I said, I don't know, I can't really live on this. And he said, well, I'll let you be a time salesman during the day. Well, that didn't work out at all, because first of all, I'm not a salesman, and second of all, I had no confidence that anybody who would buy a spot would get any results from it. And if I would happen to sell one for $6 to some little local retailer, my conscience would bother me that I took their $6 and they're not going to get any results from it. So that didn't last long. Fortunately, the owner of the station bought another station down in Alton, Illinois, an AM station, 1,000 watt, way back down on the bottom of the dial, 14-something. And he said, do you want to go down there as chief announcer and work? And also program director. And I said, you bet. It was like $50 a week. That was
chief announcer and program director.
Oh, sure,
in Alton, Illinois.
And I could wield a broom too, and did on occasion. So I went down there for about a year and worked there, and it was fun. I starved, of course, but it was fun.
What kind of on-the-air things were you doing? What did the chief announcer do?
He did everything the other announcers did, except he did more of it. No, I played records. I read news, of course, rip and read right off the AP wire. And I did man-on-the-street programs. I did one show that was just so awful. Well, I did a lot of them that were awful, but this one was particularly awful. They had a boat race on the Mississippi River, which is right at Alton. And the general manager, who was also their chief salesman, sold it to a local bakery. And I was to go down there and tape record this thing on an old paper tape. They made called Brush. They were the manufacturers. So they sent me down there with an engineer. And we stood by the side of the river, and he plugged this thing into some AC somewhere. But it was the wrong cycle. So when we played it back later at the station, it wasn't going at the right speed. I sounded like Mickey Mouse. So the engineer says, put your hand on the reel, and that'll slow things down. Well, we put it on there, and we start to laugh, of course, and my hand would shake, and the voice would be down like this, and then all of a sudden up like this. and so during a break, I called the general manager and says, we got to stop this thing. He says, no, we sold it for $47.50. We got to keep going for the whole hour. And I didn't know anything about boats. The whole thing consisted of, I think the red one's ahead of the blue one now.
Well, that's the basic training, though, of
you bet.
radio work,
sure.
isn't it?
And
Doing something like that.
And if you make a mistake, it doesn't cost $15,000.
Yeah, that's right.
And it was fun.
And managers of stations in those days, or owners of stations, were a little more tolerant too, because
for the kind of money we were making, they weren't expected to get Milton Cross or Ben Grau or any of the biggies.
Was that station owned by Ed Wheeler?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
EAW. Edward A. Wheeler,
right.
Was
and down in Alton, it was WOKZ. He bought that station for pennies. And we had an FM outlet as well. And at night, the FM was on. We were off at sunset. And I would listen to Harry Carey. We carried Harry Carey and the St. Louis Cardinals.
Oh, yes.
And Harry sounds the same now as he did then.
Doesn't change at all.
And that was 40 years ago.
Well, how did you get then from downstate back to Chicago?
Well, after I'd been there for a year, I thought, I'm not going to get any farther here. I think I've learned all I can. So I just decided to quit one day, and I gave them 2 weeks' notice. And for some reason, they thought I had a job. And I kept saying, no, I don't. I'm just going up there and see if I can get a job. I came back to Chicago, and I made the rounds of all the stations, of course. And nothing happened for only about 2 weeks. And I get a call from WIND saying, can you come in and work for 2 or 3 weeks? We have a vacation coming up and we need somebody. And I said, yes. And I was down there like a shot. So I worked there for 2 or 3 weeks. And a man named Marty Hogan was also a freelancer. And I got to know him a little bit. And he said, they have an opening over at WAAF. These are all stations that don't exist anymore, at least by those call letters.
Right.
So I said, why don't you go over and audition? I did, and I got the job at WAAF. And that was a permanent job. I lasted there for a year.
That was a full-time?
Full-time, every day, you bet. Sunrise to sunset. And after a year, the general manager moved to WAIT, and he asked me to come along with him.
So then you moved over to AIT?
AIT, and I was there for 2 years, doing record shows, reading newscasts and interviews, anything they had for me to do. And after the end of 2 years, a man named Franklin McCormick, who was also a freelancer at the time, got to know him, and he said, gee, you ought to go to BBM. And I said, I can't get past the receptionist at BBM. He says, well, I know the program director, Al Bland. Let me give him a call. And I said, gee, that would be nice. So he called Al, and Al said, well, as a matter of fact, we're looking for 2 vacation relief announcers for the summer. If your friend is interested, have him come down and audition. So, of course, naturally I was interested. So I came down and I auditioned, and I got the summer job. So I had to quit WAIT, cold.
And you didn't mind quitting AIT, which was a full-time job.
Full-time job, but
relief job
to go to
at
BBM? Oh,
yeah,
of course.
Sure.
I would take it. And I just had my fingers crossed that maybe at the end of the summer something would happen. And luckily it did. They needed somebody at WBBM TV, and I auditioned there, and I got the job. That was back in 53.
Well, you were first on BBM radio.
Oh, yes, for about 3 or 4 months.
Well, 3 or 4 months.
And that was fun.
That was
one of the big thrills of my life. The first day I was there, my first job was to read a station break. And here's this 26-year-old kid, I guess I was, and one of the biggest stations in the country, and my job was to say, this is the WBBM Air Theater, Wrigley Building, Chicago. Well, my hair stood on end. What a kick.
Yeah, that's got to be.
And the second day I was there, Jack Taylor, who was one of the announcers, his job that day was to show me around and show me where to go. And he looked at the schedule and he said, oh, I see you're listed down in Studio 10, the big audience studio on the main floor. There's a music show. And I said, what do I do? Said, well, I don't know. Let's go down and find out. So I go down there, and here's Cesar Petrillo and a 30-piece orchestra. We're going to feed the whole network, sustaining, of course, no commercials. And I was the announcer. And that was another thrill. My hair never did stop standing on end. In later years, it fell out, of course. But it doesn't stand on end anymore. But that was it. Imagine a kid, 26, 27 years old. And
it's nice to have that kind of experience, and to have a station have confidence in you with it. Well, you've had plenty of experience at that time.
I had 4 years of experience before I got to BBM. But BBM was the big time.
Yeah, and WBBM in those days, yes, sir. In those days, BBM was at the Wrigley Building.
Yes.
And WIND was in the Wrigley building
That's right.
as well. Now, where was WAAF?
That was in the LaSalle Wacker building.
Uh-huh.
And WAIT was in the 360 North Michigan building for a while, and then shortly after I got there, they moved the studios out to the transmitter in either Elmhurst or Bensonville.
They're
on
Elmhurst.
Church Road.
Elmhurst, I think, yeah.
I think they're still there. Although it's not AIT anymore.
No, it's not. So I think there's when that station gave up its call letters, AIT, then a Crystal Lake station, I think.
Mel Bellairs station, yeah.
Mel Bellairs' former station. Picked up the... And Mel Bellairs, of course, is a WBBM.
Yeah, thank God for BBM. They keep the same call letters.
Boy, I'll tell you. Well, you know, I always have trouble with when they change the old call letters.
I do, too.
I think it's, you know, the tradition.
Sure.
Of the stations and the call letters. But I understand today a new ownership comes in, or they want to have a new format, and
they want to change everything, and people then forget where they are.
Yeah, they don't do it. Well, 78 on the dial has been BBM AM
you bet.
For so long. You've had a fantastic career, and I purposely didn't introduce you as the Channel 2 weatherman when you came in on our program.
One
tonight.
of several, by the way.
Well, I know there are several, but you've done so many more things than the weather, and with such a distinguished career and all. I'd like to talk a little bit more. I know you got an eye on the clock.
I'm watching.
Because you got to get ready to go down. Channel 2 television is one floor below us here at the McClure Court studios of WBBM. I know you're not worrying, but you're concerned about that. And when we talked about you coming on the air with us this evening, you had said to me, well, if there isn't any violent weather around, then I'll be able to come by. No violent weather tonight.
I checked that just before I came upstairs, and looks like a nice, peaceful evening.
Nice, peaceful evening. Okay. Well, we're having a great evening talking with John Coughlin, who is about to retire after 36 years.
Correct.
Right? You're going to...
Next Sunday night will be my last night on the air.
The last night. You're going to wear a tuxedo for that occasion?
No, I thought maybe a clean shirt would be all right. A little novelty.
Well, we'll certainly look forward to that. John, stick around for just a second. Sure. We've got a little bit of business to do, and then we'll be back talking with John Coughlin. Chuck Schaden here on Old Time Radio Classics, our Nostalgia Night edition on WBBM News Radio 78. We're delighted to have with us John Coughlin, who is, as they said in the Chicago Tribune this morning, putting the wrap on a 36-year TV career.
Showbiz talk, huh?
That's a wrap, right?
Yeah.
What are your plans for retirement?
I have no distinct plans. I'm going to do a lot of things. I would kind of like to go and learn Spanish.
Really?
Yeah, one language is not enough. Especially I've never gotten anywhere with English, so I'm going to try another language altogether. That's one of the things. I'm going to try a lot of things. I play a little golf, spend some time down in Florida during the winter when things get icy and snowy up here.
The weatherman is leaving Chicago in the winter. Who better to
No
leave?
fool he, huh?
John, you were at BBM Radio for a couple of months.
Oh, yeah, a little longer than that. Maybe through a whole summer, maybe 3-4 months.
When you got the nod to do some television.
Yeah.
Had you had your eyes or your career set on TV?
No.
Were you?
No. That was...
not thinking of television?
Not at all. I liked radio. I still love radio. I think it's a wonderful medium. But the opportunity came up, and since the summer was over at BBM Radio, and they had a chance to go over to WBBM TV, I'd be a fool not to take an audition.
Was that what it was? You knew they were auditioning for that?
Oh, yeah.
And you decided to do that? And what was your first job on television here, Channel 2?
Oh, for a long time, it was mostly just booth work, where I would read commercials and that sort of thing. I can't remember the first... Oh, I do remember the first time I was on television. It was on Christmas Eve, and John Harrington, who had a nightly newscast, was going to take the night off. So the program director called me in and said, you're going to do the news Christmas Eve. I think it was 10:30 that John was on. I was over at the Garrick Theater, and I'd never been on camera before. I'd done a lot of radio by that time, but that's a different story. And one of the technicians said, as the night wore on, your face got redder and redder and redder the closer you got to airtime. But it was easy, but once I got doing it, because I've read a teleprompter, and there was nothing to it.
Well, the teleprompter at that time was not as sophisticated as it is today, is it?
No, but it was pretty much the same idea. But there was a kind of a roller towel effect with paper, and somebody would type up this whole script. And so you just look at it. You looked a little higher than the lens, so it didn't look quite as good as it does now.
Yeah.
Now people who use teleprompters look right into the lens, and they have a mirror system. But that was kind of exciting, that first one.
Well, you did just about everything then on television here.
In those days, staff announcers did do everything. We were kind of the utility infielders. Sure, I did educational shows. I did a lot of children's shows for several years. And did some newscasting, just whatever they wanted. I was the announcer on the Ted Mack Amateur Hour for a week when he was in town.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that was kind of fun.
That did that come out of the Garrick Theater? Or was that
No, that was out of our building here at McClure Court. Yes, down in the big Studio 1.
I see. You said you did the kids shows. So you did a lot of stuff.
I did a lot of kids shows.
You were the voice of a talking table.
Talking table. I was a voice of a penguin orchestra leader. I was known as a man of 1,000 identical voices.
A penguin orchestra leader?
Yes. Well, they had a whole orchestra made up of these little mannequins of all kinds of animals. And then we had a real orchestra hidden in the background. And they would play the music, and you would see these animals playing violins and blowing horns and that sort of thing.
How much were these 5 days a week, these shows?
Yes. Or? Yeah, I think it was about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, children's show. And the little girl was named Susan Heinkel. And she was, I think, 12 or 13 when she came here, and a brilliant child, wonderful kid. But she could memorize a minute commercial in a minute and have it letter perfect, wonderful mind.
And you were never seen on that show?
No, that was just the voice. I would sit in the booth wearing earphones, and she would talk to me. It was all ad-lib, too.
Well, then that was my next question. How much rehearsal did you have to do for this?
Not much. We had an idea of what the whole story line was going to be that day. But as far as dialogue, that was never rehearsed.
Well, that was like...
I just talked to her like I would a kid, which is what she was.
A table talking to a kid.
You find that strange?
My wife says she seems like she's talking to a wall sometimes. Well, then you when did you get serious on television? When you weren't... I know you took
not
the
yet.
kids show I know you took the kids show seriously, but when did you do some other kinds of things? And what kinds of things were they?
Well, we had a lot of public affairs shows. And I did a whole series with Dr. Harold Urey, one of the big physicists of the A-bomb era. And that was a kind of a serious thing. There were no laughs there when you're talking A-bombs. And, any number of things.
You spent all of your TV career here in Chicago?
This is the only station I've ever worked for. The only television station, yeah.
You must have been doing something right.
Either that or the management was forgetting themselves. It's quite possible.
How about your first weather job? When was that?
That was an accident.
It was?
Yeah, sure. I was a staff announcer, and I had done all these other things, and the program director called me in and said, I think the man was named Roy Allred. He had been doing weather here. He had followed P.J. Hoff, who was my idol and still is. And he said, Roy is not well today. Can you go in and do the weather? And I said, yeah, I'll give it a shot. And I really didn't know all that much about the weather. I knew rain from snow and a few little things like that. So I said, sure, I'll give it a try. And I went in and I did it that day. And he said, oh, okay, that was fine. And that was it. And I went back to the booth and did all my announcing. And about another week later, he was ill again, and they sent me in to do it. And finally, the man decided that he was not feeling well, and he just wanted to retire or get out of the business. He had nervous problems, apparently. So they said, well, can you do it and keep on being a staff announcer until we find a weatherman? And I thought, well, that's okay. I can handle it. I did the early and late news, and I spent the rest of the day in the booth reading commercials and all sorts of things like that. It was kind of a long drag, but I was a young guy. And well, after several months, they couldn't find who they wanted. They said, well, why don't you take the job? And you can forget the staff announcer. We'll give you a few more bucks, and you can deal with it. And I was, henceforth.
Well, at that time, when you took over as a full-time weatherman, then what was your schedule? What kind of a schedule did you have?
Well, if I can remember, that's about almost 20 years ago. I did the early newscast and the late newscast. The late news was, of course, always at 10 o'clock. And the early news was something like 5 or 6 o'clock. I forgot now. We've changed those times. So I'd come in there early in the day and go through all the wire copy. And I'd learned a few things from P.J. Hoff, too, who was kind of an old friend of mine. And we'd go back into his weather office, and we would just talk weather. And I had no intention at that time of ever being a weatherman. I was just kind of interested in what he was talking about. So when I got the job permanently, I said, wait a minute, I'm going to have to get some information on this. I can't keep faking it. Even though I got the weather information from the National Weather Service, which was perfectly good. But I've got to, if somebody asks me a question, I'm going to have an answer rather than just read off the wire. So I went out to a local university, and I talked to a young guy who was an assistant professor there. And I said, look, I really would like to learn something about this, but I can't sit in your freshman class because they'll look at me and say, hey, that mope is on the air and he's sitting in our freshman class. So I said, would you be interested in acting as a tutor for me? And he said, sure. And so I studied with him for a good 4 or 5 years. Every week we'd get together and go over the weather maps and the textbooks, and I never got any academic credit for it. But I learned a little something. Obviously not enough, because no one knows enough about weather.
Well, I think you certainly know what you're talking about.
I feel I do, yeah, sure.
What kind in those early days, you didn't have much graphic assistance at all,
not at all. It was very...
Remember P.J. Hoff with his little characters of the vice president looking out the window.
Well, he would spend a lot of time on that because he was a good cartoonist to begin with. So I had just a map and it had a few little stick-on letters and stick-on words: cold, hot, snow, rain. It was kind of simple. But no one else had anything much better than that at that time. It was back in 1969, 70, something like that.
Was that late, and there still was not the computer graphics?
No, we had no idea what computer graphics were.
When did the computer graphics come in?
That's fairly recently. That's fairly, maybe in the last 5 or 6 years.
How has that helped you?
Well, it looks better, for one thing. And perhaps you can show a little more descriptively. You can show what causes this thunderstorm that's coming up, or why it's starting to snow close to the lake today. You can show a picture of the lake and showing the winds coming down the lake, picking up the moisture and creating the snow over the land. So it makes it a little more educational.
I guess the satellite pictures really
they're invaluable.
The whole thing.
They're invaluable, especially this time of year during hurricane season. We don't get hurricanes here in Chicago, but they can spot those things. There's one now. There's a tropical wave out in the eastern Atlantic right now, which they're watching very carefully. They can pick that up by satellite, so they track that thing as it gets closer to the Western Hemisphere. So the people in hurricane territory get a lot of advance warning about that.
John Coughlin, you've been on radio and television for so many years. I can't believe that you've done it all without a flub now and then.
Oh, never. I've never made a mistake.
Never made except coming on this show tonight.
No. Oh, I made more than my share of mistakes, yeah.
Do any of them stand out particularly?
Well, there's one that a few years ago, there was a telephone on the set. It was a live telephone that we would use or call any number of people. But somehow or other, the bell was supposed to have been cut off. But somebody forgot to do it. And for like 3 nights in a row at 10 o'clock, I was talking and the darn telephone would start to ring. And I'd try to ignore it and talk a little bit louder so they wouldn't hear the telephone. And one night I really had it. So I'm in the middle of the forecast and the doggone phone starts to ring again. So I just stopped for a second, reached back, picked it up, and I said, I told you never to call me here. Hung up and went right on with it. I have no idea who was on the phone.
Maybe that was the night you were supposed to get fired, too. Yeah?
Could have been. Well, I've been fired a couple of times.
Well, that's true. You I don't know if you were fired, but
I was taken off the air.
Taken off the air.
I was put back in the announcer's booth,
And that met with great consternation on the part of the viewing public.
Well, the first time it didn't. I was replaced by a wonderful woman named Melody Rogers, who was just a gorgeous lady and just a friendly, nice person. But she really had no interest in doing the weather. That was a stepping stone for her to move on into television, which it really did. And she became a big star out in Los Angeles television. So she lasted 2 weeks, and they decided, well, this is not working, so I guess they put her on weekends or something. They put me back on 5 days a week. That lasted about 3 or 4 or 5 years. Then they had a consultant come in and they did a test. They showed us some of people videotapes of our newscast. And these people would sit there and they were attached to something called skin sensors, little diodes that put on the palms of their hands while they're watching this thing. And if somebody was interesting, it would create a little excitement. And that would register on a graph. And because their palms would perspire just a little bit. So apparently my palms left as dry as the Sahara Desert. And so the die was cast and they said, I think we're going to have to get somebody more exciting. So they shopped around and they found somebody that they thought was a little more exciting. And I went back to the booth again. And I lasted there for about 6 months. And I was about ready to throw in the towel at that point. But letters kept coming in. And I only wrote about half of them myself. And we had a lot of letters, many thousands of letters. And finally, they said, "Hey, can we put you back on the air?" And I said, "Throw a couple of bucks at me?" Sure, you bet. But it was an uncomfortable situation because the man who replaced me was a nice guy and a friend of mine, Tom Alderman, who's out with in California now. He's working for Norman Lear as a writer and producer. But he came up to me and says, this just was, I didn't enjoy this, and I'm glad this happened. And he was a gentleman about it.
This the Melody Rogers, the gal you mentioned, who was in there first, I think she got her start, if I'm not mistaken, doing some automobile commercials with, was it the Bears coach? Or
Abe Gibran.
Abe Gibran, yeah, that's right.
For an automobile company, yes.
Right, yeah.
That's where they first spotted her.
And then they put her on the on the
she
weather.
was very good at the commercials and that sort of thing. She had a nice personality, beautiful lady.
But I think she was lost in the weather. I don't think she really knew what
sure. We've had some people that really would get lost, so they don't know their geography. We had somebody, and I won't mention his name because he's still in Chicago, but he didn't know his geography. And I would come in the next morning after he had been on, and we had a great big map, and I would see written in pencil, very faint pencil, Montana, Arkansas. And you'd hear him on the air saying, "Big storm up here," and he'd kind of squint his eyes, "In Montana." That's one thing. If you're going to do weather, you've got to know your states.
Yeah, you have to know where everything is. Well, what is amazing, now the viewing audience doesn't realize this for the most part, I guess, but when you're standing there in front of the weather map or the map of the United States and all the satellite pictures are coming and everything is moving around and going from east to west or west to east mostly, you are indeed really standing in front of a
blank screen.
A blank screen.
A big blue blank screen.
Right. And the graphics are being...
they knock out everything in the picture that's blue. So I can't wear a blue suit.
Right.
Or I can't wear a blue shirt. And they replace whatever has been blue with the output of another camera or a videotape or some other source.
And you're actually looking at
a monitor.
A TV monitor.
Off to one side.
Right. And yet when you're gesturing with your arms, your hands, you're pointing to Denver, Colorado, and so forth.
Or to Montana.
That must have taken some time to get used to doing that.
It takes a little time, yeah.
Do you ever get screwed up? Do you ever feel that you're
once in a great way? No, pretty well.
Yeah.
It's easier for me to look to my right than it is to my left. I think because I'm right-handed.
I see.
But I can hit it right on the button with the right hand. The left hand I have to fish around a little bit.
What's been your greatest experience with all of this stuff over these years?
Oh boy, I don't know. It's tough to say because I've had so many great experiences. It's just been fun.
Did you have to come in off duty sometimes when you were off duty? Come in because of bad weather?
Or something
like that?
All the time.
Just jump in and
yeah, I'm glad to do it.
Big weather stories over the past year.
Yeah, well, I live close to the station, so I'm Mr. Available, but that's okay. And for years I would do. Speaking of terrible weather, I would ring in the new year from state in Randolph.
Many's the time I've seen you.
Oh yes,
it
was sometimes it was so cold.
How cold was it?
It was. Well, I won't use that old joke.
Well, I want to thank you, John, on behalf of all the viewers, the people who've enjoyed your talents over the years.
Well, that's very nice. I appreciate it.
You've done a great job. And we're going to miss you, I think.
Well, thank you, but I'll be in town. I'm going to stay in Chicago.
Well, maybe you'll get a chance now to do a little radio.
Who knows? I haven't any plans of that way, but that would be kind of fun.
But it might be nice to
do
something
like that. Radio is terrific. It's the best invention in the world.
Well, I think so. And we're glad that you spent some time with us.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it, and I enjoy your show. I just love to hear some of those old shows. That takes me back to my childhood, which is a long way back.
To the good old days.
You bet.
John Coughlin, I appreciate you being with us today, and best wishes and good luck in your retirement.
Thanks, Chuck. Appreciate it
very much. Chuck Schaden here on our old-time radio classics, Nostalgia Night from WBBM Chicago News Radio. We're pleased to welcome to our studio here at the Museum of Broadcast Communications one of the great performers of radio and television, Mr. Olan Soule. Olan, how nice of you to stop by today.
Thank you, Chuck. How nice of you to invite me. My goodness, I'm delighted. I love Chicago, of course, having spent 14 wonderful years here. Started radio here.
This was the very first place you started radio.
The very first, yeah. Did a $5 show up on the 11th floor Tribune Tower for Bowman Dairy, I think, called Uncle Quinn's Scalawags. And Uncle Quinn was Quinn Ryan, the manager of WGN, who paid us by personal check.
Personal check.
Which was interesting. Yeah. And, that was my first show. And I also worked on the roof of the Drake Hotel. They always used to say, WGN on the roof of the Drake Hotel. And they had a couple of studios up there, and it was really the Windy City up there, Chuck.
Boy, I bet it was.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And that must have been a fairly high place at the time.
Yeah.
Maybe the Wrigley Building was there.
Yeah.
That was maybe in the Tribune Tower. Well, the Tribune Tower wouldn't have been there yet, would they?
What?
Would the Tribune Tower have been...
oh, yes.
It was there. But
the Tribune Tower was there, but not the new studio building next door to it.
Oh, that's right.
It's connected to it. I think it's an office building or something now, but it was a beautiful audience studio where we used to do First Nighter when it was on WGN, and of course it went on to CBS, was on there mostly. But they had some great studios in there. And then of course I worked at WBBM a lot on First Nighter and Bachelor's Children.
How did you get started in radio? When did that bug bite you?
Well, in high school, I guess. That's what preceded it. I started on a tent show in 1926 when I was 17. And then I had 7 years on the stage, stock and rep. And in the beginning of we were married in 1929. And then in I was on another show, tent show, and stock after that. But then in 1933, the stage business and jobs kind of fell apart at the beginning of the Depression. They weren't making enough money to pay anything anymore. And I stopped in an agent's office in Chicago. I was going to say I could come up with his name. The Johnstone office, that's who it was. And the best offer I could get was 2 a week stock in Zanesville, Ohio for $25 a week and furnish your own wardrobe. And so I said, well, we can be hungry here as well as there. And so I stayed in Chicago. And this was the days of the NRA, National Recovery Administration, when the government got businesses to hire people that they didn't need to do jobs that they created in order to have a few bucks, And so for 6 months, I worked at the Edgar T. Ward Steel Company out in the South Side for $65 a month.
A month?
A month. I was so good that before the 6 months was over, I got raised to $75 a month. And in the meantime, I was getting auditions, getting a little $5 and $10 jobs, you see. I lied, of course, out at the Ward Steel Company. They didn't know I was an actor. Everybody in the family was sick or dying at one time or another. And finally, the boss said, look, Soule, you've been gone more than you've been here. If you have to leave this time, just don't come back. So that was my entry into radio.
So you thought you'd rather do radio than work in the steel company?
Than work in the steel company, yeah. So that was 1933. And so I got started and became a pretty popular young leading man. I had some talent and a lot of luck, And Blair Wallace, excuse me, Blair Walliser was the production chief at WGN then. I was through New York just a couple of days ago, as you know, and looked him up and tried to get him on the phone, but his phone was busy, so I didn't get to talk to him. I had to leave. But at any rate, then the first, my first network radio show was Little Orphan Annie.
Out of Chicago here.
Out of Chicago, yeah, in which I played Eddie Warbuck's Chinese cook on the yacht. Didn't speak a word of English.
Was that aha or ahi or?
Aha, yeah. And aha. Yeah, aha. And we used to fly around. A lot of us were real busy in those days. And I used to work in, I played Coach Hardy. I was the second Coach Hardy in Jack Armstrong at the Wrigley Building, which was on at 3:30 and 4:30. And Orphan Annie was on the 19th floor of the Merchandise Mart at 3:45 and 4:45, immediately following. Everything live broadcast then, as you know. So my wife used, on the days that the two characters happened to be at the same time, she'd bring a cab down to the back door of the Wrigley Building. I'd run down those marble steps into the cab, over to the Merchandise Mart. The starter would, of course, know about it. Shoot me up to the 19th floor. And I'd get in the door just as Pierre-Andre, God bless him, would be droning out the last words of his lead-in, and Max Weisman would be up looking out the control room window, wondering if I was going to make it this time. And always made it, and ulcers to match.
What would have happened if you didn't make it? Someone else would have
Someone
had the
else
double?
would step in and read it. Yeah, we did that. We had things that happened when the bridge would be up, you couldn't get back. And so things like that happened. Then...
one of the great things about Chicago is the series of drawbridges here that... that no other city has.
That's right. Sometimes you'd go down and get a little motorboat to take you over, And
anything.
It was frozen over, then you're out of luck, My first series then out of here was a wonderful show called Bachelor's Children, which was a real family show. Hugh Studebaker, Marge Hannon, Pat Dunlap, and me, Marie Nelson as Ellen, and the housekeeper, Dr. Bob's housekeeper, and later Helen Van Tile after Marie died. That was a great show, on for 11 solid years.
Wow, and that was 5 days a week.
1935 to 1946. 5 days a week, 15 minutes a day, 2 broadcasts a day. First one for the Midwest and East, second one for the West Coast, to
That's
give it
right.
a morning time. We'd do it in the early afternoon here, and I'd get out there in the morning. And
it was identical script, right?
Identical. Yeah, yeah. You would do the identical script. And then, of course, my first nighter program was probably my best-known one. I was co-starred with Bartlett on that as the leading man on it for the last 10 years it was on.
It was Les Tremaine who started out on that.
No, Don Amici.
Don Amici.
Yeah.
And where did Les come
Don
in?
Amici was there
you?
for 6 years, from 1930 to 1936. Les came on with Barbara now. That's when Barbara came on in 1936. And he was there for 6 years, till 1942. Then he left and went to do Thin Man in New York. They hired me opposite Barbara. And I did it from 1943 to 53, and they moved us to Hollywood in 1947. That's the way I got there.
The first nighter that brought you out to Hollywood.
Yeah.
Now the first nighter program was from the Little Theater off Times Square.
Little Theater off Times
and
Square.
And the program never really did come from New York, did it?
Fictitious New York origination, always from here. Although there is a little theater next door to Sardi's there, off Times Square.
It's called the Little Theater. Huh?
Called the Little Theater, yeah.
You were not the first nighter, nor was Les or
no. That's we're often called just because it fits with the show background. We're always called Mr. First Nighter, and I've explained several times. We had several different Mr. First Nighter. Brett Morrison was one of our prominent Mr. First Nighters. He did The Shadow, of course. Ed Prentice from Captain Midnight was one of them. Hugh Douglas was one of them. Out on the coast. From Hollywood, Rye Billsbury, known now as Michael Rye, was Mr. First Nighter. And he's the guy who invited you into his cabin, brought you up Broadway to 42nd Street and into the Little Theater.
And then someone else would say, "Good evening, Mr. First Nighter."
That's
and then he would say, "Let's take our seats. The curtain's about to rise."
And out in Hollywood, when we talk about it out there, they're always interested in hearing that the page boy was Gil Stratton, Jr., who is now a big CBS sports announcer.
He's a sportscaster, sports announcer.
Yeah, sure. He was the page boy out there.
Well, everybody gets started someplace.
Oh, yeah. And, of course, that was always an audience show, and we always dressed for it in Chicago.
And that was out of the Wrigley Building, wasn't it?
Yeah, and always with evening gowns and tuxedos. We dressed for it beautifully. And when we were moving to the coast, I said, well, I'm going to have me a brand new tuxedo. I had... can't think of the tailor's name here now. But anyway, I had a beautiful new tuxedo made. Never had it on a show out there. We never dressed like that
Didn't
in
dress
Hollywood.
out there in California? No kidding.
No, it was too... I hear you.
Yeah. Getting our photos taken.
Yeah.
It's amazing that so many people would want to see a radio show.
Yeah.
The radio show, actually, to watch a radio show, as fascinating as it might be from a technical point of view, you're seeing all the actors reading the scripts, as opposed to if
Just
you're at
stand
home
there
in
reading.
front of the radio, you're enjoying the sounds.
Sure.
But really, the number of people who ultimately went to radio shows and saw them, is a small amount compared to the millions and millions who listened in. You know.
Incidentally, it just occurred to me, one show that I worked in here was called Captain Midnight.
Oh, yes.
Ed Prentice was Captain Midnight at that time when I was working in it. Then I did it on the coast in television. They auditioned 2 different casts, and our cast got it, Dick Webb, Sid Melton, and me. And to this day, on the train coming in to New York, I was just into New York and back, going back now to the coast, and going both directions. Guys in their, I don't know, early 40s, I guess, said, "Oh, I know you from Captain Midnight."
Oh boy,
they
isn't that nice?
remember.
Well, you know, you haven't changed
Miss
it
Warren,
all.
our cameraman.
Yes, yes. You haven't changed it all.
How do you mean?
Over the years, physically, you look about as same as you always have. And
I don't really look 80?
No, I would not think you're 80. You are 80, aren't you?
I'm 80. Yeah. This spring, we love to take cruises, my wife and I, and so this spring we cheated the cruise company. We celebrated 2 events on one cruise ticket.
Oh yeah.
Went in February and celebrated our 60th wedding anniversary and my 80th birthday.
My goodness.
So we got our money's worth.
Boy, oh boy. Well, congratulations.
Yeah,
a little,
thank you.
little late, but that's wonderful.
Thank you.
See, and they say the Hollywood marriages don't last 60 years.
Yeah.
Of course, that's a Chicago marriage.
Of course, it started in Illinois.
That's right.
Yeah,
Illinois,
that's right. My wife's home is in Belleville, Illinois, across from St. Louis. And my home is in a little town of La Harpe, Illinois, down near Galesburg. And we're going to visit there about this train and stuff. We've just been on a trip up the East Coast, a fall color tour in New England. And instead of flying in, we wanted to take the train. We love trains. So we came in from Hollywood, from Los Angeles, to New York by train. Then we took the tour. Now we're on our way back home. But in the meantime, we're stopping off in Fort Madison, Iowa, and picking up a rental car so I can drive back to La Harpe and visit the house where I was born, take pictures of it in case anybody wants to make a shrine of it someday.
Well, because possible. It's possible.
Yeah.
You really have had a fantastic career, and we were just talking about radio, but you made a very easy transition to television, didn't you? I mean, anybody, you talk about the Captain Midnight shows, which in reruns were called Jet Jackson.
Yeah.
And you were kind of a scientist.
I was Tut the scientist on there.
Yeah.
Anthony Jones, also known as Tut. And
but you couldn't hardly watch a Dragnet TV show without seeing you turn
that's
up
right.
in one of those.
Yeah, I always played Ray Pinker in the Crime Lab in Dragnet in the series and also in the features. Yeah. And I started easily in pictures. Pictures came first, of course, out there. We moved out there in 47, and my first picture was with Ronnie Reagan at Warner Brothers, a girl from Jones Beach with Virginia Mayo, and not on camera. I was a radio announcer. What else?
Typecasting.
Yeah. And but if you came out there as a leading man of a show, if you had a job, you must be good, so they'd hire you then. You know?
Well, really, I would think the movies fit very well with the radio acting because much of the radio work was in the evening, perhaps, if you were on the major shows, and you were with First Nighter and other things.
And I had to keep my couple of days a week clear for First Nighter, so I couldn't get tied up in anything on pictures. It was going to run too long because I had to be available for my bread and butter.
Yeah,
you know.
Right.
And so I became primarily what's known as a day player, although I had contract things too, like Captain Midnight. But I kept busy. Picture to picture to picture to picture, and then television came along. And my old-time picture agent, when he'd call up, would always apologize, and he'd say, "Olan, it's only television." And I'd say, "George, you don't know, television might become famous sometime. Might become worthwhile."
Could be.
And it kind of did, yeah.
Unfortunately, we lost a little of the radio with television coming in so strongly.
Yeah, that's right. But people still love the radio programs.
Oh, yeah.
Boy, they love to get a hold of the tapes. And of course, there were no tapes at the time that we did them. As you know, the only way you got them was if a station did a DB, a delayed broadcast, and put them on a 16-inch acetate. And then those records, some of them got kept, and others would get tossed in a corner and thrown away. And sometimes you'd find, as you know, a pile of them in the corner of an old dark closet in an advertising agency or someplace. Right. And then people would pull them out as they got interested in them and start taping them. Yeah. And that's where we got the few tapes that we have now.
Well, your performances on the radio were wonderful.
Thank you.
Were on the First Nighter program and on Grand Marquis. You did some of those things. It was kind of like a stock company, and
that's right.
You were always the leading man.
Yeah.
And every week you were a different person. But it was always usually a romantic comedy.
Yeah.
And you worked for many years with Barbara Luddy.
Oh yeah. I was with Barbara for 10 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's gone now.
She was a very nice person, and she was a very talented actress.
Yeah, you bet. Yeah. So on Grand Marquis, my leading lady on there most of the time was Vaughn. Can't get her
Burl
name
Vaughn? Burl Vaughn?
Burl Vaughn. Yeah, and you ran across a card there a while ago of another leading lady that I had on there a couple of times, but Burl did most of them.
Muriel
Bremner.
Yeah,
right. Muriel Bremner.
We were looking through the files here at the museum to see all the different things.
I get to that point where it's hard to remember all those names from that long ago.
You're doing a wonderful job. Now, in addition to radio and television and the movies, you have a whole second career going, I guess, or a third or fourth career going, doing commercials. You've done voiceovers for television, you've done radio commercials.
Here's a count. I did in the 40 years there in Hollywood. I'm supposed to be retired now, but in the 40 active years in Hollywood, I worked in over 200 different TV series, 60 movies, and 300 commercials, about evenly mixed between voiceover and on camera. I was known more for my voiceovers, because at one time I was one of the half dozen busiest voiceover guys out there. And, of course, not anymore. The young voices have taken over, you know.
Are you doing much at all these days? Or are you just really taking it easy?
Yeah. I have really celebrated retirement 5 years ago. But since then, and I don't look for work anymore. I don't go up for interviews or auditions or anything of that kind. And, of course, the new young casting directors say, what's an Olan Soule? But the old-timers, of course, remember me. But a couple of years ago, I was invited up to do a Bob Hope show. And I did that 3 years ago. I did that, of course, because I had a good comedy scene with Bob, and it was fun. Also a good salary. And so that was fun to do. And then last year, I did my third Simon & Simon. Because on there, John Stevens, the executive producer, is an old friend from back at Don Fedderson's My Three Sons days, when we used to work together there. And so he likes to call me in. And if his casting director says, what's an Olan Soule? He says, never mind, just call him.
Well, it's nice to see you pop up every once in a while on these things.
It's fun for me, too.
Now, you are quite active in the Pacific Pioneer Broadcast out on the West Coast.
Yeah.
And a group of us are planning to
come
visit you folks pretty soon. And I know you're going to be there for the luncheon meeting, but you won't be there when we do some interview taping.
Yeah.
And you were so kind to give me a call and say, Chuck, I'm going to be in Chicago for a couple of hours between trains, and I'd love to see the museum. I've heard so much about it, and I'd like to... if you want to sit down and talk on tape, let's do it. So
this was my chance.
Pleased that you.
I didn't want to get cheated out of it.
No, that's great.
I knew I'd miss you out there when you're doing the interviews out there. So I thought, well, here's the chance if he's got the time.
You're really among so many people out there in the PPB, the Pacific Pioneer Broadcasters. There's you and so many others have roots in Chicago.
That's right.
A great many people from Chicago are out there now and did so much work here. And I guess you all left because you were only getting $3 a show or something out here at the time.
Well, no. After had come along, and we were in better shape. And then if you became a star of a show, of course, you got better money. Not a lot of money. I got on First Nighter, I got $350, which was a good salary then. Now it wouldn't be, of course. But let me think. Lost my train of thought.
Talking about salaries and fees
out there. Sorry.
That's okay. AFTRA, really the Actors Union, the Performers Union for radio, AFRA at first, and AFTRA later. They're the ones who really kept the performers from starving, because the producers would be very content to pay $2 or $3 for a 15-minute show or something.
Like $5 I got for my first one.
Yeah, yeah. But now things have changed, and all those former Chicagoans are gathered around the luncheon table at the Sportsman's Lodge about every couple of months out there during the fall and the winter season.
Yeah.
Well, we're looking forward to coming out there. And
I wish I could think of what I was trying to say a while ago, because it might have been important.
Well, you can drop me a note.
Yeah, yeah, might do that too.
You've had a great career, and on behalf of all the folks who listen to this show and enjoy some of your performances from time to time, people who see you on television, I want to say thanks, Olan. You did a marvelous job, and you're such a great guy.
Thank you. I really enjoyed the career. It was good to me, and I've enjoyed being here. And I have a niece and her husband, Betty and Don Goss, out in Northbrook, who I dropped them a note and said I was going to stop here and do an interview with you, and they say they listen to you all the time and love your show.
Oh, well, that's so nice.
So I thought I should say hello to them, too.
Well, you just did. That's real great. Thanks very much for being... Oh, before you go, I have to ask you one thing. Now, everybody says, today, the young people say, what is an Olan Soule? Now, what kind of an... Is that a French name, or...
It's a French name. Soule is a French name.
S-O-U-L-E with that...
Accented E, The Olan is nothing. The way I got named... at the time I was born, my mother and father were worthy matron and worthy patron of the Order of the Eastern Star. So they named me Olan Everett Soule, so my initials would be O-E-S, standing for Order of the Eastern Star. And the name, while it's a French name, it's English ancestry. There was, on the Mayflower, there was a relative, George Soule, or George Soule, as it was pronounced then. He was a passenger on the Mayflower, a signer of the compact. His grandson, Benjamin, married Miles Standish's granddaughter, Sarah, and our branch of the family comes down directly from that. And I'm 9 generations removed from George. And I belong to the Society of Mayflower Descendants and so on. So it was really, George was really English, although they haven't been able to trace him much over in England. I don't know. Maybe he had to leave England.
Maybe he eradicated all the records over there before he left.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad he did, because 9 generations later, I guess, we got you.
Yeah.
And that's wonderful. Thanks very much for being with us today.
Oh, my pleasure. Thank you, Chuck. You're sure welcome.
This is Chuck Schaden on our old-time Radio Classics Nostalgia Night here. And this weekend, the Museum of Broadcast Communications christened, if you will, dedicated a brand new exhibit honoring the great radio career of Jim and Marion Jordan, Fibber McGee and Molly. Joining the museum and us this evening for the occasion is the son of Marion and Jim Jordan. Jim Jordan Jr. is with us. And Jim, we're delighted to have you with us tonight.
Thank you very much, Chuck. It's my pleasure. Honest to gosh, this has been really just about the most memorable thing that's happened to me in 40 years. It's been a great time, and I want to throw this in right now. I said it yesterday, and for anybody who hasn't heard it, Chuck has celebrated 20 years of broadcasting as of yesterday, and I really mean it. I think that's a milestone, and you are a heavyweight. And, man, I don't know how people do it. I really don't. But I congratulate you and thank you.
Thank you very much. And I really appreciate that. I know that that you're a man who has lived with a family who had a tremendously heavyweight career. Your mother and dad actually started in radio in the very early 30s, didn't they?
Yeah, I think actually it goes back. I think the first time might have been 27 or thereabouts, 28.
They're out of Peoria, Illinois.
Illinois.
Came up here to the Chicago area, worked all around the Middle West and in vaudeville, right?
In vaudeville and picking up whatever they could get when they could get it.
Then they decided to do a little bit of radio work and discovered that if they mentioned that they were playing in vaudeville in Gary or Hammond or wherever around this area, they'd get a lot more people coming out.
Sure,
right?
they used radio as a medium of selling tickets in theaters. They used to have handout cards and mailers and things that they would do. As you know, they would send out stuff in advance. And the whole idea at that time was to sell tickets in a theater. And radio was something that, maybe it was going to work, and maybe it wouldn't.
Well, they were not making an awful lot of money. I think they made, the two of them together made $20 a week or something like that, didn't they? On the air?
I have booking cards, which are now at the museum, the Museum of Broadcast Communications. And I got to say it now, it is just a tremendous museum. There are museums, and there are, you hear 100 different versions of this one and that one. And I'm not going to name names, but there are those that are internationally known and those that are Washington connected, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. This is the honest-to-gosh first thing I have ever seen. It is amazing. It, as I said yesterday, it's the right place. Chicago's the right place, and the museum is so right. I just can't believe it. I had to throw it in.
Thank you. Well, we are grateful. The museum is grateful to you and your family for donating to the museum the complete collection of Fibber McGee and Molly radio scripts from the very first program on April the 16th, as a matter of fact, of 1935, all the way down through the years to the end of the line when they were doing 2 or 3 or 4 minute vignettes on NBC's Monitor. Every single one of those scripts.
And don't forget Smack Out.
Well, the 4 years or so of Smack Out before Fibber and Molly. They're all there in the museum, initially here for viewing, and very soon people can come in and study those scripts. And these are the scripts that were held in the hands of Jim and Marion Jordan. Do you have any idea why they decided to keep those scripts? What prompted them to?
Dad was just one of those people. He saved very few things, actually. He didn't care about... I have to throw this in. You know that he wore the same pair of shoes. This is true. He wore the same... I have a pair of shoes. I guess I do essentially the same thing. But my dad had one pair of shoes that he found in about 1933, someplace here in Chicago. And he decided those shoes were very comfortable. So to the end of his life, he had those same shoes. And somewhere when he was in his beginning 80s, he knew the company was going to go out of business. So he bought about 4 extra pair, and he had those same shoes all those years. That's the kind of guy he was. He saved things, and he was so meticulous, as I said, contrary to the closet. But at any rate, he saved things. My mother was just the opposite. She didn't know anything about that kind of stuff. She appreciated it and tolerated it. But I think, in fact, truthfully, he might have hidden those darn scripts from her for a long time.
Well, I've been there too. You know, all the collectors save it and hide it, and if you can hang on to it long enough, it becomes a treasure. And that's what we have at the museum now. That all those scripts are nicely bound in chronological order, and they're at the Museum of Broadcast Communications, and we've been talking a lot about it this weekend. But once again, I thank you and the family of Marion and Jim for letting us have these in our collection here.
The family is so grateful, and I know my folks are they're laughing, they're pleased. It's the right thing.
Well, they made us laugh, and they pleased us in the audience for so many years that it works out really great.
Thank you.
You know, we're going to be joined in a little bit by Gail Gordon, who was Mayor LaTrivia on the program, and of course in so many radio shows. We're going to take a short break, and then we'll see about listening to something other than Fibber and Molly that Gail Gordon did, and then we'll get him on the line.
Okay. I'm
Chuck Schaden. You're listening to Old Time Radio Classics here on WBBM News Radio 78 Chicago. This is Chuck Schaden on Radio Classics, our Nostalgia Night. Our guest in the studio is Jim Jordan Jr. And Jim, before we took the break, we got off the track just a little bit.
$20 a show.
$20 a show. That's what your mother and dad got in those the good old days.
Yeah, sometimes big. They had a big deal. Maybe they'd get $50. I've seen those cards, and I think you may have some of them. Booking cards, they were called, advance booking notices. You're to appear 3 nights or 3 days or whatever. And the fee is $50. I think that might have been $50 for the 3 days.
Well, that was the vaudeville stint, right?
Yeah, the vaudeville.
But on when they're on the radio, they were eking out a living. But they did find out that the one helped the other.
Yeah.
And so that really
they finally found out it was the reverse.
That's right. Yeah. Well, we're glad. Then they moved into Kelton Myers Kindergarten and all the other shows.
Oh yeah, and I noticed at the museum you had the Smith family.
Right.
And anyway, there's a story that's told that you know about, I'm sure, but how they actually did get into radio, and I think it's worth repeating.
Let's hear it.
The
That's why we're here.
We lived and they lived, and I lived with them in Rogers Park. And it doesn't matter how old I was a small kid, but at any rate, they were at a neighbor's apartment, very dear friends of my folks. The man was an engineer, really a nice guy. Their name was Kaharski, and Marg and Ted Kaharski. And they had 2 kids who happened to be the same age of myself and my sister, who's a couple of years older than me. And the K's, as they eventually became known, they decided Kaharski was a little too much or whatever. So the K's, as they finally became known, were there entertaining my folks, and I think my dad's brother and maybe his sister were there, and the truth is that they might have, who knows, they might have had a nip. They could have had a nip. It's possible, at any rate. And they were playing cards, bridge, whatever, and they were listening in the background of radio, and somebody said, it was Marg K., said, "You guys are better than those people we're listening to." And he said, "What are you talking about?" And Marg went on and said, "There's a harmony team there. Listen, you hear that harmony team in the background? It's just another harmony team. You're better than they are." And Mother and Dad said, "Oh, come on, cut it out." And they said, "Yeah, we'll make you a bet. You go on down there tomorrow, do an audition, try anything. We'll make you a bet they're going to hire you." They went down the following day, and son of a gun, they got hired. That's how they started. Really got started. Up until then, as I said earlier, Dad would do, he would occasionally get a singing job back in the late 20s and do whatever he could, but it never really became a serious thing until that bet. And they went down, and my gosh, all of a sudden they had a steady job.
And they were off and running.
Yeah.
Oh, that's super. Well, that's the kind of story we're just sitting here waiting to hear. Thank you very much, Alan. Well, our guest in the studio is Jim Jordan Jr. He's in town because of the dedication last night at the Museum of Broadcast Communications of an exhibit in honor of his parents, Jim and Marion Jordan, who starred for so many years as Fibber McGee and Molly. And I might add that we're hoping to have Gail Gordon with us here on the air. We've had a little difficulty making a connection, but we'll keep trying. We're going to be here till 10 o'clock tonight, so we'll keep trying until we get that set up. In the meantime, Jim, I was wondering if you spent much time as a youngster visiting the radio station where your folks appeared.
Yeah, I'm not going to say I spent much time there. I wasn't, I'm not one of those kids that showed up at every show, but I got to the point where I was quite familiar with walking in the booth and being able to look, the visitor's booth, that is, and being able to look out and see what they were doing and became familiar with it. Really, that's about the extent of it.
Are we talking about the years when the show was in Chicago or in Hollywood?
Chicago. Chicago and Hollywood. As a matter of fact, my sister and I both, long before Fibber and Molly, we both, we made an appearance with my folks more than once, 2 or 3 times. We were brought on, and I hate to admit it, but Kay, my sister, and I, to the best of my recollection, it was Mother mainly. Okay, Mom, I'll tell the truth. I think we sang Red, Red Robin.
Oh.
And years later, I got to know the Mock twins. That's really from out of the blue. But the Mock twins happen to have been born in Peoria. And they starred in the original Prince and Pauper. The original Prince and the Pauper. And I think with Flynn, as I recall. I'm not certain of that. But anyway, they were great and very big. And one night at a party, I knew Bill and Bobby very well, and we got along well. And they got up. Somebody said, "Come on, it's your turn, guys." And they got up and they sang Red, Red Robin. And they did it in harmony, and I just broke up. I got thinking about this thing, and I told them about what happened when I was a child, which I still am. I'm still a child. Anyway, we did Red, Red Robin a couple of times. And I think the show might have been one of the kid shows they did in, say, 1930 or thereabouts, or 31. And somewhere in the back of my mind there's a kid, the title, and I think I may have sent you something about this, called Chuckles the Clown. It was a kiddie show, and I think that's the reason we were on. Marion and Jim were on it, and they did harmony, and they started breaking in voices, not really for the first time. I'll tell you about that, actually, how that happened. It's kind of an interesting story. But anyway, I think it was on a 15-minute kid show, and we did sing Red, Red Robin. I hope my sister isn't listening.
Well, tell us the interesting story.
Well, it goes all the way back to vaudeville, and people have asked repeatedly. I've had people say, what was it? What happened? How did a couple of young people from Peoria, and they were young people who fell in love at choir practice as teenagers, sweethearts, they used to call themselves. And my mother played piano, and very well enough to teach when she was 16. And my dad was a legit tenor, and he sang very well. That's an understatement. Actually, Dad was a heck of a singer. But at any rate, before the First War, they had started going together. And my mother was teaching piano and playing piano. She was just a young gal, you know. And Dad was working as a single whenever he could. And suddenly the war came along, and they were going to get married. He went overseas, and I'll get back to that later. His part of the war was entertaining, at any rate, as a soldier. But after the war, they married, and they started as a harmony team, and Dad would do solos. There were many harmony teams in vaudeville. Right off the top of my head, I think of Van and Skank. They were big-time vaudeville. Marion and Jim were not big-time, but they were a harmony team, and they patterned themselves after Van and Skank. And I think of others, harmony teams. I mentioned Peter DeRose. I started to someone yesterday. Peter DeRose and May Sigmy Breen were a very popular harmony team in vaudeville. The act was reversed. Excuse me. The act was reversed in that Peter played the piano, and May Sigmy, his wife, May Sigmy Breen, sang. She was a straight singer, and Peter DeRose played beautiful piano and sang harmony. And they were friends, as were most all people, especially those in small time.
Well, vaudeville, that was a family.
Yeah,
right?
they ran across one another. Of course, Peter DeRose, not to digress here too long, but ended up one of America's great composers. He wrote Deep Purple, and the list is endless. And but their friendship dates back from vaudeville days, and they remained friends up until somebody died. I don't know who it was. It might have been my mother. But anyway, there was another harmony team, and they were buddies with Marion and Jim. They crossed in towns like Washington, Illinois. I remember Washington, Illinois. There was a place called Washington. Seems to me there was another. Was there anyway, I can't remember all the names of the little towns, but the distances between towns were by the quart of gasoline. That's what. Anyway, Tim and Irene was the name of this other harmony team, and they too were reversed. Tim played the piano, and he was a fine, really a hot pianist. And Irene was a belter of the first water. Boy, could she belt a song. She had the typical Broadway current, not current, but anyway, she was a great singer.
Now, I want to mention that she later was Granny on the Beverly Hillbillies on television.
You're jumping me, but that's
all
right.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean
no,
to
that's all right. That's all right.
Okay.
That's all right.
Anyway, she was a great belter.
Oh, just a tremendous singer, and they were close friends. Tim died very young, and you're right. Irene struggled for many years and eventually hit it big as Granny. Her name was Irene Ryan, of course. But the thing I was going to tell you is that, and this is the gosh truth, they were seated backstage or maybe at the hotel or whatever, and as always, acts used to criticize one another constructively. You know the old joke, for example, about if you're a singer, you should do more jokes. If you're a comic, why don't you sing, you know, or do you, or whatever. But anyway, they were somewhere in some town, and Tim and Irene said, you know how you could really better the act? You're a harmony team. Why don't you try? We listen to you here, and you're doing these voices, and you tell jokes beautifully, and you're doing patter. And why don't you try throwing in some patter? And in the beginning, they really were frightened to death of it. But that's actually what happened. They finally started throwing in a little patter, and at what period this would be, I'd have to say that it would be, say, 1924 or thereabouts. And they ended up in vaudeville, still a harmony team, and occasionally Dad would step out and sing Serenade from the Student Prince or something, and he would do it beautifully, and then they fell into a pattern where he would start doing an old-timer voice. Talk to her like that. And my mother came back, and she suddenly developed a brogue. And she started calling him different names. I can't remember what they were, but she did an Irish brogue which really came from the heart and something that was in her family background. And first thing you knew, they were perfecting voices. And they really didn't realize it. It kind of happened, and so that when they got into radio, they did have something to fall back on, and they weren't quite aware of it. But my mother very few people realize this, but my mother actually did Molly, which began as a very thick Irish brogue in the beginning, and Dad did, when they started, Fibber and Molly, he was actually doing the old-timer in the beginning. My mother, though, did Teeny, the little girl, and she'd been doing that for years, for jokes, you know. I still think it's the best child voice I've ever heard.
It is amazing. You know, you know that she's doing that voice, and it rings so clearly.
Yeah,
it's such a true young child voice.
And she also did, in addition, she did an uppity woman, I'll call her, who became eventually Mrs. Uppington. And she was a hoity-toity kind of a lady who talked, you know, way beyond the pall, and she knew everything, and really a kind of a pain, you know. And then she did another character that it's funny, they didn't repeat this voice much, but it was a great character called Mrs. Wearybottom.
Well, what a wonderful name.
I told you she was kind of the early Marjorie Main. She was always talking way down in the dumps like this, and oh, heavens, everything's just going to pot and the barn burned, and shucks, my husband came home and the wheat crop failed, and oh, gosh, I don't know. Anyway.
Suitable voice for the proper name.
Yeah. They had these voices that just kind of grew like Topsy, and eventually they became usable in radio, and in early radio they became usable, and eventually that led to a 15-minute show called Smack Out. You know obviously you know the premise, but I'll just throw it in. Smack Out was a store, actually. It was a little country store, and it was run by the old-timer who talked up like this.
And that was Jim, your dad.
That was Jim, my dad, and they're all smack out of everything you came in to get. No matter what it was, they were smack out of it. And anyway, the characters who came in to visit the store, the general store, there was a young couple called Marion and Jim, and they used to come in and visit the old-timer. And Marion and Jim, the old-timer would say, why don't you sing for me and don't ask, we'll smack out of that. And so they'd do a tune or he'd do a solo, you know. And Smack Out became, it just kind of grew and grew and grew, and it was a great era of, as you know, it was just a tremendous era of radio. I think.
Well, those early 1930s, it was kind of let's try anything and see how it works.
Yeah. I think of Lum and Abner.
Yeah.
Lum and Abner. Golly, Tuffy Goff and Chet Lauk. Do you know? You probably do know this, but for the people who are fans of old-time radio, Lum and Abner, you know how they started? They were college students together.
Really?
At Tennessee or Alabama or someplace down south. Yes. They were both very well-educated guys, Southerners, and they were in school together. One's a little guy, that was Tuffy, and Chet was a tall, thin guy. And they were in the same fraternity or something, and they started kidding around, doing these characters, and all of a sudden they were in radio as Lum and Abner.
Amazing.
Just a great show. And Vic and Sade.
Out of Chicago for so many years. Boy. Paul Reimer's a great show,
Yeah.
We got a lot of memories this evening here on our old-time radio.
Too many. I'm taking up all your time.
Hey, we can talk all night. Maybe we will. There's another hour ahead of us. Chuck Schaden here on Old Time Radio Classics from WBBM. Our guest is Jim Jordan Jr., and he's got a lot of memories about growing up with his folks who starred not only as Fibber McGee and Molly, but as Luke and Mirandy. They were that was on
another one.
Luke and Mirandy. They did a lot of things in those days. You know, of course, everybody remembers the hall closet gag on the Fibber and Molly program, and
Do you have a recollection of the impact that made on your folks as far as the gag was concerned?
In the beginning, I don't think it had any impact.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's one. They looked for a long time for a runner, something that would work, that they could repeat. And I don't really know where the thing started. I don't know whose idea it was, but they did it, and it was one of those things that it too kind of took off. And the sound effects guys that did it, truthfully, probably made that work, because they realized that they had done something very funny, and they realized something that they had done something that required great timing, and so every time it would get a big laugh, and it finally got to the point where, as you know, it would get applause the minute anybody would get near the door, and often they milked it and didn't open the door, and nothing. But anyway,
they were teasing the studio audience. Yeah,
they were teasing the. But anyway, the sound effects guys that did it, and there were a series of them beginning here in Chicago, spent hours topping their last effort. And so they had weeks, between these things, and they would think up ways of doing it, and incredibly, it just grew and grew and grew, and they wrote around it, and they did milk it, and they built it up and built it up, and sometimes they stumbled in it and caught you by surprise, and boom, everything would break, and the guy would go for 30 seconds or whatever, and the pause, and the audience is roaring, and there's a long wait, and then you hear that little ding, the bell.
Yeah. It was one of the great sound gags on radio, and I know that you're right, the audience would hope that would open the door. Now, if they were ever doing anything with the hall closet, when they would talk about it, then even the listener was waiting for it.
Got ready.
More often than not, it just came up on you. It would say, Mayor Latrivia would say, "Well, I have to leave now. I'm going out the side door." No, not that door. They'd say, "Bang," And it is a tribute to the sound effects man. The sound effects men who over the years did this.
There were quite a few.
Did this show. On one program, the King's Men did a song, on one of the Fibber and Molly shows. The King's Men did a song called "The Sound Effects Man." And this was a time when I think Frankie Pittman was the sound. He later became the producer and director of the show, I guess. But Frankie Pittman was the sound effects man at the time. The King's Men sang about him and the general radio sound man. And guess what? Out of our hall closet, we have the King's Men and the sound effects man.
Oh, what would we do without the sound effects man, that radio racketeer? Tune your dial and listen a while. This is what you'll hear. There's a knock up on the door. That's the sound effects man. Here's a kiss and maybe more. That's the sound effects man. If you'd like a ring, he'll give you a ding, ding, ding. And even in the early morn, you'll hear him blowing his horn. Cowboys galloping fit to bust. That's the sound effects man. 3 more redskins bites the dust. That's the sound effects man. He has such an awful lot to do, and yet he very seldom ever misses a cue. He's a 3-alarm fire and the fire chief too. That's the sound effects man. When the wind is howling, that's the sound effects man. Thunder goes a-growling, sound effects man. When the battle is raging, he's right in the middle of the fray. When he blows his whistle, crime doesn't pay. Benny's old Maxwell chugging right along. That's the sound effects man. When Kay Kaiser gets the answer all wrong. Students, that's the sound effects man. Hear those footsteps making a lot of muddy tracks. Dirty boots will never hurt the kitchen floor if it's covered with Johnson's wax. Tailspin Tommy in his aeroplane. That's the sound effects man. When McGee breaks a window pane, that's the sound effects man. He has gadgets by the score, from a peanut whistle to a cannon's roar. When Fibber runs to open that closet door, look out!
Gotta straighten out that closet one of these days.
That's Frankie Pittman, the sound effects man.
That's the King's Men singing about the sound effects man on a 1940s Fibber McGee and Molly broadcast. Our guest this evening on Old Time Radio Classics here is Jim Jordan Jr., and he's reminiscing a lot about the career of his mother and dad, who starred as Fibber McGee and Molly. Maybe you have a question you would like to ask or a comment to make. We'd be glad to hear from you. Why don't you just give us a call here at WBBM or at the area 312-591-7878. 312-591-7878. Got a call for Jim or for us if you want to ask about the Fibber and Molly programs or some of the old-time radio things. We'll be glad to chat with you. 591-7878. I'm Chuck Schaden. You're listening to Old Time Radio Classics on WBBM News Radio 78. Chuck Schaden here on Old Time Radio Classics with our guest Jim Jordan Jr. And now, Jim, we heard the Sound Effects Man, that nice song. Did you witness the Sound Effects Man doing that crash a few times?
I sure
didn't
did.
you?
I don't remember the names of the guys that did it, but you're right. Frank Pittman did end up. I believe Frank ended up in L.A. I'm not certain about that, but I think he did it in L.A. Is what I'm trying to say. Not in Chicago. There was somebody else initially, I think. And eventually became the producer of the show. Just a great guy.
I talked to one of the times. Of course, I knew Jim Jordan pretty well in the later years, since probably about 1973. And once I asked him, I obviously asked him about the gag, the closet gag, and all of that stuff. And he, as you said, they were looking for some kind of a running gag to use from time to time. And he said on the Smack Out program, they had developed an old sofa, a Davenport, a gag where when someone sat on it, the spring would go, you know, and that became kind of a running gag on that. Now they didn't want to use that on the McGee series, so they were just waiting for something else, and it took a few years before they came to it.
That's true.
Yeah,
that's true. They're not easily come by.
That's right. That's right. It's hard to get something that will really work.
You know, I got to throw in a thing about Sound Effects, man. I mentioned it. I was so pleased listening to the segments you did on Eve Arden, on Armis Brooks. I think people would be interested in this.
Okay.
Dick Crenna was on that show.
Who's Walter Denton, the schoolboy on there.
Richard Crenna, one of the finest darn actors there is. And he was born and raised in L.A., and as a kid, this is true, he wanted to be a sound effects man. And he grew up around that business within blocks of the studios, and that's how he actually started. He came to the studios, he had a buddy, and they said, we can do sound effects. And they came in there and they started doing sound effects, whether they got hired as sound effects people or not. I think they did. He did, actually. I think that's true. And the first thing, he was then about 14 or 15, as I recall the story. And the first thing you knew, somebody said, why don't you come on and try out for this so-and-so? And he ended up an actor at a very young age, and Miss Brooks was, Eve Arden.
Yeah,
but anyway, and Gail. But Dick Crenna was on it. And he was marvelous. You remember how great he was when he was with Walter Brennan?
Oh, yeah, and Real McCoys
he
on TV.
He still does the best Walter Brennan anybody's ever done. Anyway, so much for
Well, hey, guess what? We've got a whole bunch of folks stacked up out here waiting to talk to you,
No kidding.
talk to us about the old-time radio and Fibber and Molly. So let's hear from Henry in Tinley Park. Good evening, Henry. Hello, is this Henry? We're looking for Henry. Is anybody here? I know Henry's from Tinley Park. We're waiting for Henry to stop in. And we've got Mike from Chicago, and George is from Chicago, and Bob from Elgin. They're all on our lines.
Hello?
Hello, who's this?
Mike.
Oh, Mike, we got you. Finally. Hang on. What's your name? What's your name, Mike? You had a question for us?
Yes, Mr. Jordan, I'd like to ask you if you were ever at the show's taping, and if you were, where would you sit? Would you sit in the audience or in a booth?
Mike, I have sat, as a kid, I sat in the audience, of course, a couple of times, but basically they had a place where they would put visitors, a glassed-in area, not unlike what we're sitting in right now, and I sat in that place. It was called a sponsor's booth, really, and I got to sit in there and listen to the bigwigs. Anyway, I sat in the sponsor's booth. How old are you, Mike?
11.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
So
or maybe girl. I don't know.
No, Mike, we have a lot of young listeners who really enjoy these things. Now, you like to tune in to Fibber and Molly, Mike?
Very much.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mike. Really. Boy, oh, boy, this does my heart good.
Thanks for calling, Mike.
Thank you.
Right. Okay, let's see if we can find someone else on the line here. Is George there? Well, someone must be there. Is anybody coming up on this? We got some, as they say, TD, right? Technical difficulties. Is anybody? If you're there, say hello. Okay, I'll tell you what. Let's see what we can do to get somebody on the air here. Hello, who's this?
This is Bob.
Bob, where are you from?
My name is Bob Dent, and I'm calling from Elgin.
Yes, Bob.
2 things for you tonight.
Yes, sir.
Okay, first off, I produce an audio cassette newsletter called Spectrum, a rainbow of information for the blind and physically handicapped people in the Elgin area.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know how many of them, well, there's about 75 blind people here in Elgin. I'm totally blind.
Mm-hmm.
And so they would probably like to know about your program. So first, if you would send me like a 2 or 3 minute tape describing your program, I will put it in the next issue of Spectrum so that the blind people here in Elgin will know that you're on the air.
Well, I can do it real fast right here. Just tell them to tune into News Radio 78 Monday through Friday.
I don't have any way to tape this on the radio.
Well, we are here 7 nights a week. And when the hockey is over, we'll be here really 7 nights a week.
But if you could maybe send me a little 2 minute tape with your name.
Sure, we'll be glad to do it.
And the second thing is, how can I get a tape of that Fibber McGee and Molly thing that you had tonight? That was fantastic.
Hey, thank you, Bob.
Well, we'll have to talk about that. I don't know. It's not too easy to get copies like that. What you have to do is have a tape recorder and stand by, and don't touch the dial. Keep the radio set at 78, and then keep that tape
You know
handy.
Marty Zivin, don't you?
Pardon me?
You know Marty Zivin?
No, I don't think I do.
Oh.
Okay.
Well,
Do you have a question for Jim Jordan, Jr.?
No, I don't have any questions about that. I like to hear the old-time radio program.
Okay, well, we've got a nice Fibber and Molly clip coming up in just a little bit, so you hang on for that.
I keep you awake at night rather than talking books will put you to sleep.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Well, if I could get that tape from you, or if you would give me a call, I'd love to give you my telephone number.
Okay, not over the air. Our producer will get the number for you. Okay,
All right.
You hang on now a second.
Sure.
Okay, thanks, Bob. Jim Jordan Jr. is with us this evening, and I'm Chuck Schaden, and we've got lots of memories ahead of us. We're going to tune into a Fibber and Molly tape. Let's see if we can get someone else on the phone, though. We got a line open. Say hello. Hello, who's there?
This is Seth.
Seth?
Yeah,
Where are you calling from, Seth?
Monticello, Wisconsin.
Monticello, Wisconsin. Okay, got a question for us?
Yeah, did Mr. Jim Jordan Jr.?
Yeah. I'm kind of, Seth, I have to throw this in. I'm a junior, but my father was a junior, and I've got a son who's a junior, so we're all Jim Jordans. There were 4 of us. Anyway, go ahead, Seth, your question.
I wanted to know, did you ever go to studio and watch your parents perform?
In radio you're referring to, right, Seth?
Correct.
Yeah, I did. I did that when I was about your age, starting about that time. Not all the time, but I did, yes.
And do you have any idea how your parents kept from laughing?
They didn't, Seth. They didn't. They broke up a lot. And as a matter of fact, Chuck and I were kidding about that earlier. My mother had a terrific sense of, well, she had an Irish sense of humor, and boy, when she laughed and really laughed, it was from the gut. and she loved to see my dad break up, and he hated it. He was very embarrassed if anything went wrong in his readings, and so she would wait for him to break up. And you talk about laugh and oh boy. Anyway, yes.
Yeah, they enjoyed themselves, and I think when you listen to Fibber McGee and Molly programs, it's evident. Not only do the Jim and Marion enjoy themselves, everybody on the show, and that's why it was such
Gail,
a success.
I think of Gail, I can remember times when Gail would go up. But anyway, Seth, go ahead.
And I have one more question.
Okay.
Did they perform in front of a live audience?
Yeah, they performed in front of a live audience, and when they first started doing it, that is a long, long time ago, in 1935, Fibber McGee and Molly, they did it in front of a live audience, and they wore costumes of the characters as they had done in vaudeville, which came long before radio.
Even though the listening audience couldn't see them, the studio audience saw them.
The studio audience saw them, and they felt they had to perform in character.
And it probably helped them with their characterization, too.
Sure, and they weren't the only ones, Seth. There were other people. Ed Wynn comes to mind. You know, Ed Wynn, in early radio, Seth, played a fire chief, and he wore the hat and the uniform.
The fire helmet.
Ed Wynn was a big star many years ago, and anyway, they weren't the only ones who wore costumes in front of the studio audience.
Seth, I want to ask one question of you. How old are you?
I'm 10.
You're 10.
Boy.
We're so glad that you're enjoying the old-time radio shows.
Thank you.
Thanks for calling.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Well, we had a lot of folks here standing by, and we got a few more, but we've got to do a little business, so we'll get back then. If you'd like to join us, well, give us a jingle at 591-7878. Chuck Schaden here on Old Time Radio Classics from WBBM News Radio 78. This is Chuck Schaden back with you on Old Time Radio Classics. Our Nostalgia Night. Our guest is Jim Jordan, and we've got a few folks who want to check in with us. Hello, you're on the air.
Hello?
Hello, what's your name?
Oh, yeah. Hi, Chuck. This is Bob from Hinsdale.
Yes, Bob.
Yes, enjoying
I know you've been hanging on for a while, and I appreciate you staying with us.
That's quite all right. Enjoying your program. First of all, I just wanted to say congratulations on your 20th anniversary.
Thank you very much.
I've been following you for probably 19 of those 20 years.
Oh, that's great. I really do appreciate that.
All the way across the dial. I enjoyed when you were talking about the aspect of Jim and Marion Jordan's role in Chicago radio, but there was a role that they played, and I didn't hear it mentioned. So I thought I'd like to toss this in and see if you know the answer to it.
Go.
Okay. Well, they appeared for a time in the early 30s on a Chicago-based radio program, and their appearance was not as Fibber and Molly, but rather as Toots and Chickie.
You are right.
And I wonder if you know the program.
They did, they did whatever they had to do, and you're right. And I can't tell you what the show was.
Okay,
but it was a popular show, and you may be talking about it might be one of the early.
I have a recollection that this might have been a
Smith family?
A sketch on the Breakfast Club.
You are absolutely right.
It could that.
What
okay.
You mean this was a trivia question?
You win.
Absolutely correct.
Don McNeil loved you.
Yeah, they were with Don McNeil for a while.
You're right, and they were very proud of the fact. My dad was always proud of the fact that he got on the McNeil show. Everyone wanted to be on the Breakfast Club. You know that.
That was real big-time radio.
It still is.
Bob, anything else?
That was it. Just to say I enjoyed the program, and I just wanted to contribute that.
Thank you very much. We sure appreciate it. Hello, you're on the air.
Thank you. It's so good to talk to Jim this evening, and with you also, Chuck.
Thank you. What's your name?
I'm Charmaine, and I'm from Manhattan, Illinois, just south of Joliet.
Yes, Charmaine.
Boy, I have a cousin, Charmaine, no longer living. Go ahead, Charmaine.
That's all right. I wanted to let you know that we're a third-generation family listening to your old-time radio classics.
Oh, wonderful.
Is that so?
And it has been the life of my children. Never miss it. When Mother is busy elsewhere, they drag her in, whatever she's doing, to make sure she doesn't miss it.
You're gonna think this is funny, but say your first name again, please.
Charmaine.
Charmaine. You remember the song?
One of the great songs, yeah. Wasn't that the theme song for What Price Glory, the silent version?
Don Novus sang. Donald Novus, a tenor, sang a great. He was a great tenor, and he ended up at one time working on the Fibber McGee and Molly show. But he had a record called Charmaine. Oh boy, beautiful song. Anyway, go ahead, Charmaine.
Thank you. It's wonderful to hear that. We enjoy your show so very, very much. My son loves the Green Hornet, but my daughter and I and Grandma and Grandpa all crack up when we listen to Fibber McGee and Molly.
Thank you. Marvelous stuff. It's nice to know. I was going to say it's nice to know that even now, we're talking 30 years after the program went off the air. 30 years, because it ended in 1960, and here people are still enjoying it, and we're winning new friends as fans. It's marvelous. Go ahead.
And, well, what I was going to say is that we watch, listen to me, we watch the radio as a family together when we do this, and it's really quite interesting.
You're right. People do watch the radio. That's what you did. You watched the radio. Anyway, go ahead. Forgive me.
That's all right. I was going to ask you, what was your most memorable event that happened?
You were asking me?
With Fibber McGee and Molly, what was your most memorable event?
I have to be honest and tell you that this trip has to be right in there with all the memorable things. There have been many in my life, but this trip it's been memorable. There are other things, but anyway, it's overwhelming to me at the moment, Charmaine.
Well, my children now talk of when they get old, how they're going to sit with their grandchildren and listen to this. So
I hope we can be around to share some of these sounds. Thanks, Charmaine. We appreciate your call tonight.
Thank you.
Okay. Now we have another person on the line. Hello, you're on the air. Hello. Somebody's on the air. Hello, you're on the air. We have a real trouble here tonight. Jim, we must have the gremlins left over from World War II coming in there. Hello.
Hello?
Yes, you're on the air. What's your name?
I'm Don.
Don, where are you from?
Elmhurst.
Okay, how's things in Elmhurst tonight?
Real fine.
Good. You have a question?
Hi, Don.
Hi, Jim. I have a very soft spot for your mother and dad.
Thank you very much.
In 1936 or 37, I was downtown at a Boy Scout Honor Society, the Order of the Arrow, dinner at Harding's on the west side of the Loop.
Sure, I remember. I remember Harding's.
And when we were through, they marched us across the bridge to the Merchandise Mart to your mother and dad's broadcast.
Yeah.
And there was about 150 or 200 of us, and seemed like an awful lot of people in the studio besides us. But the cast included Harlow Wilcox, and the orchestra was Ted Weems and Elmo.
You are right.
And Perry Como.
Elmo who, Don?
Elmo Tanner.
Right, and what did Elmo do?
Whistled.
Right.
We're going to send you an invisible facsimile.
Yeah, go ahead, Don.
But Perry Como was the singer with Ted Weems.
That's right, and there was a girl singer with that band.
I don't remember her.
Well, they changed her name, finally.
I know. Can I raise my hand?
Go.
Her name was Marvel Maxwell.
You are right.
Marilyn Maxwell.
Marilyn Maxwell. Yeah, you're right. Perry Como was the singer with Ted Weems.
But your mother and dad came out about 15 minutes before the broadcast and talked to us and made a big thing of the Scouts there. And
you know why, Don?
No.
Because I was a Boy Scout at about that time, and I remember marching down Michigan Avenue in the middle of winter in a parade. You may have been in the same parade. I think it was about 20 below. Anyway, they loved the Boy Scouts, and so do I. Go ahead.
But your dad wore a fedora hat. And it was curved up on both sides, and a big watch chain with a KC emblem in his lapel. Your mother had a house dress on.
You're right.
With a hat with a little feather that curved up over the top of her
That's
head.
right. That was the remnants of the vaudeville costume.
But they dressed it. We had more fun with them after the show than when the show was actually on.
I'll bet.
But My wife asked me to make one request, Chuck.
Yes.
Please play more Fibber McGee and Molly.
Oh, hey,
thank you.
You know, I don't need any pressure on that. Thanks, Don. We appreciate your call.
Thank you much.
Chuck Schaden here, and Jim Jordan Jr. is with us, where we've got some folks waiting in line to say hello this evening. Hi, you're on the air. Hello, you're on the air.
Hi.
And who's this? What's your name?
Kyle.
Kyle from Brookfield.
Yeah.
You're checking in tonight. What's your age, Kyle?
I'm 8, turning 9 the 21st of May.
Well, happy birthday coming up.
Happy birthday coming up is right.
Okay, what's your question, Kyle?
Well, I don't sort of have a question. I sort of have answers, really. I liked Fibber McGee and Molly is one of my favorites, but not real. I like more like specific broadcasts and people.
Mm-hmm.
Like I like the one with the two-tone salesman. That one was good, and I like ones like that.
Oh, you mean you like the storyline on the Fibber and Molly shows? They're great stories, and they were created by...
You sound like a writer in the making, Kyle.
Yeah.
That's how writers start out.
Yeah. Well, keep listening to the radio, the old-time radio shows, because it'll give you an opportunity to use your imagination.
Yeah.
And it'll work well for you.
And me and my brother are trying to make a radio shows.
Are you?
Oh, boy. Okay. Do it.
Well, do it.
Do it.
Do it, and put it on tape and send it to me. I'll tell you if it's worthy of the network.
Do you announce when you go to Metro Golden Memories and things like that?
When I go to Metro Golden Memories, not necessarily. Sometimes I do, but mostly I'm in and out a lot over there.
Because in May, me and my father want to go for the sale, and we'd like to meet you sometime there.
Well, I hope I'll be there when you come in.
Yeah.
Thanks, Kyle.
Thank you,
Kyle. Thank you for calling. Hello, you're on the air.
Hello, Chuck.
Hi, who's this?
My name is Dick, Chuck.
Yes, where are you from, Dick?
I'm from Elk Grove, and I want to say hello to Jim also.
Hi.
I went to a high school on the north side of Chicago that was the
Don't tell me. Go ahead.
Lakeview.
Lakeview.
Which had Edgar Bergen, later on Jimmy Nelson, probably two of the world's great ventriloquists.
Yeah.
And after that, Tom Bosley from Happy Days. But the name I really wanted to bring to your attention was Bill Thompson, who played Wallace Wimple.
Oh, boy.
He's from Lakeview High School also.
Bill is from Lakeview, huh?
That's right.
And maybe one of the finest performers who ever worked in any medium.
Well, that's what I wanted to ask you about.
That's a fact. He was an incredibly talented young man who did so many things, it's unbelievable. That's right. He worked on Jack Armstrong, not as Jack Armstrong, but he eventually became the old-timer. He did the voice when he was doing the old-timer, and I think he was about 24 or 25 years old.
Right.
And he did Boomer. Remember, Horatio K. Boomer.
Yeah.
Short Bear. Did Boomer. He did anything. He was just great.
And his wife, Sweetie Face, his big
and
old
his
wife.
wife, Sweetie Face. Yeah. Anyway, he died much too young.
I never heard about what happened to him.
He died one of those sad things, part of the God's plan.
Oh, yeah.
Bill died young, that's all I'll say.
Well,
it
that's
happened
a shame.
suddenly. He really was a tremendously talented guy, and I was telling Chuck today, earlier, you may be interested in this. I don't mean to labor it, but the fact is that Jonathan Winters had told me a number of years ago, a long time ago, in fact, that Bill Thompson was an idol of his.
Is that right?
Yeah. And you know how many kids nowadays, young performers, say Jonathan Winters is their idol.
Just like Robin Williams talks about Jonathan.
That's true. And 100 other young comics,
Right.
and Jonathan's was Bill Thompson.
Well, that's terrific, and I was glad to get through to ask you that question.
Thanks very much, Dick. We appreciate the call. Jim Jordan is with us this evening, Jim Jordan Jr. I guess we have time for maybe just one more phone call. A little clock on the wall is creeping up on us. Hello, you're on the air.
Yes, Chuck, I enjoy your program.
Thank you. Who's this?
My name is Earl. I'm calling from Munster, Indiana.
Yes, Earl.
Hi, Earl.
Hi. Jim, I have a question for you. How
Sure.
many, maybe the question was asked earlier, how many programs originated out of the original Fibber McGee and Molly?
How many total number of shows?
Right. In other words, I believe, was it the Great Gildersleeves?
Oh, no, you mean spin-offs from the original.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Yes.
Yeah, you're right. Gildersleeve, Beulah. You remember Beulah?
No.
Beulah was the maid on the Fibber and Molly show, and she'd say, "Somebody ball for Beulah," and Marlon Hurt, the man, played the female maid.
You remember Tom, Dick, and Harry?
Well, I have some of the tapes.
Mm-hmm.
The program went off the air. I'm not that old, okay? When the program went off the air. And I enjoy listening to this program quite a bit, and I do have some of the tapes. And I just was curious at how many. I had heard that there was a number of programs.
I think it primarily Beulah and Gildersleeve were the main ones. But the Gildy spinoff was probably the first spinoff.
I think it was.
Before they called them spinoffs.
Nobody knew that word
at
that time. But anyway, Beulah, just quickly, we're kind of short of time here, but Tom, Dick, and Harry was a very famous trio in radio, singers, and one of them was Marlon Hurt, who became Beulah.
We're all out of time. Thanks very much for calling, Earl. Thanks, everyone who called. Jim Jordan, Jr., a delight for me this week, and a very special treat.
Thank you.
I really appreciate you being here. We're going to call you at home sometime in Reno, Nevada, and do this again. On the wall, the clock says we're off, all out of time. We'll see you again. Thanks very much for tuning us in here on Old Time Radio Classic. This is Chuck Schaden. Good night.
Well, it was 50 years ago this year that the Quiz Kids first went on the radio. And it was a long run, I'll tell you, on radio and then into television. In fact, it was one of the most successfully translated shows from radio to television. It was very easy to move the Quiz Kids from behind the microphones to in front of the cameras. And I think most of the kids who are here today, and they're just smiling and beaming that I'm calling them kids, they're just so, they're going to tell us about that transition and about so many other things that happened with the Quiz Kids. So I'd like to introduce I'd like to have our panel introduce themselves, perhaps in the same way, or reminiscent of the same way that you folks would introduce yourself when Joe Kelly, the chief quizzer, would say, and now let's introduce the Quiz Kids. Sheila?
My name is Sheila Claire Conlon. I'm years of age now. I'm out of school. And I'm now a producer and a PR person, primarily.
Pat? Lon.
I'm Lonnie Lundy. Let's see, 55. I used to be in the public school system of Park Ridge, Illinois, and I'm an entertainer.
Ruth?
I'm Ruth Duskin-Feldman. I'm brave, so I'll say I'm 56 years old, probably the oldest one on the panel today. I now live in Highland Park, Illinois, and I'm a writer.
Okay. Ruth?
I guess I should give myself a plug and say I'm author of the book Whatever Happened to the Quiz Kids.
Well, I would do that if you didn't. Okay. And Pat?
I'm Patrick Owen Conlon. I'm 53 years old now, and I'm an actor and director. I've lived in New York City for the last 20 years or so.
And these are the Quiz Kids. There are a few other Quiz Kids around, and we're going to talk to them, too, as we progress with this little get-together. I'd like to start with Ruthie, if I can. Ruth, you really got involved with the Quiz Kids many years after you left the show with your book, Whatever Happened to the Quiz Kids. It's still in print and still is a good seller, isn't it?
It's still in print, sort of. Actually, I have all the remaining copies. The book came out 8 years ago, and it's not generally available in bookstores anymore, but it is available, I believe, here at the Museum of Broadcast Communications
and one other place
in your
we know,
store.
Right, Metro Golden Memories. Now, if anybody gets a copy of that book today, or if they have their copy, I would assume that you folks on our panel would be glad to autograph those copies, right?
Oh, we'd be happy to.
Are you giving the others a little royalty for signing?
We'll discuss that over lunch.
Okay. Well, Ruth, when you started looking into the past, so to speak, to find out whatever happened to the Quiz Kids, what did you run into? Were some of these folks easy to find, or were they difficult to find?
Well, it was really quite a challenge, but fortunately, one or two people had done some of the work already. Joan Bishop, one of the people who was on the very first Quiz Kids show in June of 1940, had kept up with quite a few of the others, especially from the early years of the show. And Roby Hickok Kessler, one of the original producers or staff members of the show, also had kept in touch. So had Rachel Stevenson, who I hope will be down here sometime today if she makes it. She's still producing here in Chicago.
And she was the producer of it.
And she was one of the producers of the show. So gradually, by contacting them, one person led to another. But I did have to do quite a bit of research, contacting university, alumni offices, and just every lead that I could to try to locate people. Eventually was able to locate about 130 who answered my questionnaires, or 130 whose addresses I felt confident enough about to send out a questionnaire, and I think about 80 of those answered the questionnaire, and about 12 that I interviewed in person.
It's a fascinating book, and it not only talks about the radio and the television show, but it focuses very specifically on the lives of a great number of the quiz kids,
including Pat, Sheila, and Lon, who were among those who appeared most regularly on the program during its 13 years.
Well, Lon, now you say you're an entertainer.
That's right. Yes.
Your specialty on the quiz kids was music.
Right.
And you have written music and performed it, and continue to do that. Now, where are you doing your musical thing now?
You mean for performing?
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's mostly private parties. However, if anyone has a compelling urge to hear some obscure Jerome Kern and things like that, they could catch me at the Drake Hotel every Sunday.
Ah, okay. Sunday matinee, evening, when?
8 until closing time.
Okay, at the Drake Hotel.
Ago, we caught him at the Weston Hotel in the concert room. We just, Patrick and I were in one evening, and there was Lon, and he's marvelous.
He is. He's very good. I've heard him in at least 4 or 5 places over the years since I finally caught up with him again.
Now, you've done some serious musical writing, haven't
you? Right, yes.
Mm-hmm. Tell us about it.
Well, I'm not what you'd call a compulsive composer, but periodically I've found people who were interested in receiving works, having works written with them in mind, and I've done quite a bit of writing. In fact, a program of my works will be done on WNIB this month. Bruce Duffy presents a series of honoring composers on or around their birthdays that begin with 0 or 5, and you might say my number is up this month.
Oh, so
is that Thanksgiving one?
It's going to be 3 days after, the 25th at midnight.
That would be Sunday, huh? Sunday the 25th at midnight on WNIB. Right. Well, that's very good. We want
Don't be fooled by the name. I'm Lawson Lundy when it comes to we're writing classical music.
Lawson Lundy.
Serious.
More.
Well, now wait a minute. Lon was the when you had short hair, right?
Well, I was Lonnie on the show. I'm Lon to my friends, and I'm Lawson to classical music buffs.
Well, what was that because?
I think I'll change my name to Spike or something.
Pat Coughlin, you how old were you when you first joined the Quiz Kids?
I was 6 years of age at that point.
Well, how did they find you?
Well, they had an elaborate process to screen the many kids whose parents thought they might be contestant material. So you were given an interview initially, and if that seemed to work, then a mock audition by one of the staff members. And if you passed all of those things adequately, they would put you on a show, and that indeed is what happened to me. Of course, when you're 6 years old, it's like being thrown into the middle of a bunch of barracudas because you're there with people as much as 9 or 10 years older than you are who've had the experience of the show. So about the best you can do is keep from going totally underwater at that point.
Well, were they kind to you as a newcomer with the type of questions that they would ask you and their attitude?
They would try to see that you had something to say for yourself in the course of the half hour, and that's usually what happened. Sure.
Did you feel that? Did you feel comfortable with the kids? Did the other kids who had been on a couple of shows or more shows than you?
The other kids were very nice. Yeah, absolutely. Made you feel at home.
Now, Sheila, your sister, were you on after he was on, after he made his debut on the show?
Yes, I came on originally as a question, and I sang, tried to sing an operetta.
You came on as a question?
Yes, and it was a real question, all right. For them to try to identify what I was singing.
Oh.
I was 4, and I sang La Donna Immobile from Rigoletto.
And 4 years of age?
Yes.
Wow.
At the time, we were living in an apartment building, and the super was Italian, and every day when Patrick would go off to school, my mother would bring him up the back stairs and have him teach me how to pronounce the Italian, or try to pronounce the Italian.
And so who guessed it then?
I don't know. I don't remember.
The question was, what are you singing? Is that it?
And to identify the opera and who wrote it, and I don't know who answered it, or if anybody did.
Well, it certainly wasn't the Joel Kupperman question. He was the math whiz on the quiz.
Yes.
We're going to talk about the other quiz kids and so many more things about the show in just a moment. We want to take a short break. You're listening to Those Were the Days from 97 FM. This is WNIB in Chicago. I'm Chuck Schaden. Our guest is the Quiz Kids today because this is a Quiz Kids reunion on the air 50 years ago. Let's see, 50 years ago. This is 1990. Remember, the event come back to sad too. So, holy smoke, folks! That's a long time ago. Ruth Duskin Feldman is here. Lon Lundy, Pat Conlon, and Sheila Conlon are here. Pat, what if you can think of a specific incident? What would be the most memorable incident in your whole career as a quiz kid?
Oh, that's a tough one, Chuck. I was on the show for 10 years, and I suppose because I was thinking of this coming down, perhaps the time that in the early days of television, we were sent to New York to appear on the Milton Berle show when he was Mr. Television in early 1950. And through the schedule change, we were held over an extra week because there was no room for us on the initial Tuesday, and we had to go on the second one after that. So that was a very exciting trip to New York, certainly, and then also a glimpse of the workings of television, and it was very memorable.
You mean Uncle Milty had too much material and he couldn't handle it the first week?
Well, Uncle Milty always had too much material, and yes, that's exactly what happened. So, several people got bumped. As a matter of fact, we weren't the only ones, even though the show was of a good length.
Did Joe Kelly go with you on
Absolutely,
that trip?
Of course he did. I'm glad of that. Yeah, we did a skit in which we set up the thing, and then Milty came in dressed up as a kid in short pants with funky hair and hat.
Now you're an actor and a producer and a director. Tell us about what you're doing today?
Well, I have been an actor and a director for the last 20 years or so. Prior to that, I taught college theater and English and speech courses in the Chicago area for about 10 years. So it's all part of a whole thing, but. Currently, I'm working in the theater management department at the Brooklyn Academy of Music in Brooklyn, of course, and I'm also able to keep active doing some acting and directing. In fact, one of the things I've directed is going to be playing tomorrow. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to see it, but it's a one-act play by Bernard Shaw, which I'll be playing at the Riverdale Y. At 4 o'clock on Sunday. If anybody happens to be in New York at that time, run over and see the production of How He Lied to Her Husband.
How He Lied to Her Husband.
Exactly.
Okay. Ruth, tell us about some of the other quiz kids. I guess, when people think about the quiz kids, the first name that comes to mind is Joel Kupperman. And in fact, did any of you or all of you see the Woody Allen's picture, Radio Days?
Yes.
Yes.
And you didn't see that, Lon? No. Did you see it? No. Okay. In that, Woody, as a child, goes out with his parents to the zoo, and they meet one of the big whiz kids, they call them.
Yes.
And this obviously was a takeoff on Joel Kupperman, who was the math wizard, and the father and mother of the little kid who was supposedly the Woody Allen in the thing were zapping him with all kinds of questions, and he was reeling off the answers. The square root of 976,243. And then they bang a little Woody in the head there for not knowing, how much 2 times 3 is or something like that. So everybody thinks about Joel Kupperman. Now, whatever happened to Joel Kupperman?
Well, Joel is a philosophy professor at the University of Connecticut. He has had a very successful but also very quiet career. He's written several books, rather learned books, and he has a family, 2 sons, I believe, and a wife who also teaches at the University of Connecticut. Joel did not want to come out of the closet the way the rest of us did for my book. He did write me a letter, and I wrote a chapter about him from other sources, but he really has some painful memories of having been the most famous of us, and starting even younger than Pat at the age of 5. Joel, I guess it's pretty much epitomized by the little incident from the Woody Allen film that you laughingly mentioned. I think Joel, more than most of us even, had to deal with this kind of image going through childhood of everybody looking at us and saying, why can't our kids be as smart as those quiz kids, that sort of thing. So I think it was a little painful for him.
Well, how did you folks deal with that? I've kidded about this before, and I said, gee, my folks love the Quiz Kids show, and I listen to it every week, but I hated you guys. Because you answered all the questions, and there I'm sitting there like a dunce, and my folks saying, what? Look at these guys. You're listening to the radio. You're always listening to the radio. What good is that going to do you? Well, but anyway.
It just shows you never know.
That's right. But how did you deal with that? I mean, did your classmates make fun of you, or did they not want to play with you, or did they admire you? How did that happen?
Well, kids are kids, and obviously there was some teasing that went on. There were situations where teachers maybe said things that weren't the smartest, like, since you're a quiz kid, why didn't you get 100 on the test, or that sort of thing. And some of us were more subjected to this kind of razzing than others were, or maybe were able to handle it a little better or worse. But I think in retrospect, now I realize that a lot of the kids really kind of like the idea of having a quiz kid in their midst, a celebrity. In fact, there's one woman that I know now in Highland Park who mentioned that to me. She had been in school with me, and I always looked up to her because she was one of the, quote, popular kids, and there was nothing I would have liked better in those days than to be good at sports and popular, and she was both. And, she told me around the time that I was writing the book that she was very excited about having a quiz kid in the class. So that was something that I, being perhaps oversensitive, didn't have a good handle on.
Well, you mentioned the teacher who said, well, you're a quiz kid, how come you didn't get 100 on the exam or get an A on this? Did the teachers treat you folks a little specially or differently because of your celebrity? Pat?
Hard to tell the answer to that. I guess I'd say that some of them did, and some did not, very definitely. But as I'm thinking back of it, yeah, I think so. I think some. You could detect a certain hostility. I mean, if you're that smart, show me, type of approach. Whereas others, perhaps, were really interested in the showbiz and entertainment aspects of your young life, and so maybe were more favorable to you.
Pat told me a great story when I interviewed him for the book about something that happened to him in a high school English class. Do you want to tell us that one?
This story, I don't know. It sort of epitomizes it. I'll make it as short as I can. We were in an English class at Calumet High School, where I went to high school, and a question came up about a literary quote. And this is a quote which is often misquoted by people, and it happened that I knew what the real thing was. And being a quiz kid, of course, you're always going to bring up the correct answer to the thing, which I see now I could have had a happier life had I not done. But at any rate, I provided the correct answer, and they thought they had me that time because everybody agreed that the wrong quote was the correct one, and somebody was dispatched up to the library, and of course came back with a very long face and had to report that I was right. And boy, were they sore! And to this minute, I can't totally understand the mentality that gets behind that, but it existed anyway.
Now, Lon, you played the piano on the quiz a few times, and dropped the mic at the reunion. And
I think I did that a few times. Banged into it anyway.
And you were kind of a sports expert, a baseball expert, weren't you?
Yeah. Yeah, sports in general, but I would say baseball in particular.
Well, what kind of treatment did you receive on the show and off the show?
On the show and off the show? Well, on the show, treatment was fine. Off the show, I would say, in general, kids my own age treated me like anyone else. Kids a year or more behind me in school tended to kind of admire me, and kids older than or a grade ahead of me or more, in many cases, I think, tended to kind of resent me. teacher-wise, I know of at least one who I think was pretty bound and determined to prove to me that I was only about maybe the 7th or 8th smartest kid in her class. She did a pretty good job, too.
Olan had a big advantage because I hope mind my interpolator because I know some things about these guys that they may not think of mentioning.
This could be those were the days confidential. Okay.
But anyway, Olan had a big advantage because he was the one who was good at baseball, and so he was, quote, a regular guy, and some of it, like me, who was always the last one chosen for the softball game, perhaps more typical.
Well, you were very much involved in science projects, weren't you, Ruth?
Yes. Well, I became interested in chemistry because my father was a high school chemistry teacher here in Chicago, and I just happened to pick up one of the books one day that was lying around the house and began asking him questions, and then he would bring home experiments from the lab at school that we did in the kitchen sink. My mother was always afraid we were going to blow up the whole house. But anyway, that was the beginning of my interest in chemistry, and then, of course, they began asking questions about it on the show, which I tried to answer. And eventually I wrote a book when I was 12 years old called Chemmy the Magician, which was a sort of a science fiction adventure story for kids. I wrote it originally as a way of teaching my younger sister, Bunny, who was also on the Quiz Kids sometimes, teaching her about chemistry. And it was published by Dodd Mead and Company. And so that was my early career as a science buff. But then I kind of lost interest in that and went over toward literature and writing.
But many of the questions that you would get on the show would be directed at your interest in chemistry and science and that sort
or
of
other subjects. I was also interested in Shakespeare and the Bible, and a lot of the same things Pat was.
Well, now that brings up the question of the questions that somebody asked me before the show went on the air today, and they said, was it fixed? Did the kids know in advance what the questions were? And I said, I don't think so. I don't believe it was. Now, we got 4 people who were on the show. Answer that question. Did you have any idea at all of the questions that you were going to be asked?
Not the specific questions, but we did have an idea, and this was implied by what we've been saying, that if I was on the show, there would usually be at least one question in one of my fields of interest, or the same thing for Pat. Or if Lon was on, there would almost always be a sports question or a music question that he could answer, because obviously they were out to make a good show and to make us look good, not bad.
But they never said, now, Ruth, we're going to ask you this question about how this is going to be done and all that. They didn't say that.
No, they didn't get specific.
No. Yeah.
Let's put it this way, though. If a panel were as it is today, we could sit back and relax and know there would be no math question.
Well said. Yeah. And good news.
Sheila, you were saying?
As Roby Hitchcock wrote in her book on the Quiz Kids, it wouldn't even though it would have been dishonest, even more than that, the Quiz Kids would never have rehearsed the kids because it would have been too slick a show, and all the spontaneity would have been out of it.
Well, somebody said you can't fix kids because they'll tell. I think they would have been afraid to try it.
Well, that is the charm of the show, the spontaneity, the fact that someone might say something. I remember a little guy who was on, I think the TV, was it Melvin Miles?
Oh, yes.
5 or 6 years old on TV. Now, he was always the kid who had, he just, whatever he was thinking, he let it out before he even thought it, and that was always was good for a laugh, and that's what they liked. Now, Joe Kelly was the quiz master. He was Jolly Joe Kelly on the WLS, on the Barn Dance. He was on many other things. And now here was a fellow who always admitted that he was not a scholar. He was not well-read. But yet here he was quizzing all these bright youngsters. And he did it so well for so many years. Now, why do you suppose he was selected for this role? Lon, do you have an idea on that?
Well, the way I understand it, their original thought was to try real intellects, college professors, people like you might find on Information Please or something. It didn't work. It would have changed the focus of the show from what they were trying to achieve. And Joe was perfect. I picture it as being one of those situations where they talked to him for 3 or 4 minutes and said, "That's it."
Mm-hmm. In other words,
because he couldn't be improved on. He did have some heart trouble periodically, and I think 2 or maybe 3 times had to leave the show for at least a couple of months, and I think up to maybe 6 months or so.
Well,
and they had to use replacements, and they just didn't have the same magic.
Mm-hmm.
Well, all of that is true, but it wasn't quite true that they talked to him for 3 or 4 minutes and said that's it. They really had a lot of trepidation about going with somebody who had a 3rd grade education. He had dropped out of school to go on the road in vaudeville playing the piano, and he really knew very little. In fact, there was one program that was done in Richmond, Virginia, and Roby Hickok Kessler, who was specifically hired to tutor him so that he would not make too much of a fool of himself if something came up from one of the kids that he wasn't prepared for. She had gone around and shown him all the Civil War sites and trying to sort of fill in the background, and she said that he turned to her just before the show went on the air and said, "Tell me, who did win the Civil War?" So what actually happened was they had tried out 13 people, the academic types that Lon mentioned, none of whom went over well at all in auditions, and finally did turn to Joe and thought he would be good. But even after the first program, when he made a few goofs like pronouncing Socrates or something like that, they were still looking for another possible quizmaster, and then finally they hit on this idea, first of all, of hiring Roby to prep him, and secondly, they would give him very detailed cards, which the staff members would fill out beforehand with every possible conceivable answer that they could think of that might come up so that he would be prepared for anything.
Well, he really was the perfect choice for the show. In fact, I think that he was the marvelous bridge between the listening audience and the kids.
Yeah, I think he was the common man in terms of his responses to the kids, and then also he was a very, very friendly guy. I never would imagine a kid who would have any problems dealing with him as an adult. And remember, anybody when you're a kid, an authority figure, a teacher, whatever, that can be a little bit frightening, but he wasn't like that at all. Very, very friendly person. Everybody felt very open and relaxed.
Wasn't it? Did Clifton Fadiman sit in for him a couple of times?
Yes.
Clifton Fadiman took over later in Our show lasted 13 years and went off the air by the beginning of 1954. It was revived in New York. Our show was based in Chicago, although we did travel throughout the country and occasionally had guests from other cities on the show. But the show was then revived in New York in 1956 with Clifton Fadiman taking the role that Joe Kelly had as quizmaster, and that did not last, maybe 6 months or so. Perhaps the times had changed, or perhaps proving the wisdom of the original choice of a Joe Kelly. Yeah.
Another Clifton you might be thinking of was Clifton Utley. He at one time was the replacement while Joe Kelly recovered from...
Now that's amazing.
Who I was remembering is, I think I mentioned it to you, Chuck, was Fran Allison. Used to come on the Quiz Kids on the television.
And she was
delightful she was a female counterpart to Joe Kelly.
Now, Fran Allison I can really see as the chief quizzer on the show. Clifton Fadiman, a little stiff, a little light, a little rounded stiff, right? But Clifton Utley, very straight kind of a newscaster.
I'm glad Lon brought this up because he and I are contemporaries on the show, and we were there pretty much all of Clifton Utley's times. And I thought he was a wonderful quizmaster, and he was a very brilliant guy. I mean, Joe made it work his way, and I think Clifton Utley, I remember him very well. Yeah.
Now you mentioned that you traveled around a bit, and primarily you were based here in Chicago, and you did the show out of the 19th floor studios at the NBC and the Merchandise Mart, right? And your parents would bring you down every Sunday. It was Sunday afternoon about 3:30 or something like that.
Well, the show started out on, or at least when I got on the show, which was about 9 months after the first one. In 1941, it was at that time on Wednesday evenings. Then it moved to Sunday afternoon, and I think it was a Sunday evening for a while. It flitted around from one time slot to another throughout its run.
Then you would occasionally go to the East Coast or the West Coast, or you travel around, and you appeared with some pretty big stars. Now, before, Pat, you said you were on television with Milton Berle. I mean, that's about as big as you could get on television.
That was as big as it got those days.
Yeah.
Oh, we had Bob Hope, Jack Benny, Fred Allen, Eddie Cantor. I mean, all the big people of that time were on our show, and/or we were on theirs.
Remember, they all used to come through town on the 20th century, and they'd stop over on Sundays to the show. There was always some celebrity coming. It was marvelous.
And then occasionally they'd bring him in as the guest quizzer.
Right.
Like the second half of the show or something. And they always added their special brand of mostly comedy.
Yeah, it was similar to the Joe Kelly thing. It was a comic contrast. Fred Allen, I remember, said something about his IQ is so low it has roots on it. And Jack Benny said, they always acted as if they were scared to death of us. And Jack Benny said something about he wished he had read more books, but when he was a kid in Waukegan, the steps on the public library were too high.
Well, how much of that traveling did you do, and how did it affect your regular schooling?
I did a lot of it. I was, at the time that I was on the show in the early years, I was, I guess you would say, the main girl, the one who was on the show the most often. And there were times when, during World War II, we would be raising money for war bonds. We would go on war bond tours throughout the country. There were times when I probably was missing school a fourth of the time in a given semester. And actually, after a while, it got to be too much, and I voluntarily gave up the traveling when I was 10 years old. I entered the University of Chicago Lab School. It was a new school. I was getting to be, to the age where you want to be with the other kids and school affairs and things like that. And so I stopped traveling at that point. But I went on a lot of trips in those early years.
Sheila, how long were you on the Quiz Kids?
Oh, let me see.
Over what period of time?
From the time I was 4 till I think 14.
Oh, it's a good length of time. And Lon?
I was first on in 44. I didn't do too well at that time. I did just well enough to remain on their mailing list and get an occasional call to check and see how I was doing, but then I was kind of a regular from 1946 on.
Now, what did you say you didn't do too well? In other words, you weren't answering the questions?
Yeah, that's right. Dull-wittedness, I guess you'd call it.
That's not doing well.
An interesting thing is that, unfortunately, a whole lot depends on, or used to depend on how a kid did on his first show. I'm sure there were all sorts of kids who could have been wonderful quiz kids, except they bombed out on their first show. Now, I was very lucky that way because the first time I was on, first of all, I was not the only first-timer. There was another one, a girl who was also a music expert, so there you might say there were double the number of expected music questions. Plus, there was a third musician, David Davis, who wasn't being scored because he was about to leave town for violin study, I believe, at Eastman School. So I was extremely lucky. I didn't have to beat out I didn't have to beat out two established stars, you might say. However, I didn't make it the next week, but I'd made it the first time. That was enough to get me called back. I made it again when I was called back, failed again. Well, it still was good enough to get called back, but the next time, boom, down the tubes for a year and a half until I think they tried a couple of sort of replacements for me. They didn't do too well either, and all of a sudden it was my turn again, and that's very typical of the way things worked with the Quiz Kids.
Well, see, if you stick to it and you do your homework, you can succeed. Is that right? Is that the way you talk about it?
Could be.
It was good days, huh? You had a lot of fun, everybody?
Oh, marvelous. Wonderful.
Meeting a lot of people, and let's see, you got at the end of each show they gave you a war bond, right, or a savings
$100.
bond?
Yes.
$100
when they had a sponsor, $50 when they were sustaining.
Right.
Alka-Seltzer was the longest sponsor on there, right? On radio, at any rate.
Yes, and later it was
Television too. Cat's Paw Souls, came in 53 or something like that.
So $100 war bond if they were sponsored, and $50 if they weren't. Now that would cost them, a $100 war bond probably cost, $75 at the time.
Right.
And then you had to wait
10 years.
10 years.
For it to
mature.
But the experiences were priceless, so I don't think you can really judge
it wasn't the salary.
No,
it was
not at all. Patrick met President Truman, was vice president
yes,
then,
that's
wasn't
right.
he, Patrick? Where could that happen to a young person and sit on his lap? I mean, he wouldn't wash his face for weeks afterwards because President kissed him.
Well, that's nice. That's nice.
Well, they made a decision really to keep the Quiz Kids amateurs. The bond was sort of a token payment, which was to be saved for our future education. But there had been some scandals with kids who were in our gang whose parents had apparently exploited the money that they were paid, which was considerably more than we were. And I think they just made a purposeful decision that the Quiz Kids would be amateurs.
Well, I think the perception too on the part of the audience was that the 4 children or 5. How many were there on the panel? Usually?
5 usually.
5, yeah.
Right.
You were there and you were doing your thing and you were entertaining, but you were not getting cold cash today to go out and blow it someplace, right? You were getting a bond for your future education. And everybody in there was under 16, right? Was 16 the age of graduation?
16 was the cutoff, but I think I may be the only quiz kid who actually lasted longer than 16 because by that time they needed somebody around to answer a few questions because things had deteriorated a little bit. So I was kept on for several months after my 16th birthday as a kind of an anchor person consultant on the show, if you can imagine that.
16 and he's a consultant. Now, if that tells you. We're going to take a very short break, and then we're going to go into the audience and see if some of the folks who are here at the Kraft Theater at the Museum of Broadcast Communication have some questions for you. And I know there is at least one other former quiz kid in the audience. We're going to talk to him too. So stick around and don't touch that dial. I'm Chuck Schaden. You're listening to Those Were the Days from 97 FM. This is WNIB in Chicago. Our guests today are the Quiz Kids. This is the 50th anniversary of the first broadcast. Ruth, when was the very first broadcast of the Quiz Kids? What's the exact date?
I could look it up in my book, but I think it's June 28th, 1940.
June 28th, 1940?
So.
See, every chance she gets, she mentions the book. But I have a copy of the book too. I'm holding up to the microphone now, so everybody at home can see this. Whatever Happened to the Quiz Kids by Ruth Duskin Feldman, and there's a very fascinating introduction in here, a foreword, I should say, by a guy named Schaden. Had an opportunity to write that. I appreciate that too.
Which I appreciated you doing very much.
And when this book first came out, Ruth autographed it for me, and I'll tell you, I'm going to take the opportunity this afternoon now to get the rest of you folks to sign my copy of this book too. So I'm looking forward to that and rereading it.
I just looked it up, and it is June 28th, 1940. Okay. See, I'm now a journalist, and so I don't trust my memory. I like to check out the facts.
Okay. Well, we're going to check out the audience here at the Museum of Broadcast Communications. I'll do radio work. I'm getting up from my chair now. I'm walking into this. I'm walking over to the front. And we have, who has a question for the folks in there? There's a gentleman back here. And if I can get this long microphone cord down. And your name is?
Hi, Chuck. Bill Schwimmer. I'm wondering of all the children who auditioned for the Quiz Kids, about what percentage would you say got on the show even once?
Again, I was just reviewing some of these little factual tidbits, and I believe that it was 1 in 20. Again, I can look it up if you'll give me a few minutes while you go on to something else.
Okay, 1 in 20. Is that, you have a follow-up or? Okay, thank you, Phil. Phil Schwimmer, longtime listener of the old radio shows, fan of Those Were the Days broadcast. Appreciate you being here, Phil. Yes, ma'am. Your name is?
Hi. My name is Maureen Toner. When I was Maureen Buckley, I was on with you, Lonnie, and Pat Conlon.
That's right.
When Bob Hope was the guest quizmaster. And my family of 11 children would like to know whether or not there are any tapes available of the Bob Hope show.
I can answer that. I don't believe there's a Bob Hope show with the Quiz Kids on it. There's Jack Benny and Fred Allen and maybe one or two others, but nothing with Hope. But don't give up hope, because we could somehow find that somewhere. Now, Maureen, stand up here for a second. Come on out in the aisle here a little bit. You were on the Quiz Kids from what time?
From 44 to 48.
44 to 48. And how long, over what period of time?
Okay, I was on, the first time, I was on 4 times in a row with Pat and Lonnie. and Joel Kupperman and Richard and Harvey Friedman and
Fishman. Harvey Bennett. Now called Harvey Bennett.
Well, he's out in L.A., right? Or he went out to L.A.
He's a Hollywood producer who produces the Star Trek movies and a number of television shows.
Mm-hmm. And then I'm a chapter in Roby Hickok's book because I was called the most ordinary quiz kid. My parents were not professors or teachers. My dad was a Chicago policeman. My mother was a full-time housewife. I went to Resurrection Catholic Grammar School with 44 kids in the room. And I always loved quizzes and contests and wrote my own postcard to get into try
Maureen,
out.
there's an interesting story about you. Maybe you tell the audience in Roby's book about how all the listeners sent in salt shakers to you.
Yeah, we still have some of those. One of the things that I was kind of supposed to answer were the general information things and spontaneous things, because sometimes people who are geniuses at a particular thing, sometimes, although you people did, don't always think as fast on your feet on what was in the comic strips this week or in current events or something like that. And one of the things we were supposed to do would be to think up an invention that we wish had been invented. And I decided that it would be a salt shaker that didn't stick, because I remember you could never get salt out of it. I always used to kind of cling, when it got damp. So people started sending me salt shakers from all over the country, and we still have some of them packed away in my basement. And the other great thing, one time when I was on with you, Ruth, Jack Bailey made us all princesses for a day, because the big show then was Queen for a day.
I remember that.
Yeah, we got charm bracelets. Do you still have your Walt Disney charm bracelet?
I think I do.
And we got to go to the circus, which was a big thrill for me. So I was very lucky in that the times that I was on, I did get to meet some wonderful people. And the other thing that helped out a lot, when I met my husband here, he was going to school on the GI Bill, and I used my bonds to pay his tuition for his last semester. So it really came out great.
So Joe Kelly didn't say that we'll be given a bond for your future husband's tuition.
That's right, but it sure came in handy. I think one of the reasons that Joe was so successful was that he was so good with kids. And I think sometimes when another quizmaster came on, you weren't as used to it, because I know the time Bob Hope was on, I placed first, and that was the only time I placed first, because I think it was just that that was my third time on the show, and I wasn't used to this, bond with Joe that I think some of you kids were. Kids, I'm calling you kids, but anyway, you people were. But I think there was something very special about him, in that he put you at ease, because he certainly did me.
Well, you sound like you really had a good time on the show, didn't you?
I love being on. I think that I didn't start as early as you did. And coming on when you're 10 years old, you have more problems. Actually, no, I was 9. And it's with the other kids. I was a junior high, and I was not the most popular person because of this. But I think one thing it has helped me a great deal is I did what I always wanted to do. I got married, and I had 11 children of my own. And I think that it's helped me tell them about, if you really want to go for something, whether it's quiz kids or sports or theater, you have to decide where your priorities are. And if you want this, you have to put up with teasing and things like that. And I think the other way it's helped me is, after having my children, I went back teaching, and I'm a public school teacher in Chicago. And I work with a lot of children that I think are gifted. I happen to be a Latin teacher. And I think that I can relate to them, and I realize sometimes the person against the most prejudice is a gifted child, because people really don't understand that they need nurturing too.
Well, you sound like you've done a wonderful job with raising a marvelous family and teaching now. Where do you teach? What school?
I teach at Bogan High School in Chicago.
Okay. Well, Maureen, we're really delighted that you stopped by today, and we thank you very much for being part of the Quiz Kids reunion. Isn't that nice that she stopped in?
It's good to see you.
11 children. Now we have to have. We can chip in and get $1,100 treasury bond or something. Are any Maureen? Are any of those children? Oh, here. Oh, we've got a photograph here. This is somebody's wedding, right? The photograph of a wedding.
That's right.
6 sons' wedding. There's we're holding a. I'll hold this up to the microphone so everybody can see it. They all stood up at this wedding. Huh? Wow, terrific stuff. Thank you very much. Who else has a question for the quiz kid? Yes, sir. What's your name?
Hi, Steve Miller here. I've got two questions, actually. You've already talked about the pressure that you had with teachers and some of the other students, but what I'm interested in is what kind of pressure the kids experienced from their parents to keep on keeping on and study and be able to answer that question so you can go back next week. And then the second question was, you've mentioned several times the element of giftedness. Could you give an estimate of what the average IQ would have been of a kid going on this kind of a show?
Well, of those who answered my questionnaires, that was one of the questions I asked them. And I think the average came out somewhere around 130 or so, which is one of the cutoff numbers that is sometimes used to identify gifted kids. Maybe the average was higher than 130. I really don't remember specifically. Some of them were a lot higher than that. Some were actually lower. But as far as pressure is concerned, I think it varied. It depended. Some parents were kind of like stage parents and were pushing their kids, as you might expect. And very often those kids didn't do so well and didn't stay on the show because one of the things that the producers were not looking for was pushy stage parents. I think most of us who stayed on had parents who were very careful to try to keep this in perspective. I mean, after all, you have to remember, it may have seemed as if we were some kind of big celebrities, but this was something that only happened to us for half an hour a week, and we had a life. The whole rest of the week we were just ordinary kids going to school, and we weren't even on every week. So it really was a small part of our lives.
But you know,
and I think our parents tried hard, at least my parents tried very hard to keep that perspective. They didn't even let me see my fan mail or clippings for many years until I was maybe 13 or 14, because I started when I was 7.
Wouldn't you say, Ruth, though, that the quiz kids put pressure on themselves more than
Yes.
the parents put pressure on them? Because, of course, the name of the game was winning.
Right.
And only 3 people won out of those 5. So,
in fact, I remember the first time that I lost on the show, I cried and I said to my father, I failed. And he said, you never fail if you do your best. But the thing is, and this is so true of gifted children in general, you know, I've heard this as I've gone around the country speaking to parents and teachers and to gifted children themselves, because a sub-theme in my book was the perils and profits of growing up gifted. And I've found that this is very analogous because gifted children tend to be perfectionists. They really put themselves under a lot of pressure, and they feel that their best should be the best. No matter what anybody tells them, parents or teachers or whatever, they feel disappointed if they don't do the best. And so you just have to do what you can to keep them from feeling too much pressure and to encourage them to feel that, you know, that if they keep on trying and doing their best at what they want to do, it'll be fine.
Okay, did we get both of your questions answered all right? Okay. Here's a gentleman I know is a former quiz kid. Your name is?
Bill Nesbitt from Park Ridge, Illinois.
Bill, when were you on the show?
When I was 11 and 12 back in 1941 and 42, so I'm a little bit older, but came on about a year after the show started. I have one question, interestingly. Maybe Ruth can tell us. What was the ratio of boys and girls?
There were more boys than girls. In fact, they tried very hard. I don't remember offhand the exact ratio. There were a lot of girls that came on the show one time and didn't win or answer enough questions to come back, because I don't know if we've made clear that the 3 top scorers out of the 5 each week would be asked back, and then there would be 2 new people. And then if you weren't one of those people, you could eventually be recalled.
There's another thing on that, though. They never told you how they kept score. And unlike TV, there wasn't a big sign that said who's got which points. And you never knew whether you were doing well or not.
That's true. Not until the report card at the end of the show.
You won, you're off.
But anyway, there were a lot of girls who came on, 1 or 2 times, to get back to your original question. But they had trouble in those days finding girls who had the competitiveness or, who were willing to raise a hand and get in there and really fight to be the first one to answer the question. And so I know that the staff went to great lengths to comb the schools or wherever they could go to find girls that they felt could do well in the show.
I can attest that it wasn't a fixed show. But you recall that the same organization that produced the Quiz Kids produced the $64,000 question. So when that expose came, I had always kept the fact that I had been a Quiz Kid only 6 times. Kind of a secret, but it was a secret that everybody else knew, but they never talked to me about it. But then when that came up, a lot of questions, well, did that same group fix things then? And I said, no, but it was managed. And I think the best instance of being managed was that I was a choir boy, and they knew I was a choir boy. So they had a question about a hymn. Well, I was an Episcopal choir boy, and only way I knew hymns was by the numbers in the hymnal. And they asked me to identify this hymn. I hadn't the slightest idea, so I didn't even raise my hand. But they called on me anyway. Well, in radio, you could do that. You could call on... The question was directed at Bill Nesbitt because he's a choir boy, and the kid won't raise his hand. We're going to ask him anyway. And so you could get away with things in the radio days that you couldn't get away with on TV, and certainly can't get away with on quiz shows since the $64,000 era.
Yes, but
as long as you brought that up,
that the Quiz Kids were totally exonerated from that quiz scandal. We've got to make that clear because it's true. It was one of the only, or maybe the only, was it quiz show that was cleared from the scandal.
Well, at the time of the scandal, which was 1959, I believe, the Quiz Kids had already been off the air for several years. But I think one of the things that should be mentioned is that everybody thinks that the $64,000 question was the one that was the big scandal, and there was apparently some fixing in connection with that show. But the one that was really the notorious one was 21, which was on a different network. The thing about the $64,000 question is that Luke Cohan, who was the founder and producer of Quiz Kids, had been the producer of the $64,000 question. But he, at the time of the scandal, had gone on to become president of CBS Television and was no longer in any way connected with those $64,000 shows. But somehow it all got connected in the public mind into one big ball of wax, and Cohan lost his job as president, partly because of that connection, and also because it was said that since he was president of the network, he should know what was going on all the shows. But he actually wasn't producing the show at the time that the rigging went on.
Well, the Quiz Kids program actually was in contemporary terms, a kindler, gentler program.
Definitely.
And there really wasn't any big money involved in this sort of thing. And it was not in the, for the most part, it was not major prime time cutthroat kind of programming. It was
well, it was major prime time, but it wasn't cutthroat.
Well, that's right. And it knew what kind of audience it was going for, and
it was an entertainment, I think.
That's right.
More than even a quiz show.
Well, I think the audience was, I as I've said before, I had these lousy quiz kids, with all those answering those questions. But you really were pulling for the kids to answer the question. You were hoping that somebody up there would get it. You didn't want to see it go by the wayside. You wanted an answer, and then of course what you were looking for was a little personality in the answer. As Joel Kupperman. Actually, as I recall, I don't think Joel Kupperman had a lot of extra personality outside of answering all the mathematic questions.
Well,
he would
lisped.
Give the answer.
He lisped, and he said a lot of things that people thought were very cute, which I think later were embarrassing to him. Mm-hmm. But he used to talk about having these thick-wit twicks to, shortcuts to math problems and that kind of thing. But I just wanted to say in connection with what we were just talking about, that it was not only a kindler, gentler show, but it was a much simpler nation. And just to help us think back to the difference, the way things were in those days. At the time that Quiz Kids was on, the show that was a contemporary of ours was not the $64,000 question, but the $64 question. And people thought that was big stuff.
That's true. And Phil Baker, the quiz master on there, would always try to give you a little clue to help you win that $64. And if you were during the war, if you were in the Navy or in the Army, then he'd say, well, we'll give you another $64 if you answer this question. And no GI ever went home without winning something on that show. Bill, what are you doing today?
I'm a consultant, and I'll say this. If you figure that you got a $75 worth of bond for half an hour work, that's $150 an hour. I still don't bill people $150 an hour.
Okay, thanks for stopping by with us today. Any other questions for our panel? Yes, your name is?
Cheryl Chamberlain. And I was wondering, you were saying how you didn't get pressure from your parents or anything, but did you spend a lot of time studying your subjects a lot out of school and stuff?
Well, you had to, because once you'd been on the show for a while, it was apparent that they had very broad-ranging types of questions. And one thing that you always had to do was to keep up with current events. So you're going to be doing a lot of magazine and newspaper reading, and you also had to review these things. I mean, you could memorize a bunch of Shakespearean quotations, but they'll leave your mind if you don't go back and keep working on it. So it was an ongoing process. I mean, you couldn't just figure that you knew it and that was it. It had to be added to all the time.
Would you have the night before you were going on, would you do any reading? Would you try to bone up on anything? Was there any way to do that?
No, because you couldn't totally anticipate what was going to happen. It wasn't so much a thing that could help the night before. It would have to be going on all the time at odd times rather than that.
What was the worst question any of you ever got? Can you recall the one that really gave you the most trouble, or the most, maybe the best question, the best pleasurable answer? Anybody got?
Well, the worst question I ever was asked was, what was my favorite riddle? And I've always had trouble. I'm very indecisive, and I have trouble making up my mind about things like, what is your I was afraid you were going to ask me what you asked Pat, what was your most memorable experience on the show, because I wouldn't have been able to decide which was the most memorable. And this is exactly what happened to me then. We were asked what was our favorite riddle, and I didn't say one word. I couldn't think of what was my favorite riddle. And afterward, my mother said to me, what was the matter with you? I loved riddles. I knew hundreds of riddles. I was constantly reading riddle books. And she said, why didn't you tell a riddle? I said I couldn't decide which was my most favorite. I was very literal.
I can remember a question that was aimed straight at me once and just about made a wreck of the show. I had perfect pitch, which used to come up from time to time. In other words, if somebody played an A, I would be able to identify it as an A, and a C sharp was a C sharp, and this and that. They asked me a kind of a complicated question involving nicknames that consisted of musical notes, like one of the names was Babe, B-A-B-E, for Babe Ruth or something. However, they had these notes played by 4 clarinets. Now, the clarinet is a transposing instrument, and what they call a C is not what hits the ear as a concert C. It hits the ear as a concert B flat. So I spent about 10 minutes trying to make nicknames out of notes like C sharp and B and D sharp and B flat. And
see, that's why we hated
looking at me. What's happened to this kid's ears and everything?
The perils of having perfect pitch.
That's a horrible story.
Yeah, I guess you really were in the hot seat a lot, weren't you, on that show? When they'd call on you, and as Bill was saying before, he says that you didn't, whether you raised your hand or not, especially on radio, they would just call on you, and then you were stuck.
It didn't usually happen that way, though. I think usually it was the other way around. Everybody was vying to get their hand up first, because the first hand up was supposed to be the first one that answered. And in fact, a lot of the backstage gaff was about whether Joe Kelly really called on the person with the first hand up, or whether he was playing favorites somehow. And, this kind of talk went on among all the mothers, whether their child had really gotten a fair shake on the show. So I think they must have been pretty desperate if they had to actually call on someone who didn't have a hand up. It didn't happen very often.
Yeah, in general, it was a case that you had to be a quick hand raiser, or you weren't going to do very
well. Most important thing.
Someone would
give us a little contest.
You didn't have a buzzer or anything like that. You just raised the hand, and then Joe would call. Now, would he call on the one that he thought most likely would have the answer, or
we don't know even now, Chuck, the answer.
You don't know?
Well, in general, he seemed to call on the kid who got their hands up first, which was tricky because the hands were going up while he was reading a question off the card, so this can't have been very easy for him. I think he did a real good job. The only times he didn't, I would say, is if it's late in the show and there is a kid who had never been on before who really hadn't opened their mouth yet. Then I think if that kid put his hand up, even if it was the third or fourth hand to go up, probably Joe would call him.
Well, I think probably if two people were sort of in a dead heat, and as far as getting the hands up first, and maybe if it was a math question and it was Joel and me, maybe Joe Kelly would be a little more inclined to call on Joel because he would know that he'd have the answer. But that didn't always happen. I think he tried to be fair.
Need to be fair and mention that this is WNIB in Chicago and WNIZ in Zion 97 on your FM dial. I'm Chuck Schaden. This is our Those Were the Days program every Saturday afternoon from 1 to 5 here with all the good old radio shows and lots of great memories. And that's what we've been getting all afternoon. You know, one thing I want to say that has emerged here, there may be people, we haven't yet played a Quiz Kids program, and that's coming up in a very short time. And there may be people who are listening who have never heard a Quiz Kids program and are getting a portrait of the four of you and Maureen and Bill, who are with us also in the audience. But we have also gotten a very nice picture of Joe Kelly. If you had never heard Joe Kelly or knew who he was, I think we got a nice picture of him. And I think that says an awful lot about that man, that he is held in great regard today by the people who are on the show and by the audience who listen to the show. That's something special. He really was perhaps the most essential ingredient to that show. Everybody's shaking their heads. This is radio.
Yes, that's right. That's right. there were articles written about him. I remember one was called "The Magnificent Ignoramus," and you know he had a number of choice epithets that applied to him.
Well, he had some pressures then too with all of this.
Yes,
stuff.
it must have been tremendously difficult for him, especially at the beginning. He felt really on the spot, and he did not want to be quizmaster. He had to be dragged, kicking and screaming. He had been very successul on the National Barn Dance, and also he used to read the comics as Jolly Joe Kelly in the morning for the kiddies and that kind of thing. And he really didn't feel that this was his thing at all. His arm really had to be twisted, and he needed a lot of propping up, but he did a terrific job.
Well, you all have done a terrific job, too, over the years. You know, your contribution to the Quiz Kids was also a contribution to what we call the golden age of radio. You participated in a program that entertained millions of people for a relatively long time during the radio days and into the television days. And the program, and many of you, have not been forgotten at all. People still remember the Quiz Kids and their feelings about the Quiz Kids, and they're listening to the show. And so I want to thank you all on behalf of everybody out there in Radio Land, then and now, for everything you've done. And I also want to thank you for being with us this afternoon. I know you're all going to, a limousine is going to whisk you away to a swank dining. Maybe Len will take you over to the Drake and. Whoops.
Maybe we'll go sit in the cafe at the Museum of Broadcast Communications here and have a sandwich.
Well, we're glad that you came by today. I thank each and every one of you. Pat Conlon, Ruth Duskin-Feldman, Lon Lundy, and Sheila Conlon for being with us.
Thank you for having us.
And of course to Bill Nesbitt and Maureen Buckley Toner too for coming on down when they heard through word of mouth, I guess, that we're doing this Quiz Kids show today. And I really appreciate the fact that all of you folks came in to our studio today to spend some time with us. Well, if you were a kid listening to the radio after school in the 1930s, you were almost certain to be on the floor in front of your radio listening to Little Orphan Annie. Adventure Time, said announcer Pierre Andre. And then the Orphan Annie theme song came on. And pretty soon Annie and her friend Joe Corntassel were off on another exciting adventure. And we're on an exciting adventure this afternoon because our special guest is that little chatterbox herself, the lady who starred as a youngster for 9.5 years as Little Orphan Annie. Welcome, Shirley Bell Cole.
Thanks, Chuck. It's wonderful to be here today, and I really consider it an honor.
Well, thank you. We're pleased to have you with us. And it's so nice to be sitting up here with Little Orphan Annie. I never dreamed that I would be sitting with Little Orphan Annie. But we had a chance, I think we first met about 20 years ago in 1970.
Yes.
And
that was a radio
It was
award.
kind of a radio reunion at Sage's restaurant in Chicago. Right. They had a big party for all the folks in Radio Land from Chicago.
I remember that.
And I had just started this broadcast about a month and a half earlier. And I thought I had died and gone to heaven when I was able to take my tape recorder there and I met you and Captain Midnight and some people from Ma Perkins and someone from the First Nighter program and all those marvelous people. And you really were part of a wonderful community of broadcasters in that
Yes,
day.
that's very true. I didn't have that much time to, socialize with people. Mm-hmm. First of all, I was a kid, and what do they want to have anything to do with a kid? Number one. But being in school and trying to make my schedule come out to leave school a little early in order to get down in time for rehearsals. I would kind of do some homework and rest time, and then scoot on back home and have dinner and do the rest of the homework and go to bed. That went on 5 days a week.
Were you a good student?
I hope I was. Mm-hmm. I tried to be.
What you probably eliminated mostly was playing after school, wasn't it?
Oh, absolutely. There was no time for the usual childhood recollections, and I'm sure I missed that a great deal.
Orphan Annie went on the radio in Chicago about 5:45, wasn't it?
5:45 was the established time, and it was the time. In fact, when the show went network, we did 2 shows a day. Mm-hmm. We did a 4:45 for the East Coast, and then local show or Midwest show at 5:45. Mm-hmm.
Now, what about the West Coast? Did it appear?
West Coast didn't happen right away. That was later on, perhaps 5, 6, 8 years later. We started doing recordings for the West Coast so that they could run it simultaneously with the 5:45 slot with the time difference.
And
there.
It was Ovaltine all the way.
Ovaltine all the way.
How much? Everybody here wants to know how much Ovaltine did you drink in those years?
Not much. I didn't, mostly because I didn't need it. I was Miss 5 by 5, and I figured I really didn't need it. And besides that, I liked the chocolate better than the malt, and the chocolate came out later.
Oh, that's right. Well, you had, when you did have the Ovaltine, you probably drank it in one of those Orphan Annie shake-up mugs.
Oh, absolutely. There's no other way.
We're going to take you back, and our listeners back now for about 13 minutes to, actually this is near the very end of the run of Orphan Annie, from about 1940. This is an isolated episode in a sequence of programs known as the Black Cat Cafe series.
Yes.
This was heard on WGN locally and on the Blue Network of the National Broadcasting Company. We have on this show, of course, you are Annie. Alan Baruch, I think, is Joe Corntassel. Barrick, I'm sorry. Alan Barrick was Joe near the end of the run. Okay. Pierre Andre, the legendary Chicago announcer. Now, how did he treat the kids on this show?
Well, he was wonderful to be with. Everyone, there was such a camaraderie with everyone. One thing about radio, you have a lot of inside jokes and things you laugh at during rehearsal, and all the people were wonderful, and we appreciated being part of the group. Even though we obviously were kids, we still had our share of fun.
Did they treat you like kids, or did they treat you like actors?
Well, mostly like actors. I mean, especially if you're working, you follow the director just as everyone else does, and take your instructions as what to do.
When you were doing the show, were you seated or were you standing at the microphones?
You were standing.
So your microphone was lower, obviously, for you.
Yes, that's true. That's true.
And so, because you were interacting with adults on the program.
Right, but we had as many as, I should say as many, we had 2 mics, where Joe and I would be on one mic and the adults on another mic. And it was the young days of radio, really, and it was wonderful to be part of it.
It was the beginning of the golden age.
Yes.
And we're going to hear how some of that age got golden now. Going back to this 1940 episode, Pierre Andre's the announcer. There's a premium on this now. This is not a decoder or a shake-up mug, however. This is a premium for an identification tag and chain. Okay, you get your initial on this. Now, get this is for 10 cents and the foil seal from the new 1940 chocolate flavored Ovaltine. This is the stuff you like better than the malt
absolutely.
Okay, it's Adventure Time with Little Orphan Annie.
It's Adventure Time with Orphan Annie.
Hopes to find out by following Angelina Carminetti. It certainly is thrilling. And say, wasn't that exciting news we heard last time about Orphan Annie's new identification bureau? Yes, sir. Every one of you boys and girls can get in on it and get a keen-looking identification tag and chain for your very own. And so, if you missed hearing about it, listen hard now because, boy, oh boy, you certainly want this keen-looking, oval-shaped identification tag and automatic fitting chain for your wrist like soldiers and aviators wear. It's shining gold color victory metal. Solid victory metal, so rich and valuable looking, nobody can miss seeing it when you wear it. There's a beautiful American flag on the front, and best of all, right above the flag, we're going to put your initial to show it's your property. The letter that stands for your own name. But wait till you see the other side. It has your official identification number stamped right into the metal. And remember, nobody else will have a number like yours. Because the big idea is that everybody gets a different number that's going to be registered with your name and address at the headquarters of Annie's Identification Bureau in Chicago. And then, if there's an emergency or any boy or girl gets lost, people can send into the headquarters and find out the name and address that matches up with the number on any Orphan Annie identification tag. And so it's useful. As well as so wonderful looking, you'll have everybody crowding around to see it. You can't buy these identification tags in the stores. They're made up just for Annie's friends because she wants you to try the new 1940 chocolate-flavored Ovaltine. It's even better than last year's chocolate-flavored Ovaltine with a new, creamy, chocolatey flavor. And it's better for you besides. Has more of those valuable vitamins and minerals in it. And so, you certainly want to try this new treat and send for your personal identification tag as fast as you can. Now, all you do is this. Print the initial you want on your tag and your name and address plainly on a piece of paper. Then, send it to Annie with a dime wrapped in all of a metal foil seal from under the lid of a can of the new 1940 chocolate-flavored Ovaltine, or plain Ovaltine. But remember, Annie especially wants you to try new, improved chocolate-flavored Ovaltine. You send your letter to Little Orphan Annie, Chicago, Illinois. All straight, you send the initial you want, your printed name and address, and a dime wrapped in a seal from new chocolate-flavored Ovaltine, or plain Ovaltine, to Little Orphan Annie, Chicago, Illinois. And then Annie sends you your keen-looking automatic-fitting identification tag and chain as fast as she can. Boy, don't waste a minute sending for yours. And now, today's adventure with Annie. A bomb has destroyed part of the town hall in Sunfield, and that mysterious gang of boys, known as the Black Jackets, is suspected of having set off the bomb. However, Annie doesn't believe they did it. And last time, she and Joe set out to trail a woman who Annie felt sure would lead them to the persons who are really guilty. Now, we find Annie and Joe still cautiously following the woman along one of the back streets of the town. Listen.
Look out, Joe. Uh-huh. She's turning around to look back again. Let's stop and pretend we're interested in this door window.
All right. But this is about the 5th time we've had to stop and look in windows. Do you think she suspects we're following her?
No, I think she's just being careful. We wouldn't have to be so particular about keeping out of her sight if we were complete strangers to her. But if she caught sight of us now, she'd know we were the 2 kids she met back there in the mayor's office.
Oh, sure, she'd recognize us all right.
You bet she would. Oh, we better be moving along again. She's getting pretty far ahead of us.
All right. Well, let's go.
I think we're safe from attracting her attention as long as we stay on this side of the street and she stays on that side. And we keep about a half a block behind her.
Well, where do you figure she... Oh, look. She's turning into that place right there on the corner of Pepper Street.
So she is. Golly, that's great. That's just what I was hoping for.
You mean you were hoping that she'd turn into that particular place?
Oh, no. No, I don't know anything about the place, but don't you see? It's a cafe of some kind. That means 9 chances out of 10 that she's going to meet somebody in there.
So she's going to meet somebody. Then what?
Well, that woman tried to make us think that some boys, meaning the blackjackets, did that bombing. And that makes me think she was trying to throw suspicion away from the people who really did it. And it makes me think that she's connected with the people who really did it.
Yeah, but...
And if I don't miss my guess, she's meeting with one or more of them in that cafe right now.
Okay. Hey, but we better slow down or something. We're right across the street from the place.
I know. Let's cross the street. There's nothing to do now but walk right in there and see what we can see.
I hope you're noticing that this is a mighty tough-looking cafe.
Yeah, from the outside, it's about as bad a place as you'll find in Sunfield. But we can't let that scare us.
Take a look at the name of it, too. The Black Cat Cafe. Rocco Roberto, proprietor. I don't much like that. Black Cat stand for bad luck.
Oh, that's nonsense, Joe, and you know it.
Well, I don't like the proprietor's name, either. Rocco Roberto. Sounds like an international spy or a member of the Black Hand.
Wait a minute, Joe. There's somebody coming out. Let's just wait behind this parked car until we see who it is.
Okay.
We can peek through the rear window of the car without being noticed ourselves.
Yeah. Hey, it's the woman, all right.
That lizard it is. And there's a man with her. This is going to save us the trouble of going in that place.
Yeah, but what if they come past here and see us crouching behind this car?
They're not coming past here. Quick, Gulliver. They're going to get into that car. Parked right in front of this one.
Well, that's a break for us.
What do you mean it's a break for us?
It's a break that they're not getting into the one we're hiding behind.
It's a bad break for us that they're getting into any car. I hadn't counted on that.
Does that upset your plan?
Of course it does, Joe. How are we going to follow them now?
Well, I wouldn't know. But now that the subject's come up, I'm surprised she didn't get into a car long before this.
Well, I thought of the possibility that she might. But after she walked 4 or 5 blocks, I figured we didn't have to worry any more about that.
Well, there they go, in a big black sedan. And a mighty fancy-looking one, too.
Oh, golly, think, Joe. Think of something to do. We can't let them get away from us like this.
I don't see how we can prevent it. We can't chase them on foot.
Of course not.
But maybe we shouldn't have tackled this job of trailing that woman all by ourselves. I still don't see why we couldn't have had the chief send one of his men with us.
The chief believed her story, Joe. He thought she was on the level. If we'd waited to convince him that she wasn't, she'd have been gone before we could have got on her trail.
Well, I guess there's something in that. But if we had a policeman with us, he could commandeer any car along the street here, and we could follow that sedan.
Well, we haven't any policemen with us. We're all by ourselves, and we let a swell lead on that bomb and get away from us. I'll bet you anything we'd have that crime practically solved if... Oh, suffering sunfish. We even forgot to notice the license number of the sedan.
Hey, look what's coming here. A taxi.
Oh, golly, so it is. And empty, too.
But this is luck. There aren't more than half a dozen taxis in the whole town.
I'll say it's luck. Hey there!
Do you want a cab?
You bet we do. Come on, Joe, pile in. It's lucky the mayor gave us some expense money.
I'll say. Turn right here at the corner, driver. North on Pepper Street. There's a black sedan someplace up there ahead of us, and we want you to follow it.
The sedan has a big start on it, so you'll have to go like the wind if we're to catch him. And we gotta catch him. It's terribly important.
Okay, I'll do my best.
There it is, driver. See it? About 3 blocks down the street.
I got my eye on it. You want me to catch up with him, is that it?
No, don't catch up with him. Get within about a block of him and then just follow him.
Okay.
Say, Joe, do you notice where we're going? Pepper Street turns off into the old North Road up there. If we keep going this way, we'll be heading out of town right past that old house.
Yeah, right past the Blackjackets' headquarters.
Blackjackets? Black Cat Cafe? That's kind of strange. Say, what do you know about that cafe back there, Mr. Cab Driver? That Black Cat Cafe?
Well, I can't say as I know anything about it. I've never been in there.
But you must be pretty well acquainted in this town, aren't you?
Oh, yeah. I know most parts of this town as well as I know my own family. But that Black Cat place has always been kind of mysterious. Hardly ever see anybody going in or out of the place, and when you do, they're strangers.
Oh, do you know Rocco Roberto that runs it?
Nah, wouldn't know him if I saw him.
Keep right after that sedan, driver. We're gaining on it.
Yeah, it won't take us long to catch him at this rate.
This is likely to be a long chase, Annie. They might be on their way to another town.
Well, that's possible.
How far are we going to follow them?
Well, we can't follow them to New York City or anything like that. But we'll keep after them long enough to get their license number anyhow.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Oh, here we go past the town limits already. There's the old house up there on the hill.
Yeah. The black sedan is passing it right now.
Yeah. We're close enough to them now, driver.
Hey, just jumping, Jenny. They're not passing the old house. They're slowing down.
The lizards, they are.
They're stopping there.
No, what? Turn into the side road, driver. Quick. Swing around the corner here and stop.
Yes, ma'am.
Boy, that sure took us by surprise.
Yeah, a few yards farther, and we wouldn't have had any place to turn off the main road. And then they'd have seen us for sure.
Well, we're all right now, though. This hedge that runs along here will shield the cab from being seen.
Yeah, but it keeps us from seeing, too. Come on, let's get out.
Just let the meter run, driver. We'll want you to take us back to town.
Okay.
Let's climb up here to the top of the bank where we can peek over the hedge.
Yeah, we'll get a good view of the old house from there.
This chase is getting more mysterious by the minute. That woman tries to throw suspicion on the Black Jackets. Now she and that man are driving right up to what we believe is the Black Jackets' headquarters.
It sure doesn't make sense. Hey, look. The woman and the man are walking up the path toward the house.
Yes, sir, that's just what they're doing. They're walking right up to the door of the old house and...
They're going right in.
Great Gulliver! Walking right in without knocking or anything. Just as though they lived there.
Well, this sure beats me. Maybe that old house isn't the Black Jackets' headquarters after all. But who are the boys Lieutenant Bushmill saw going in there? And who threw the rocks at us when we tried to go into the place?
I don't know any of the answers, Joe. But there's certainly something awfully strange going on. Well, I think we've done as much as we can by ourselves.
But what do we do next?
Call up Chief Bailey. He's been itching to raid that old house. Well, the time has come to do it. And the sooner, the better.
Say, Annie and Joe had figured that woman to be an enemy of the Black Jackets. Yet she and that man have gone into what we all thought was the Black Jackets' headquarters. What in the world does it mean? And don't forget, here's the way to get your beautiful personal identification tag and chain. Just print the initial you want on your tag and your name and address on a piece of paper. Then send it with a dime wrapped in a metal foil seal from under the lid of a can of the new chocolate-flavored Ovaltine or plain Ovaltine. And send it to Little Orphan Annie, Chicago, Illinois. All straight? Get busy right away. Now, this offer is good in the United States only. Well, Annie is going to call Chief Bailey and tell him to go ahead with his raid on that old house. Tomorrow's adventure is sure to be an exciting one. Now, don't miss it. Until tomorrow, this is Pierre Andre saying goodbye.
Little Orphan Annie broadcast an isolated episode in the long-running series from 1940 starring Shirley Bell as Little Orphan Annie. And Shirley Bell is our guest this afternoon on Those Were the Days from 97 FM. This is WNIB in Chicago. I'm Chuck Schaden. A special afternoon, and we'll get back with our very special guest in just 1 minute. Our guest is Little Orphan Annie. Shirley Bell Cole is with us this afternoon in the Kraft Theater here at the Museum of Broadcast Communications. Shirley, you were signing autographs through the entire run of that Orphan Annie episode.
Well, that was fun. I liked it.
And there's lots more people here who want to get your autograph. And I saw everything from Orphan Annie sheet music to books about Little Orphan Annie to records.
And a lot of those things I haven't seen, so it's new to me. In the museum this afternoon, well, for the next several weeks, as a matter of fact, there is an exhibit of Orphan Annie decoders
and badges and manuals and all that. We brought one of the display cases here into the Kraft Theater, and there's some more out near the Pierre Andre studio across the museum from the Kraft Theater. But all of those things were designed to build interest in not only the radio show but in Ovaltine.
Oh, of course. As I said to you a little bit earlier, they didn't have the Nielsen ratings as they do today to determine program popularity. And so the way they did it was to create a gimmick, secret decoder, a giveaway of whatever it might have been, to determine how many listeners would write in for these things. And this way they determined the size of the audience.
It didn't hurt the sale of Ovaltine either.
Oh, no, of course not. After all, you had to have that seal.
Yes, they had 30 million kids listening in, and each one had to have 2 inner seal rings from 2 jars of Ovaltine. That's a lot of Ovaltine to go in there. Before we took time to listen to the radio show, you were talking about your routine. Now, you are a Chicago area person all your life?
Yes, right.
You grow up in Chicago?
Born and raised in Chicago.
Mm-hmm. Whereabouts did you live as a youngster?
As a young youngster, I lived in Logan Square, and then we moved to the South Side in the Hyde Park area. Lived there until I started working on Annie, and then we moved north about 3200 north. It's around Belmont.
How did you get the job of Little Orphan Annie? It has to be one of the most enviable jobs in radio.
Well, I think it was, particularly because I was kind of a pioneer in radio before the days of Annie. Going back to the 1926, if I may date myself.
Yeah.
I did, for about a year, I did a little thing of musical recitations on WENR with, Everett Mitchell.
Oh, I'm sad to report that Everett Mitchell died last night or this morning. He was 90 years old, yeah. He was the man from the National Farm and Home Hour for so many years, and he was the man who said, "It's a beautiful day in Chicago." And I learned of his passing just this morning at the age of 90. And you're right, he was a pioneer in radio, too.
He was a pioneer. He had this program, he and Ernie Phillips, who played the organ, had this program on Friday nights. And they invited kids down, or anyone who wanted to perform, to sing or whatever that would be acceptable on radio. I did that for quite some time. From that, I did all the children's parts that were necessary if they ever came up in a series on WGN. They had a group called the WGN Players. And if they needed a boy, a girl, I guess in those days one wasn't too discerning as to what the voice might be, I was it. There was no talent source in those days.
Were you getting paid for that?
Oh, yes.
Yeah. But when you started with Everett, you were an amateur, right?
that was right.
And that's how that got you into the the eye of the producers, directors?
But relating to Annie, I was out of circulation, so to speak, for about 6 months when they started casting for Annie and Joe and the whole cast for the program. And ultimately, they located me. They must have auditioned hundreds of kids. But they didn't have a talent source, as I say, as they do today, and which began later on in years following. So by the time I was located, I was called in. I read for the part. I did whatever, I presume, what they asked me to do, and it was mine. I don't think whether the fact that I could read and follow direction was as important as the voice. I had the voice they were looking for, and it was my good forttion to have it.
A little breathless, but with authority.
Oh, very much with authority. Annie was and is unlike any child that you might know, because she could solve all problems. She never had the problems of being naughty or whatever that all parents have with their kids. But she was the example. She was the heroine that all kids looked up to. they wanted to be like Annie. She could go places and do things and solve problems, and she never got into trouble, as kids do.
So there was a real adventure figure on radio who the youngsters could look up to.
Oh, absolutely.
And in the 1930s, all the girls at home had a chance to listen and identify with Little Orphan Annie, and the boys, of course, with Joe.
But now you had a certain age group. Annie, I think, appealed to the younger child. I would guess offhand from, say, 6 to 9 tops. And then they'd go on to more adventurous programs to listen to, the Captain Midnights and Jack Armstrong and shows of that nature. But Annie was better for the younger child. And
actually, Annie fell victim to the tumultuous events in Europe as the world situation was heating up in the late 1930s. I think Ovaltine was looking for someone to be a little more adventurous, and that's where Captain Midnight came in on the scene. When Ovaltine, as I understand it, when Ovaltine finally put an end to the sponsorship of Little Orphan Annie, the show continued for a short while, but then didn't.
Well, actually, the sequence of events was I played a part of Patsy on Captain Midnight.
You did.
That I've heard you run. She's a teenager with this other young man who were cohorts of Captain Midnight. Annie, unfortunately, was dropped without anybody being notified, and we kind of thought, well, maybe we'd stand a chance for the Midnight thing. But logically, of course, it wouldn't make sense because of the voices. But that's what happened from my end of it.
So then that was the end of your radio career, or what did you do after that?
Well, no. I wish I had been more experienced in other kinds of roles, but doing Annie all those years, day in and day out, and not thinking ahead, unfortunately, I wasn't that prepared. It took me a while to get some material together and to do commercials and work on other shows. My work wasn't extensive, but at that time it was quite enough for me.
You were still, by this time you were probably in high school at the end of the Annie run?
Oh, I was out of high school by then.
You were out of high school.
Right.
So it was almost Big Orphan Annie at that time.
Oh, yeah. Yes, indeed. Yes.
So I would assume that maybe some of your interests were changing too from
yes.
From
well, you know, they tried to do Annie out of New York, and they wanted me to come there. They were agreeable that I would commute, that I wouldn't change my home base. But as things worked out, I had just met my husband-to-be, and the combination of events and circumstances, I decided to pass it. And they tried to, the show did go on. I think it lasted perhaps 6 months, and then it folded.
And Ovaltine just kept going on with
Ovaltine
Secret
kept
Decoders
on with
and Shake-Up Mugs with Captain Midnight.
Right.
Captain Midnight, incidentally, was a local broadcast on WGN sponsored by the Skelly Oil Company. And it was on a more or less a WGN regional network. And then when Ovaltine changed from Orphan Annie to Captain Midnight, they started with the origin of Captain Midnight from the beginning, and then on they went. And Captain Midnight was just made for World War II because he was fighting Ivan Shark, the dangerous Nazi spy, and all the other folks like that. Now, some of the villains that you came across were pretty tough people, weren't they?
Oh, of course. You know, they were all out to get Annie and to foil her plans, and she and Joe were out to foil their plans, and sometimes Daddy Warbucks got into the act, but usually it was Annie and Joe, and they were left to their own smart doings, and they handled everything.
Now, it's amazing that Annie and Joe would go off on some of these adventures, never straying too far from the silos.
Right. Simmons Corners was the town.
Simmons Corners, right. And now, describe the silos. Who were the silos?
The silos apparently were friends of Daddy Warbucks. They didn't get into how they became friends. But when Daddy had to travel, and he traveled all over the world, he would leave Annie with them, and she would go to school with the other kids, whatever. They lived on a farm, and she went through a normal routine as a little girl. But Annie, really, she wasn't a little girl. She was an adult in children's clothing.
With that red dress, right?
That red dress, right.
Now, you said when you sat down before we went on the air, you mentioned to me that we have some photographs here that Shirley Bell is signing, and it's a publicity photo of Little Orphan Annie taken back sometime in the 1930s, and you wore a wig for the photo, the Annie wig, and you say you still have that wig.
I still have the wig. It's I've restored it. It was so flattened in a shoebox, and I came across it one day, and I figured, well, now this deserves more than what it's getting. So I took it to a beautician, and she was able to bring it back to life. And now I have it on a wig stand, and so
well,
that
someday,
can't happen again.
Someday that wig belongs here in the Museum of Broadcast Communications.
That's true.
Okay?
That's
Don't you
true.
think that would be something to have here? I've got a little surprise for you. You were probably the first performer to bring the comic strip Little Orphan Annie to life on radio. I don't think Little Orphan Annie ever did anything in the movies until they made the movie version of the Broadway show, Annie. But the show, Annie, has just opened at the Drury Lane Oakbrook Terrace Theater in the Chicago area. And the role of Annie is played by a young actress by the name of Erin Simpson. And she is here today. So I'd like, Erin, would you come up and say hello to Little Orphan Annie? This is Erin Simpson. Annie, meet Annie. Hi, Erin.
Hi.
How are you today?
Fine.
We're glad you came down to be with us. You heard Shirley talking a little bit about herself when she was a youngster playing Little Orphan Annie, and you're a youngster. You are 12 years old?
12.
And are you from the Chicago area?
No, I'm from Houston.
From Houston. Now you come to town with your parents?
Well, people switch off. Like one day my grandparents come up, another day my mom does. They just switch off.
How long have you been in show business?
Since I was about 6.
Wow, what have you been doing?
Well, I belong to a theater school in Houston, and we just put on shows there 3 times a year. But we do shows to public audiences once a year in the spring, and we just did Annie. And I was Annie.
Oh, well, we guessed that. Yeah, you are in your. She is in for the. I've moved the microphone over so the listening audience can see this better. But she is in the red dress with the white collar and the white cuffs on the sleeves, and she has the nice red Annie hairdo. Is that a real hairdo? Is that your real hairdo?
Oh, no.
You're really bald, I guess, aren't you? Huh? How do you like being Annie?
It's a lot of fun. It's a weird character.
Is it?
Play.
Why is she weird?
Well, she has a lot of emotions. You know, because when she does get her parents, she doesn't feel happy about it, and she doesn't know why she doesn't feel happy. But she realizes that Daddy Warbucks was what she wanted all the time. But now she has her parents, so it just gets all weird.
But it all works out at the end, doesn't it?
Oh, yeah.
You have a good time playing the role?
Yeah, it's a lot of fun.
It's a big cast, I understand.
Yeah, it's a cast of about 30, 32.
How much rehearsing did you have to do before the show opened?
Well, we rehearsed 2 weeks. For 2 weeks, 6 days a week, 8 hours a day about.
Wow. Was it tough to learn your lines? Now, you were doing this in Houston,
I did it
too,
in
right?
Houston, so I already knew all the lines, so I didn't have to rehearse lines.
Was it difficult working with a different cast in the Chicago area?
Well, not really. It was a little, because the blocking is all different. But the only...
Was it in the round in Houston? Or is it in...
No.
It's a proscenium stage here at Drury Lane.
Yeah, it's the same as in Houston. But in Houston, it's an outdoor theater.
Oh. Did you ever get rained on out there?
Yeah.
What happens to those
there's like
curly locks?
Well, we're undercover.
Oh. Mm-hmm.
So, but everyone else gets rained on.
The audience is all wet in Houston.
Yeah.
Well, not at Drury Lane and Oakbrook, though. That's good.
Yeah.
What about, how is it to work with a dog? Sandy.
That's weird.
Is it?
That's weird. Because you never know what the dog's going to do.
Well, I can imagine that.
Like she may go on
That's
a
it,
set
she may
that
go, right?
She just may go, or she'll go on a set, or she'll walk off stage, or she'll do something she's not supposed to do. Either that, or she's real sleepy, and she just sits there, looking like she's dead. And you're singing this optimistic song, and you're not singing to anything. It's like you're singing to a wall.
Can't even wake her up.
You can't wake her up.
That's the joy of being an actress, right? That's the challenge of being an actress. You look forward to a career in the theater, on the stage, in the movies, on television, all of those?
Well, just on stage.
On stage.
I like the stage because I like hearing audiences applaud for you and stuff. But I don't want to. Movies, they just seem, there's no excitement. You have to follow the script. If you mess up on stage, you can just improv and do your own thing. But in movies, they cut and, you have to do the scene over and over again. Instead of just going straight through it and then go home and eat and go to sleep.
And read the script for the next day.
And read the script for the next day.
Have you messed up at all on the stage?
Yeah, little things, not anything big.
Does it? What happens if someone gives you the wrong line for a cue? Are you able to improvise?
Well, that happened last night.
Oh, yeah?
Someone gave me a line, and the next line is about something that they just said. And so I was waiting for him to finish the line, but he never did.
Well, what did you do?
I just said my line, hoping no one would have heard him.
I guess you just have to go on, don't you?
Yeah.
Well, I guess you're getting very wonderful response from audiences out at Drury Lane Oakbrook Terrace.
Yeah, we're getting pretty good response.
And nice reviews. Both the Tribune and the Sun-Times had excellent reviews, and there was a beautiful photograph of you in the Tribune the other day.
Thank you.
And I think the camera doesn't lie, right? She's a beautiful young lady. Now, the Broadway show, the musical show of Annie, is a musical, Shirley. And there really was no music in the original radio program, except, of course, that Orphan Annie song, right?
Right.
Now, I think that you probably have kept that at your beck and call for all these years, so would you like to sing that song for us? Shirley Bell. We really want to hear Shirley Bell sing the Orphan Annie song, don't we? Huh?
Just
cold, no a cappella. Just go right ahead and do it.
Right,
Shirley Bell, original radio Orphan Annie, singing the Orphan Annie song.
Who's the little chatterbox? The one with pretty auburn locks. Who do you see? It's little Orphan Annie. She and Sandy make a pair. They never seem to have a care. Cute little she, this little Orphan Annie. Bright eyes, cheeks of rosy glow, there's a store of healthiness handy. Mite size, always on the go, and if you want to know, arf, says Sandy, always wears a sunny smile. Now wouldn't it be worth a while if you could be like little Orphan Annie?
All right, how about that? Well, Aaron, how do you like that? That was pretty good, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was very good.
Now, you sing every night in this show, don't you?
Yeah.
And there's a big song, probably the biggest song
that
of the show,
sing to the dog.
that you sing to the dog. Would you like to sing a little of that for us?
Okay. Just a little.
Here's Erin Simpson singing a little bit of the hit song that she sings to Sandy in the musical production of Annie.
The sun'll come out tomorrow. Bet your bottom dollar that tomorrow there'll be sun. Just thinking about tomorrow clears away the cobwebs and the sorrow, till there's none. When I'm stuck with a day that's gray and lonely, I just stick out my chin and grin and say, oh, the sun'll come out tomorrow, so you gotta hang on till tomorrow. Come what may, tomorrow, tomorrow, I love ya, tomorrow, you're only a day away.
Very wonderful, very nice. Boy, the Musicians Union are going to come after us today, aren't they? Thank you, Aaron. That's wonderful. That's very nice. I think that you couldn't spend a better couple of hours than going out to Drury Lane, Oakbrook Terrace and see Aaron Simpson in the current production of Annie. We thank you very much for stopping in today. You stick around because we're going to ask our audience for some questions, and maybe there'll be a question or two for you, too.
Okay.
And Shirley, you, too. So nice.
My pleasure.
How lucky can a guy get, huh, to be at the same spot with 2 Orphan Annies in one afternoon? That's really something special. Our guest is Shirley Bell Cole, who starred on radio as the original Little Orphan Annie, and joining us is the star of the current production of Annie at the Drury Lane, Oakbrook Terrace, Aaron Simpson. And we have a very nice audience here in the Kraft Theater at the Museum of Broadcast Communications. And we know that there are some folks out there in the audience who might have a question for either one of these Little Orphan Annies. So our erstwhile friend and standby announcer here, Mr. Ken Alexander, is going to go into the audience. If you have a question, raise a hand, and Ken will stop by. And there's a lady in the balcony, Ken.
Actually, in the first row, Chuck.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi. It's just the thrill of my life to be able to see you today, Miss Bell. I just wondered what schools you attended in Chicago, and how did the students that you played with, how did they view you?
Well, I had lots of friends, but I didn't have time to socialize with them because obviously I had to leave school early and go down to work. When we lived, well, before Annie, originally I lived in Logan Square, went to the Avondale School. Then we moved south to the Hyde Park area. I went to Kosminski School. And when we moved north, I went to Nettlehurst, and then on to Lakeview High. So,
Lakeview High School was a famous school for some Chicago people. Walt Disney, I think, went to Lakeview, and Edgar Bergen went to Lakeview.
Right.
And Shirley Bell went to Lakeview.
How about that?
Aaron, too bad you didn't go to Lakeview. You might as well pack it up now. By the way, we thank you for that question, and stick around because we want to give you a couple of tickets to see Aaron in Annie at the Oakbrook Terrace, at the Drury Lane Oakbrook Terrace, okay? Another question?
I have a question from the book here. It says that you did one part of Sandy on radio, and there were 2 other people that did the other part. Could you go into that a little bit?
Sandy was cut up, so to speak. He came in 3 parts. Someone barked, someone growled, and I whined. Often Annie had a monologue with Sandy. She'd say, what do you think, Sandy? Should we go there? And he'd go, like he really could answer, you know. But that's what we did.
Okay. Got some tickets for you, too.
Mrs. Bell, Mrs. Cole, I'm sorry, we've already spoken, but I did want to say that the word was asked before whether you were able to get along with the bad guys on the show, and I wanted to say that I remember that you always beat my father every time.
Your father was on the Orphan Annie show?
Yes, he was the villain.
What was his name?
Ralph Schoolman.
Ralph Schoolman. You remember the villain, Ralph Schoolman?
Yes.
What kind of villain was he?
He was a villain in any program he was on. He was a bad guy on many other programs also, but he was steadily on Little Orphan Annie. And it didn't matter what country she went to or Daddy Warbucks went to, if it was an Indian or Chinese or African, my father was always the one that caused the trouble and always got vanquished in the end.
But he raised a nice daughter, I would think. There's some more questions out here. Ken, if you'll take the roving microphone. If you, we'll see that you get some tickets to see Annie, too.
Did the character wear off on you? Did you feel you had to play the part of Annie in your school days or your normal part? Was just
not really, because unlike Annie, I kept growing and growing up, and so my thinking wouldn't have been at her level, practically speaking. But it was easy to project and imagine what she would do, and if you couldn't come up with an interpretation of what was needed at the time, the director of the program would always lend his help and help you to interpret the line or the thought or that kind of thing.
Sure. Is that enough? You have anything else? Shirley, what did your classmates, your school chums, think of you being on the radio as Orphan Annie, or didn't they know?
Oh, they knew, because I always had to leave early, and they wondered who she's. It'd be a privileged character, But we were all friendly. I still have my grammar school graduation picture, and I'll point out this one and that one and so on. And we had fun. At recess, that was my limitation because I had to leave early.
So, did they resent the fact that you left?
I don't think so. I think they understood that this was a job and I had to go down and do it.
So you were just a regular kid then?
Oh, sure.
Aaron, how about you? What about your friends? You're going to you actually go to a school where it's a kind of an entertainment attitude at the school, right?
Yeah, it's an after-school thing. I go to a normal school during the day, and then on like Tuesdays or Thursdays, on Mondays and Wednesdays, I'd go down to the acting school.
I see. So and of course there all the kids are into acting and all that.
Yeah,
sort of thing.
They know everything.
And the kids in the regular school are a little more sophisticated today, perhaps, than they were back in the days when we were kids, Shirley.
No doubt about it.
They're very much aware of all of the showbiz scenes so much, aren't they?
Yeah, a little.
What do you like to do at school? What's your favorite subject? What do you excel in?
I like math. I like math a lot, and I like English. Those are really... And I like recess. That's fun. And lunch, and then after school. Those are really the only...
Those were my three favorite subjects, too. Recess, lunch, and after school. Ken, another question?
Gentleman came in from Michigan to see Those Were the Days. Chuck?
Hello, Miss Bell. I'd like to ask you some questions about the cast. I would like you to tell me if the music, I believe it was Jesse Crawford at the organ, but I'm not sure, if the music was recorded or played live at every performance, and was there doubling done by some of the actors? And also tell us something about Joe Corntassel, and if you and he were personal friends, and if he did other radio work too.
Well, let's see. We'll start with
the music.
The music. The music, for the most part, in the early days, was live. There was Len Salvo played the organ. There was another WGN. Who was the staff pianist?
Al Turner?
Well, Harold Turner was on the organ at WGN.
Yes, he too. The theme song of Annie was an original written by a man named Del Owen when the show first started. It was sung by Lawrence Salerno. He was on staff at WGN. Later on in the series, they eliminated the song, the vocalizing of the song, and the lyrics, and just used the music as the background in cadence with the train whistle and the airplane and those things. They all became a signet of Annie.
All the excitement
yes,
generated
the travel,
at the beginning.
right, right. But Pierre Andres was our announcer from the beginning, and he stayed on, as we all did, till the end of it.
Job security for 9.5 years, huh?
Yes, till options came up.
Well, what about the options? Did they renew this every
13 weeks?
13 weeks.
We had renewal time, And for those of us who needed the money, we worried from time to time, because at the end of the show, that summer of 1940, we were not given any notification that the show was not going to be renewed. We figured, in fact, that summer I took my first vacation ever in all the years I worked, and took a driving trip out to the West Coast with my family.
Did Annie, the show Orphan Annie, run through the year, through the summer too?
Yes.
52 weeks a year, 5 nights a week, 52 weeks a year.
Right.
Did you ever get any time off?
No. Unless I was so sick that I couldn't open my mouth.
And then what would they do? Would they bring in...
well, sometimes they'd rewrite. I can only recall one time where they had to bring in somebody to substitute, because it was impossible to rewrite the script at that point of time.
And do you remember, did the audience know that? Did they recognize that?
I don't recall, really.
Didn't hear anything about it. What did you hear from the audience?
Oh, I've some boxes full of fan letters that came in over a period of time that were sent on to me by the ad agency, and but we, with sponsors, you do your job, and if you do a good job, that's great, and if you don't do as good a job as they want you to do, then you hear from them. So, and as children, I found that was, in retrospect, that was unfair for kids, because everybody needs that pat on the back in what they do for that length of time, especially in being a youngster. But we were troopers. We did what we were supposed to do.
So the recognition came when they renewed you every 13 weeks.
Oh, absolutely.
So that, in other words, that was the agency and the sponsor's equivalent of a pat on the back.
Yes.
But in any kind of life, in any kind of a job, you can get a salary increase, and you can get the cost of living increase, or whatever it is, and the bonus. But if it comes without the boss stopping once in a while and saying, "Hey, you're doing a nice job," it's not the same. You need that.
Well, it would be like Erin, when she finishes a performance. I'm sure somebody turns to her and says, "Hey, that went great. Good show," right?
Yeah, the cast does.
Sure.
And sometimes the director.
And the director.
If he's in a good mood.
If he's in a good mood, right.
Erin, how much does the director have to do with the show once it's up and going?
Well, we have a week of previews to make changes in the show, and he's really there for just that week, and then on press night. On the press night, then he's gone. So, and he's also there. He's just there for a few weeks to
so he doesn't
block
have
the
any
show and then to see how it's going and make changes that need to be changed.
So is it like when a substitute teacher is there and the regular teacher's gone, and then you kind of relax a little bit and take it easy?
Yeah.
And what if the director comes in unexpectedly some night and he sees a little shabbier show? Then he's not so nice, I guess, right?
Well, he sits down with you and he talks about changes, and then that makes you real nervous. I have to admit, it makes you real nervous because you're afraid, like, what's going to happen? Is he going to fire me? Are they going to have my understudy do the show now? You just get real scared. You don't know what's going to happen.
Do you have an understudy for the show?
Yeah, I have 2 understudies.
And they're both in the you got a lot of kids in the show, right?
We have 9 orphans.
So 1 or 2 of them are understudy for you?
I have an understudy, then I have an understudy for the understudy.
How does it feel to know that there's a couple of people out there hoping you're going to break a leg? Or not be able to come in one day or something?
Well, my understudy, my 2 understudies are real nice. My understudy, Megan, she's done Annie before. And she probably was going to be Annie, but she's real tall. She's tall now. So, but she probably would like to be Annie, but my other understudy, she doesn't really, well, I don't know if she wants to be Annie. She wants to be Annie. I mean, a lot of people out there would like to be Annie. But some people are too tall, or some people are too short, or some people are just right.
And you fit in that category, don't you?
Yeah, I'm somewhere in there.
How tall are you?
I'm about 4'7", 4'6", somewhere around there.
So eventually you're going to outgrow the role of Annie, right?
Oh yeah, if
And
I ever grow.
If you ever
Which
grow.
I hope I will.
You taking your vitamins?
Yeah,
Huh?
taking
Yeah.
my vitamins.
Where would you like to go? How far? What is there any role in the theater as you are aware of it that you'd like to play?
Well, I listen to musicals all the time.
Mm-hmm.
All the time. I don't listen to radios like rock and all that. I don't listen to that.
I don't either.
I used to, but
Mhm.
I don't anymore. When I got involved with stage, and so now I just listen to musicals on Broadway. One part I'd really like to be when I'm older is The Witch in Into the Woods that Bernadette Peters played, and Eponine in Les Miserables, and Dorothy in The Wizard of Oz, and there are a lot of others.
Well, we wish you a lot of luck.
Thank you.
I think that she's probably going to do it too, I think. And somebody who hasn't done it yet is going to write a great show just for you.
Yeah.
And then
I hope.
Watch that star rise over Broadway. Huh?
Yeah, there's one new show out that premiered in Houston with Jekyll and Hyde, and I'd like to be Lucy in that.
Okay, well,
That's
good
the
luck.
hooker. Yeah.
Good luck.
Okay.
That's the hooker?
Yeah.
Oh, yes, okay.
Okay.
Time changed, don't they, Shirley?
Indeed.
Ken, anybody else with some questions out there in audience
here's
land?
one right at hand.
This is WNIB in Chicago, WNIZ in Zion, 97 on your FM dial. Chuck Schaden here on Those Were the Days with Little Orphan Annies, plural today. Shirley Bell Cole and Aaron Simpson. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Hey, do you have a favorite episode that comes to mind?
Oh golly, there were so many. I can't really say that I have a favorite one. My favorites are the tapes I have that Chuck Schaden was nice enough to get for me. Those are my favorites, any way you look at it, because I had nothing previously.
You know, think about 9.5 years of this show, and most of them were recorded at one time or another, right?
Yes.
And really, we have never found all of those shows. There might be a half a dozen or more, or about that, half a dozen, maybe 8 shows of Little Orphan Annie that are in existence that we are aware of. But somewhere along the line, they're all in a holding pattern out there, you know. Somewhere along the line, we're going to find them, just like we found all those Fibber McGee and Molly and Jack Benny shows.
Maybe someone will inherit them someday from an unknown source.
Well, that may be. That's where some of these things are found. A family member, many years later, discovers amongst the items from a distant uncle, and they don't know what to do with them. But they say, "Gee, we don't want to throw these out because they were something." And then a little light bulb goes on over their head, and they remember the Museum of Broadcast Communications. And we have a group of people who restore these things, broken discs with a glass or a aluminum base where the acetate is starting to flake. These people, a couple of them by the name of Mike Stosich and Carl Pearson, work diligently on these things, spend hours and hours restoring just a half an hour show. And that's part of the operation of the museum too, to restore these programs. Ken, I got room for a couple of more questions. That's about it then.
Here's a very young gentleman here, about the same age as Orphan Annie, I believe.
Excuse me. I was wondering, what radio work did you do after Little Orphan Annie, and stage work, and et cetera, et cetera?
Well, I didn't do very much after Orphan Annie. That was in 1940. And later in that year, I met my husband-to-be, and my interests kind of changed. So, and we were married in the summer of 41. And when he went in service, I did some freelance work then, commercials, bit parts on other soap operas. And then after the war was over, we were married before the war, but we started to raise our family when he came home from service. And that's when I retired, so to speak.
Now, what size family do you have?
I have 3 daughters.
Mm-hmm. One of whom is here today, right?
One of whom is here, right.
And your husband is here too?
Yes.
Erwin Cole is here, and your daughter?
Kathy Williams.
Kathy Williams. Stand up, folks. Meet the husband and daughter of Little Orphan Annie. Ken?
Lady in the third row here.
Mrs. Cole, did you make any personal appearances as Little Orphan Annie for the sponsor?
I did make personal appearances, but it wasn't for the sponsor. It was for me. No, I did a lot of personal appearances shortly after Annie began. If you recall the name of Quinn Ryan, he was a sports announcer on WGN. He and I went out together to various local theaters in the Midwest, and he would talk about sports, and I would come out and sing some songs and talk about Annie and this kind of thing. And these were the personal appearance tours that we did. So.
Okay. And there's another gentleman there.
Shirley, the studio where you performed, were there ever any live audiences, or were you back in the far reaches of Medina building?
We worked out of NBC. Initially WGN, and then when the show went network, we worked out of NBC in the Merchandise Mart on the Blue Network. And there were no audiences allowed because, as I say, Annie grew, and the sponsor didn't want anyone to see how big Annie was getting. So it was purely what the audience conjured up in their own minds. And as long as you could sound like Annie, you were Annie.
You left school early in the afternoon. How did you get down to WGN or NBC? Did you take the public transportation or someone driving you?
Yes, no. I rode the streetcars for the most part, and or the L down to the Merchandise Mart. When I was a teenager, driver's licenses weren't in effect. And an uncle of mine who was in the automobile business gave me a car, and I used to drive that to work because we started making recordings, and I had to be down at the Daily News building at 8 o'clock in the morning to record the programs that were sent out to the West Coast. All the members of the cast, not just myself. And that went on for a long time, and then we had time to kill between the recording session and the live show. And then you went over to the Merchandise Mart about 3:30, and you started rehearsing for that day's show.
So you really had about an hour and a half or so of rehearsal for the daily live show.
Yes.
Now I guess we talked about this briefly before we came into the studio this afternoon. You did a live show at 4:45.
Yes.
That was heard on the East Coast.
Exactly.
And then you did the same live show again at 5:45 that was heard in the Midwest. And then before you did those two shows, later in the run, you would record a 15-minute show that would be played on the West Coast, probably at 5:45.
Yes.
Now, the show that you recorded, was that a different show than the one you did at live?
No, the writer of the show at the time, I don't remember who it might have been, would write, they would have sequences of adventures. And the ones for the West Coast, of course, were updated. And by the time they were processed and sent to the West Coast, and they would be processed and scheduled to run in conjunction with what was going on in the Midwest as a live show. But they wanted to establish that 5:45 time, hence the recordings and sending them to the West Coast. For a while they did have someone working out there. They had a separate cast. But I guess it turned out to be not too successful, and this is when they resorted to recording it here and then sending it out there.
For many years there was a network ban on using recordings, and in fact Bing Crosby broke that ban in 1946 with his Philco program. But before that, the National Broadcasting Company and CBS would not permit recordings of programs, but I think they were talking about the live, or the major prime time evening shows.
Yes,
it did not apply to soap operas or after-school programs.
Yes. This was another area of broadcasting children's programs. And Annie, I think, was the longest running show of that can be recorded of all the kids shows that were on.
And it's amazing that we haven't got more of those programs around. But we're lucky to have the shows that we do, and we're lucky to have you around.
Thank you.
To share these memories.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Shirley Bell Cole, we're glad that you stopped in today to spend some time with us and meet some fans a few years after the fact. But,
certainly my pleasure. Believe me.
I know the audience here always enjoys listening to Little Orphan Annie on the radio. And Aaron, we're glad that you came by today too. I know that you've got a show to do tonight, right?
Yeah, 2.
2 shows tonight.
One at 6, one at 9:30.
Pretty tough to do 2 shows in one evening?
Yeah.
You're on stage almost the whole time, aren't you?
Yeah, except 2 scenes in the show.
Except 2 scenes. So you're ready for a good night's sleep at the end of a Saturday night performance, aren't you?
Yeah.
And you're off on Sunday, or is there a show Sunday?
No,
too?
2 shows Sunday.
2 shows Sunday. How many shows a week then?
8.
8 shows. At the Drury Lane Oakbrook Terrace.
Mm-hmm.
So if anybody would like to come out and see you, you'd be delighted to have them in your audience.
Yep.
And I think you'd see a good show. If this young lady is any representation of that show, I know you'll see a good show. And we hope that you have a good, successful career in show business.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for being with us today. And Shirley Bell, I know you're going to stick around for a few more minutes and sign some more of those autographs and photographs.